Name: Randall. Age: 16. What is your identity? Without hesitation, Randall replied, martial artist. Upon hearing this, the individual opposite him widened his eyes and, with a gruff voice, exclaimed, a martial artist? So, you're just a commoner? But which commoner would fall from the sky and conveniently land at the Navy headquarters? Randall sighed inwardly, but he understood that what he claimed seemed implausible, yet it was indeed the truth. However, the intimidating figure before him appeared unconvinced. Noticing Randall's silence, the Navy officer's imposing demeanor intensified. Just yesterday, the Golden Lion launched an assault on the Navy headquarters, and today you descend from the heavens? Confess, what is your connection to the Golden Lion? Upon hearing the name Golden Lion, Randall felt a stir within. He had harbored suspicions before. After all, this person before him bore a somewhat familiar visage and did not seem entirely human. Now, with the mention of the Golden Lion, he was fairly certain. He had transcended into a realm far removed from his original world. He had entered the universe of a renowned Manga One Piece. Moreover, judging by the Navy's words, his arrival was indeed fortuitously timed. He had appeared just as the Golden Lion was launching his attack on the Navy. Nevertheless, this era was not without its merits for him. With the four emperors yet to establish their reign and the warlord system reduced to merely crocodile, it was a time when the grand tapestry of the sea had yet to solidify, providing him with ample opportunity. However, to the Navy officer across from him, Randall's apparent detachment only served to heighten their suspicion. This confirmed his fears, and the mention of the Golden Lion evoked memories of the previous day's assault on the Navy base. The sheer force and momentum that had seemed to bring the very sky crashing down upon him still sent chills down his spine. This only made him regard the young man opposite him with increasing disdain. Since you are an ally of the Golden Lion, you might as well follow your leader to Impel Down, the infamous underwater prison, said to be a hell from which no one has ever escaped. If he were to be cast into such a place, it would spell his doom. This truly felt like a hellish beginning. In a fit of desperation, Randall quickly interjected, "Brother, you've misunderstood. I have no ties to the Golden Lion. I'm not a pirate." Still in denial? The Navy officer retorted, "If you have no connection to the Golden Lion, why are you here?" Randall felt a pang of distress, but maintained his composure to explain. "I truly do not know. I was merely a naive martial artist who, after honing my skills, traversed the world, seeking out renowned masters for sparring sessions. After defeating the last opponent on my list, the strongest martial artist in the world, I barely had a moment to catch my breath before everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here." What he spoke was the unvarnished truth. His original world indeed possessed its own system of cultivation. The practitioner is known as a martial artist, and what they cultivate is the energy within the human body. Once this energy is fully developed, one may possess extraordinary abilities capable of severing steel and moving mountains. Of course, this is merely a seller's boast. However, Randall has arrived in the world of pirates, where he might indeed have the opportunity to realize these lofty claims. Yet a naval officer smirked derisively and remarked, "Heh, such a clumsy lie, truly a cunning pirate. The strongest martial artist in the world? With those spindly arms and legs, who could you possibly defeat?" Randall's expression darkened, and his tone became more rigid. "I've already stated that I truly know nothing. Do not speak for me." Although he found himself in a precarious position, it did not mean he would tolerate unjust humiliation. Nevertheless, the naval officer continued to sneer, "Humph, a pirate." With that, he turned to the soldiers waiting nearby and commanded, "Take him to prison and later transfer him to Impel Down." Seeing the officer's malevolent demeanor, Randall could no longer contain himself. "Hey you, this is too much. I am genuinely angry." Anger was one aspect of his reaction. However, it was also because he realized that if he did not protest now, it would be too late once the dust settled. Suddenly, he stood up. His movement startled several individuals, but the naval officer quickly regained his composure as he glanced at the handcuffs binding Randall's wrists and scoffed. "What? Do you still wish to fight? Go ahead, make a move." Randall was seething with indignation, his muscles tensing. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, all he managed to achieve was the sound of the handcuffs creaking. The naval officer, seeing this, simply chuckled derisively. "Oh, keep going." Randall's frustration mounted, but he realized he was at a disadvantage. He recognized his previous arrogance and the need to fully accept his current reality, still trapped in the delusion of invincibility from his former world. But this was the pirate world, a realm teeming with monsters. The steel shackles on his wrists could likely be crushed effortlessly by a true powerhouse. Coming to this realization, Randall softened his tone. "Brother, I am truly innocent. You and the Navy ought to have evidence before acting." Alas, it was Randall's misfortune. Had he arrived at a different time, he might not have faced such a hellish beginning. Yet he had appeared just a day after the infamous Golden Lion had attacked the Navy headquarters, and he had descended from the sky, landing directly at the Navy's stronghold. To make matters worse, the grim-faced naval officer before him was a notorious hawk, known as Ghost Spider. Indeed, it was conceivable that Randall's claims could hold some truth. However, Ghost Spider adhered to the principle of presuming guilt. This meant that any hint of suspicion warranted immediate arrest. Thus, disregarding Randall's feeble explanations, Ghost Spider ordered the soldiers, "Put him on the warship." "Yes, sir, wait. I am wrongfully accused." Randall protested, twisting his body, but under the firm grasp of several soldiers, he was forcefully led forward. "I am truly wronged. Help me. Is this the justice of the Navy? Can they act against civilians at will?" Throughout the journey, Randall struggled desperately and shouted. In the end, the Ghost Spider could no longer endure it and silenced him. Despair began to envelop Randall. However, fate often presents a glimmer of hope, and his cries caught the attention of a significant figure. "What is happening, Ghost Spider? Why do I hear someone speaking ill of the Navy?" A languid voice suddenly resonated, causing the Ghost Spider and his companions to halt their actions. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Ghost Spider promptly saluted, "Vice Admiral Borsalino." This was none other than the formidable Vice Admiral, a candidate for the rank of Admiral. Upon hearing this name, a spark ignited in Randall's eyes that he realized this could be an opportunity. Given that the situation could not possibly worsen, he decided to take a gamble. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully pushed aside the 6 soldiers restraining him and swiftly tore off the bindings from his mouth, speaking at an astonishing pace. "Sir, this is one of your subordinates. He intends to imprison civilians. You must intervene." The Ghost Spider's expression darkened, ready to reprimand Randall. Yet Borsalino suddenly raised a hand to stop him, leisurely approaching Randall, his gaze sweeping over him. Initially disinterested in the commotion, Borsalino found himself intrigued by a sudden whim. It seemed he had made the right decision to intervene, for in the moment Randall broke free, he had discovered something quite intriguing about him. Chapter 2. The great adversary Borsalino scrutinized Randall from head to toe, his gaze inducing a profound discomfort within Randall. Coupled with Borsalino's somewhat lecherous expression, Randall felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, he dared not utter a word, for the man before him was an undeniable monster. Even in his seemingly defenseless state, the oppressive aura emanating from Borsalino nearly incited a riot within Randall's core. A chilling sensation crept up the back of his neck. Perhaps even a mere sneeze from this individual could bring about his untimely demise. It was wiser for him to remain silent. Borsalino, after thoroughly examining Randall, pouted and remarked, "How intriguing so. Ghost Spider, what is the story behind this young man?" Ghost Spider hastily replied, "This boy may have connections to the Golden Lion. I intend to confine him with the Golden Lion and subsequently transport them both to Impel Down." Randall retorted defiantly, "I have no association with the Golden Lion. I am not a pirate. I am a good person. Can your Navy just arrest anyone at will?" Ghost Spider protested. Borsalino raised a hand to silence Ghost Spider and continued, "Ghost Spider, my observation hockey reveals that he speaks the truth besides. How could the Golden Lion possibly have such weak subordinates?" Randall's expression darkened. Although Borsalino's words were advantageous to him and indeed factual, they left him feeling exceedingly uneasy. Noticing that Ghost Spider remained obstinate, Borsalino declared, "Enough. Ghost Spider, I shall handle this matter." With gritted teeth, Ghost Spider saluted, "Understood." As he watched Ghost Spider and the soldiers depart, Randall let out a deep breath. He had seemingly escaped a perilous situation. "Young man, you seem to have relaxed quite suddenly." The languid voice startled Randall, leaving him frozen in place. Had he truly just escaped the jaws of a wolf only to find himself in the den of a tiger? although Borsellino had just intervened on his behalf. What were his true intentions, and what would he do next? Randall stiffly turned his head to face Borsellino, only to find him gazing at him with an amused glint in his eye. "Sir, is there something on your mind?" Borsellino feigned contemplation for a few seconds before responding. "Nothing of consequence now. Follow me, young man." With that, he turned and walked away, indifferent to whether Randall followed. Randall swallowed hard. He pondered the possibility of fleeing at that moment, but soon felt despondent. In the presence of such a formidable figure, could he possibly escape? Thus, he obediently trailed after Borsellino. Borsellino, sensing Randall's movements behind him, pouted slightly. Moments later, they arrived at the door of the Admiral's office. Borsellino casually instructed, "Wait here," before knocking and entering. Inside the office, a burly old man with graying temples was simultaneously picking his nose while competing with the mustachioed gentleman beside him for a share of sambae. Behind the desk, the robust old man with a forked beard glanced up upon the arrival of a visitor. "Ah, how peculiar, Borsellino, that you would take the initiative to visit my office." Borsellino, lounging lazily within the confines of the marshal's office, casually remarked, "Oh, Admiral Kaku and General Sengoku." Noticing the newcomer, Sengoku quickly adjusted his demeanor, while Kaku seized the opportunity to snatch away all the rice crackers, disregarding his image entirely. "Borsellino, do you require something?" Sara asked, casting a resigned glance at the two old men. "Indeed, I have just discovered an intriguing child," Borsellino replied. "Oh, an intriguing child? Is it truly capable of piquing your interest?" Sengoku shot a fierce glare at Kaku before inquiring further, and the other two became intrigued as well. Borsellino, not one to keep them in suspense, grinned mischievously and stated, "Yes indeed, although this child is currently quite weak. There exists a remarkable energy within them. This energy is entirely different from Haki. It is truly formidable, pahaha." "An energy that is completely different from Haki? How fascinating. Where is this little one?" "I have just concluded my business, and I shall test their mettle." Kaku laughed heartily. "Is your business merely to pilfer rice crackers?" The others remarked, speechless. "I have brought them. They await just outside," Borsellino announced. Without further ado, Kaku and the others exchanged glances and decisively declared, "Let us proceed." Sora, discarding the documents in his hand, stood up. After all, what could possibly be more captivating than an intriguing young lad? He certainly would not admit to seizing the opportunity for a brief respite. Outside the door, Randall, feeling anxious, was taken aback as the office door swung open, and several towering figures emerged in succession. "Ah, that must be Kaku in his prime, indulging in rice crackers." And the rest the uniquely bearded Sengoku, along with the steel-boned Sora. What to do? Randall felt his legs weaken, yet at the same time, a flush crept upon his cheeks. To behold such formidable beings made his life worthwhile. "So, this is the young man you spoke of?" The three titans scrutinized Randall, occasionally furrowing their brows. Randall felt an immense weight of pressure. He was merely a fragile individual, the world's foremost martial artist, nothing more. "Please, do not regard me so." After a thorough examination, the distinguished figures displayed expressions of interest. Indeed, as Borsellino had asserted, there was an entirely unfamiliar energy emanating from him. They exchanged silent glances. And Kaku exclaimed, "Pahaha, let us head to the training ground. Merely observing is insufficient. We must engage firsthand." At this, Randall shivered, feeling as though his entire body was beginning to ache in anticipation. The group made their way to the training ground, encountering along the way a kindly middle-aged woman and a cool uncle with purple hair. Ah, familiar faces. The great strategist Crane and the formidable black-armed Zephyr. Truly giants among men. Both individuals also sensed the unique energy emanating from Randall and expressed their desire to investigate further. Moments later, within the arena, several influential figures observed from the sidelines while Randall stood in opposition to a soldier. This soldier, a mere pawn summoned by the powerful, was Pietro, ranked 10th among the elite battalion. Such combat prowess could easily be extinguished by a mere finger from the Titans. Yet, for Randall, he represented a formidable adversary. The sense of oppression he exuded was far more intense than that of the world's foremost martial artist he had previously defeated, and indeed, it was exponentially stronger. Pietro regarded Randall with a mixture of disdain and excitement. Although he was unaware of the true intentions of the influential figures, he recognized this as a prime opportunity. If he could distinguish himself through exceptional performance, he could capture their attention, leading to promotions, increased rewards, and perhaps even a chance to wed a wealthy heiress, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of success. As for Randall, he dismissed Pietro as insignificant, utterly unconcerned by his presence. Lost in his dreams, Pietro smiled and addressed Randall. "Come on." Chapter 3. Join the elite camp. In response to Pietro's provocation, Randall remained unfazed. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Although the series of events had been rather perplexing, ranging from an inexplicable summons to advance the city to an equally baffling challenge to engage in combat, Randall understood that he had no choice. If that were the case, he decided to embrace the thrill of the battle wholeheartedly. "I'm going in." As soon as the words left his lips, Carp and the onlookers narrowed their eyes. They could sense that Randall had suddenly transformed. It was as if a sheathed blade had been drawn, revealing its sharpness. If Randall's vitality before had been akin to a solitary lamp in the night, at this moment, it radiated like a full moon. A wondrous energy flowed from Randall's heart, coursing through his entire being. This was the essence of his original world's cultivation method, Chi and blood martial arts. This energy, known as Chi, bestowed upon martial artists an extraordinary power beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Pietro squinted as well. His strength was too feeble to perceive the Chi clearly. Yet he sensed that the seemingly innocuous youth before him had suddenly changed. "I'm coming." Before he could finish his declaration, Randall launched himself forward. Propelled by a powerful thrust against the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Pietro. Bang! The two fists collided. Pietro was pushed back 2 meters before he could regain his balance. This left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he had managed to block the punch, he felt humiliated. He had initially thought that his opponent posed no threat, yet this blow exceeded his expectations. "Damn it! You brought this upon yourself." Enraged, Pietro sprang into action, his feet striking the ground multiple times, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Swiftly, Randall was momentarily taken aback. But the next second he instinctively dodged to the left, barely avoiding a swift fist that whizzed past him. However, as he evaded one punch, a second one came hurtling towards him from another direction. "I can't dodge this." Randall quickly assessed the situation and raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! He was sent flying 2 or 3 meters. Pietro smirked with satisfaction, casting a discreet glance at the expressions of the onlookers. To his dismay, they were not focused on him, but rather on the young boy. The grin he had just formed faltered instantly. What was so captivating about this boy? Was it merely his good looks? Was he mistaken in believing that those esteemed individuals valued substance over appearance? How utterly disappointing. Yet, he couldn't afford to confront those esteemed figures. Frustrated, Pietro unleashed his ire upon Randall. His ghostly strikes appeared as if he were teleporting, continuously materializing from various angles, raining down punches upon Randall with the ferocity of a tempest. Randall struggled to defend himself. Yet, the more desperate his situation became, the more frustrated Pietro felt. He was clearly the stronger one. Why were the esteemed figures not acknowledging him? It was all that boy's fault. Die. Pietro was truly unleashing his full wrath. At this moment, he merely thought that since this little imp was not a member of the Navy, even if he accidentally killed him, the higher-ups would not hold him accountable. However, blinded by anger, Pietro failed to notice that Randall was increasingly adapting to his rapid attacks, defending himself with growing ease. Initially, he could land 9 out of 10 punches, but gradually he could only hit 8, then 7. Pietro was oblivious, yet the higher-ups were not. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially drawn by the unique energy, they were now captivated by Randall's innate talent. In such a short span, he had begun to acclimatize to the speed of shave. Though it was partly due to Pietro's somewhat sluggish speed, it was nonetheless remarkable. This individual seemed to be born for combat. Then, an even more astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Although Randall appeared disheveled, his eyes sparkled with determination. After successfully blocking one of Pietro's punches, he seized the moment before the next strike landed, suddenly stomping the ground vigorously several times. In an instant, Randall's figure vanished from sight. Pietro, having missed his punch, stumbled, and nearly fell. What had just transpired? That little imp had disappeared. Before he could gather his thoughts, a sharp pain shot through his back, and he was hurled away. Zifa, the purple-haired elder, exclaimed in astonishment. Although the movements were somewhat awkward, he indeed executed it successfully. This talent. With his discerning eye, he could tell that Randall had not previously encountered the six styles. Yet, this was precisely what left him astounded. How long had it been? Perhaps less than 10 minutes. In the training camp, he hardly had enough time to demonstrate even once. Yet, Randall had managed to learn the six styles simply by observing his opponent's techniques in that brief time. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Behind him, Pagliusolino pouted, remarking, "What a terrifying young man. He learned faster than I did back in my day." Zifa's expression darkened, yet he surprisingly refrained from retorting. Although he held no fondness for Pagliusolino, he couldn't deny that his talent was the most remarkable he had ever encountered. Even Pagliusolino, when he learned to truly utilize shave, took half an hour, and that was under Zifa's careful instruction. Meanwhile, Pietro had risen from the ground, slightly dazed, and his mind began to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. "You can actually use shave? Why didn't you use it earlier? Were you deliberately toying with me?" Randall innocently replied, "I didn't know how before. I learned it by watching your demonstration." Pietro's initial reaction was disbelief, yet a glance at the expressions of the higher-ups around him revealed their astonishment, confirming that the little imp was indeed telling the truth. But how could this be possible? How could he accept such a harsh reality? How long had it taken him to learn shave? A month? Or several months? And this little imp had done it in mere 10 minutes? Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Pietro's visage contorted in anguish. At that moment, it seemed Randall recalled something, abruptly exclaiming, "Oh, right. Thank you. This skill is remarkably useful. I truly appreciate your generous instruction." Upon hearing this, Pietro felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. No. Ugh. The unfortunate soldier could not bear the weight of reality, his vision dimming. After expelling a mouthful of blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The surrounding elites displayed expressions of disdain, questioning how someone from the elite camp could possess such frail psychological fortitude. Yet, soon after, admiring glances shifted toward Randall. This skirmish, albeit brief, had revealed much. Extraordinary combat intuition, monstrous learning capabilities, coupled with a mysterious energy that enhances both physique and vitality. This young man's future is boundless. Perhaps he is yet another prodigy akin to those 3 candidates for general. Zephyr declared, "Join my elite camp. I shall teach you." Chapter 4. The Power of Valor. Come to my elite camp. I shall teach you. Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Randall. He was indifferent to Randall's current prowess. What he valued was the innate talent that Randall possessed. Not only did he exhibit an extraordinary capacity for learning, but he also harbored a remarkable strength. Although this power had not been prominently displayed during the battle, Zephyr's keen eye discerned its latent potential. It was wild and unrestrained. Yet it would not inflict harm upon him. Rather, it would be beneficial to his physique. Zephyr had an inkling that Randall's future would undoubtedly bring him delightful surprises. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Kong, Sengoku, and the others wore expressions of astonishment. It was well known that Zephyr's elite camp had always been a place where they pushed individuals into, but never had Zephyr himself sought out a candidate. The only exceptions to this were the 3 vice admirals who could truly be deemed as monsters. Although they were vice admirals now, their strength had already reached the level of admirals, and given the right circumstances, they could seamlessly take Sengoku's place, assuming the role of the Navy headquarters' supreme power. Randall was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of elation within. Not only would he be spared from the grim fate of advancing to impel down, but he was also being granted a formal position. And who was the one speaking? Zephyr. Regardless of his strength, his teaching ability was unparalleled on the seas. None would dare claim superiority to him in this regard. The caliber of his students was a testament to his prowess. In terms of quality, he had nurtured the 3 future admirals. In terms of quantity, more than half of the Navy's high-ranking officers had emerged from the elite camp. This turn of events was truly a blessing in disguise. With a mind swirling with thoughts, Randall ultimately uttered a single word. Good. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and bellowed, Then let us gather at the training grounds tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Any objections? Randall felt a jolt of energy surge through him and immediately stood at attention, shouting, "None." Kong and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Could it be that in such a brief moment, they had finalized the arrangement? Who could fathom the effort they had invested in meticulously reviewing the list for entry into the elite camp? However, it mattered little, after all. The elite camp was solely governed by this purple-haired elder. As long as he was pleased, that was all that mattered. Moments later, the powerful figures departed one by one. And Pietro was also carried away. The area was left with only Randall. After waiting for a short while, a Navy officer approached, glanced at Randall, and said, "You must be Randall. Follow me." Randall acknowledged with a nod and hurriedly followed. Before long, under the guidance of the Navy officer, they arrived at a specialized training room. Inside stood a peculiar machine. Without waiting for Randall to inquire, the officer explained, "This is a machine for testing your valor. Just unleash your full strength against it." He pointed to the center of the apparatus. After speaking, he stepped back, leaving the space for Randall, watching him with a mixture of confusion and envy. He had already heard that this seemingly youthful boy was a talent that Zephyr had specifically selected for the elite camp. The elite camp, how he longed to be a part of it. The naval officer, pondering this, could not help but scrutinize Randall once more. He appeared to be an ordinary youth, even described as frail. Such a person seemed less impressive than himself. It was incomprehensible what merit he possessed to garner the esteemed attention of Teacher Zephyr. Could it be that he had taken a shortcut to gain entry? Had Teacher Zephyr finally succumbed to decline? Meanwhile, Randall stood before the apparatus. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and positioned his legs shoulder-width apart. His right hand formed a fist, drawn back to accumulate force. His legs, waist, and right arm were taut, channeling all his energy into his right fist. Noticing Randall's preparations, the naval officer became serious, eager to witness the extent of the boy's capabilities. He recalled the elite camp's assessment, where the highest energy value reached 4 or 500. That was truly a formidable specimen. At the tender age of 13, one could only aspire to such heights. Yet, he wondered how much Randall could muster. Perhaps he would struggle to reach 100. In the next moment, Randall opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Then, with all his might, he unleashed a powerful strike. A resounding boom echoed. The naval officer felt a gust of wind rush towards him. He quickly glanced at the display, his eyes widening in disbelief. The energy value registered at 558. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was the machine malfunctioning? Or was the world itself in disarray? Randall observed the screen. 558. Acceptable, I suppose. I thought I would achieve a staggering value that would astonish the world and elevate me to greatness. Alas, it seems I am merely an ordinary individual. Initially feeling a sense of superiority as a transmigrator, Randall began to confront reality. Fortunately, these thoughts remained internal, otherwise, the naval officer would have been left questioning his own life choices. Did he even comprehend the significance of an energy value exceeding 500? As far as he knew, the current vice admirals had entered the academy at similar levels. What more could one desire? Was he aiming for the heavens? Unbeknownst to him, Randall had already engaged in combat with the 10th-ranked student from the elite camp. The match had been evenly matched. Though had it not been for his opponent's complacency and emotional turmoil, Randall would likely have faced defeat. Nevertheless, the outcome had left the opponent unconscious, while Randall remained virtually unscathed. In light of this, an energy value surpassing 500 was not particularly astonishing. As Randall exited the room, the naval officer remained in a daze. He escorted Randall to the dormitory, then vacantly departed. It would likely take him some time to process the reality he had just encountered. Watching the naval officer's retreating figure, Randall felt a twinge of melancholy. Had he erred in some way? Why did it seem that the officer held a certain disdain for him? Shaking his head, Randall concluded it must be a mere figment of his imagination. He was undeniably handsome. Surely, he could not be so off-putting as to evoke dislike upon their first meeting. Randall ran his fingers through his hair and then pushed open the door to his dormitory. Inside were 4 beds. 2 were unoccupied while the other 2 were neatly made up. Randall casually chose one of the beds, arranged the bedding, and changed into the naval uniform he had just received before heading out in search of sustenance. It was mealtime. Following the prior instructions from the Navy, Randall made his way to the mess hall. There, under the astonished gaze of the cafeteria lady, he filled his tray with an assortment of meats. "Hey, kid, are you really going to eat all that? Wastefulness is a grave sin," the cafeteria lady remarked, observing Randall's slender frame with curiosity. "And how come I've never seen you before?" Randall touched his nose and replied, "I'm new here. Don't worry. I assure you, I won't waste a morsel." His appetite was indeed quite formidable. Chapter 5. The roommate Randall sat down with a plate brimming with meat, eagerly diving into his meal. After savoring the first bite, he was momentarily taken aback. The meat was unlike anything he had encountered before. It was remarkably chewy yet not difficult to consume. With each bite, rich juices burst forth in his mouth. In his previous life, Randall held a respectable status and had indulged in many gourmet dishes. Yet he vowed he had never tasted meat so exquisite. He found himself hastening his chewing, swallowing quickly as a warm sensation coursed down from his mouth, through his esophagus, and into his stomach. Randall paused, astonished to discover that this meat was not only delicious but also infused with an energy far surpassing that of any fine cuisine he had previously experienced. After just a single bite, he felt warmth enveloping his entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to shove the meat into his mouth with both hands, unable to restrain himself. In a whirlwind of consumption, the plate was soon left with only a residue of savory juices. After patting his belly and letting out a satisfied burp, Randall reflected on his capacity to devour several times this amount back in his original world. Yet now, he felt nearly full. More than just satiation, he distinctly sensed a slight surge of energy within him. Though it was but a fraction, it was undeniably an increase. This revelation filled Randall with exhilaration. Could it be that he could grow stronger merely through consumption, without the need for training? No. Such a terrifying notion could not be entertained. Training was essential. Otherwise, what would separate him from a mere slacker? In his former world, he had relished the respect garnered from his prowess. Having arrived in the pirate realm, he was determined to become the strongest. After finishing his meal, Randall returned to the dormitory. Barely had he crossed the threshold when two individuals entered. One was a man with red hair and a well-proportioned physique, embodying what Randall considered an average human form. He noticed a sword hanging from the man's waist, indicating he was a swordsman. The other stood over 2 meters tall, with arms that appeared thicker than Randall's waist. Upon entering, the two paused as they noticed Randall standing there. The swordsman squinted his eyes and stiffly inquired, "Who are you?" In an instant, Randall felt an imposing aura pressing down upon him, causing a slight ache in his cheeks. He quickly clarified, I'm new here. I just moved in today." The swordsman's aura intensified. The burly figure behind him spoke coldly, "This is the dormitory for the elite camp. Only students from the elite camp reside here. This is your last chance. Who exactly are you?" As he spoke, his hand rested ominously on the hilt of his sword. It was common knowledge that this was a dormitory exclusive to the elite camp, which had already commenced, and there had never been an instance of new arrivals midway through the program. Thus, the sudden appearance of this individual raised suspicions. In the past, this might have been overlooked. However, the recent assault on the naval headquarters has rendered this moment particularly sensitive. Instantly, his vigilance heightened. As he observed the red-haired swordsman preparing to strike, the muscular man took a slight step back, effectively blocking the doorway. He refrained from intervening, fully aware of the swordsman's prowess. Witnessing the impending clash between the two, Randall found himself at a loss. "Wait, I am from the elite camp. Zifa himself proclaimed it today. If you don't believe me, go ask him." Upon hearing Randall mention Zifa, both men's eyes flickered momentarily. Subsequently, the swordsman's aura diminished. Just as Randall began to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the swordsman unsheath his blade with astonishing speed, as if the weapon had materialized directly in his hand. Swiftly, he swung his sword towards Randall from a distance. As the crimson arc of the strike soared through the air, Randall's mind screamed in alarm. He hastily concentrated all his energy into his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest. In the next instant, the strike collided forcefully with Randall's arms. He felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Despite his preparedness, he was propelled backwards several meters, only managing to halt his retreat by firmly planting his feet on the ground. With a mighty roar, he pushed against the strike with all his strength. The blow, now significantly weakened, reluctantly dissipated into the air. Panting, Randall glanced down at his arms, discovering a myriad of small wounds covering his skin. They were not severe, merely superficial cuts, yet he had undeniably sustained injuries, and this occurred despite his utmost defense. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he cast a wary glance at the red-haired swordsman. The man's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of the previous opponent, Pietro. Moreover, it appeared that the swordsman had merely delivered a casual strike. Even so, it had proven exceedingly challenging for Randall to withstand. Unbeknownst to him, while he was astonished, the two opponents were equally taken aback. Although the red-haired swordsman had not exerted his full strength, the strike was far from the casual slash Randall had assumed it to be. In fact, it had utilized at least 50% of the swordsman's power. In the elite camp, those who could endure such a blow without injury were few and far between. The swordsman's might left them astonished. In truth, the moment Randall mentioned Zifa, they had already begun to entertain belief. Although there had been no precedent for anyone joining the elite camp midway, Zifa's word was law. The red-haired swordsman had only struck to gauge Randall's abilities. Now, it was evident that he was indeed worthy of Zifa's attention. This newcomer, seemingly a few years younger, had clearly been sourced from somewhere noteworthy. With this thought, the red-haired swordsman sheathed his blade, glanced at Randall, and uttered a few words. "I am called Millis." He then disregarded Randall entirely and strode purposefully towards his bunk. A question mark slowly emerged above Randall's head. "You inexplicably struck me. And do you not intend to say anything?" At that moment, a burly man approached and exclaimed, "Ha! Friend, do not take it to heart. Miller has a temperament like that. He merely wished to test whether your prowess had reached the level of the elite camp. There was no malice intended. I have persuaded him to apologize." As he spoke, he animatedly patted Randall on the shoulder. "I am Aqueous. My friend, I perceive you are a practitioner of physical arts. We can train together later." Finally, a master of physical arts has arrived. He ranks second in the elite camp. It is said that he has faced every individual in the elite camp. However, those who follow him tend to lack vigor in their bouts. Before him stands only Miller. But alas, he is a swordsman. Engaging with him is far from exhilarating, as I find myself on the receiving end of numerous wounds. At last, it appears that someone capable of a proper match has finally arrived. Chapter 6. A contest. Once again, Randall let out a resigned sigh, deciding to temporarily set this matter aside. Firstly, he sensed that the other party bore no ill intentions, and his injuries were merely superficial. Secondly, the opponent's strength was overwhelming, and he truly could not compete at this moment. With a casual shrug, he declared, "Very well, I am Randall. I look forward to your guidance in the future. When I have gained strength, I shall surely give you a proper challenge." "Randall, I hear you specialize in physical arts, correct?" "What a coincidence. So do I. We shall have ample opportunity to exchange insights in the future." Equus enthusiastically responded, smiling broadly, albeit the grin appeared somewhat fearsome on his intimidating visage. Randall discerned that, despite Equus's daunting appearance, he seemed to possess a good heart. Moreover, he was a battle enthusiast himself. "Indeed, what a coincidence." Randall smirked, replying, "That sounds agreeable." As for the other cold and aloof individual, Randall glanced at Millis, only to find him seated on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to Randall's mention of his name. Such an icy character was truly challenging to deal with. Noticing Randall's gaze, Equus remarked, "Do not mind him. He bears no grudge against you. It is simply his nature. By the way, make sure to rest early tonight. The elite camp training can be quite arduous." The following day, at precisely 7 o'clock, the exclusive training ground of the elite camp was bustling. A total of 51 individuals stood in neat formation. Among them, 50 pairs of eyes were curiously drawn to the conspicuous 51st person standing outside the ranks. Clearly, they were intrigued by the sudden appearance of this new entrant. Had it not been for the naval officer standing at the front as their instructor, they would have surely been murmuring amongst themselves. The additional individual in question was, of course, Randall. He stood quietly, maintaining a composed demeanor while discreetly gauging the strength of those around him. Upon a cursory assessment, he discerned that over a dozen of them possessed greater prowess than he. Among them, 3 individuals emanated an especially formidable presence, including Equus and Millis, whom he had encountered the previous day. Although the others were indeed stronger, Randall felt confident in his ability to engage them in combat. Yet, these three instilled within him an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Millis exuded an unparalleled sharpness, reminiscent of a swordsman. Equus radiated a fierce and substantial energy, indicative of his expertise in physical arts. The third individual perplexed him. The aura they projected felt less like that of a person and more akin to a mass of human-shaped cotton. Randall surmised that this with measured grace. He strode to the forefront, his heavy gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd before lingering imperceptibly upon Randall for a fleeting second, then withdrawing. "First matter of business," he declared, pointing toward Randall. "From this day forth, Randall is officially inducted into the elite corps." A ripple of astonishment spread through the ranks. This was unprecedented. Never before had someone been admitted midterm into the elite corps. Though whispers had circulated earlier, hearing it confirmed by Zephyr himself left them struggling to reconcile the notion. Memories of their own grueling trials to earn entry flashed through their minds. What right did this newcomer possess? A storm of resentful glares converged upon Randall. Sensing the simmering discontent, Zephyr suppressed a smirk. Complacency had dulled their fervor for training. Randall's arrival was a timely spark. Since Randall is new, you must be curious about his capabilities. Zephyr mused aloud. Why not settle it with a duel? Nothing reveals the truth like combat. Any volunteers? Randall arched a brow. This hadn't been mentioned earlier. Yet, the prospect delighted him. Battle was his element. Eyes gleamed among the onlookers. The unassuming newcomer hardly seemed formidable. Perhaps some obscure talent had secured his admission. Many itched to test him. Then, as if recalling a detail, Zephyr added, I neglected to mention, he has already faced Pietro. The outcome? Pietro lost. Choose your challengers wisely. Though their duel the prior day had ended abruptly, with Pietro collapsing in a fit of rage, Zephyr deemed the result telling. Defeat in combat was forgivable. Even he couldn't claim invincibility. But Pietro's downfall was his own brittle temperament, a flaw inexcusable for a Marine. Silence. Then shock. Pietro? Their 10th-ranked combatant? The man whose blindingly swift sorrow had tormented them all? Defeated by this stranger? Memories of their own humiliating struggles against Pietro extinguished any lingering eagerness to challenge Randall. The weight of their disbelief now shifted, pinning Pietro under a barrage of incredulous stares. Pietro's face burned crimson. He hunched, head bowed like an ostrich burying itself in sand. The judgment in his comrades' eyes was unbearable. Shame, humiliation, fury, each emotion a suffocating wave threatening to drown him. Note: Saru, a high-speed movement technique in the One Piece universe, is retained as a cultural reference. At this moment, he was consumed by a profound hatred for Randall. Just yesterday, the gazes of those around him were filled with admiration and envy. And now? He found it utterly intolerable. What exacerbated his frustration was the belief that his abilities were not inferior to Randall's. Yesterday had merely been a fluke. Should they face each other once more? He was convinced that Randall would be the one to taste defeat. Yes, once more. He would crush him. He yearned to demonstrate his prowess to all. With this determination, Pietro abruptly lifted his head, startling those nearby. Ignoring their presence, he fixed his gaze on Randall and raised his hand, exclaiming, "I volunteer." At his words, the onlookers paused momentarily, then their expression shifted to one of eager anticipation, keen to witness the capabilities of this newcomer. Zephyr also cast a surprised glance at Pietro. However, he chose not to comment, merely nodding casually. He held little faith in Pietro's chances, sensing that Randall had grown even stronger since yesterday. Chapter 7. Observation. Haki Zifa was taken aback, for he could sense that Randall had grown stronger since yesterday, although his increase in strength was modest. How little time had actually passed. Even accounting for sleep, it was barely 24 hours. While Randall was still weak and capable of rapid improvement, it seemed improbable that such growth could occur so swiftly. All these thoughts flitted through Zifa's mind in an instant. He glanced at Pietro and nodded in agreement to his request for a challenge. Upon seeing Zifa's nod, Pietro immediately stepped forward from the crowd, positioning himself opposite Randall. Yesterday, I underestimated you and failed to notice your sneak attack. Today, allow me to showcase my true prowess, he declared loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. Indeed, he genuinely believed that as long as he gave his all, this lad would stand no chance whatsoever. Randall felt a twinge of displeasure at his words, but refrained from responding, merely resolving to strike harder when the time came. Zifa frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. The other students, however, began to understand. No wonder this individual managed to defeat Pietro. It was a sneak attack coupled with Pietro's complacency. It made sense. Pietro's ultimate technique, the swift cut, had left even those ranked above him in a state of distress. How could he possibly lose to someone like this? In that moment, those who had been intimidated by Randall's previous performance began to feel a twinge of regret. If only they had stepped up to face Randall. Perhaps they could have garnered Zifa's attention. As Pietro and Randall stood face to face, nearly everyone believed that if Pietro did not underestimate his opponent again and unleash the swift cut, victory was assured. There was no room for doubt. Except for Aquis and Millis. Anyone capable of enduring a 5/10 force strike from Millis was undoubtedly formidable. The instructor beside Zifa approached the area between Randall and Pietro, silently inquiring if both were prepared. Receiving affirmative responses, he bellowed, "Let the battle commence." Pietro surged forward without hesitation, observing Pietro's swift advance. Randall raised his arms to shield himself. However, as Pietro dashed midway, he suddenly vanished from Randall's sight. There he is, Pietro's signature move, the swift cut. Even among us, only a little more than half can proficiently employ the 6 styles. This lad is likely witnessing it for the first time. Humph. Pietro's swift cut is executed at double speed. This boy is destined to lose. The students erupted in excitement. If Pietro were to decisively defeat Randall in such a forceful manner, there was no way this boy would ever enter the elite camp. Their sentiment was not born of animosity towards Randall. Rather, it was the thought of their own arduous journey to gain entry into the elite camp that stirred feelings of imbalance within them. Zifa shook his head in resignation. Although the students attempted to lower their voices, his observation haki allowed him to hear everything clearly. It had been 6 months. Yet they still struggled to master the basics of the 6 styles. And they shamelessly spoke of it. Alas, this truly was the weakest cohort he had ever mentored. As the crowd murmured among themselves, the situation in the arena shifted once more. The fundamental technique of rapid footwork requires one to strike the ground numerous times in an instant. Yet, Pietro was able to achieve this over 100 times in a mere moment. As he charged towards Randall, he unleashed his full speed, seemingly teleporting to a position behind Randall. The instant he appeared, he swung his fist toward the vulnerable back of Randall's defense, aiming to vanquish him with unparalleled swiftness, hoping to erase all humiliation. In his mind, this punch was destined to be decisive. Such velocity would surely leave his opponent without a response. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Randall, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped with his left foot, shifting his body a few centimeters to the side. It was this minuscule adjustment that rendered Pietro's seemingly certain blow ineffective. How could this be? Pietro was taken aback, astonished not only that his opponent had sensed his approach, but also that he could react so swiftly. Yet, he had committed all his strength to this strike and could not retract it. To make matters worse, the missed punch caused him to lose his balance momentarily. Randall, of course, seized this golden opportunity. With a retracted right fist, he delivered a powerful blow directly to Pietro's face. In that fleeting moment, he even managed to smirk at Pietro. With a resounding thud, Pietro was sent spiraling through the air, completing a full 360-degree rotation before crashing to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only when Pietro hit the ground that the onlookers began to comprehend what had just occurred. They stared at Pietro in disbelief, questioning whether they were experiencing a hallucination. What had just happened? Wasn't it supposed to be Pietro who secured victory with a single strike? How had it transformed into him being sent flying? Their astonishment was eclipsed by Zifa's own shock. Upon witnessing Randall's evasion, 3 words flashed through his mind: observation haki. But upon further reflection, Zifa realized that Randall had not displayed any characteristics of observation haki. Quickly, he recalled the peculiar energy within Randall. Could it be that energy was the reason? Could that energy possess the qualities of observation haki? Zifa was correct in his conjecture. Randall's ability to detect Pietro's presence stemmed from his vital energy. This energy, being a form of life force, was inherently sensitive to other life forms. Thanks to the substantial meal he had consumed the previous day, The vitality within Randall had grown even stronger, enhancing his sensitivity to an extraordinary degree. In fact, within a limited range, it was nearly comparable to observation hockey. Thus, Pietro found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, Pietro finally accepted the harsh reality. He rose to his feet, casting a dark glare at Randall. "How could you possibly have detected me? Were you playing me yesterday?" Randall shrugged and replied, "Yesterday, I was indeed about evenly matched with you, but today, you should concede. The energy with the ability of observation hockey is simply too overpowered." This was equivalent to Pietro's greatest strength and speed, utterly rendered obsolete. An insurmountable challenge. However, upon hearing these words, Pietro erupted in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are still far from being able to defeat me. Your previous victories were merely due to luck. I shall not grant you any further opportunities." Randall sighed. "Since you are so obstinate, let me make you face the harsh reality." His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he struck the ground numerous times, disappearing from sight. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This individual could actually utilize the technique of shaving? And with such remarkable proficiency, what kind of monster was this? At that moment, they began to comprehend why Zephyr had made the extraordinary decision to recruit this person into the elite camp. In comparison to him, the elite trainees felt utterly undeserving of their titles. Chapter 8. What is your justice? As Randall made his move, Pietro swiftly retaliated. Shuinpa, with even greater speed. He vanished from his original position, attempting once more to circle behind Randall. Yet, under Randall's heightened perception, Pietro's trajectory was as clear as day. Observing this, Randall altered his own path without hesitation, positioning himself directly in Pietro's path before the latter could react. His right fist rose, half of his gathered energy coalescing into that single strike. Pietro's eyes widened in alarm, but momentum betrayed him. He couldn't stop. With a dull thud, fist met chest. The impact visibly caved in Pietro's torso, sending him hurtling backward over a dozen meters. The sheer force of the blow was undeniable. Yet the cruel irony lay in the fact that Pietro's greatest strength, his speed, had become his downfall. The very essence of his Shuinpa, its blinding velocity, rendered him unable to control his own movements once unleashed. Unchecked power, after all, becomes a weapon for the enemy to wield. And Pietro's current state was the perfect testament to that truth. Despite the severity of his injuries, Pietro clung to consciousness. Lying prone, he lifted his head weakly, squinting against the sunlight that haloed Randall's silhouette. Though he couldn't discern Randall's expression through the glare, his mind conjured it vividly. Mockery, disdain, provocation, triumph. Had their roles been reversed, he knew he'd were the same. The thought was the final straw. With a choked gasp, blood spilled from his lips as darkness claimed him. Deja vu silence blanketed the training grounds. The assembled cadets stared, mute, at Pietro's crumpled form, some stunned, others disbelieving, a few exhilarated, and the rest indifferent. Yet one thing was certain. Randall's overwhelming victory had shattered any lingering doubts about his place among them. Hostility, though not erased, was buried deep. Good. Very good. Zephyr's voice boomed with approval. Now, does anyone else wish to challenge him? The question was met with palpable reluctance. Pietro still lay unconscious, a stark reminder of the consequences. Who in their right mind would willingly face this monster? Even those ranked above Pietro couldn't have dismantled him so effortlessly, save for the top 3 freaks of their class. Forget it. They were seniors, after all. There was no need to stoop to a rookie's level. Zephyr sighed inwardly at their subdued reactions. At least their arrogance has been tempered. Very well. From today onward, Randall is one of you. The cadets bowed their heads in silent acknowledgement. Randall, meanwhile, returned to his original position without a trace of arrogance. Watching his composed demeanor, Zephyr nodded in quiet satisfaction. Subsequently, he remarked, I wish to announce something. In 1 month, there will be an assessment. The details of the assessment will be revealed in due course. First, let me discuss the rewards for this assessment. The top 3 performers will receive my personal guidance for 3 months. Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Even the usually stoic Millers exhibited a flicker of fervor in their eyes. Why did they aspire to join the elite camp? It was undoubtedly for the chance to learn from Zephyr. Yet, what was Zephyr's status? Although he oversaw the elite camp, the daily instruction was predominantly conducted by his students, with his direct teaching being a rare occurrence. Now, the prospect of receiving personal mentorship from Zephyr lay before them. How could they not be exhilarated? Determination surged within each heart. They resolved to train twice as hard over the coming month. As long as they could endure, they would push themselves to the limits. Zephyr was pleased with their response. He continued, "All right, commence your training. Oh, by the way, Randall, you have yet to learn the 6 styles, correct? Come here for a moment." In an instant, all eyes turned to Randall. He had never learned the 6 styles? What about the shave he just performed? Could it be? They recalled Randall's battle with Pietro the previous day, and a terrifying thought crossed their minds. Surely, this lad could not have merely observed Pietro's use of the shave and learned it so swiftly. Could he? Among them, the fastest learners had taken weeks to master it. Randall disregarded their curious stares and obediently followed Zephyr, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was currently in need of some ranged attack methods. The Gale Foot and Finger Pistol from the 6 styles were precisely what he required. With these techniques, his capabilities would become more comprehensive. He had already resolved not to consume a devil fruit, but rather to specialize in martial arts. Although he was indeed envious of the various powers afforded by the devil fruits, he could not accept the notion of acquiring such power at the cost of an absolute weakness. By specializing in martial arts, he could reach the pinnacle of this world as well. He glanced up at Zephyr ahead of him. This man was a living testament to that possibility. Moments later, Randall followed Zephyr to an empty training ground. Upon reaching the center of the arena, Zephyr turned to face Randall, gazing intently into his eyes. Randall anticipated that Zephyr would immediately begin his instruction, but was surprised to hear him say, "Randall, your induction into the Navy and the elite camp was entirely my decision. Before I teach you the 6 styles, I wish to inquire about your perspective on justice." As he spoke, Zephyr's piercing gaze, sharper than an eagle soaring through the skies, seemed to scrutinize Randall as if seeking to uncover his very essence. The Navy could not accept an individual with an unclear past into its ranks, especially into the new recruits camp. Prior to this, Crane had conducted an investigation into Randall's background, yet the results were utterly blank. This individual appeared to have emerged from nowhere, leaving no trace behind. This may appear suspicious at first glance, yet to the esteemed figures, it is of little consequence. At the very least, it serves to demonstrate that Randall bears no connection to the pirates. Thus, joining the Navy is not entirely out of the question, especially considering Randall's youth. More importantly, Zephyr trusts his own judgment. At this moment, Zephyr deliberately inquires about Randall, wishing to ascertain whether he is indeed worthy. Randall is momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Zephyr to pose such a question. He was caught off guard, yet as a transmigrator, this inquiry is rather simple to address. Ultimately, however, Randall refrains from offering a mere platitude, instead expressing his genuine sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, he states, "To eradicate all evil from this world is true justice. As for what constitutes evil, I shall perceive it through my own eyes." Chapter 9. Learning the 6 styles, eradicating all the evils in the world is the essence of justice. As for what constitutes evil, one must perceive it through one's own eyes. Randall gazed intently into Zephyr's eyes and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter as he patted Randall on the shoulder. That response is quite commendable, although somewhat naive and a tad clever. It is, indeed, satisfactory. At least it is not filled with empty rhetoric. Then, shifting the topic, Zephyr continued, "However, justice is not merely articulated. It is demonstrated through strength. Henceforth, I shall teach you the 6 styles." Despite his curiosity about Zephyr's abrupt change in demeanor, Randall knew that strengthening himself was of paramount importance, and he promptly adopted a serious attitude. Zephyr pondered for a moment and inquired, "Randall, that energy of yours can likely offer effects akin to observation hockey, correct?" While phrased as a question, Zephyr's tone was more declarative. Randall, unperturbed that such a formidable figure could sense his aura, nodded affirmatively. Zephyr then declared, "Very well. Let us engage in battle. Since you have already grasped an ability similar to observation hockey, combat shall serve as the most effective means of learning. Use your body to perceive how I employ the 6 styles." A chill ran down Randall's spine. He had no intention of refusing. After all, He recognized the truth in Zephyr's words. Thus, he adopted a fighting stance and said, "Master Zephyr, please bestow your teachings upon me." "Excellent." Zephyr's eyes gleamed with intensity as he responded, "Let us begin." Unlike Randall's tense demeanor, Zephyr stood there with his arms crossed, entirely unguarded. Having offended Master Zephyr, Randall did not hesitate. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Zephyr. Bang! Randall's right fist struck Zephyr's chest. However, he felt as though he had struck solid steel rather than flesh. Retracting his somewhat sore hand, he heard Zephyr's voice. Laced with amusement, accelerating blood flow enhances muscle movement, granting a defense comparable to iron. This is the iron block. Its only drawback is the inability to move freely. How does it feel? The power of the iron block? Randall chuckled and replied, "So, that's how it is." No sooner had he spoken than he felt his blood flow quicken, and the muscles in his right arm surged with newfound vigor. In an instant, his fist collided with Zephyr's chest again. Clang! This time, it was akin to two metals clashing. Iron block, shattered jade. Zephyr's pupils constricted. Such force could not harm him. Yet he was astonished that Randall had instantaneously mastered the iron block after merely observing it once. Not only had he grasped it, but he had also innovatively applied its derivative technique. This lad is truly a prodigy. The next moment, Zephyr grinned widely, impressive. Now, behold this technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr vanished from Randall's sight. When he reappeared, he was already positioned behind Randall, concentrating all his strength in his index finger. He unleashed a strike akin to a bullet with a hardened fingertip in a flash. This is the finger gun. At that moment, Randall heard the sound of air being sliced. His expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to evade. Yet, at the last moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to remain steadfast, simultaneously employing iron block. He prepared to endure the blow. Zephyr's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. Yet his subordinates did not relent. Instead, they silently intensified their efforts. "Since you wish to withstand it, then brace yourself." With a thunderous bang, Randall was sent flying. Unable to withstand even half a second, he soared several meters before the overwhelming force finally dissipated, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. He adjusted his posture and landed on the ground. Feeling the excruciating sting in his back, he cast a horrified glance at Zephyr. This was hardly comparable to a bullet. Surely, even a naval cannonball could not match this power. "Hey, kid, don't lose focus. This is a battle." In the next instant, Zephyr vanished, and his voice came from above to the right. Utilizing a rapid kick that created a vacuum, he unleashed a cutting wave to attack distant foes. This is the Gale kick. Randall's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly turned around, only to see Zephyr's right leg bent, unleashing a blue cutting wave that sliced through the air towards him. Randall cursed inwardly and hastily dodged with a shave. He dared not take this blow head-on. As he vanished from sight, the cutting wave struck where he had just stood. In an instant, the steel-plated floor cracked open, leaving a gash several meters long. Randall, still shaken, gazed at the fissure, relieved he hadn't braced for it. Otherwise, he would have been split open as well. However, he had now mastered both the Gale kick and the finger gun, fixating on Zephyr's silhouette in the distance. Randall stomped the ground multiple times. Shave. And finger gun. He instantly appeared before Zephyr, his right index finger raised, channeling all his strength into that one digit, aiming it at Zephyr. To his surprise, Zephyr was not angered, but instead expressed astonishment and delight. "Well done, young one." Employing the finger gun while using shave. This significantly enhances its power. Yet, despite the increased might, it cannot hit. As Randall anticipated Zephyr would brace with iron block, he was taken aback as Zephyr's body suddenly became as supple as paper. In alignment with the trajectory of the finger gun, Zephyr executed an astonishing evasive maneuver. The strike missed. Then Randall felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body becoming weightless as he was hurled away. Simultaneously, he heard Zephyr calmly explain, by relinquishing all bodily strength and attuning to the shifts in airflow caused by an opponent's movements, one can render the body as light as paper, allowing for effortless control. All attacks directed at oneself can be narrowly evaded. This is the paper drawing technique. This move is the most challenging to master among the 6 forms. But for you, it should be easier than the others, right? Randall steadied himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this what Master Zephyr meant? As he spoke, Randall consciously relaxed his body, and his entire form seemed to soften, swaying gently with the breeze. Most notably, while his upper body became pliable, his legs remained firm, and he swiftly delivered a kick towards Zephyr. In an instant, a blue slicing wave shot forth. Arisher kick. Zephyr exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Well done. To master it so quickly, you truly astonish me. He continued, now, watch closely for the final move. With that, Zephyr forcefully stomped the ground. Not by employing the shave technique, but rather launching himself into the air, effortlessly evading the Arisher kick. Observing Zephyr, he defied the laws of physics, remaining suspended in midair. He attuned himself to the flow of the air and executed the shave technique to propel himself forcefully against the atmosphere. This was the moonwalk. Randall took a deep breath and, emulating Zephyr, ascended into the air. He attuned himself to the currents of the atmosphere, and then he stepped down. Witnessing Randall execute the moonwalk flawlessly left even Zephyr momentarily speechless. How much time had passed? Had he truly grasped the six styles so swiftly? Who would believe such a claim if it were spoken aloud? Had he not been a witness, he himself would have found it hard to believe. Chapter 10. Soaring Strength. An appetite. Randall practiced moonwalk in midair while experimenting with the newly acquired techniques finger gun, tempest kick, and shave. The exhilaration of mastering these skills made him momentarily forget Zephyr's presence. With a smirk, Zephyr vanished and reappeared above Randall's. His fists clenched as he brought them crashing down onto Randall's head. A sharp whoosh followed by a thunderous boom. Randall's body slammed into the ground. Groaning, he staggered to his feet, rubbing his throbbing skull. Had he not instinctively activated Iron Body, the impact would have surely left him concussed. Unapologetic about the ambush, Zephyr grinned. Now that you've learned them, let's see how well you can wield the six powers in real combat. Randall returned the smile. As a battle enthusiast, the opportunity to spar with someone like Zephyr was nothing short of a dream. An hour later, the fight concluded. Zephyr stood composed, his breathing steady, attire immaculate, no trace of the skirmish visible. In stark contrast, Randall had swollen considerably, his face tender to the touch. Wincing, he gingerly prodded his bruised cheek before jerking his hand away. This old man hits like a beast. The training grounds bore witness to the aftermath, imprints of Randall's body scattered across the floor. Ignoring Randall's resentful glare, Zephyr strode off, invigorated. The moment he stepped outside, however, his expression shifted. Bewilderment clouded his gaze. Never in his life had he encountered such prodigious talent. In that single hour of, combat, Randall had somehow grasped life return, an advanced technique. Mastering the six powers instantly was one thing, but this was outright absurd. Zephyr had planned to teach him that skill later. How long had it taken him to learn it back in the day? A week, at least. This kid, he's not even human. Meanwhile, Randall remained in the training grounds, a mix of agony and euphoria surging through him. Though thoroughly battered, his strength had undergone an unprecedented leap. Not only had he perfected the six powers, expanding his combat repertoire, but mid-battle, he had also deciphered their advanced form, Life Return. After all, Life Return was merely refined bodily control, and the six powers laid its foundation. Add to that Zephyr's unconscious demonstration of the technique during their fight. Had Randall failed to grasp it, he might as well have been useless. 50 elite soldiers still struggling with the six powers. Once certain Zephyr was gone, Randall chuckled and activated Life Return. The swelling across his body visibly receded, his form restoring itself within moments. That old man really doesn't hold back. Surveying the countless imprints he'd left on the floor, Randall clicked his tongue before moving to a relatively intact patch of ground. Time to train, alone. The six forms are merely the foundational elements. What follows in terms of application relies on one's innate talent and ingenuity. A true master will undoubtedly possess a unique interpretation of the six forms, a lesson imparted by Zephyr himself. Hours later, within the desolate training arena, the sound of slicing wind occasionally pierced the silence. In an instant, Randall's figure materialized. Finger gun, chrysanthemum. His right arm darted forth in a series of rapid jabs. The arm, as supple as parchment, belied the iron-hard firmness of his extended index finger. Should an adversary stand before him at that moment, they would witness a resplendent chrysanthemum blooming before their eyes. only to find themselves ensnared in its dazzling display. This technique, a fusion of the finger gun and paper drawing, boasts an unpredictable trajectory, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Next came flying finger gun. Myriad stars. Randall's index finger flickered with such speed that it seemed to tremble. Visually, it appeared as though his arm had vanished entirely. As he executed the motion, countless points of light erupted forth, reminiscent of a sky filled with twinkling stars. This maneuver required no further explanation. Its essence lay in its swiftness and expansive reach. Specifically designed for speed-oriented opponents like Pietro. When precision was unattainable, Randall opted for a broader approach, transforming it into an all-encompassing attack. Then came the decisive strike. Iron fist, impact steel. Randall retracted his right arm, gathering energy for a heartbeat before unleashing a powerful straight punch. The fist collided with the air, producing a thunderous boom. Moments later, another resounding crack echoed as a distinct mark appeared on the wall opposite him. A transparent path of air between Randall's fist and the wall gradually dissipated. This technique stood in stark contrast to the flying finger gun. Myriad stars, it concentrated power into a singular and devastating blow. Lastly, there was raging foot, storm slash. Randall inhaled deeply, his right leg tensing like a coiled spring, compressed to its utmost limit. Then, with explosive force, he delivered a kick. A brilliant blue slash shot forth, racing toward the distant wall. Clang. The wall, which had previously been impervious to Randall's raging foot, now bore an unfathomable gash. Observing his handiwork, Randall nodded in satisfaction. This was the fruit of his arduous hours of training. In addition to these techniques, he had also mastered several displacement and evasion maneuvers, though they need not be elaborated upon. Randall pondered that, with his current strength, he could likely contend with Miller. But the muscular Aquis was a worthy challenge he felt prepared to face. His power had surged dramatically, just as he reveled in his triumph. A thunderous growl emanated from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Randall swore he had never felt such hunger. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the dining hall. To the astonishment of all present, the height of the food on Randall's plate visibly surged at an astonishing rate. An hour later, amidst the vacant gazes of the onlookers, Randall set down the 50th plate, wiping his mouth with a sense of lingering satisfaction. Having mastered the art of life restoration, Randall's appetite had experienced an explosive surge. The nutrient-rich meats, upon entering his stomach, were swiftly transformed into pure energy, subsequently stored throughout his body. This energy served as a personal supply, sustaining him whenever necessary. Randall now comprehended why the formidable beings consumed such copious amounts of food and how they could endure battles lasting 10 days and nights. He mused that he, too, could achieve such feats. Of course, 10 days and nights were still a stretch. Under full exertion, a day and a night was indeed feasible. Randall patted his still flat abdomen, disregarding the multitude of astonished stares, and swaggered away with confidence. Chapter 11. A simple matter of skill that afternoon, Randall's first order of business was to seek out Aquis. A duel. Zephyr, too, advocated for teaching according to individual aptitude. The top 3 elites of the training camp, Miles, Aquis, and that devil fruit user, stood leagues above the rest. Given the vast disparity in strength, Zephyr permitted them to train according to their own methods. After all, for these individuals, following the regimented drills of the main group would be nothing but a waste of time. As for Randall, that inhuman monster, he had even less need to adhere to the standard training. This flexible approach to instruction made Randall's challenge to Aquis a feasible endeavor. Aquis had originally intended to continue tempering his physique in the gravity chamber, only to be intercepted by Randall. His expression flickered with surprise as he asked, "You wish to fight me? Are you certain?" He was aware of Randall's competence, but only just that, competence. The previous day, Randall had barely managed to withstand a single strike from Miles at half strength, exhausting every ounce of his effort. And Aquis? He was someone who could trade blows with Miles on equal footing. True, he had only ever won once, and never again thereafter. But that single victory had been hard fought. A narrow defeat snatched from the jaws of triumph. A narrow defeat. Thus, he saw little merit in engaging Randall. "I'm certain. Please, fight me. I beg of you," Randall declared with unwavering resolve. Aquis had meant to refuse, but the blazing determination in Randall's eyes mirrored his own past self. The words of rejection withered on his tongue. Very well. I accept your challenge. Aquis barked. Prepare yourself for days of bed rest, boy. Overjoyed, Randall grinned. My thanks. Moments later, the two stood facing each other in the training grounds, 10 meters apart. Aquis remained relaxed, beckoning with a casual wave. Come then. In his estimation, this bout would conclude swiftly if he fought seriously. To spare Randall's fragile pride, he would allow the younger man the first move. Randall wasted no time. Then here I come. With a thunderous stomp, he vanished without a trace. Aquis's mind reeled. What the? This speed, it defied reason. During Randall's earlier spar with Pietro, his movements had been discernible, traceable. But now, the instant Randall disappeared, Aquis's instinct screamed in alarm. A phantom pain lanced down his spine. So vivid it bordered on hallucination. His hair stood on end as he twisted his torso sideways with desperate force, barely managing to shift his body a few critical inches. A deafening roar erupted beside his ear. A transparent shockwave of compressed air grazed past his arm. Iron fist, impact steel. The sheer lethality of the technique sent a chill down Aquis's spine. Had that landed cleanly, he would have been finished. He hastily retreated, putting distance between himself and Randall. Hey, you actually held back when fighting Pietro this morning? To think you were concealing such a brutal technique. How devious. Randall retracted his fist with a hint of regret. Having failed to land the strike, he had hoped to catch his opponent off guard and inflict as much damage as possible. Yet, he had underestimated the perception and reflexes of such formidable adversaries. At Aqua's teasing remark, Randall rolled his eyes and scoffed. Devious? That's slander. I'll have you know. I didn't even know this move before. It was only after Instructor Zephyr taught me the 6 powers this morning that I improvised it myself. Oh, so you figured it out after learning from Instructor Zephyr. Wait, what? Aqua's expression twisted into exaggerated disbelief. Are you telling me that in just a few hours, you not only mastered the 6 powers but also developed your own technique? And one with such absurd power at that? You can't be serious. Randall nodded calmly. Indeed. A few hours to learn the 6 powers, assimilate them, and then create my own move. What is the issue? Aquis? When I type a question mark. It's not because I have a question. It's because you are the question. What is the issue? You ask me what is the issue. Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to learn the 6 powers? Aquis nearly tore at his hair in frustration. 3 weeks. Almost a whole damn month. And I thought that was fast. Even among the current vice admirals, I was the quickest learner. His past pride, 3 weeks to master the 6 powers, now felt like a distant, foolish memory. The present thought, 3 weeks just to learn them, made him want to scream. How could someone so absurd exist? In an instant, he felt utterly worthless. That fleeting pride of his youth had vanished like smoke. Randall, inwardly preening at Aqua's reaction, suppressed a smirk. Ah. What is the point of having talent if you don't flaunt it? True superiority shines brightest when contrasted with mediocrity. He felt almost giddy with smugness. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh, is mastering the 6 powers in a few hours really that outrageous? It's hardly difficult. Anyone with hands could do it. Speaking of which, how long did it take you, Aquis? Surely not more than a day, right? Right? With every word, Aqua's expression darkened further, until his face resembled a storm cloud. A sinister aura swirled around him, as though a demon had clawed its way from the depths of hell, thirsting for vengeance. By the time Randall noticed the chilling shift in the atmosphere, it was too late. Swallowing hard, he stammered, Aquis? What are you planning? Had he pushed things too far this time? Aqua's voice was a low, dangerous growl. What am I planning? Equi sneered viciously at Randall. Swallowing hard. Randall opened his mouth to speak, only to see Equi stomp the ground and charge toward him like a cannonball. Sensing the unstoppable momentum, Randall's heart nearly skipped a beat. He hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! An overwhelming force surged through his arms, rattling his entire body. Randall chose to relax his stance, allowing himself to be flung backward to dissipate the impact. Shaking his numbed arms, he barely had time to react before Equis lunged at him again. I'll show you what problems are. I'll make sure you regret having hands. You won't last more than a day. Equis spat the words through clenched teeth, each punch fiercer than the last, all aimed squarely at Randall's face. Under Equis's relentless assault, Randall could only stagger backward, barely managing to block the devastating blows raining down upon him. Chapter 12. The impending test. Randall now regretted his loose tongue. Aquitha's fists were devastatingly heavy, each blow sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Damn, that really hurts. Wait, Randall suddenly bellowed. Aquitha's relentless barrage hesitated for the briefest moment before continuing its assault. That fleeting pause might have been imperceptible to an ordinary person, but for Randall, it was enough. Seizing the momentary lapse in his opponent's focus, he swiftly created distance with a rapid movement, then vigorously rubbed his bruised arms. Hiss, surveying the mottled patches of blue and purple on his arms, Randall's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Aquith had ceased his attack. Having vented his fury, his anger had mostly subsided. Yet, as he observed Randall standing at a distance, bearing nothing more than superficial bruises, Aquitha's recently calm mind was once again engulfed in turmoil. His earlier flurry of punches, though devoid of technique, had been delivered with full, unrestrained force. And yet, Randall had emerged practically unscathed. Just this morning, I was confident I could crush him. What the hell is going on? Coach, someone is cheating. Ban him. Then, in the next instant, Aquith witnessed something that shattered his composure completely. Randall clenched his fists, and before his eyes, the bruises on his arms visibly faded, disappearing entirely within moments. Aquith stood frozen for 3 full seconds before rasping out, This is. Randall, ever the show-off once the pain was gone, flexed his perfectly healed arms and declared, life return. No big deal. The confirmation of his suspicion left Aquith utterly shattered. Damn it, I only just mastered life return myself recently. This is beyond unfair. Not only is he not banned, but he has unlocked an even bigger cheat. Is there no justice? No law. Sensing Aquitha's rising agitation, Randall hastily added, it took me over an hour to get the hang of it. You know. It was instant. Aquitha's expression twisted further. An hour? That is supposed to be long. Randall chuckled awkwardly before adopting a solemn tone. Just don't hit the face. Both brimming with boundless energy, their battle raged on until dusk, ending only when dinner called. Randall winced as he prodded his aching chest. Still lost in the end. But damn, that was fun. Indeed, despite Randall's staggering progress that had left Aquith reeling, his talent alone hadn't been enough to secure victory. After all, Aquith was the second-ranked elite in their division. Randall could sense it. Aquith was already brushing against the threshold of armament hockey. And that was why he had lost. Every strike he landed on Aquith might as well have been aimed at tempered steel. Even the mightiest iron fist, the impact steel, only inflicted minor wounds under Equus's proactive defense, hardly impeding his opponent's movements. However, when the opponent's fist struck him, he found himself needing a considerable amount of time to recover, especially after Equus unleashed his finishing move that drew blood. Randall couldn't help but lament how far he still had to go. Yet, Equus perceived matters differently. He gazed at the contemplative Randall with a complex expression and remarked in a low tone, if we were to wait another month, I might not stand a chance against you. You, my friend, are truly akin to a monster. It was the first time he had encountered someone so extraordinary. Perhaps Randall was destined to become a figure akin to those 3 formidable monsters. Randall chuckled, choosing to shift the topic. Let's go. Time for a meal. In the days that followed, Randall devoted his mornings to the training grounds, diligently familiarizing himself with his techniques. For the time being, these skills sufficed, and there was no need to invent more. As the saying goes, quality surpasses quantity. In the afternoons, it was time for the brawny confrontations. Equus initially felt quite pleased. Eagerly anticipating a worthy adversary, yet soon found himself somewhat disheartened. Randall was progressing at an astonishing rate, not in raw power, but in the application of his techniques. During their consecutive battles, Equus sensed that his own attack patterns had been thoroughly deciphered by Randall, leading to an immensely frustrating experience where he struggled to land a hit and spent the entirety of the match on the receiving end. Nonetheless, he ultimately did not suffer defeat, though he did not emerge victorious either. Such combat experiences were invaluable to him, a blend of pain and joy. Thus, he often found himself voluntarily heading to the training grounds, awaiting Randall's arrival. During this period, Pietro, undeterred by past losses, sought out Randall once more. However, This encounter ended in a more humiliating defeat than before, after which he never returned. Days passed, and soon a month had gone by. At the port square, precisely at 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone, including Randall and Millers, stood in orderly formation. In the distance, an officer with dark purple mohawk hair, a handlebar mustache, and clad in a cloak of justice approached. Randall's eyes flickered as he recognized the distinctive hairstyle and the sword at the officer's waist. It was General Squirrel, a formidable swordsman. He strode before the gathered individuals, his sharp gaze sweeping across each face, lingering momentarily on Randall and Millers, one brought in personally by Master Zephyr. The other a promising swordsman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am General Squirrel, the examiner for this assessment. The location of the evaluation is on a small island under the Navy's jurisdiction. Your task is to survive for 72 hours on this island. At this point, General Squirrel smiled, revealing his stark white teeth. A chill coursed through the crowd. The flying squirrel then spoke. Certainly, survival is merely the most fundamental requirement. On this island, a myriad of formidable creatures exists, each having undergone transformation, possessing extraordinary prowess. Your task is to hunt these modified animals, as many as possible, while ensuring your own survival. Each creature is adorned with iron rings of varying colors, corresponding to different levels of strength and, consequently, different scores. In simple terms, after 72 hours, those who come before me must present these iron rings, and I shall tally the scores. Is everything clear? The crowd harbored diverse thoughts. Yet they all responded in unison to the flying squirrel's final commanding shout. In the depths of his mind, Randall pondered, are these modified creatures legitimate? Surely they aren't those transformed by Vegapunk, are they? Half machine, half animal? Observing the crowd's response, the flying squirrel nodded and proclaimed, then, let us board the ship. Chapter 13. The prey standing on the deck. Randall was greeted by the pungent yet invigorating sea breeze. He reveled in the sensation of the wind brushing against his face, his gaze wandering far into the distance. For an entire month, he had been engaged in relentless battles with Aquis. However, perhaps due to Aquis's incomplete mastery of the hockey of armament, Randall found himself equally perplexed by its intricacies. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. If Aquis were to learn of his sentiments, he would surely be distraught, pounding the ground in frustration. After all, he had been in the elite camp for 6 months, during which he received special guidance from Zephyr, merely scratching the surface of the fundamentals. Even so, Zephyr had praised his remarkable talent. And now, to imply that one could master hockey in merely a month? Such aspirations seem utterly fanciful. What? You claim to have mastered the 6 forms in a single encounter and grasped the return-to-life technique in just an hour? Then, nothing more to say. Your talent grants you the right to declare anything as truth. At this moment, Randall found himself pondering, or perhaps daydreaming. Given that the creatures on that island were said to have undergone modifications, could there be a sliver of possibility that they possessed the hockey of armament? Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own musings. What did hockey signify for individuals like them in the elite camp? It denoted invincibility. Indeed. Apart from the top 3 contenders and Randall himself, the others need not bother with the assessments. Surely, the Navy would not be so merciless, would they? After more than 2 hours of navigation, Randall sensed the vessel's speed gradually slackening. He raised his eyes and beheld the lush outline of a small island emerging in the distance. Experimentation Island number 003, the very arena for this assessment. 51 candidates stood, some hesitant, some troubled, others exhibiting trepidation, deep in thought, filled with expectation or indifferent. Beside them, the weasel discreetly observed the myriad expressions, internally lamenting the pitifully low attendance in this round of the elite camp. To speak candidly, it was akin to sifting for gold in excrement. Fortunately, among them were individuals like Millers and Aquis, preventing the elite camp from becoming a mere shadow of its former self. As he contemplated this, his gaze lingered on one individual, an expression of regret crossing his face. That person was none other than the wielder of the devil fruit powers that Randall had sensed earlier, the formidable Cotton, currently ranked 3rd. He was also the one with the highest combat potential upon entering the elite camp. 3 years younger than Randall, yet possessing a combat potential of 500. However, ever since he consumed the fruit, everything had changed. The special paramecia type, cotton fruit, allowed him to transform into cotton and generate it at will. A fruit brimming with potential. Though Zephyr held a disdain for devil fruits, he could not deny the strength of their users, and thus perceived the rise of a promising star. Yet, ever since he ingested the fruit, this individual had become lethargic, and his strength had stagnated, showing little to no growth since. This also allowed Millers and Aquis to rise above. Zephyr, feeling exasperated, had reprimanded him several times and even struck him. Yet the individual remained utterly unyielding, akin to a lifeless pig. Over time, Zephyr grew weary of the futile endeavor. Nevertheless, he still maintained the third position within the elite camp. One can only imagine the caliber of this elite cohort. Mongoose let out a sigh. Moments later, the warship anchored. In an instant, Mongoose appeared on the vacant shore, his speed eliciting gasps of astonishment. Even Millers, Aquis, and Milland merely sensed a hint of his presence. This was merely a whimsical display of power by the other party. In that fleeting moment, a yearning for strength ignited in the eyes of all present. One by one, they disembarked from the warship, aligning themselves before Mongoose. Without any intention of idle chatter, he glanced at his watch and proclaimed, "Thus, the assessment shall officially commence. The rules have already been conveyed to you. I shall await your return here in 72 hours. Best of luck to you all." The soldier's resolute demeanor instilled a sense of urgency among the crowd. Mongoose discerned that some individuals harbored trepidation and sighed inwardly, then inquired, "So, I shall ask one final time, does anyone wish to withdraw from this assessment?" His question evidently stirred hesitation in a few. However, Mongoose continued, "Those who opt to withdraw will be expelled from the elite camp and will have to start anew as recruits." At this, the flicker of hesitation swiftly extinguished. Now, let the assessment begin. Each individual, harboring their own thoughts, ventured into the forest. Some chose to tread alone, while others paired up. Those confident in their abilities naturally selected solitary paths. Randall, Aquis, and Millers exchanged glances before each set off in a different direction, acutely aware that they were each other's most formidable competitors. Indeed, the top three would receive rewards, yet who among them did not aspire to claim the title of first? As for Cotton, it seemed he might well find a safe spot to slumber for 3 days, utterly devoid of threat. However, as Randall pressed onward, he failed to notice Pietro casting a fleeting glance in his direction. One cannot conceal the intent behind a gaze that yearns to strike. In the blink of an eye, all had vanished into the depths of the forest. Mongoose surveyed the dense, shadowy woods, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Enjoy yourselves, boys. I hope this trial meets your expectations, and may you not be overly astonished upon encountering those formidable modified beasts with armed haki." Students, translate. What on earth constitutes a surprise? Randall, I am utterly surprised. With a serious demeanor, of course, this was merely an assessment, not an assassination. Those modified beasts had been programmed with a safety protocol. Should they detect a student nearing death, they would forcibly shut down to prevent fatality. While this may not entirely eliminate the possibility of death, they were, after all, soldiers. In the forest, the dense foliage enveloped the sky, filtering the sunlight that managed to pierce through the cracks. There was light, albeit scarce. In his line of sight, a myriad of diverse plants stretched out before him, causing his eyes to blur after prolonged observation. This incessant tension kept his spirit taut. Randall traversed the forest with a brisk pace, yet unlike others, he remained remarkably relaxed. His innate ability to sense life surpassed even the keenest awareness of his surroundings, akin to possessing a map overlay. The location of any adversary was crystal clear, rendering ambushes utterly unnecessary. After sprinting nearly 3 kilometers, Randall's strides abruptly halted. Within the realm of his heightened perception, nestled amidst a cluster of foliage to his upper right, lay an entity resembling a bulb, utterly still. This elongated creature lay in wait, poised to deliver a lethal strike to its unsuspecting prey. Little did it know, however, that the very quarry it coveted had already identified it as the prey. Chapter 14. The Overlord. As Randall came to a halt, he bent his right leg and executed a powerful kick. The gale foot, a wave of azure energy surged forth, instantly shattering the cluster of branches and leaves. 3 elongated segments plummeted to the ground. Yet, This was not the end. The slicing wave ascended, carving a radiant path through the dense foliage. Stepping forward, Randall was taken aback to find a serpent, severed into 3 pieces, sprawled upon the forest floor. This serpent measured 5 to 6 meters in length and was as thick as an adult's arm. Most strikingly, both its head and tail exhibited unmistakable mechanical features. Additionally, a blue circular ring was affixed to the serpent's body at a 7-inch mark. Even in its dismembered state, the serpent remained alive, thrashing with considerable vigor. Randall advanced cautiously, placing his foot firmly upon its head before applying pressure. A few violent convulsions ensued before the creature lay still, satisfied with its demise. Randall approached and removed the blue ring from its body, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. This forest, indeed, harbored considerable dangers, he mused to himself. Although it appeared he had effortlessly vanquished the serpent, such ease was a luxury afforded only to him. For the other members of the elite camp, facing such a creature could prove perilous. After all, had it not been for his map, he would not have so readily detected the serpent's presence. Moreover, while the serpent was non-venomous, one could only speculate whether this engineered serpent might possess toxic capabilities. After a brief moment of silent homage for his companions, Randall pressed onward. He harbored a disdain for such adversaries. If only he could encounter tigers or bears instead, that would be far more preferable. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly dodged to the side, just as a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A shadow zipped past him, narrowly grazing his arm before crashing into a tree. The subsequent thud resounded ominously. Randall beheld a flash of fire erupting from the hole created by the impact. The tree, as thick as a bowl, snapped cleanly in 2. Though the shadow had moved with astonishing speed, Randall discerned its true nature. A metallic bee. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Such ferocity exhibited by a mere bee was excessive. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, bees typically appeared in swarms. His suspicions were confirmed as a cacophony of buzzing erupted, akin to a rolling thunder. Randall stiffly turned his neck to discover a multitude of bees, densely packed, advancing toward him like a dark shroud. Panic surged within him. If it were a singularly powerful foe, he would not be overly concerned. Yet, he found such numerous and diminutive adversaries particularly vexing. He retreated swiftly, his arms a flurry of movement, seemingly vanishing from sight. Countless points of light erupted, twinkling beneath the dark veil, reminiscent of a starry sky. Starburst shot, myriad stars. The moment their paths crossed, a violent explosion ensued. The explosive power of a single bee may be negligible, but what of hundreds, or even thousands, of them? Randall was momentarily blinded by a burst of flames. His pupils constricted as he wielded a metal block. In the next instant, he was hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion. Upon landing, he did not dare to look back. He simply turned and fled. He ran for what felt like an eternity, until the buzzing sound behind him gradually faded. With a lingering sense of dread, he glanced back, exhilarated by the thrill. Taking a deep breath, Randall stood still, for a profound silence enveloped him. It was too quiet. Devoid of the sounds of insects and birds, an anomaly in the heart of the forest. Randall understood that this could signify only one thing. He had entered the territory of a formidable being. He hesitated, torn between retreating and advancing. To advance seemed reckless, as he was unaware of this dominator's strength. Yet, the thought of retreat weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze caress his body. This breeze, soft yet electrifying, sent his body into a primal alertness. He had been detected by the sovereign of this realm. A tremor coursed through Randall, not from fear, but from exhilaration. In his perceptive vision, a colossal orb of light was slowly approaching him. If the previous serpent had radiated a mere bulb's glow, this orb shone with the brilliance of the sun, an entirely different magnitude. He could sense the ground quaking with the creature's approach, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking branches. An unsettling sound amidst the tranquil atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, an enormous figure parted the surrounding trees and loomed before Randall, gazing down at him with disdain. It was a gorilla, towering at 5 meters. Its arms, thicker than 3 of Randall combined, were planted firmly on the ground. Its sharp canine teeth glistened, dripping with saliva. Most striking was its head. The lower half bore the appearance of a typical gorilla, while the upper half was a mechanical modification. Its crimson electronic eyes radiated a ferocious intensity. It looked down upon the tiny intruder with a sense of superiority, as if ready to crush him at any moment. Randall swallowed hard, awed by the creature's might. This gorilla exuded strength beyond that of Equus, and while other students might have quivered in its presence, Randall was different. He yearned for combat, for a worthy adversary. Moreover, this beast was evidently a creature of raw physicality. The thrill ignited within him, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Every cell in Randall's body buzzed with excitement. He took a deep breath and extended a hand towards the gorilla, beckoning it forward. The gorilla, taken aback, seemed incredulous. "You dare intrude upon my territory, and yet have the audacity to provoke me? You are quite bold, little one." The gorilla was not known for its good temper, and it could hardly tolerate such provocation. It immediately threw its head back and roared, its powerful arms pounding against its chest. Randall felt a rush of wind and then witnessed a colossal fist descending from above. He quickly dodged. A massive crater formed on the ground as a result. Observing this display of strength, Randall's pupils constricted. Truly, a force to be reckoned with. However, now that you have made your move, it is my turn. Randall forcefully stomped the ground, and in an instant, he appeared at the gorilla's chest. Drawing back his right fist, he unleashed a tremendous blow. Iron fist, impact steel. The force penetrated the gorilla's body, creating a transparent tunnel of air that shot out from its back into the sky. Stunned by the blow, the gorilla's movements abruptly ceased. Chapter 15. Strategic Retreat. Randall's iron fist struck the chest of the gorilla, causing it to hesitate momentarily. It then took several steps back, raised a hand, and patted its own chest. Following this, it let out a thunderous roar that sent a chill down Randall's spine. Had his full-powered strike merely prompted the beast to retreat a few steps? Such extraordinary resilience was almost unfathomable. Was the gorilla's strength truly as formidable as it seemed? Or had Master Zifa placed too much faith in their abilities, neglecting the reality of the situation? Lost in thought, Randall was unaware that the gorilla was not going to wait for him. With a sudden burst of energy, it propelled its massive, ton-weighted body into the air. Randall, startled, quickly dodged aside. The ground shook violently as the gorilla landed, creating a tremendous impact that sent shockwaves through the earth, displacing tons of soil and leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Seizing the moment of the gorilla's brief recovery from its skill, Randall leaped into the air, executing a series of kicks. Stormfoot, heavy gale slice. Several arcs of azure slashed toward the gorilla's furry back. This time, the attack bore fruit. Deep crimson marks marred its thick, silver-hued hide. Yet, this was merely a superficial wound. Frustrated, Randall cursed under his breath, realizing he had only scratched the surface. However, the pain ignited the gorilla's ferocity. With a deafening roar, it pivoted, its electronic gaze locking onto the source of its injury. Cold sweat broke out on Randall's forehead. "Hey there, big guy. If I claimed this was a misunderstanding, I wouldn't believe it myself." With that, he turned on his heel and fled. While he relished the thrill of combat, there had to be limits to the strength of his opponents. He enjoyed fighting, not enduring torment. His most powerful move had merely left the beast with a scratch. This was madness. Time to make a strategic retreat. However, his desire to escape would not be entertained by the gorilla. After taunting it, to flee would be unacceptable. It would pursue him relentlessly. With Randall sprinting ahead, the gorilla charged behind him. Though its speed was not exceptional, the sheer force of its advance was intimidating, like a battering ram. Randall shouted back in desperation, "Why are you chasing me?" The gorilla seemed to respond with an incredulous expression, as if to say, "Why do you even ask? Is your mind barren? Devoid of trees?" In that instant, Randall sensed a surge in the gorilla's speed. Damn it, he had let his mouth run away with him again. After what felt like an eternity of running, Randall suddenly halted. The gorilla, unable to stop in time, barreled past him, skidding several meters ahead. Rising from the broken branches, the gorilla's icy electronic gaze remained fixed on Randall. So you finally decided to stop running? It seemed to taunt. Randall, however, had no intention of confronting the beast. He had merely sensed another overwhelming life force nearby, one that matched the gorilla's formidable presence. The current situation finds Randall fleeing from the domain of one dominant beast, only to inadvertently trespass into the territory of another. While this appears dire, it is, in fact, fortuitous for Randall. At this moment, the gorilla furrowed its brow, sensing that the circumstances were more complex than they seemed. Abandoning its pursuit of Randall, it pivoted, now on high alert, fixating on the dense thicket behind it. With a resounding thud, a colossal shadow emerged, pushing through the layers of foliage to stand opposite the gorilla. It was a towering moon bear, upright and surpassing the gorilla in height. Its fur was a deep, impenetrable black, adorned with a crescent-shaped white mark on its chest. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and its steel-like claws ground ominously against one another. Despite Randall being the intruder, the moon bear paid him no heed. Its gaze was fixated on the gorilla, the true adversary it deemed worthy of attention. As for Randall, he was merely an afterthought, to be dispatched with a casual swipe once the gorilla was dealt with. The gorilla, too, felt the weight of the encounter, its canines bared in a display of intimidation. The clash of titans was imminent. In an instant, the two formidable beasts collided, unleashing a ferocious shockwave that sent nearby trees reeling. Both creatures staggered back, equally matched in strength. With a thunderous roar, the gorilla raised its massive fist, aiming for the moon bear's skull. The moon bear deftly evaded the blow, retreating a step before lunging at the gorilla's chest with its razor-sharp claws, glinting with lethal intent. If the gorilla were to be struck, the consequences would be far graver than the superficial wounds it had sustained from Randall's earlier assault. In a moment of peril, the gorilla raised its other fist, crashing it down upon the moon bear's claws while simultaneously creating distance. The next instant, the two beasts collided once more. Meanwhile, Randall concealed himself within the nearby thicket, observing the unfolding spectacle. In this contest of predator and prey, he aspired to be the opportunistic fisherman reaping the rewards of their struggle. He pondered the potential value of the crimson rings adorning the two fearsome creatures. Elsewhere, Aquis encountered a fitting opponent, a wild boar with tusks extending nearly 2 meters in length, crafted not of ivory, but of metal. The formidable beast, resembling a mountain of flesh, pawed at the ground before charging towards Aquis like a battering ram. With a mighty shout, Aquis tensed his muscles like granite, extending his arms wide to intercept the oncoming boar. The tremendous impact left his arms numb and his chest aching, propelling him backward several meters as he crashed through trees, barely managing to halt his retreat. Yet, he successfully staved off the boar's charge. As he gazed at the elongated snout of the beast before him, a sinister grin spread across his face. The wild boar sensed the shift in power, its hooves frantically scraping the earth in a desperate bid for escape. At this moment, Aquis summoned all his strength into his arms. With a resounding shout, a surge of power erupted from within him. The wild boar, under the weight of his might, momentarily lifted all 4 hooves off the ground. Then, with a forceful stomp, he leapt into the air while embracing the wild boar. With another thunderous roar, he exerted every ounce of his strength to hurl the boar towards the earth. The impact was tremendous. Crash. The wild boar was left dazed, unable to rise for quite some time. Aquis, seizing this opportune moment, lunged forward without hesitation. Several minutes later, Aquis stood beside the wild boar, which was bleeding profusely from its orifices, panting heavily. Once his breath steadied, he approached and removed the circular ring from the boar. It was a purple ring. Gazing at this ring, Aquis smiled, feeling that all the sweat he had shed was worthwhile. A purple ring. Its status must be quite high. To obtain a purple ring right from the start, I truly deserve this. This time, victory is assured. Chapter 16. The Armament Hockey. The sky, dense with foliage, suddenly parted to reveal a narrow fissure. A brilliant slash pierced through layers of obstruction, ascending toward the heavens. After delivering this strike, Miller did not linger to witness the outcome. Instead, he instinctively flicked his blade and sheathed it. Before him, a brown bear had maintained its stance for a considerable time. Then, without warning, a torrent of blood erupted from its neck, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Such was the might and confidence of a swordsman. Once the blade is drawn, the enemy is already defeated. Miller stepped forward and retrieved a yellow ring from the fallen bear. Yet, this solitary yellow ring was insufficient to assure victory over his 2 remaining adversaries. He required more. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, filled with anguish and fury. Even Randall, who was hiding nearby, instinctively trembled. He had just witnessed a gorilla nimbly maneuvering. And in a moment of stillness from the moon bear, it unleashed a colossal fist, crashing down upon the bear's back like a thunderous hammer. The outcome was imminent. However, in the next instant, Randall's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld something perplexing, a flash of black light. The brown bear's claws had just glimmered with an enigmatic darkness. Almost immediately, its terrifying metallic talons became an inky black. Randall's heart raced with astonishment. This was armament haki. While the concept of armament haki was not extraordinary, the creature wielding it certainly was. Randall had initially thought the beast's strength was already outrageous, only to discover it was not the entirety of its capabilities. It could also harness armament haki. This was simply... Randall lowered his gaze, utterly enthralled. This was truly magnificent. He focused intently on the movements of the colossal creature. The moon bear was the first to employ armament haki, swinging its obsidian claws. A dark aura surged through the air, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of space. The gorilla's fur bristled, and its silver-gray coat became tinged with that same darkness. The gorilla was also capable of armament haki. As the claws met fur, a resounding clash of metal echoed in the air. The two titans commenced their second round, while Randall, hidden away, absorbed the masterclass on armament haki. He observed every nuance of the beast's techniques with clarity. His current objective was to replicate that process within himself. After all, armament haki is akin to the energy of the physical body, similar to chi. If he could cultivate chi, then mastering armament haki should be within his grasp. Randall moved his fingers, striving to sense his own body. In the next moment, a peculiar energy, distinct from chi, manifested upon his upright index finger, shimmering at its surface. Seeing such progress, a smile crept across Randall's face. Indeed, it was as effortless as he had anticipated. He had merely been a step away from his goal. Having witnessed the utilization of armament haki at close range, the moment has finally arrived. Excellent. The next step is to envelop, to entwine. With his deliberate control, the haki gradually enveloped his entire palm, then his arm, chest, and eventually his entire body. Ah, this feels remarkably effortless. Why is it that fellow Aquis cannot grasp the concept of armament haki? With a mischievous grin adorning his face, Randall mused on the formidable nature of his own talent. Now that the wrapping is complete, the next phase must be hardening. A hue as dark as the night emerged from Randall's fingertips, progressively staining his right hand a deep black. He clenched his fist and gently struck the ground. He vowed that he hadn't exerted himself fully. Yet, a fissure several meters long appeared on the earth. Merely a gentle punch, and the ground cracked. This exemplifies the strength Randall possesses after mastering armament haki. Subsequently, his left hand was also coated in black. He struck both hands together, producing a metallic clashing sound. Alas, one cannot gauge strength alone. How splendid it would be to have an adversary to test against. Where could he possibly find a worthy opponent? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce battle. Ah, what fortuitous adversaries! Hey, little monkeys, I'm coming. Randall emerged from his hiding place. Undeterred by the tempestuous winds generated by the collision of the two ferocious creatures, and sauntered over to their side. Hey, you two, cease your fighting. However, the two giants were caught up in their brawl and paid no heed to the diminutive figure. Oh dear, I truly did not wish to intervene. But you leave me no choice. Randall feigned a dramatic sigh, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood between the two beasts. And then, armament, iron fist, impact steel, doubling the force. Two resounding booms erupted almost simultaneously, and the beasts were hurled away as if struck by a colossal hammer. They remained dazed for a moment before both clutched their heads and rose from the ground. Everything before them appeared as a blur, their heads ringing as if they had been struck by a bell. After stumbling a few steps, they finally regained their footing. Beholding the aftermath of his actions, a broad smile spread across Randall's face. Previously, his iron fist impact steel had merely forced the gorilla back a few steps, without any significant effect. But now, he had sent it flying. Heh, little monkey, you were so eager to chase me before. Now, it is my turn. The two beasts took a moment to comprehend what had transpired. They had been struck, and the architect of their misfortune. Two pairs of malevolent gazes locked onto Randall. If this had been before, Such intense stares from these two would have made Randall uneasy. But now, only exhilaration remained. The moon bear let out a thunderous roar, its foul breath filling the air. Little one, you seek your own demise. However, the gorilla is swifter than the moon bear. With a powerful thrust of its robust forelimbs, the entire creature was suddenly before Randall. With a thunderous roar, its muscular arms descended like colossal pillars. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Randall chose not to flee. Was it not precisely in the confrontation with these formidable beasts that he sought to validate the strength of his haki? What was there to hide from? He would endure. With a surge of determination, Randall summoned a torrent of haki, enveloping his entire being in an inky blackness. Crossing his arms before his chest, he braced himself to meet the enormous fist that obscured the very sky. A resounding thud echoed as the massive fist crashed into Randall, and without the slightest delay, it struck the ground beneath him. In that moment, the earth resembled a gigantic drum, and the gorilla's punch was the mallet that struck the drum of the world. Chapter 17. Go Die. The gorilla raised its fist, and a pit with a 5-meter diameter appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit, there was a hole, surrounded by numerous fine cracks. Yet, Randall was nowhere to be seen. Beside him, the moon bear roared at the gorilla in fury. You big fool. Who told you to hit so hard? I haven't even vented my anger yet. The gorilla instantly retaliated with a roar. To hell with you. Not only will I crush him, but I will also crush you. Just as the two ferocious beasts were about to clash, a commotion suddenly erupted from the bottom of the pit. A figure crawled out from the hole. It was Randall. He spat a few times, expelling the dirt from his mouth, then grinned provocatively at the gorilla. Little monkey, your strength is lacking. You couldn't even give me a proper massage. I'm unscathed. Indeed, he emerged without a scratch. Randall had taken the gorilla's furious punch and remained unharmed. Of course, taking that punch was not without its challenges. At the moment of impact, Randall nearly thought he was Sun Wukong, about to be suppressed beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. The immense force almost shattered his haki, but at the critical moment, his internal energy erupted, and his haki strengthened by several degrees. Thus, the haki that was on the verge of dissipating reconsolidated. Randall held on until the end. Seeing the audacious little figure before him, the gorilla was left dumbfounded. It had not held back either. How could this little creature be completely unscathed? The moon bear eyed the gorilla suspiciously and roared, Are you throwing a fake match? How come this little rascal is fine? The gorilla roared back, You're the one faking it. Your whole family is faking it. If you're not convinced, try it yourself. I'll come at you. However, the moon bear stood its ground, not lunging forward. As Randall pondered this, he noticed wisps of white smoke emanating from the corner of the moon bear's mouth. Then, with a swift exhale, a spiraling column of fire surged towards Randall. Startled, Randall thought, Fire breath? Are you a hatchling? And do you have no sense of public decency? Using fire magic openly in the forest? Just as Randall was lost in thought, the flames were already less than a meter away. Even before contact, he could feel the scorching heat. Faced with a magical attack, he had no intention of dodging. He retracted his right fist, and the muscles in his right arm bulged instantly. Armed haki, iron fist, impact steel. The wild shockwave directly stifled the flames. The two forces held each other for a second, but ultimately, the shockwave prevailed. Along with the flames, it splattered across the moon bear's face, leaving it bewildered and slightly terrified. Awoo! The moon bear cried out in pain, smoke billowing from its face as it toppled over. Don't play with fire in the forest. You fool. Randall glanced around. Fortunately, the battle between the two ferocious beasts had already ravaged the surrounding trees to a considerable extent. Here lies a desolate expanse. Observing the bewildered moon bear sprawled on the ground, the gorilla could not contain its amusement, baring its teeth and roaring. You can't even manage. Pathetically weak. Randall glanced at the gorilla and then back at the moon bear, a gleeful smile illuminating his face. All right, everyone, let the second round commence. 10 hours later. The ground was a chaotic mess. The once sturdy branches had disintegrated into powder, mingling with the soil. Pits of varying depths were scattered everywhere, some large enough to accommodate the gorilla and the moon bear, while others were just the right size for Randall to fit into. At this juncture, both combatants were in a dire state. The moon bear, panting heavily, bore dried bloodstains on its ebony fur, taking on a brownish hue. Its once glimmering claws had lost their luster, particularly the right one, which was now reduced to a mere remnant after Randall had seized the opportunity to forcibly break it. The gorilla, too, was breathless, its robust chest heaving violently. Its formerly sleek fur was now matted and unkempt, resembling wild undergrowth. Most striking was a dent on its chest. Had it not dodged swiftly, that dent would have marred its left side. Randall's condition was equally dismal. Engaging in combat with two ferocious beasts had undeniably drained his stamina. Over the course of these hours, he had lost count of the punches he absorbed and the slaps he endured. Even with the protection of armament hockey, his muscles ached incessantly. Yet, in contrast, his proficiency with armament hockey had surged, and the relentless strikes from the two colossal creatures had tempered his skills like a hammer forging iron. The two beasts gasped for breath as they assessed Randall, utterly perplexed. Why was it that this diminutive figure's armament hockey seemed inexhaustible? They were utterly fatigued, their own armament hockey long depleted. Yet this little one appeared as vibrant as ever. Who, truly, was the beast, their kind or his? Moreover, perhaps it was merely an illusion. But they felt as if this little figure had grown stronger since the onset of their battle. At that moment, Randall had also regained his breath. His gaze blazed with intensity as he fixed his eyes on the two beasts. Today had been exhilarating. In gratitude for their role in teaching him armament hockey and for their prolonged sparring, he decided against their annihilation. However, he would claim their rings. With that settled, succumbed to unconsciousness. In an instant, Randall was enveloped in a dark aura. His iron fists collided, revealing pearly white teeth. The gorilla and moon bear, sensing the imminent danger, were struck with a tinge of fear. You beast! Not again! They could endure no more. A cacophony of howls and clanging sounds erupted. As the two ferocious creatures' eyes rolled back, losing consciousness, and they toppled to the ground like two massive mountains. Randall, too, slumped down onto the earth. As his taut nerves finally relaxed, exhaustion surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire being. Simultaneously, beads of sweat began to densely permeate his skin, soon drenching his garments in a relentless downpour of perspiration. Though seemingly unscathed, engaging in combat with two ferocious beasts was anything but a trivial endeavor. A sharp hiss escaped his lips. Finally, it was over. Exhilarating, yet utterly draining. Just as Randall surrendered completely to this state of relaxation, an unforeseen disturbance erupted from the shadows. A sinister silhouette emerged abruptly from the distant darkness, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant to arrive beside the unsuspecting Randall. The intruder's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he raised a single finger, thrusting it viciously toward Randall's temple with lethal precision. As the deadly strike neared its mark, Randall remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. A flicker of exhilaration and internal conflict flashed through the assailant's eyes. Perish, he snarled. Chapter 18. A lack of sentiment? The timing of the intruder's arrival was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with Randall's sudden relaxation following the fierce battle. At this moment, a person's vigilance is at its nadir. Thus, as the intruder's struggle manifested in a grotesque glare, the finger that served as a makeshift weapon aimed squarely at Randall's temple. However, the intended effect of this gesture did not unfold as the intruder had anticipated, rather than creating a gaping wound in Randall's skull. A resounding clang echoed as the intruder's finger met an unyielding barrier. Randall's head did not so much as tremble. The intruder was left in a state of disbelief. What was happening? In a fit of incredulity, he jabbed forward several more times, yet to no avail. The sensation beneath his fingers was not that of supple skin, but rather the unyielding hardness of steel. Spare yourself the effort. It is futile, Randall remarked, his tone devoid of any astonishment. At these words, the intruder, clearly shocked, withdrew his hand as if struck by an electric shock and took several steps back. You know, Randall maintained his position, not even bothering to meet the intruder's gaze. Isn't it curious that I am utterly unfazed? I can only conclude that you are woefully inadequate, Pietro. To Randall, Pietro appeared as conspicuous as a blot of ink on pristine snow. His instincts had informed him that Pietro had been stealthily tailing him since he entered the forest, persisting in his pursuit until now. Impressive tenacity. Pietro's face flushed crimson as he growled. What did you say? Yet, in the next moment, his fury dissipated. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, Ha! Do not feign mystery, Randall. You cannot intimidate me. So what if you discovered my presence? Yes, your strength is indeed formidable, exceedingly so. Beyond my wildest imaginings. If you were in peak condition, I would turn and flee. But after battling those two terrifying beasts for so long, how much stamina do you have left? His tone initially wavered between bravado and fear, clearly unnerved by the spectacle of Randall confronting two monstrous foes simultaneously and triumphantly. No less. He questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, as he had stated, Randall was powerful. However, he refused to believe that Randall could still possess such strength in his current state. Consequently, his tone grew increasingly sinister. Finally, Randall turned to face Pietro, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the intruder's contorted visage. Is that so? Do you believe I am completely spent? Under Randall's unwavering gaze, Pietro instinctively stepped back. Upon regaining his composure, rage ignited within him. Raising his voice, as if to bolster his own courage, he exclaimed, "Isn't that the case? I have already told you. Randall, your little tricks are ineffective against me. No need to keep up the facade. You must be clinging to consciousness by sheer will." Having said that, Pietro suddenly charged at Randall, as if unable to contain his eagerness to unmask his disguise. Wait. Randall abruptly extended a hand. Pietro ought not to have halted. Yet he inexplicably did. What? Are you begging for mercy? Very well. If you plead with me, perhaps I might spare you. Pietro remarked with a hint of amusement. Randall sighed and replied, "We are colleagues. Do you truly intend to kill me? Is there no sense of camaraderie between us?" Pietro, with a tone of impatience, retorted, "Huh? What camaraderie exists between us? I merely desire your disappearance. Fear not. I shall report your valiant deeds to our instructor." Fighting against two fierce beasts, ultimately succumbing to death. Randall sighed again and said, "Let us set that aside for now. I am merely curious about the source of your ire. Have I wronged you? If memory serves me right, aside from a few skirmishes, we have hardly crossed paths." Pietro glared furiously, pointing at Randall, and shouted, "How dare you question me? Do you have any idea what I have endured these past days? Those scoundrels treated me with utmost respect. Even the instructor held me in high regard. And then you arrived, and everything changed. Everything. Those rascals, do not think I am unaware. They mock me behind my back. The instructor has forsaken me. My dire straits are all you're doing. And yet you have the gall to ask me?" As Pietro's fury escalated, he raised his hand to strike Randall's face. However, in the midst of his bewilderment, Randall, with a speed surpassing his own reflexes, swiftly grasped his hand and sent him flying with a kick. Observing Pietro, now seated on the ground, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, Randall calmly stated, "Firstly, apart from our initial battle, which was orchestrated by others, all subsequent encounters were instigated by you. Your defeats merely reflect your inadequacies. Secondly, everyone faces defeat. Your perceived humiliation does not stem from losing to me, but rather from your own character flaws. Thus, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not project your failures onto me." Pietro's reasoning aligned with his assumptions. He sighed inwardly, realizing that shifting all blame onto others indeed highlighted his shortcomings. As he listened to Randall's words, he gradually regained his senses, staring at him in disbelief, asking, "How can you still have strength?" Randall replied nonchalantly, "Is it so surprising that I still possess strength? It merely indicates your ignorance regarding power. Knowing there is a tale behind you, how could one allow oneself to reach a state of utter exhaustion? Much of my previous fatigue was feigned, a ruse to draw you out. Impossible, impossible." Pietro appeared unable to accept this reality, muttering in disbelief while gazing blankly at Randall. Witnessing Pietro's disheartened demeanor, Randall lost the desire to continue the conversation. He slowly approached the other party. "Wait, what do you intend to do?" Pietro was frightened by Randall. "What you were about to do to me, I shall now do to you." Randall was never one to exhibit magnanimity. Reciprocating animosity was his principle. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Randall, Pietro's face turned pale with fear. He realized that the man was serious. Hastily, he exclaimed, "Wait, you cannot do this. We are colleagues. You cannot kill me." Randall continued his advance, his expression unchanging as he replied, "Between us, there exists no camaraderie." In a state of panic, Pietro stammered, Wait. If you kill me, you will not be able to remain in the Navy. Murdering a colleague is a grave offense. Randall remained unmoved, coolly stating, "No. It is these two ferocious beasts that will take your life." Chapter 19. The end. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will never survive in the Navy. Murdering a comrade is a grave sin. No, it is these two ferocious beasts that shall end your life. As Pietro pleaded for mercy, Randall remained utterly unmoved. Pietro exclaimed, "Why do your words echo mine?" Randall advanced towards Pietro, each step seemingly pressing upon Pietro's very heart. His heart trembled, his muscles quivered, and his stomach twisted in agony. "Is there no chance for me?" Pietro desperately thought, attempting to fight back against fate. Unfazed, Randall continued his approach. Pietro's face contorted in fear. Confronted by the specter of death, his heart raced, adrenaline surged, and he inexplicably felt a surge of power coursing through him. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and fled. Seeing this, Randall swung his right fist forward. Iron fist, impact steel. In that fleeting moment, Pietro sensed the chill of death. Driven by instinct for survival, he executed a flawless evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding a blast of air that sliced by his face. He then witnessed a 5-meter-wide tunnel suddenly erupt within the dense forest, its depth unfathomable. Feeling the searing pain on his cheek, Pietro was gripped by terror. He had previously observed Randall's prowess in combat, but now he felt the urgency of the moment. He could not afford to be struck. One blow, and it would be the end. Run, he thought, run swiftly. Never before had he sprinted with such speed. Meanwhile, Randall blinked, and in an instant, Pietro had vanished deep into the thicket. Randall hastily unleashed another iron fist, impact steel. Yet, within the newly formed tunnel, there was no sign of his adversary. Damn it! Is this kid's speed truly so extraordinary? In just a brief moment, he has nearly outrun my perception. He quickly pursued in the direction where Pietro had disappeared, mentally chiding himself for underestimating Pietro's remarkable speed. It became evident that his own reaction time had hindered him. Otherwise, his strength would not be in such a diminished state. Thus, Pietro ran while Randall chased. After less than 10 minutes, Randall, exasperated, came to a halt. Despite his desperate efforts, the distance between them only widened, and he had completely lost track of his quarry. How absurd, he muttered. With such talent, why squander it on trivialities? Randall retraced his steps for a short while, still yielding no results. In frustration, he spoke to himself, am I to simply concede? Damn it, I should not have dawdled, striving for some semblance of grandeur. I ought to have struck decisively from the outset. Alas, let this be a lesson learned. Next time, if I desire to maintain my composure, I must first incapacitate my opponent. Then he turned around, gazing in a certain direction, and declared, tough luck for you. I'm seething with rage. And you're just the perfect outlet. With that, he threw a punch forward. It was the same opening move, iron fist, impact steel. A void instantly materialized in the air. Simultaneously, a harrowing roar pierced the heavens. The source was a colossal chameleon, its length easily surpassing 10 meters at a glance. The creature had been camouflaged against the forest hues, stealthily inching toward Randall. Despite its massive frame, it moved without a whisper of sound. An ordinary person would have met their end without even realizing how. But alas, Randall's perception required neither eyes nor ears. Heh, perfect timing. He sneered. Then I won't hold back. Come here, sweetheart. Randall cracked his knuckles, the sickening pops echoing ominously. A twisted grin played on his lips as he advanced toward the gargantuan reptile. The beast, capable of shaking the earth with a mere twitch, now cowered like a helpless child, resigned to its grim fate. After a cataclysmic clash that shattered the landscape and split the skies, as if the world itself had been reborn from chaos, Randall strode away with the satisfied expression of a man who had thoroughly vented his fury. Behind him lay only the pitiful, unconscious form of the chameleon. Finding a suitable spot, Randall scaled a tree and collapsed into sleep. The relentless battles with 3 savage beasts had drained him. Yet even in slumber, his instincts remained razor-sharp. The slightest hostile presence within range would jolt him awake. Unfortunately, when he finally stirred, Pietro was still nowhere to be seen. That coward, Randall muttered. I was even asleep. Oh, well, the boy posed no threat now. 72 hours passed swiftly. Back at the clearing, survivors began trickling in. How'd it go? Don't even ask. Nearly died out there. This place is hell. Tell me about it. Surviving was hard enough. TCH. This test was a joke, just a blur of confusion. Wait, what is that in your hand? No way. Is that a purple ring? Don't just stare at the ring. Look at these wounds. You have no idea what I went through for this. You're set now. Might even compete for top 3. Heh, maybe. But I'm no match for those monsters. Soon, a crowd of ragged, battered figures, resembling beggars more than warriors, gathered. Their faces bore exhaustion and pain, though a few, like the one clutching the purple ring, were triumphant grins. Then, murmurs rippled through the group as a towering figure emerged from the forest. It was Equus, his shirt slung over one shoulder. His formidable muscles gleamed under the sunlight as if polished. As if by prior arrangement, at the moment Equus appeared, from another direction, Millis emerged slowly. One hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the other carrying a parcel. Their gazes met naturally. Equus raised an eyebrow, glanced at the parcel in Millis's hand, and inquired, "How fares your bounty?" Millis replied impassively, "Prepare yourself to contend with Randall for second place." Equus smiled, "It seems you possess great confidence." Yet that is precisely what I intended to say. The two glanced towards the gathering of students converging nearby, and, in unison, stepped aside. There they stood, each adopting a poised and commanding stance, awaiting the next development. Shortly thereafter, a figure approached, exuding an air of languid ease. Observing this individual, the crowd exhibited expressions of surprise mingled with a sense of inevitability. For this person appeared impeccably pristine, the exposed skin was immaculate, and the attire gleamed as if freshly laundered, resembling someone who had just returned from a leisurely journey. Chapter 20. The first yellow ring. All individuals bore wounds, their garments tattered and in disarray. Even the formidable Aquis and Millis exhibited signs of distress. Yet, among them stood one whose demeanor exuded an air of incongruity, as though he had just returned from a leisurely sojourn rather than emerging from a harrowing trial of life and death. The others, however, were unperturbed by this anomaly. The newcomer was, of course, the one who had consumed the cotton fruit, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of cotton itself. Upon his arrival, he yawned and casually found a place to stand, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Aquis surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Where is that young lad? Could it be that his harvest was meager, leaving him reluctant to show his face?" No sooner had he spoken than another figure emerged from the thicket. It was Randall. Initially proceeding forward, he altered his course upon spotting Aquis and Millis, making his way towards them. Aquis waved his hand and greeted, "Ah, you've arrived." Randall, grinning, responded, "What is this? You seem rather pleased, indicating a bountiful harvest, I presume." Aquis replied, "Indeed. The first prize is undoubtedly mine. As for the second, you may contend with Millis for that." At this juncture, Millis could not resist interjecting, "No, it's you and Aquis who will be vying for second place." Randall laughed heartily. "You both exude confidence. Alas, your defeat is assured. The first prize is certainly mine." The expressions of the other elite camp members were complex. What was this? Regardless of the outcome, it appeared they had secured the top 3 positions. Where did that leave the rest of them? However, despite their dissatisfaction, they found themselves unable to refute this assertion. That was the most infuriating aspect. Meanwhile, the individual who had, through arduous effort and a stroke of luck, acquired a purple ring, silently mused, "Perhaps I too might contend for a top position. I shall remain silent and, when the time comes, unveil the purple ring to astonish all." Before long, the silhouette of a warship appeared in the distance, the sea parting around it to form frothy white waves. The immense vessel docked, and as before, the figure of General Squirrel flickered into view, materializing in the open space. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, compelling all who met his eyes to lower their heads, save for Randall, Aquis, and Millis. Of course, Cotton remained with his eyes closed, leading Squirrel to suspect he had succumbed to slumber. A total of 48 individuals were present. 3 remained unaccounted for. Squirrel furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with his aide. The aide promptly understood the unspoken cue. Moments later, he approached Squirrel and reported, "One individual has fallen into a deep coma and has been taken for emergency treatment. Another has been confirmed deceased. The remaining one, Pietro, is no longer on the island." Squirrel cast a surprised glance at him. "What do you mean, not on the island?" The aide clarified, According to records, this individual departed the island on the first day. He is tentatively presumed to be a defector. On the island, there are no surveillance phone insects, yet modified animals abound. These creatures may serve as the Navy's eyes. The flying squirrel furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Such trifles could be addressed later. He ambled forward and proclaimed in a clear voice, thus, "I declare the conclusion of this assessment. Now, I shall call out names. Those whose names I mention, please hand in your rings." Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The rings of different colors bear varying scores. The white ring is worth 10 points, the blue ring 50, the purple ring 200, the yellow ring 1,000, and finally, the red ring, a staggering 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, a collective shock rippled through the crowd. For many, merely obtaining a blue ring had been a considerable challenge. The purple rings were often acquired purely by chance. To discover that there existed 2 additional tiers above the purple was astonishing. The yellow ring, worth 1,000 points, and the red ring, an astonishing 10,000. Just how many white rings would one need to equal that? The flying squirrel discreetly observed the expressions of those present, sighing inwardly. He pondered whether anyone might attain a yellow ring. Surely, Miles and Aquas could manage it. As for Randall, since he had garnered the attention of Teacher Zephyr, acquiring a yellow ring seemed plausible. However, the red ring, that seemed far-fetched. Even those ferocious beasts would require 2 strikes to subdue. It is worth noting that the flying squirrel possessed formidable strength. Surviving even a single blow from him was a rare feat. He did not believe anyone among them had the capability to secure a red ring. Very well. The first to step forward is Jack. A despondent figure approached and handed his rings to the officer tasked with tallying the scores. After counting, the officer announced, "Jack, you have 20 white rings, totaling 200 points." The crowd's faces fell further, feeling as though they were witnessing a public execution. As the flying squirrel continued to call names, the students took turns stepping up. Then came a moment of collective anticipation. Midas, 30 white rings, 5 blue rings, and 1 purple ring. You have 750 points. He was the first to earn a purple ring. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Midas, feeding his vanity. My goodness, a single purple ring is worth 200 points. It alone could equate to half, if not all, of their scores. Finally, the flying squirrel announced the name everyone had been awaiting. Next, Aquas. As one of the most recognized among the strongest, his performance was naturally under scrutiny. The flying squirrel felt a twinge of excitement. Aquas exchanged a knowing glance with Miles and Randall, signaling for them to watch him showcase his prowess. He then approached the flying squirrel, carrying a pouch fashioned from fabric. He first produced a handful of blue rings. The quantity was impressive, likely numbering over a dozen. At this sight, Midas's expression shifted. Could it be that just these blue rings might surpass his entire score? He inwardly prayed that this would be all Aquas had to offer. Yet, in the next moment, he watched in astonishment as Aquas reached in once more, extracting several purple rings, 5 in total. His mind shattered in disbelief. Purple, 200 points, 5 of them. At that instant, he realized that Aquas's prowess was on an entirely different level from his own. His acquisition of a purple ring was merely a stroke of luck. However, Aquas's attainment of 5 could not be attributed to fortune. It was a testament to genuine skill. The crowd's morale began to crumble, feeling as though they were not even playing the same game. Were they perhaps on different versions? Just as they thought this was the extent of it, Aquas made another move. Suddenly, a yellow ring was revealed. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared in awe at the first appearance of yellow. For the first time, they perceived the color as something extraordinarily radiant. Chapter 21. That vivid crimson. The flying squirrel gazed at the golden ring and nodded approvingly. Indeed, with Aqua's capabilities, it was only natural he would obtain a golden ring. The adjutant swiftly tallied the scores and announced, Aquas, 14 blue rings, 5 purple rings, 1 golden ring 2. 700 points. Silence fell over the crowd. The score was so staggering that it left them in awe. No wonder he had been so confident earlier. At that moment, some turned their attention to Miller's, their curiosity burning even brighter. After all, his ranking had surpassed Aquas. Aquas returned to Miller's and Randall with a smug grin. Well, impressed? Yet, he was met with Miller's expressionless face. Randall rolled his eyes and scoffed. That's it? Aquas frowned. What do you mean, that's it? That's a golden ring. I got pretty banged up for this. He pointed to the deep claw marks on his arm, now scabbed over, but still a testament to the brutal fight. Next, Miller's. The flying squirrel, too eager to wait, skipped the list and called him directly. Miller shot Aquas a glance before stepping forward. Aquas blinked. What was that look supposed to mean? Randall, ever the instigator, smirked. It means you're just a little brother. Aquas, oh. Wait, what? By then, Miller's had already approached the flying squirrel. Calmly, he pulled out a stack of rings from his pouch. Once again, the crowd fell silent. Among the sea of blue and purple rings, the golden one stood out, radiant and unmistakable. And there were two of them. Just those two alone surpassed everyone's scores except Aquas. Aquas gaped. There was no need to calculate. Miller's score would undoubtedly be higher. The adjutant quickly tallied the numbers and declared, Miller's, 10 blue rings, 5 purple rings, 2 golden rings, 500 points. The flying squirrel nodded in satisfaction. This score lived up to his expectations. The onlookers were numb by now. They struggled to even obtain purple rings. How had these two managed to defeat golden tier beasts? Under the weight of countless stares, Miller's returned to his spot and shot Aquas another look, as if to say, that's what I meant. Aquas opened his mouth, then wisely shut it. Defeated, utterly defeated. But then again, he had lost to Miller's so many times. What was one more? Miller's then glanced at Randall, his eyes questioning. Well, did you beat me? Randall merely smiled, the answer hanging unspoken between them. A flicker of surprise crossed Miller's mind. Wait, don't tell me you actually scored higher? Next, Randall. The squirrel simply called out all the individuals he was interested in. Equius patted Randall on the shoulder and said, Good brother. Bring Miller down. However, despite his words, he did not truly believe that Randall's score would surpass 3,500. Randall said nothing, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. His actions stirred the hearts of the onlookers. They acknowledged Randall's strength, having witnessed him defeat Pietro, yet they did not believe he could compete with Equius and Miller. Consequently, many of them harbored a somewhat amused attitude. You dare to act so arrogantly. Miller and Equius regarded the top 3 as their own, and they accepted it. What gives you the right? Soon, Randall approached the squirrel. The squirrel glanced at this rather ordinary young man, aside from his good looks, and was somewhat curious about his score. Due to Master Zephyr's influence, he suddenly asked, Randall, have you obtained the yellow ring? Randall was taken aback and then shook his head. No, I do not have the yellow ring. I also do not possess the purple ring. He then produced a solitary blue ring. The squirrel? The crowd? Only a single blue ring? This. The crowd was rendered speechless. So, you are merely at a 50-point level? This score is currently the lowest. With that, how can you claim you will surely secure a top 3 position? If it weren't for the squirrel's presence, the crowd would have already begun to mock him. Even so, they all cast scornful glances at Randall. Yet only Miller and Equius fell into deep contemplation, especially Miller, whose expression turned grave. Just now, did Randall imply that his score exceeded his own? The squirrel furrowed his brow and said, So, you only possess a blue ring? Randall raised an eyebrow and replied, Of course not. The squirrel responded, But you said you didn't have the purple or yellow. Wait, could it be? As he spoke halfway through, he suddenly realized. For the first time, astonishment crossed his face. He then watched in disbelief as Randall retrieved a handful of red rings from his bag. The red was so vivid, it resembled blood. The squirrel's mind erupted in disbelief. Where on earth did you conjure up so many red rings? This isn't just 1 or 2. This is a whole handful. There are only 7 red-level ferocious beasts on this island. Have you managed to capture them all by yourself? Following Randall's revelation of the multitude of red rings, an eerie silence engulfed the scene. Each person wore an expression as if they had been thoroughly toyed with. So, when you claimed you didn't have the purple or yellow rings, this was what you meant. That aside from the single blue ring, all the others are red. If there were only one, they might convince themselves that it was merely a stroke of luck. But this was indeed a striking occurrence. Surely, it felt as though they had struck gold. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the vivid crimson, perceiving the entire scene as surreal. The red, astonishingly, had truly been obtained by someone. They were now too afraid to look at Randall, terrified that he might discern their previous expressions and demeanor. Equus and Miller were equally engulfed in astonishment. Miller could no longer maintain his indifferent facade. Goodness, they were, in fact, more astonished than anyone else because they understood the formidable strength of the yellow-tiered beasts. The score represented by the red ring was tenfold that of yellow. This indicated that, given their capabilities, their only option upon encountering it was a single word, flee. To remain would spell their doom. Equus murmured, "This defies logic. Just a moment ago, I was on par with him. How did it suddenly escalate to this?" Chapter 22. Zephyr's restless hands upon gazing at the pile of crimson. The flying squirrel was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Have you dealt with all 7 of them?" Randall replied, "Not quite. I merely rendered them unconscious and removed their rings. After all, it is no small feat to subdue such formidable beasts. To others, these ferocious creatures might be harbingers of death, but for Randall, they served as the ideal sparring partners, tough-skinned, resilient, and a pleasure to engage with. Randall was no callous individual who would exploit others and then dispose of them. Nodding in understanding, the flying squirrel began to grasp the extent of Randall's prowess. The difficulty of incapacitating such a beast far exceeds that of simply slaying it, thus indicating that Randall's strength had surpassed that of the creatures. It is essential to note that even a colonel from their unit would treat an encounter with such a beast with utmost seriousness. Yet, for the flying squirrel, Randall's strength was not particularly astonishing, as it merely required 1 or 2 strikes. What truly astonished him was the remarkable pace of Randall's advancement. If memory served him correctly, Randall had only joined the elite camp a month prior. Nearly a month ago, Randall's capabilities were scarcely beyond those of a rookie, capable of besting only a lieutenant at most. In the span of a mere month, he had ascended to a level rivaling that of a colonel. This was, indeed, a challenge to the flying squirrel's understanding. He even entertained the possibility that his memory was faulty. Perhaps it had not been a month, but rather a year. "Hey, Commander. It's time for me to report my results." Randall interjected with a grin, breaking the reverie of the flying squirrel and his aide. The aide regarded Randall with an expression akin to that of observing a peculiar creature, internally scoffing at the need for such a report. Nevertheless, professional decorum compelled him to speak. Randall, 1 blue ring, 7 red rings, totaling 70,050 points. 70,000. Previously, the highest scorer, Miles, had garnered only a bit over 3,000 points. Did this not imply that Randall surpassed Miles by a factor of 30? Such reasoning stemmed from the minds of those less enlightened, who sought to simplify the complexity of strength into quantifiable metrics. Yet, they had indeed discerned one truth. Randall was, without a doubt, now superior to Miles. Amidst the gazes of those who regarded him as if he were a deity, Randall strolled towards Miles and Aquas with an air of tranquility, mentally affirming that he managed to maintain a commendable facade. Miles and Aquas remained momentarily stunned, the echoes of their astonishment still evident on their faces. Aquas, with a sudden glare, struck Randall's shoulder with a fist, exclaiming, "Tell me, have you been using some sort of enhancement? Or have you experienced a sudden surge in power? What accounts for this newfound ferocity? I've heard of a method that burns one's vitality to bolster strength. You wouldn't be foolish enough to resort to that, would you?" His tone was laced with jest, yet Randall could perceive the genuine concern in his eyes. Shrugging nonchalantly, Randall responded, "Rest assured, I would never jeopardize my future. You must accept the reality, I'm simply stronger than you now." Aquas inhaled sharply, taken aback. "Hey, this kid has certainly grown arrogant." "Well, he has indeed acquired the strength to be so." Aikus painfully clutched his forehead and exclaimed, "How on earth did you manage that? This defies all logic. Just a few days ago, I was the stronger one. Have you secretly been cheating?" Randall chuckled. "Oh, come now. Just a few days ago, neither of us could best the other. So, it's quite natural for me to surpass you after a few days." Miller interjected, decisively stating, "Randall, let us have a match when we return." During these past 3 days, Miller had approached the territory of the Crimson Beasts. Yet, as a swordsman, his perception was extraordinarily heightened. It felt as if a sharp prick was continually drawing nearer to his brow. With each step forward, that sensation intensified. Ultimately, he even began to experience phantom pains, indicating that the presence there was beyond his capacity to confront. Entering recklessly could risk his very life. Thus, he promptly decided to retreat. However, Witnessing Randall's crimson ring now left him with a tinge of regret. Perhaps he should have taken the gamble earlier. After all, ISNT embracing danger, the very essence of a swordsman's romance. Thus, he boldly proposed a duel with Randall, who was not a swordsman. Randall paused briefly before nodding in agreement. If you seek a challenge, then so be it. He still remembered their first encounter when Miller had struck him with a blow. I hold grudges like that. He then glanced at Aikus, signaling with his eyes. What do you say? Care to join? Aikus immediately responded with a defiant glare. I am in. Who is afraid? A good thrashing 1T kill me. Moreover, he was curious about Randall's current strength, even more intrigued by how his power had surged so rapidly. Perhaps enduring a beating might strengthen him as well. Following this, the Dormouse continued calling for others. However, after the explosive excitement brought on by Miller, Aikus, and especially Randall, everyone fell into a state of ennui. Everything seemed so dull. When the last person reported their results, a collective sigh of relief echoed. Indeed, after the trio of Randall, Miller, and Aikus, the subsequent reports felt akin to public executions. The rankings were utterly predictable. Randall, Miller, and Aikus claimed the first 3 spots, respectively. Notably, Cotton found himself in last place, achieving a mere 10 points, with only 1 white ring. The Dormouse shot a look of disappointment at Cotton, feeling utterly disheartened. He quickly shifted his gaze back to the trio. Ah, what a relief. Thankfully, these 3 were there to support. Otherwise, this elite camp would have disbanded on the spot. Thus, I declare this test officially concluded. At the Navy headquarters, in the staff dormitory, Zephyr held the transponder snail's receiver, astonished. What? You mean he knocked out those 7 monsters? Indeed, Teacher Zephyr. On the other end of the line, the flying squirrel spoke. He said it himself, and indeed, he obtained those red rings. Would you like to review the footage, Professor? Although only fragments remain due to the intensity of the battle, I believe Admiral Zephyr would be quite astonished. The combat itself held little significance for the flying squirrel. Yet he had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible, a sight that defied his very understanding. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, detecting tones of shock and disbelief in the flying squirrel's voice, which only deepened his curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, however, he declined. No, I'd rather not see it. I want to witness firsthand what kind of surprise this boy has in store for me. Footage is merely footage. Only through direct observation can one perceive the full depth of things. A low chuckle escaped him. His hands were already itching with anticipation. Chapter 23. The Morning Grumpiness. Oh, right, Teacher Zifa, there is one more thing. The weasel spoke from the other end. During the testing period, Pietro left the experimental island without permission and has since vanished. Prior to his departure, he had an encounter with Randall that resulted in a conflict. The weasel pondered for a moment, then added, it seems that Pietro intended to strike when Randall was at his weakest, but he was unsuccessful. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Zifa's face. After a few moments of silence, he replied in a tone devoid of emotion, All right, I understand. You may report this matter as you see fit. The weasel was quite familiar with Zifa's demeanor. If Zifa's tone was intense and his anger evident, it often indicated that the situation was not as grave. However, when Zifa maintained a calm composure, it signified genuine anger, much like now. Even if one were weak, Zifa would not abandon them. One could observe that even someone like Cotton was tolerated to remain in the elite camp. Yet, treachery was something Zifa could never condone. The weasel merely acknowledged with an affirmative response before ending the call. In his quarters, Zifa placed the receiver down. The atmosphere was stifling, as if the very air had thickened like water. After a full minute of silence, Zifa exhaled deeply. It was not worth his ire to be angry at such individuals. He reassured himself of this. In fact, he felt a tinge of relief that such a person had revealed themselves during a time of relative tranquility. Had they emerged during a critical event, they might have become a nest of ants upon a 1,000-mile dam. In this instance, the damage was nearly negligible. His thoughts then drifted to Randall, as well as Millis and Aquas, and his spirits began to lift. This elite camp was the worst he had ever led. Yet he was fortunate to have these 3 individuals. Zifa moved to the window, opening it to gaze at the clouds on the horizon. Come back soon. My fists are itching with anticipation. Meanwhile, Randall remained aboard the warship, dreaming of the 3 months of personal instruction from Zifa. He had mastered the use of armament haki. Yet he still sought to learn observation haki, while his own instincts had provided some semblance of the latter. He understood that true mastery in combat perception lay with observation haki. He eagerly anticipated the strength he would gain after mastering it. 2 hours later, Randall and the others disembarked from the ship and began making their way to their respective dormitories. "Hey, Randall, don't rush off. We still have a fight to settle," Aquas exclaimed, placing a hand on Randall's shoulder. At this, Millis, who had been silently walking, halted and cast a meaningful glance at Randall. Randall rolled his eyes dramatically and replied wearily, "You two are not tired at all? I can hardly sleep in that wretched place. All I want now is a shower and a good night's sleep." Aquas retorted, "And how long do you plan to sleep? When will the battle commence?" "A warrior of frenzy hardly requires sleep." Randall sighed and remarked, "Do you truly wish to be pummeled? Let us discuss this after you've awoken." Upon hearing this, Aquas felt an urge to explode. "Hey, who said I wanted to be hit?" Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, for he too was uncertain of Randall's true strength. Reluctantly, he conceded, "All right, fine." Seeing that the fight was off, Millis ceased speaking and turned to leave. At 6 o'clock that evening, Randall, lost in a dream, was abruptly roused by a vigorous shaking. As he opened his drowsy eyes, he was met with a fearsome visage. "What the hell?" Randall exclaimed, nearly throwing a punch. Aquas, noticing Randall was awake, wore a menacing grin and urged, "Hurry up. You've slept for 6 or 7 hours. Surely you're well rested by now. Let us get to the fighting." Randall, after a moment of silence, took a deep breath and exhaled, allowing the impulse to unleash violence to diminish slightly. Observing Randall's daze, Aquas yanked him from the bed, insisting, "Come on, come on. Old Millis is already waiting at the training ground. Hurry up." Randall inhaled deeply once more, struggling to suppress the lingering bloodlust. "Stop dawdling. Change your clothes quickly. Get ready to strike." Randall clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound. Aquas, intrigued, asked, "What is that noise? What is it? Is it the sound of your bones cracking later?" Randall replied calmly, "Nothing of concern. You go ahead to the training ground. I shall join you shortly." With that, he cast a steady gaze at Aquas, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He brushed his tousled hair, sensing an ominous premonition. "Never mind, as long as we can fight. I'll be off," Aquas declared, departing with enthusiasm. Once Aquas had left, Randall stood in silence for several seconds before he heaved a hefty sigh and began to change his clothes, muttering, "You big fool, just wait until I hammer you." Moments later, within the familiar training arena, Randall, now properly attired, entered with a calm demeanor. Some may appear tranquil on the surface, yet beneath lies a tumultuous storm unbeknownst to others. Upon his arrival, Aquas, stationed at the center of the arena, turned to face him. Millis, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them, his aura rapidly intensifying. Randall strolled leisurely towards the two, a pace that could easily drive Aquas to madness, and said coolly, "You two, come at me together. Let us make this swift. We shall eat afterward." Aquas gasped at the audacity of such a challenge, facing both adversaries simultaneously and insisting on haste. Nevertheless, neither Aquas nor Millis were ones to get bogged down by trivial details. They were acutely aware that their individual strength paled in comparison to Randall's. Thus the prospect of a 2-on-1 confrontation was hardly unacceptable. Yet, what was this lingering sense of dissatisfaction? "This was your assertion, without any forewarning." Aquas unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Randall's face. The sound of his fist slicing through the air was excruciatingly sharp. Randall, confronted with such a formidable blow, neither flinched nor dodged. He merely extended a hand. Aquas, taken aback for a moment, then silently increased the force behind his strike. "How dare you underestimate me? This punch will mar your visage." However, Randall's outstretched hand firmly caught the blow. His fingers tightened, gripping Aquas's fist, and he flashed a grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Subsequently, much to Aquas's astonished and somewhat fearful gaze, Randall delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! The large figure was sent flying. Chapter 24. Explaining what it means to learn so quickly. Iron Body. Facing the incoming kick, Aquas hastily raised his guard. With a thunderous impact, the tremendous force sent him flying backward. He soared nearly 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, skidding several more meters before finally coming to a stop. Rubbing his aching chest, he stared blankly ahead. The gap was far too vast. Just days ago, he had held the advantage in raw strength. Yet in merely 3 days, Randall had not only caught up but even seemed to surpass him. This ignited his excitement, clashing his fists together. A fierce grin spread across his face, his entire being burned with fervor. Beside him, Miles watched in shock as Equis was overpowered. But strength had never been his forte. In an instant, his blade left its sheath, his figure flashing to Randall's left as he swung downward. Yet, even against the gleaming edge, Randall did not evade. Instead, as before, he extended a single hand, prepared to meet the swordsman's steel with bare flesh. Miles' eyes flickered, his instincts making him pull back slightly. But the next moment, a metallic clang rang out as his blade struck Randall's palm, as if striking tempered steel. The recoil sent a numbing shock through his grip, forcing him to retreat. His usually expressionless face now betrayed disbelief. Iron body? No. Iron body shouldn't be this formidable. Staring at the unscathed hand that had just deflected his full strike, his mind reeled. This was no mere flying slash. It was a direct cut from a swordsman's blade. This was no trivial feat. Equis was equally stunned. He knew better than anyone just how sharp Miles' sword was. Even with iron body, while it might not sever limbs, leaving a wound should have been effortless. Randall chuckled, retracting his hand as he regarded their astonishment. You've been wondering how I defeated that red tier beast, haven't you? Well then, watch closely. Extending his arm, he displayed his palm. The two immediately focused, their shock momentarily forgotten. Then, in the next heartbeat, they saw it. A deep, inky blackness crept over Randall's once fair fingers, swiftly spreading upward until his entire hand was coated in a darkness as profound as midnight. This is... Equis stammered, his tongue stumbling over the words. Miles' pupils constricted as he fixated on that abyssal hue. Both were knowledgeable enough to recognize it instantly. And precisely because they knew, they struggled to believe it. Randall flexed his fingers, the obsidian sheen glinting faintly. Indeed, you're neither mistaken nor deluded. This is armament hockey. Having received Randall's personal confirmation, even if the two found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to accept the truth. Their emotions transcended mere shock. It was sheer terror, utter stupefaction. It was as though a thunderous explosion had detonated within their minds, leaving them momentarily blank. Only after several seconds of stunned silence did they finally come to terms with reality. Equis spoke with a complex mixture of emotions. How did you manage this? Unable to resist, he reached out and touched Randall's arm, now clad in armament hockey, giving it a firm squeeze. Solid as stone, no. Harder than steel. Truly, this was armament hockey. No wonder he had effortlessly withstood Miller's blade unscathed. Meanwhile, Miller's gazed at Randall as if peering through the veil of time. Memories surfaced, their first encounter, when Randall had been young and untested, exhausted by a mere casual strike from him. Yet even in his disheveled state, his eyes had burned with determination. And now, here he stood, effortlessly deflecting Miller's full-powered strike with ease, his confidence unshaken, his gaze as bright as ever. The two versions of Randall, past and present, overlapped in Miller's mind. Randall chuckled lightly. Well, it was mostly luck. I didn't know it at first either. But those red tier beasts, they actually wielded armament hockey. I was just as surprised as you are. And then, I learned it. At the revelation that the beasts possessed armament hockey, both Miller's and Equis stiffened in alarm. First came relief. Thank the heavens they hadn't recklessly challenged such creatures. But soon, a tinge of regret and envy crept in. Then, hearing Randall's casual remark, they were rendered speechless. And then I learned it. What in the world did that even mean? Since when was there a direct correlation between beasts using armament hockey and him just learning it? What kind of absurd, effortless mastery was this? Noticing their incredulous expressions, Randall hastily elaborated. Well, back then, I accidentally trespassed into one of their territories. But I was too weak to fight it, so I ran. It chased me, and we ended up in another beast's domain. Then, the two of them forgot about me and started battling each other. Infuriating, really. How dare those beasts dismiss me like that? Seeing their darkening expressions, Randall quickly steered the conversation back on track. As they fought, they grew fiercer, unleashing their full power. And what do beasts do when pushed to their limits? They resort to their ultimate techniques, So they activated armament hockey. I was stunned, of course. So I observed them closely, studying how they wielded it. And then, well, I just picked it up. He shrugged. The rest, you already know. Having mastered the technique of armament hockey, my strength surged dramatically. And I swiftly dealt a decisive blow to the two brutes who dared to disregard me. Randall shrugged his shoulders, wearing a particularly irksome expression. To be honest, if circumstances allowed, he too would have wished to enlighten the two on the art of cultivating armament hockey. However, he was not Zifa. He lacked the ability to dissect and simplify the crucial aspects of training for others. Aquis and Millis understood this predicament. Thus their pent-up frustration remained unexpressed. Aquis sighed and remarked, "Alas, it seems this confrontation cannot materialize. The disparity between those who have mastered armament hockey and those who have not is profound. Your current prowess exists on an entirely different plane from ours." Millis did not contest Aquis's statement. Yet, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Randall flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Who says we cannot engage? While you may not emerge victorious, you can certainly endure a beating." Chapter 25. Do not return with your life. The two had decided against fighting, but could Randall acquiesce? He could hardly let go of the grudge of being yanked from his bed. His meals would taste bitter until he avenged himself. Today, he was determined to ensure these two scoundrels gained a good measure of weight. With a sinister grin revealing his pearly white teeth, he declared, "Who says we cannot fight? Although you may not win, you can certainly endure a beating." A chill swept over Aquis and Millis, their expressions freezing. "Oh, no need for that. Right. It's already meal time. Let us first indulge in our feast," Aquis exaggeratedly proclaimed, attempting to make his escape. However, after only a few steps, he halted awkwardly, finding Randall had appeared before him without a moment's notice. With an uncomfortable smile, he remarked, "Let us eat." Randall remained unfazed, responding, "Science indicates that one enjoys their meal more heartily after a good tussle, not a beating, but a battle." Aquis's mouth twitched. "Do you think I believe your nonsense?" "Ah, so that's how it is. Ha ha ha, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge." Aquis obediently returned to Millis's side. Millis cast a disdainful glance at Aquis, muttering, "What a disgrace. Look, he hasn't budged an inch." After all, he knew that even if he ran, escape was futile. It was better to just endure the impending punishment. Then I shall proceed." Randall cracked his knuckles with a chilling laughter, each sound resonating in Aquis and Millis's ears like thunderclaps from a distant storm. With a menacing grin, Randall approached the duo, who, despite their usual imposing demeanor, one a brawny giant with bulging muscles, the other a cool and composed swordsman, now resembled timid little rabbits trembling before a wolf. Before long, the training grounds echoed with the sounds of a fierce struggle. Bang, bang, crack, boom, clang, screams of despair filled the air. "No, please, don't hit my face." Occasionally, passing Navy personnel, drawn by the commotion, came to witness the spectacle, only to leave with their faces covered, unable to bear the sight. Goodness, this young man. It's too brutal. It's appalling. They've lost all semblance of dignity. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the training grounds, leaving behind a solitary handsome figure and two indistinguishable shapes that once resembled human beings. Randall had flawlessly fulfilled his promise, indeed ensuring they gained a good measure of weight. "All right, stop pretending, you two. It may appear dire, but I hardly went easy on you. Get up, quickly now." No sooner had he spoken than the two shapeless entities began to stir, sluggishly rising from the ground. "Ugh, don't you dare say that. While the injuries may not be severe, the pain is all too real." Aquis gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Even Miles, his complexion, oh no. His face is now so swollen that one can no longer discern any semblance of complexion. Randall observed the two with deliberate amusement and remarked, "They say that in actual combat, experiencing armament hockey with one's own body supposedly aids greatly in its mastery. So, having just engaged in a practical session, what insights have you gleaned about armament hockey?" The two stiffened. Quick-tempered Equus blurted out, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Previously, their focus had been solely on protecting themselves from the relentless onslaught, their minds consumed by enduring the pain. Hardly any room left for contemplating armament hockey. Randall chuckled inwardly. Say so earlier? If I had, how would you have properly savored the agony? Treating a beating as training would have rendered his efforts futile. He had chosen this moment deliberately, ensuring they suffered twice the torment. Familiar with Randall's ways, Equus and Miles caught the mischievous glint in his eyes and grasped his intent. Instantly, they were overcome with indignation. This beating was utterly humiliating. Watching their aggrieved expressions, Randall felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Serves you right for dragging me out of bed. Content, he turned and strode toward the exit. As the philosopher Worshid once wisely said, thrashing a pair of fools before a meal enhances one's appetite. At the doorway, Randall suddenly paused and added, "Oh, and don't even think of using life return to reduce the swelling. Every bruise upon you carries my profound insights into armament hockey. Savor them thoroughly. If you dare employ life return, this beating will have been for naught." With that, he departed without awaiting their response. Left behind, Equus and Miles had been on the verge of activating life return to heal their wounds, until Randall's devilish whisper froze them in place. They nearly choked on their breath. Exchanging bewildered glances, they saw only deep confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Insights into armament hockey left in our bruises? Really? This has to be a lie. And yet, they hesitated. After all, Randall had been using armament hockey while pummeling them. And, well, better safe than sorry. What if, by some absurd chance, he was telling the truth? The regret would be unbearable. Given their physical resilience, the injuries would heal in a few days anyway. Best to endure. Thus, the battered duo limped forward, wincing with every step. That bastard Randall, his strikes were downright vicious. Little did they know, the true nightmare awaited them when, after enduring excruciating pain and traversing what felt like mountains, they finally reached the mess hall. What are those two lumps? And they're moving. Gah, they're even wearing Marine uniforms. Damn, that blade looks oddly familiar. I recall my friend from the elite corps mentioning it, the Crimson Saber of Miles. This year's top recruit. Wait, does that mean that heap over there is Miles? What the hell happened to him? Under the collective gaze of the entire mess hall, Miles froze. Cold sweat drenched his body. He swore he'd rather take another beating than endure this. He tried desperately to ignore the stares and whispers, but the voices wormed their way into his mind like a cursed chant. That day, Miles learned the true meaning of public humiliation. Beside him, unnoticed and unnamed, Aquis was inwardly rejoicing. With his unremarkable features now completely altered, no one could possibly recognize him. But just as he sucked in a sharp breath and allowed himself a smirk, a voice, as if dredged from the abyss of hell, rang out. "Hey, Miles. Aquis. Over here." Chapter 26. I just wanted to lighten the mood when Aquis managed to force a smile onto his face. A voice as chilling as the deepest abyss of the underworld echoed in his ears. "Hey, Miles, Aquis. Over here." The voice particularly emphasized the name Aquis, raising it just a touch louder. Aquis turned stiffly toward the source of the sound. There sat Randall, beaming at them with a radiant grin. His pearly white teeth were perfectly aligned, exactly 8 of them on display. Oh, so the other one is Aquis. No wonder he's such a massive lump. TSK. What on earth have these two been up to? Amidst the murmurs around them, Aquis' body froze completely, his smile vanishing in an instant. He had thought he might escape this ordeal, but fate had other plans. While Aquis was miserable, Miles suddenly perked up. For a moment, even the excruciating embarrassment that had made him want to curl his toes seemed to fade. Yes, this is how it should be. Why should I be the only one suffering? Now this feels right. Despite the pain, Miles couldn't help but crack a smile. This perfectly illustrated the law of smile conservation. Smiles never truly disappear, they merely transfer from one face to another. The two mechanically finished serving their meals and then stiffly took their seats, deliberately choosing a spot far from Randall. Randall didn't mind. His goal had simply been to reveal Aquis' identity to everyone. Neither of them could recall how they managed to eat. People around them kept stealing glances. Latecomers who didn't know the situation would begin to look puzzled, only for veterans to immediately enlighten them. You know what those two lumps are? The top 2 of this year's elite camp? Ever heard of them? Miles and Aquis. That's them. TSK. So what's their deal? Who knows what they've been through? Kids these days, sigh shoveling food into their mouths mindlessly. They barely registered whether they were full before fleeing the cafeteria like escaping convicts. Too terrifying. Half an hour later, Randall leisurely finished his meal and strolled back to the dorm. The moment he stepped inside, two pairs of resentful eyes pierced him like javelins. "Hey, how was the food?" Randall greeted them amiably. Their gazes said it all. "How do you think it was?" "Don't play dumb." But the next second, they heard words that shattered their composure completely. Randall scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. That little joke earlier? The one about the scars containing insights into armament hockey? Yeah, that was just for fun. I thought the mood was a bit heavy, so I wanted to lighten things up." Crack. The two instantly petrified, splitting down the middle. Randall stepped forward, poking this and prodding that. "Well, are you happy now? You can use life return to reduce the swelling immediately." Instantly, the stones covering the two exploded apart. Their eyes burned with unbridled fury. "Happy? Happy your damn face. My lifelong reputation is utterly ruined. This is absolutely humiliating Black history material. Lighten the mood? You look like a damn mood yourself. If this wasn't intentional, I'll wash my hair standing upside down. How dare you stand there grinning at us like some damn fool? Go die, you wretched mutt." Seeing the two delighted beyond words, Randall sighed theatrically. "As I thought, you simply wanted to savor the pain, which is why you didn't use life return. I always said it was ridiculous to believe armament hockey insights could linger on wounds. Impossible." The verbal lashing left them utterly speechless, unable to confirm nor deny. Their frustration reached explosive levels. How could they have trusted this damnable cur? With murderous glares that eviscerated Randall hundreds of times mentally, they decided to ignore the bastard. What else could they do? They couldn't defeat him. Channeling their life energy, the swelling dissipated visibly as they regained human forms. Lying stiffly on their beds with stony expressions, they feigned death, too ashamed to face Randall after this crushing defeat of both strength and intellect. Knowing when to stop, Randall ceased his teasing and soon drifted contentedly into slumber. At dawn in the training grounds, an early arriving Zephyr addressed the assembled students. Some performed admirably in this test, demonstrating their full capabilities. However, his piercing gaze locked onto Cotton. Certain individuals failed utterly to exhibit their true potential. The unspoken name hung heavily in the air. "Reflect on your shortcomings and improve. Those needing guidance may seek me." Secondly, as promised, rewards for the top 3 performers. Randall, Miles, Ikez stepped forward. Following Zephyr to an empty training area, the trio basked in envious stares. At center stage, Zephyr crossed his arms, scrutinizing them intensely. Randall barely suppressed the urge to snap, "What are you looking at?" After a prolonged examination, Zephyr finally spoke. "You've performed remarkably well, exceeding my expectations. One of you has even surpassed them." Upon finishing his words, Zephyr's once stern visage softened, transforming in an instant from a battle-hardened general into a benevolent elder. This subtle shift may appear insignificant, yet Randall comprehended the profound difficulty it entailed. It signified that even the slightest vestige of strength lay entirely within Zephyr's absolute command, allowing him to embody such simplicity. Upon receiving Zephyr's commendation, even the stoic Millers revealed a smile. Indeed, no one could remain indifferent to praise. If one did, it would likely be due to the inadequacy of the person bestowing it. After exchanging a few more words of admiration, Zephyr cheerfully proclaimed, "Thus, for the forthcoming 3 months, I shall exert every effort to facilitate your growth. First and foremost, as is customary, I wish to ascertain your current capabilities." With that, he flexed his wrist, and the crisp sound resonated in the serene atmosphere, stimulating the senses. Chapter 27. The astonishing Zephyr. Zephyr flexed his wrist, the crisp sound igniting the nerves of the 3 before him. Strangely, despite Zephyr's apparent relaxation and gentle demeanor, the trio facing him felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift, confronted by ominous clouds looming on the horizon, crackling with thunder and lightning. Instinctively, they braced themselves for battle. A thought suddenly struck Zephyr as he turned to Randall. "I heard from the mole that your performance during the assessment astonished him. You mentioned you would surprise me. I hope to witness that surprise now." Upon hearing this, Aqueous and Millers glanced at Randall. Having already heard his account of the events during the assessment, they surmised what the surprise might entail. Not only did they conjecture, but they had also begun to anticipate the surprise with a sense of glee. How truly delightful it was. "Come at me together." Zephyr beckoned with a casual gesture. standing defenselessly as he patiently awaited their onslaught. "Since you wish to see the surprise, I shall reveal it," Randall declared, not charging forward but instead adopting a stance. The other two, recognizing his intent, refrained from attacking. Zephyr observed Randall's movements, sensing the burgeoning energy that sparked anticipation in his gaze. Randall retracted his right fist, his biceps swelling like a basketball. At that moment, his entire right arm, waist, and legs resembled a spring compressed to its utmost limit, ready to unleash explosive power. In the next instant, Randall's right fist surged forth. As he struck, Zephyr gasped in astonishment as Randall's fist was enveloped in a shadowy coating. Armed iron fist, impact steel. In an instant, the sound erupted like thunder. One powerful punch unleashed a formidable shockwave. With Randall's full might, the transparent air around him was tinged with darkness. The roaring noise snapped Zephyr back to reality, and as he beheld the approaching shockwave, he internally acknowledged the precarious situation he found himself in. In the following moment, a resounding crash echoed as the impact steel struck Zephyr squarely in the chest. Though he was strong, he was still human, caught off guard. His physical defenses could not rival those of a beast like Kaido. He felt an immense force explode against his chest, and his robust frame swayed before the astonished gazes of Millers and Aqueous. To regain his balance, Zephyr took a step back, then another, and yet another. Under the might of Randall's punch, the formidable admiral was forced to retreat 3 steps. Millers and Aqueous stood in stunned silence. Was this a jest? Randall had just pushed back the former Admiral Zephyr with a single punch. They watched in disbelief, their faces reflecting the absurdity of the scene as they shifted their gaze from Zephyr to Randall in shock. Is this truly his current strength? So, when he defeated those two yesterday, was this dog, Randall, merely toying with them? At this moment, a burst of laughter brought the two back to reality. Indeed. Quite impressive. The weasel was not mistaken. What a delightful surprise. Zephyr chuckled heartily, rubbing his slightly aching chest. Randall has truly astonished him. His plans over the past 3 months were essentially to teach these 3 individuals the cultivation methods of the dual-color Haki. In his view, if anyone could grasp even one form of Haki after 3 months, it would be considered a resounding success. Unexpectedly, Randall had directly accomplished this objective. This filled Zephyr with great joy. As for embarrassing himself before his students, Zephyr was utterly indifferent to such concerns. At most, he would just take extra care of Randall during their future lessons. Randall glanced at Zephyr, offering a bittersweet smile. He then looked at the two, still awestruck, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why are you two so astonished? That was my full-powered strike. Did you not see how I stood rigid for so long after delivering that punch? And yes, Teacher Zephyr did indeed take 3 steps back. But that was all. It can be said that after enduring my ultimate technique, he emerged unscathed. And that was under the condition that his opponent was caught off guard. Today, Randall had truly experienced what it meant to encounter peak combat prowess. Moreover, Zephyr's most formidable trait was not his physical strength, but rather the formidable Haki that allowed him to call himself the Black Arm. He still had a long way to go. If those two were to learn of Randall's thoughts, they would surely roll their eyes sky high. What more do you want? Are you not astonished that at 16, I forced the highest combat power of the Navy to retreat 3 steps? Do you really wish to injure an admiral? How audacious can you be? All right, stop dawdling. The battle continues. Zephyr laughed joyfully and proactively launched an attack. In an instant, the 4 were embroiled in a fierce clash. No, it should be said that 3 were being relentlessly pummeled by 1. Zephyr fully unleashed his overwhelming strength. Within just a few minutes, the heads of the 3 were swollen, with Randall's being the most prominent. Although Millers and Aquas were also in a dire state, seeing Randall faring worse than them still brought smiles to their faces. At this moment, Zephyr temporarily halted. Although Randall's face was already a disfigured mess, Zephyr could still sense the confusion emanating from him. He spoke. Are you perplexed as to why, despite your use of Haki, I can still hurt you? Randall nodded, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Zephyr elaborated. First and foremost, it is because my Haki far surpasses yours in strength by a significant margin. Of course, this reason may not fully convince you. After all, you should be able to sense secondly, the advanced application of armament Haki is internal destruction. Hearing this, Randall nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when he was struck by Zephyr. He felt as though his defenses were utterly ineffective. It is often said that armament haki in defense resembles armor, while internal destruction is like a spear piercing through the gaps in that armor. However, achieving this requires an exceptionally profound understanding of both the armor and the spear. Moreover, there must genuinely exist gaps within that armor. It seems you understand. This is the advanced application of armament haki. You may contemplate it further in time. For now, let your body experience it firsthand. And the same goes for both of you. Zephyr cracked his knuckles and, under the horrified gazes of the three, charged forward once more. Immediately, the training grounds echoed with even more agonized cries. Chapter 28. Trials. After a brutal beating, the three young men lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies aching in protest. Before them stood Zephyr, arms crossed, his breathing steady and unlabored. Good. Now I have a clear understanding of your current capabilities, he declared. Let me outline my training plan for each of you. Randall, your focus will be on mastering observation haki. Miles and Equus, your priority is to awaken armament haki. If time permits after that, I'll introduce observation haki training as well. He concluded briskly, that's all for today. Be here at 7 tomorrow morning. Same time every day from now on. Yes, sir. They chorused in unison. With that, Zephyr departed. Teaching was no simple task. He needed to carefully structure the upcoming regimen. His residence was a quaint, stand-alone cottage with a modest courtyard. As he pushed open the gate, he found an elderly man already seated within, leisurely sipping tea. Ah, you're back. Sengoku greeted cheerfully, raising his cup. You old leech, here to mooch my tea again? Zephyr retorted without missing a beat. Now, can a friend keep you company? Huh. With my brilliant students, loneliness is the last of my worries. Spit out whatever you came for, Scram. Despite his sharp words, Zephyr settled opposite Sengoku and poured himself a cup. Speaking of students, Sengoku mused idly. How is that Randall faring? You were the one who insisted on recruiting him. Keeping up, is he? He expected little after all. Randall had only been in the elite program for a month. What could change in such a short time? Zephyr smirked. Guess. And think big. Sengoku blinked. Significant progress. Then? Has he surpassed that boy? Pietro, was it? Though Randall had technically won their duel, Pietro had been the stronger combatant. To overtake him in a month was impressive. At Pietro's name, Zephyr rolled his eyes but pressed on. Guess bigger. Sengoku frowned. Bigger than that. Don't tell me he can now spar with those three monsters? Even as he said it, the idea seemed far-fetched. Yet Zephyr's grin only widened. Keep guessing. Exasperated, Sengoku slammed his cup down. Enough with the theatrics, you old coot. Out with it. Zephyr chuckled, savoring the suspense he'd masterfully crafted. Disregarding the increasingly dark expression on Zhangguo's face, Zfa leisurely remarked, thus, it can be said that your imagination is rather limited. Currently, Randall's prowess has completely surpassed that of Miller's. What? Zhangguo exclaimed, his face registering shock. Are you certain? Do you comprehend what you are saying? Observing Zhangguo's reaction, Zfa felt a sense of satisfaction. It turned out that my astonishment was not unfounded. Rather, it was Randall who was astonishingly exceptional. So, how did this come to be? It has only been a month. A mere month. If my memory serves me right. You mentioned that Miller's was on the verge of breaking through to the Sword Master level. Zhangguo continued to express his disbelief. Zfa sighed. Indeed. I too was taken aback. Yet, this is the reality. Within just a month, Randall has evolved from an unremarkable level of skill to one capable of effortlessly defeating Miller's. What astonishes me even more is that he learned haki without any guidance from me. His talent may be even greater than I had imagined, Zhangguo acknowledged. Learning haki in a month certainly indicates remarkable talent. Zfa corrected him. No, to be precise, he mastered haki in just one day. He then proceeded to recount the process by which Randall acquired haki. Zhangguo was predictably astounded once again. He fell silent for several seconds before uttering two words, a monster. Simultaneously, he contemplated the necessity of keeping such a prodigy within the Navy. Enough about him. Let's move on. What brings you here? Zfa inquired. Could it be that I simply miss you? Zhangguo replied, his tone feigning sincerity. Enough with the flattery. Hurry up. Zfa urged. Zhangguo chuckled sheepishly. Very well. The truth is that old coot carp has taken an extended leave. He is being rather mysterious, and I am left wondering what he is up to. I came to ask if he had mentioned anything to you. Zfa shook his head. No, I was unaware of his leave. Zhanghua had not held much hope, and upon hearing this, he sighed deeply while silently cursing Karp's unreliability. The following morning, Zfa summoned his student, Xiozhua, to assist in introducing Haki to Millers and Aquis. To his credit, Aquis and Xiozhua appeared rather well-matched standing together. Meanwhile, Zfa commenced Randall's training in Kinbunchika Haki. However, the learning process was fraught with difficulties. You mean to say that the so-called chi within you can fulfill the role of Kinbunchika Haki, rendering this training futile? Zfa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Randall grimaced and nodded. He had not anticipated that his first setback would occur with Kinbunchika Haki. Truly, it was a double-edged sword. While chi allowed him to experience Kinbunchika Haki prematurely, it also dulled his sensitivity to it, making the awakening of Kinbunchika Haki exceedingly challenging. After pondering for a moment, Zfa suggested, actually, this can be resolved. Upon hearing this, Randall's eyes lit up, his large eyes fixed intently on Zfa. Zephyr chuckled and said, since your energy is the obstacle, why not completely expend it? Upon hearing this, Randall was inexplicably seized by a sense of foreboding. Tentatively, he inquired, so, the method is? Zephyr flashed a grin that revealed his stark white teeth and replied, of course, it involves taking a beating. You cannot employ Haki. Instead, use your energy for defense. I assure you, it will be depleted in no time. There is nothing that a good thrashing cannot resolve. And if there is, then it requires two. Randall, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and remarked, Teacher Zephyr, what a coincidence. I just thought of an excellent way to expend energy. Allow me to try it out. With that, he prepared to flee. However, his speed was no match for Zephyr. With a mere effortless gesture, Zephyr caught him as one would a chick. No rush, let us start with that beating first. Chapter 29. Observation Haki acquired. Time slipped swiftly between agony and elation. The joy belonged to Zephyr, while the suffering was reserved for Randall and his two companions. Without fail, the beatings continued relentlessly each day. Randall's training regimen began with enduring strikes until his energy was utterly depleted, followed by rigorous observation Haki exercises. Admittedly, Zephyr's method proved effective. Perhaps it was the desperation to avoid further punishment that unlocked his latent potential, or perhaps the repeated blows heightened his body's sensitivity to the surroundings. On the 10th day, Randall felt an invisible barrier shatter within his mind. His senses sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. Even the faintest dust particles drifting through the air became discernible. Observation Haki mastered. In the vast, empty training grounds, Randall stood at the center, blindfolded. Zephyr positioned himself roughly 100 meters away, beside several buckets filled with small stones. With practiced ease, Zephyr scooped up a handful, plucked one between his fingers, and flicked it forward. A sharp whistle cut through the air as the stone shot toward Randall like a bullet. Without pause, Zephyr launched a rapid barrage, dozens of stones streaking through the air in succession. Having endured their force before, Randall knew these weren't mere pebbles. Each was sheathed in terrifyingly refined armament Haki, striking with the impact of cannon fire. Yet, with his eyes closed and observation Haki activated, Randall dodged each projectile with swift precision. Zephyr, however, granted no reprieve. This time, he hurled entire handfuls in relentless waves, transforming the assault into a storm of stone. From Randall's perspective, walls of rock surged toward him, crushing the space around him. His movements grew strained, his evasion increasingly desperate. The grueling demands of the exercise, both physically and mentally, drained him swiftly. Within an hour, sweat drenched his body. Another half-hour passed. A momentary lapse in focus allowed a single stone to slip through, striking his left ribs at a vicious angle. Instantly, his entire left side went numb, and he was sent sprawling across the ground. Zephyr ceased his assault. Not bad, he remarked. You lasted 20 minutes longer than last time. Lying prone, Randall managed a weak smile before using life return to mend the bruising beneath his ribs. Enough rest, Zephyr declared the moment the injury faded. Again. And so, the torment resumed. The following day, the trio reunited, only to face Zephyr's merciless onslaught together. In truth, it was less a battle and more a one-sided pummeling. Randall couldn't deny. However, that despite the brutality, this was the most effective method to temper armament hockey. Thus, their days alternated, one dedicated to observation hockey, the next to armament hockey. 3 months passed in this rhythm. On the final day, Zephyr observed the 3 young Marines, now brimming with vigor and resolve, and allowed himself a rare, approving nod. He had grown old. Warring States, Garp, and Suru, though their strength remained at its peak, they were indeed aged. Marines like Randall and his peers were the future of the Navy. And from the looks of it, he had trained that future rather well. Randall, let's fight. Give it your all. A few days later, Miles suddenly sought Randall out. Randall raised an eyebrow. What's this about? Didn't we just fight recently? Previously, when Equus and Miles had mastered armament hockey, their power surged. And with it came a touch of arrogance. Randall doesn't seem so terrifying after all. They thought, maybe one of us can't take him, but together, we should be unbeatable. And then, without fail, Randall thoroughly humbled them both. He had laughed. They had improved. Yes, but Randall had improved more. Before their arrogance could fully take root, Randall had punctured it. And now, just days later, Miles was back for more. Miles shook his head. No, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I need pressure. Don't hold back. Randall considered it. A breakthrough? To swordsman mastery? All right then, no problem. If Miles broke through, their future spars would be even more exhilarating. An hour later, Miles stood with his right hand barely gripping his sword. His left arm was broken, his ribs shattered, his chest drenched in blood. That he remained standing at all was a miracle. Yet his eyes burned with an unyielding light. Not enough, he rasped. Just a little more. Keep going. Randall hesitated. If he were the one needing pressure to break through, he'd likely be even more relentless. With a grimace, he relented. Fine. Worst case, I'll carry you to the hospital myself. Under Randall's brutal strikes, Miles struggled. Each blow racked him with agony. His arms grew numb, his senses blurred. Even his sword, the very heart of a swordsman, trembled in his weakening grip. Yet the worse his condition became, the brighter his eyes shone. Then, in a fleeting moment, after narrowly evading one of Randall's punches, he finally heard it. The whisper of the wind. It told him where his enemy was most vulnerable. Strike there. His gaze blazed. His failing right hand, as if revived, suddenly clenched the hilt. Guided by the wind, he slashed. SHHK, blood sprayed. Randall stared at the wound across his chest, then back at Miles. That single cut had transformed him. His aura now carried an edge sharp enough to sever anything. On this day, Miles, the future Red Cloud Vice Admiral, a name that would strike terror into pirates, had, under the relentless pressure of his friend Randall, grasped the breath of all things and ascended to the realm of a swordmaster. And then, having just achieved his breakthrough, Miles collapsed from his grievous injuries. Randall sighed. Looking down at him, I must owe you something in a past life. Then, hoisting Miller's onto his shoulder, he strode toward the hospital. The following day, when Equus learned of Miller's staggering leap in strength, he was utterly dumbfounded. Equus possessed a sober self-awareness. Randall was already beyond his contemplation. That man was simply a monster. Yet surpassing Miller's had seemed within reach, something he could achieve with relentless effort. However, just as he glimpsed the faintest hope of closing the gap, in the blink of an eye, the distance yawned wider once more. Stung by this revelation, and upon discovering that Miller's breakthrough had been facilitated by Randall, Equus immediately dragged Randall to the training grounds. He too would ascend. For someone so eager to be pummeled, Randall was more than happy to oblige. He delivered a thorough thrashing, then departed in high spirits, leaving behind a crumpled, human-shaped mass of existential doubt upon the field. Liar. Nothing but pain. Utterly useless. Chapter 30. The eccentric in the present day, Randall has mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, the art of life return, and the dual-colored hockey. It can be said that he has learned everything he could. What remains is the continuous practice and the development of his unique offensive techniques. At this moment, Randall sits cross-legged in a tranquil place, attuned to the energy within him. Although he has acquired the skills of armament hockey and observation hockey, he has not abandoned his pursuit of energy manipulation, for he is acutely aware that his strength surpasses others precisely because of his energy. This serves as his secret weapon. The power hierarchy in this world is ambiguous, yet one truth stands clear. The realm of the 4 emperors is entirely distinct from that beneath them. Among the 4 emperors, there are varying degrees of strength, But when it comes to battle, unless the weaker side fights to the bitter end, a clear victor is almost inevitable. His energy is the foundation upon which he can truly transcend the four emperors. Randall sits quietly, eyes closed, his breath steady, appearing as if he were slumbering. However, if a powerful being were present, employing the perspective of observation haki, they would perceive a liquid-like white energy swirling around Randall. This energy, akin to solar prominences, dances and roils around him. In the next moment, Randall brings his palms together, fingers splayed like claws. With a mere thought, the surging energy gradually converges between his hands. Even an ordinary person would observe a white point of light slowly gathering, gradually transforming into a luminous sphere slightly smaller than a human head. As the energy continues to coalesce, the sphere grows increasingly radiant, resembling a nascent sun. The immense energy causes the surrounding air to tremble. At this juncture, the light sphere reaches its zenith. Randall's eyes suddenly snap open, and with a thrust of his hands forward, a beam of white light bursts forth. The wave of energy. In an instant, this beam traverses over 100 meters, striking the prepositioned sea prism stone. A muffled thud is heard as the sea prism stone is sent flying. The beam continues its trajectory, slicing through the sky and creating a void in the clouds above before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Randall maintains his forward-thrusting posture, not out of pretentiousness, but due to the lingering shock of the moment. After a considerable pause, he regains his composure and rises from the ground. Sniffing the air, he detects the pungent scent of ozone. Moments later, he locates the sea prism stone that had just been propelled away. Upon inspection, it bears a distinct indentation. Satisfied with this outcome, Randall nods approvingly. It seems his development of this imitation Kamehameha technique has been quite successful, though his energy remains relatively feeble at present. With further enhancement of his strength, the prospect of unleashing an energy wave capable of obliterating an island is not beyond reach. What does it mean to be a walking harbinger of doom? Major Tier, we have spotted a target vessel ahead. A soldier clutching a telescope hastily descended from the watchtower and approached a Navy officer draped in a cloak of justice to deliver his report. Upon hearing the news, Rear Admiral Tier immediately commanded, "Excellent. Open fire. Fire at once. Force them to halt." Ahead, a pirate ship sailed with the wind. Its ominous flag fluttering high above, a skull not crossed by swords, but by two chainsaws. On the deck, pirates reveled in a raucous feast, their greasy hands shoving meat, wine, and fruit into gaping mouths. Yet amidst the chaos, the ship's captain stood apart, his cold, emotionless eyes observing the revelry as if detached from the merriment, silently sipping his drink. Then, in an instant, the whistling of an incoming projectile shattered the festive atmosphere. Whoosh, boom, the cannonball struck the water beside the pirate ship, sending a spray of white foam into the air. The once calm sea erupted into turmoil, tossing the vessel violently and scattering the pirates in disarray. The feast was abruptly ruined. But the previously silent captain's eyes suddenly gleamed with exhilaration, as if the sudden chaos thrilled him far more than the revelry ever could. Cannonball after cannonball struck the waters around the pirate ship, jolting it violently and leaving the crew dazed and disoriented. "Sir, are you certain we shouldn't target the ship directly?" A subordinate officer couldn't help but ask. Rear Admiral Tier frowned. "The villagers said there are captives aboard. If we sink the ship, how can we be sure we're only killing pirates and not innocents?" The officer hesitated. The abducted were all women. After so long in the hands of pirates, they might prefer death. But he held his tongue, choosing instead to follow orders. After all, wasn't it this very kindness and compassion that had drawn him to serve under this commander? After unleashing a measured barrage, Tier ordered the cannons to cease. "Bring us alongside them." "Aye, sir." Now within sight of each other, Tier observed the pirates, still reeling from the bombardment, gasping for breath. Yet among them stood one figure, motionless and composed, arms hanging naturally at his sides, entirely unaffected by the earlier chaos. Tier's instincts sharpened as their eyes met. In that gaze, he saw a coldness deeper than winter's frost, and yet a fiery excitement burning like flames. Two contradictory emotions coexisting in a single pair of eyes. This man is dangerous. A sense of foreboding coiled in Tier's chest. Soon, the two ships drew alongside each other. Tier leaped onto the enemy deck first, his men following. The pirate underlings remained too disoriented to pose a threat. Only the lone standing figure remained. And yet, an inexplicable dread crept into Tier's heart. Is it because this individual is exceedingly peculiar? Teal did not ponder further and commanded, "You deal with these lackeys. I shall confront this person myself." Yes. What struck Teal as odd was that the strange man allowed the naval soldiers to handle the minions without any intention of intervening. This bizarre reaction intensified his unease. At that moment, the eccentric individual finally spoke. "Navy." The peculiar figure extended a vibrant tongue, moistening his lips as he uttered the slick two syllables. A glimmer of evident excitement shone through his bloodshot eyes. Teal furrowed his brow and remarked, "You must be the captain. Are you merely going to stand there?" The strange man calmly replied, "It matters not. They are merely lackeys." Chapter 31. A madman. All pirates imprisoned in the advancing city bear bounties on their heads. Those insignificant lackeys without rewards are naturally executed on the spot. Yet, as the leader of these lowly minions, this peculiar individual calmly observes the slaughter of his subordinates. No. It is not merely observation. To be more precise, it is admiration. Every bloodshot vein in his eyes betrays a thrill, a silent, manic fervor. Tyr felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. This was the instinctive fear that arises when humanity confronts the incomprehensible. "You must be the captain. Is this how you simply watch?" Beneath the calm exterior of the madman lurked a pulsating excitement as he remarked, "It matters not. They are but lackeys." He then licked his lips and suddenly erupted into laughter, revealing crimson gums. "I refrained from slaughtering them all solely for your sake." Tyr's brow furrowed even tighter, the bizarre sensation rendering him hesitant to act rashly. "What do you mean?" he inquired, yet the madman merely chuckled. "For reasons unknown." A vivid image surfaced in Tyr's mind, a ferocious beast pinning its prey beneath its claws. The creature showed no urgency to devour its quarry. Instead, it lowered its head to savor its scent, prolonging the thrill of the hunt. At that moment, the lieutenant approached Tyr, his expression grim. "Sir, we have discovered the girls that were taken inside the cabin. I believe death would be a release and redemption for them." The memory of the earlier scene resurfaced, draining the color from his face. Even someone as resolute as he had been reduced to retching moments prior. Listening to the lieutenant's vague description, Tyr inhaled deeply and shut his eyes. When he reopened them, a fierce blaze ignited within. He fixed his gaze upon the madman and declared, "You are unforgivable." The madman chuckled, "That is not entirely my doing. I merely added a touch of artistic flair after they had been used." The inhumane words of the madman shattered Tyr's remaining composure. No longer contemplating, he bellowed and charged at the madman like a cannonball, determined to tear the bastard's mouth apart. Yet, what he perceived as an inevitable strike failed to connect. At the last moment, the madman's figure vanished from his sight. With a loud crash, Tyr smashed a hole in the ship's railing before halting, gliding back onto the deck. He then cast a grave look at the madman, who had inexplicably changed position. The situation had escalated. "Do you know?" the madman continued, "I have grown weary of those numb villagers. Before their very eyes, I seize their daughters, their women. They tremble in fear, weeping. I orchestrate art upon their loved ones, which does provoke a few reactions. But that is merely a handful. It is not enough for my satisfaction. And look at you. You, as Navy men, with such fury, such vitality. This is life. Only then do I find the desire to kill." The eccentric individual now wore his emotions on his sleeve, descending further into grotesque madness. His words slithered into Tyr's ears like a sinister melody. You scum." Yet the madman remained unperturbed, suddenly calming himself as he surveyed the deck before remarking, "Very well, but it seems my little darlings are being slaughtered. This simply won't do." At those words, alarm bells blared in Tyr's mind, but it was too late. No sooner had the madman spoken than he vanished. A shrill, grating noise pierced the air, followed by an explosion of crimson petals, blood and viscera raining in macabre splendor. Tyr's pupils contracted violently. "Stop!" Bang! Zzz! The world spun. Tyr staggered to his feet, only to find the madman standing before his adjutant, one hand already buried in the man's abdomen. Muffled slicing and churning sounds emanated from within, punctuated by wet, fleshy splatters. The madman observed the adjutant's contorted expression with rapt fascination. Veins bulged on the adjutant's forehead from agony, only to fade as blood loss drained him. With stiff movements, he turned to Tyr, crimson bubbling from his lips. "Arun." The words were slurred, but Tyr had no time to dwell on them. His pupils trembled violently, his entire body quaking. The madman, now satisfied, withdrew his hand, revealing not fingers, but 5 miniature, whirring chainsaws, their teeth slick with gore. The source of that hideous ZZZT now lay bare. Deprived of support, the adjutant collapsed, his life pooling beneath him in a dark, spreading tide. The man flicked a glance at Tyr before kicking the body toward him. The dull thud snapped Tyr back to reality. The mighty rear admiral, now unsteady on his feet, stumbled forward. Desperate hands pressed against the gaping wound, pleading for a miracle, but none came. The adjutant's gaze grew distant, unfocused, such as a soldier's fate. Yet in that moment, Tyr's fury crystallized into eerie calm. He rose, bloodshot eyes locking onto the madman. "And mine as well," he murmured. "Wasn't this decided? The day I became a Marine? TCH. How dull." The madman licked the blood from his saw-bladed hand, unfazed as the serration split his tongue. "Where's your rage? Killing you now would be no different from slaughtering those villagers." His gaze drifted to the crew. "Shall I thin your ranks further?" Tyr inhaled sharply, then moved. Clang, zzzt, his obsidian arms intercepted the spinning blades. Without turning, he barked, "All hands, retreat. Deliver the intel, but obey." "Aye, sir." "Oh." The madman tilted his head. "Playing the martyr? Then after I slaughter them, your life should flourish even more vibrantly." The grotesque figure grinned, baring his ghastly white teeth and crimson gums. A sinister darkness suddenly crept over his chainsaw. Tyr's armament-clad arms strained to resist. His expression darkened as he delivered a powerful kick. The fiend seized the momentum to retreat, then lunged toward the departing warship. Yet once more, Tyr barred his path. Staring into those repulsive eyes, he enunciated each word with cold precision. "Before I perish, you shall not set foot off this vessel." The monstrosity's lips curled into a twisted smile. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Suddenly, I find the prospect of slaughtering you now quite exhilarating." Tyr replied with icy composure, "Who slays whom remains undecided." Chapter 32. Victory is assuredly mine, Chainsaw Maniac, Texas. A wielder of the chainsaw fruit, boasting mastery over armament hockey. The status of his observation hockey remains unknown. With a bounty of 130 million, he revels in murder. Previous estimations of his capabilities were erroneous. Current assessments indicate that his strength has surpassed that of a rear admiral. A naval officer placed a bounty notice upon the desk of Sengoku. With a weary sigh, Sengoku pressed his temples and said, "Understood." The officer saluted respectfully and exited, leaving the office enveloped in silence. Sengoku picked up the bounty notice. The visage captured therein did not exude the typical madness and malevolence of other pirates. Rather, there was an unsettling calm. Yet, having heard the prior introduction, Sengoku felt he could perceive the tumultuous undercurrents lurking beneath that tranquil exterior. A lunatic, indeed. Sengoku tossed the notice onto the desk, exhaling deeply. Yet another exceptional naval general and a cadre of fine soldiers lost. Just then, the office door swung open, and an elderly man with striking purple hair strode in. Upon seeing the visitor, Sengoku paused in surprise. "What brings you here today?" Zephyr smirked. "Spare me the formalities. I detest that sort of thing." Sengoku laughed heartily, the presence of his old friend dispelling much of his earlier gloom. "So what brings you to my door?" As he stood, he produced 2 bags of rice crackers from seemingly nowhere. He kept one for himself and tossed the other to Zephyr. Without hesitation, Zephyr caught it and opened it. Taking a bite, after consuming half, he remarked, "Those young rascals wish to graduate early. Haha, such youth, they can hardly contain their impatience." Though he feigned annoyance, his face betrayed the joy and pride he felt. Sengoku blinked, asking, "Early graduation? Is it Randall, Millis, and Aquis?" Zephyr rolled his eyes. Who else would it be but them? Only these 3 had met his criteria, nay, far exceeded his expectations. Sengoku nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, early graduations were not unprecedented. Those 3 had already been progressing through the necessary procedures to ascend to the rank of admiral, all having graduated early. Sengoku stated, "Then let us proceed as custom dictates. We shall capture a pirate." Under normal graduation circumstances, they would merely have to follow the established procedures and complete the exams set forth by Zephyr. As long as nothing went awry, there would be no peril to life, for all examinations were under naval control. However, early graduation entailed a different challenge altogether. The sole criterion for early graduation was the independent capture of a pirate. Yet, This pirate must bear a bounty exceeding 100 million. It is crucial to understand that this pertains to a 100 million bounty pirate from the Grand Line, not a mere triviality from the Four Seas. To truly confront pirates is to embrace the life that awaits them as they embark on their journey as naval officers. This is a true test of life and death. However, for those audacious enough to apply for early graduation, perhaps they would rather pursue pirates than engage in the tedious assessments mandated by protocol. Upon hearing this, Zephyr naturally had no objections. Then let us hasten to retrieve the bounty notices. After all, thanks to Roger's reckless words, a multitude of pirates had suddenly emerged. This would conveniently assist in alleviating the accumulation of bounty notices. Sengoku sighed and rubbed his temples. That scoundrel Roger, even in death, does not grant us peace. He has stirred such chaos. These days, Sengoku had been busier than ever. He truly regretted having dispatched that rascal so easily. Unbelievable. Opening a drawer, Sengoku retrieved a stack of bounty notices. He casually flipped through them, selecting those with bounties around 100 million, and tossed them onto the table. This will suffice. Let them choose for themselves. Zephyr picked up the stack of bounty notices, showing no intention to peruse them, and turned to leave. Sengoku glanced at the now barren tabletop, suddenly struck by a realization. Had he forgotten something? But before he could ponder further, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." A Navy officer entered, saluted Sengoku, and said, "Admiral Sengoku." Zephyr, clutching the stack of bounty notices, made his way to the training ground. Upon his arrival, the three individuals who were initially engrossed in their training immediately halted and stared eagerly at Zephyr. Zephyr chuckled, teasing, "You all are so eager for graduation." Randall and the others merely smiled, remaining silent. Zephyr shook his head, exhaling with a hint of resignation. "You lot. Here, take this. It's all yours to choose from." The trio eagerly seized the bounty notices, flipping through them with anticipation. Miller made his selection swiftly. Drawn to the first bounty notice featuring a pirate wielding a sword. Though merely a photograph, Miller could discern the fierce glint in the pirate's eyes. This was a swordsman, an ideal adversary. Eek was also selected promptly, opting for a target that was a robust individual, much like himself. Their choices prompted Randall to glance at them, pondering whether they were subconsciously seeking opponents who mirrored their own physiques before striving for greater strength. Now, only Randall remained without a choice. He flipped through the notices until he reached the last one, and his actions abruptly halted. Texas. The individual in the photograph bore an expression devoid of emotion. Amidst a crowd of fearsome pirates, his demeanor seemed incongruous, too calm. Yet, for reasons unknown, Randall sensed an aura of madness emanating from this person, sparking a flicker of intrigue within him. This one will do. He ultimately made his selection. Zephyr collected the 3 bounty notices, stating, "I will provide you with information on these individuals later. As for when to embark, you may decide amongst yourselves." Zephyr's efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, the 3 individuals had received their respective documents. Randall perused the materials, mumbling to himself, the use of hockey, quite impressive. Chainsaw fruit? There's an inexplicable sense of DJVU chainsaw, Texas. It feels oddly dissonant when juxtaposed. How about a competition? Who can accomplish their task first? Aqueous suggested with a hint of provocation. Miller remained silent, yet the movement of his eyes indicated a burgeoning interest. Randall then remarked, "How can we even compare? Just locating the target alone could consume an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, the strength of these targets varies greatly." Aqueous and Miller, interpreting Randall's words, assumed he was backing out of the challenge and were preparing to taunt him further. However, Randall swiftly shifted his tone, exuding confidence as he declared, "But the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me." Chapter 33. Too late. After handing over the information to Randall and the others, Zephyr returned to his quaint courtyard. His students had ventured forth to confront a notorious pirate, one with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and yet Zephyr felt no trepidation. In fact, he leisurely sipped his tea. For no one understood the capabilities of his 3 students better than he did. As for Randall, the strongest among them, his prowess had distinctly surpassed that of the other 2. Following Randall's development of the wave of energy, he had sought Zephyr's approval to test its might. Upon witnessing this technique, Zephyr was profoundly astonished. Its power was such that even some vice admirals would struggle to withstand it. One could only conclude that this was the mark of a genius, a prodigious talent at that. Milers and Aquas were formidable in their own right as well. Milers had transcended to the realm of the sword master, while Aquas, though slightly less powerful, could effortlessly handle a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. So why should he worry? There was no urgency in his demeanor. However, before he could savor a few more sips of tea, the sound of a transponder snail pierced the tranquility. The familiar ring of his private phone, known only to a select few, prompted Zephyr to set down his cup with a leisurely grace. He retrieved the transponder snail and lifted the receiver, only to see the image of a bespectacled figure with a braid and a mustache materialize, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Zephyr, have you seen a bounty notice on my desk?" Sengoku's voice blared urgently as soon as Zephyr had the receiver to his ear. Hold on. Why the rush? Are you trying to spit all over me through the transponder snail? Calm down for a moment. How can the esteemed Fleet Admiral be so reckless?" Zephyr retorted, bemused. Sengoku, taken aback, paused for a heartbeat before reiterating, "Old man, did you see a bounty notice on my desk?" "Indeed, I saw it. In fact, there is not just one, but a whole stack," Zephyr replied. Sengoku was nearly apoplectic with frustration. What is it now, cracking jokes at a time like this? The pirate in that notice is named Texas. Have you seen him or not? Rolling his eyes, Zephyr reflected for a moment before responding, "Texas, yes, I recall. That is the target chosen by Randall." At this juncture, Zephyr sensed an unusual gravity in Sengoku's tone and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "What is it? Is there something amiss with this individual?" Sengoku, alarmed, quickly urged, "You must call that boy back at once." "Hurry." After a brief pause, Zephyr replied, "Randall departed half an hour ago. Unless he reaches out to me, I have no means of locating him." Feeling a twinge of concern, Zephyr pressed, "So, please, enlighten me. What is the situation with this individual?" Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. After several moments, he finally managed to articulate, albeit with a hint of trepidation. "The strength of this Texas is grossly disproportionate to his bounty. A previous Rear Admiral attempted to confront him, and all that returned were a mere handful of soldiers. General Till, his prowess ranks among the foremost of his peers. A preliminary assessment suggests that this pirate possesses strength comparable to that of a Rear Admiral. Previously, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had neglected to inform Zephyr. Now that the matter has been resolved, he recalls this oversight and hastily contacts Zephyr. However, to his dismay, he discovers that it is too late. "What did you say?" Zephyr exclaimed, astonished. "How could this happen? The bounty for such a person. You old fool. Why did you only mention this now?" Sengoku sighed. "Do not be hasty, Zephyr. It is quite ironic that it was once you urging me to remain calm, and now I am asking the same of you. Let us set aside the issue of the bounty for now. Instead, we must consider how to bring Randall back." Zephyr shouted, "Can I not be anxious? Isn't he your student? Ultimately, he is your soldier." Sengoku's assertion of Randall's strength, likened to that of a Rear Admiral, left Zephyr momentarily speechless. After all, he had previously stated that no one understood Randall's capabilities better than he did. Indeed, Randall had recently developed a technique that posed a threat to Rear Admiral level strength. However, it was merely a threat, not a guarantee of defeat. Moreover, the technique had to connect in the first place. It was clear that Randall stood no chance against that individual. This situation placed Randall in grave peril. Although Zephyr did not vocalize it, he regarded Randall as more than a student. He viewed him as a disciple. At this moment, he could no longer remain composed. "Zephyr, please, do not become agitated. Like you, I have no desire to see Randall come to harm. How about this? You go and deal with that pirate directly, and then Randall will not encounter him at all?" Zephyr inquired, "Do you even know where that person is?" Sengoku paused for a second, then replied, "All I know is that he previously arrived at Mary Mary Island, where he plundered a village. However, that information is already a day old. In truth, if the Navy truly wished to locate this pirate, they could, but the resources and manpower required would be considerable." Sengoku hesitated. For Randall's sake, was it truly worth it? Although he exhibited immense potential, he had only been with the Navy for a few months. "Please wait," Zephyr interjected, taking a moment before abruptly hanging up the phone. In his office, Sengoku placed the receiver down with a wry smile. What a predicament this is. Under normal circumstances, it would take Zephyr around 10 minutes to travel from his courtyard to Sengoku's office. Yet this time, in a mere 5 minutes, Zephyr burst through the office door. Upon witnessing Zephyr's imposing demeanor, Sengoku instinctively recoiled against the back of his chair. "Calm yourself," he urged urgently. "I am perfectly calm," Zephyr retorted stiffly, then seated himself on the sofa, silently observing Sengoku. The more stoic Zephyr became, the more unsettled Sengoku felt. After all, this matter truly reflected poorly on him. He tentatively remarked, "Otherwise, I could send someone to see if they can locate Randall." Zephyr merely glared at Sengoku. Under such scrutiny, Sengoku found it unbearable and exclaimed, "What exactly do you want? Speak up." Only then did Zephyr withdraw his gaze. With a sigh, he continued, "On the way here, I managed to calm myself. I believe that if Randall had been aware of the pirate's strength beforehand, he too would have chosen to confront him. So let it be. Alas, this young man." Sengoku, taken aback, asked, "Just like that? Are we simply going to disregard it?" Zephyr responded earnestly, "What other options do we have? Even if we were to forcibly bring Randall back now, it would only create a barrier in his heart. This might affect his strength in the future. We must place our trust in him." Yet, despite his words of ease, his hands remained tightly clenched. After all, he was a formidable force, rivaling that of a vice-admiral. Sengoku nodded and said, "In that case, let it be so." Chapter 34. Is it because of my handsomeness? In the realm of comic book reading, Randall had long harbored a perplexing question. How does the Navy locate pirates? Absent the use of the life paper or excluding certain unique devil fruit abilities, searching for an individual in the vast ocean seemed infinitely more challenging than seeking an ant in the Sahara Desert. Yet, Randall has now discovered that this inquiry resonates with the inhabitants of this world as well. While he had previously brimmed with ambition and uttered grand proclamations, floating adrift on the sea now left Randall feeling lost and disoriented. However, the realization that the two individuals across from him likely shared the same sentiment brought him a sense of calm. Perhaps it would be prudent to explore that village first. It is said that certain madmen relish in second or even multiple chances. Who knows? Serendipity might just strike. Texas sat quietly on the deck, occupying his own little sanctuary. His newly recruited minions had seamlessly integrated with the previous crew, reveling in merriment upon the deck. Recruiting underlings proved an effortless task, for the world is never short of individuals eager to reap rewards without labor. In truth, those who wish to earn their keep through honest toil are a rare breed. With a mere wave of his hand, Texas summoned a throng of people who converged upon him like ants drawn to sugar. At that moment, Texas observed the cacophony of laughter, anger, and jest before him with a placid expression, neither sorrowful nor joyful. The emotions of individuals are not easily shared. He merely found the clamor of the crowd bothersome. Yet, he had no intention of silencing them, for this irksome ambience reminded him of his own existence. Of course, prior to this, he had experienced life in one of its myriad forms. As for other manifestations, it had been many hours since he had slain that Navy officer, and he found himself yearning for the exhilarating taste of boiling blood. He must not dwell on such thoughts. The moment he did, discomfort began to settle in. Perhaps he could lure another Navy officer over? The possibility of attracting an entity beyond his control did not even cross his mind. Or rather, he simply did not care whether he lived or died. With a thought, he immediately ordered a change in course. As for where to entice the Navy, that was hardly a mystery. The previous Mary May Island had proven to be an ideal location. Mary May Island, a territory of a small nation, was home to a quaint village. The lives of its inhabitants were once relatively normal. Yet at this moment, the expressions of those traversing the village were far from pleasant. Some individuals appeared akin to walking, breathing corpses, devoid of any vitality. In certain areas of the streets, patches of reddish-brown stains marred the ground. Passers-by, upon encountering these marks, exhibited profound emotions etched upon their faces or flickering in their eyes. Clearly, these were not mere stains of pigment. The entire village exuded an atmosphere reminiscent of a shattered crystal ball, hastily mended with glue, yet still bearing the scars of its former self. Although the overall scene was still one of desolation, the cracks were strikingly prominent. Perhaps in due time, they would become accustomed to these fissures, but at this moment, such a notion was far from reality. When Randall arrived on Maramé Island, this was the sight that greeted him. The village was modest in size, and its inhabitants were largely familiar with one another. Thus, Randall's unfamiliar countenance stood out conspicuously. Moreover, his striking handsomeness only accentuated this visibility. Yet, the villagers seemed disinclined to acknowledge this stranger. In fact, they appeared somewhat apprehensive of his presence. Like startled birds, they cautiously maneuvered around Randall, wary of drawing his attention. After all, they had learned the true meaning of hell on earth during the last visit from an outsider. Observing this scene, Randall could not help but sigh. Indeed, pirates were the root of all evil. He continued on his path until his gaze rested upon a diminutive figure. Throughout his journey, he had encountered a multitude of indifferent, timid, fearful, sensitive, and disdainful glances, yet the eyes of this particular figure were distinctly different. "Little sister, are you not afraid of me?" Randall inquired as he crouched before the silhouette. It was a girl of approximately 7 or 8 years, with chestnut hair and a height comparable to that of the crouching Randall. She wore a tattered but clean dress. Most striking were her exceptionally clear eyes, which captivated Randall, for he perceived no negative emotions directed towards him within them. The girl shyly replied, "No, I'm not afraid. I know you are not a bad person." "Oh, is it because I am handsome?" Randall feigned a silly gesture and expression. The girl erupted into laughter, but quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, casting a furtive glance at Randall. Upon realizing he was not angered, she sighed in relief and added, "Big brother, you are indeed very handsome, but that's not why. I just know you are not a bad person. Not only are you not bad, but you are a good person." Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, reminiscent of the moon. Randall chuckled in return and asked, "Where are your family members, little sister? Why are you out here alone?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he internally regretted his inquiry, for he observed the girl's expression darken immediately. However, she did not weep. Instead, her voice quivered slightly as she spoke. "A few days ago, some people came to the island. They took my mother away. My father told me they were just playing a game with her. He said she would return once the game was over, but I could hear the fear in his heart. My mother will not come back." The little girl resolutely stifled her tears, her strength evident as she sniffled. In response, Randall fell silent, gently stroking her head. After a moment, he asked, "And what about your father?" The little girl had now regained her composure and said, He is at home drinking. I just came out to buy some alcohol. The drinks at home have all been consumed." Randall furrowed his brow, wanting to voice his disapproval, yet found himself at a loss for words. He wished to reprimand the man for allowing the little girl to venture out for alcohol on his behalf. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps the man was drowning his sorrows in drink due to the loss of his wife. Although such behavior was certainly misguided, it was not without a semblance of understanding. After all, those who can entirely master their emotions are likely rarer than those possessing the strength of a great general. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Little sister, why don't I accompany you to purchase the alcohol and we can return home together?" This suggestion arose from a thought triggered by a particular remark the girl had made earlier, which had piqued his interest. The little girl glanced at Randall, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately she nodded in agreement. Chapter 35. What is this thing? Walking side by side with the young girl, Randall observed the expressions of the villagers around him. What would be their reaction upon seeing a stranger walking alongside a child from their village? The answer was none, no reaction at all. In fact, it was far from the response Randall had anticipated. They neither approached to inquire nor displayed any semblance of concern. Instead, the gazes that had previously been directed at Randall now shifted to the little girl, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, he refrained from voicing his discomfort and simply followed the girl. After a brief while, Randall, carrying a bottle of wine, accompanied the young girl to a tightly shut door. During their walk, he had learned the girl's name, Krista, a name as delicate as crystal. Little Krista unlocked the door with a key and exclaimed, "Randall, big brother, this is my home." Upon entering, Randall was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench of alcohol, causing him to furrow his brow. "Father, we have a guest," Krista called out, "and I brought back some wine." Then, Randall heard a cacophony of clattering sounds from within the house. Suddenly, the inner door swung open, and a man, resembling a wretched amalgamation of liquor and dirt, staggered out. "Ah, wine. Where is it?" I want wine. In response to this scene, Krista appeared unfazed, as though she had grown accustomed to it. She merely offered Randall an apologetic smile before handing the wine to the man. "Father," she began. But before she could finish, the man snatched the bag of wine from her grasp, causing Krista to stumble. Had Randall not reached out in time, she would have surely fallen. The man, however, paid no mind, seemingly oblivious to everything but the wine. This sight turned Randall's expression a shade of grim. He fought to suppress his anger, ignoring the repugnant figure before him as he turned to Krista and asked, "Krista, has he always been like this?" From certain nuances, Randall had already gleaned the answer, yet he sought confirmation. Father has always been this way," Krista replied. "Mother used to be very distressed about it." Her voice was calm, her demeanor composed, as if she were recounting someone else's tale. Yet, this only deepened Randall's heartache. He couldn't help but glance back at the man. God knows how much effort it took to quell the urge to strike him. At the very least, he should not resort to violence in Krista's presence. Gazing at the serene Krista, Randall inquired, "By the way, Krista, do you know who I am?" Krista chuckled and replied, "Randall, you're so silly. Haven't I already told you? You are a good person." Taken aback for a moment, a smile crept onto Randall's face as he asked, "Then, would you like to become a good person as well? If you wish, I can take you away." Randall did not consider himself a virtuous man. Yet, having witnessed such an event, he found it impossible to feign ignorance. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of emotion crossed Krista's face. However, at that moment, a man nearby, perhaps dulled by alcohol, lost control of his body, causing the bottle to slip from his grasp and crash to the floor with a dull thud, spilling its contents everywhere. The scent of alcohol intensified in the air. Subsequently, the man collapsed to the ground. Young Krista sighed and moved to his side, effortlessly helping him to his feet with a fluidity that spoke of familiarity. One could not help but marvel at the physical prowess of individuals in the pirate world. A mere girl was capable of lifting a grown man, even when intoxicated. Seeing the nearly unconscious man, Randall could no longer contain his frustration. An imposing aura emanated from him as he deliberately avoided Krista, directing his focus solely on the man. The latter trembled, feeling as though he had plunged into the depths of an icy abyss, a chill creeping from his very soul. In an instant, the alcohol-induced haze lifted significantly, and he became acutely aware of Randall's presence beside him. Startled, he exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing in my home?" Krista quickly interjected, "Father, he is." But before she could finish, the man feigned realization. "I understand. He is the man you found, right? I was about to find someone to sell you. Marry you off. I didn't expect you to have already chosen." At this, Krista could no longer maintain her composure. Profound sorrow flickered in her eyes. This was her father. Randall, listening to the man's words, felt a vein throb on his forehead. He restrained himself and said, "I am merely a guest invited by him. She is still a child. Mind your words." The man, seemingly enlightened once more, replied, "Oh right. You are correct. She is still a child. I must say, you are a beast to lay hands on a mere child. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover." Randall's frustration surged at this remark. Yet he entertained the notion that perhaps the man could be redeemed. However, the man abruptly shifted his tone, declaring, "So, I need more money. If you don't pay up, I won't hand her over." At that moment, Krista appeared as an outsider, her eyes filled with deep disappointment and sorrow, while her face bore a stubborn resolve. Randall's anger flared. Still a child was not how one should perceive such a situation. Could he truly call himself a father? In that instant, he could no longer suppress his rage. Yet, before his fist could clench, he felt two icy little hands grasping his left hand. Randall turned to see Krista clutching his hand, her head shaking in sorrow. The man across from them, witnessing this scene, mockingly remarked, "Oh, is she already another man's? Are you that impatient? You are just like your old hag of a mother. TSK. However, it seems your bond is quite strong, which means the price will certainly increase." Randall could feel Krista's small hands tightening their grip. While it didn't hurt him, he could sense the pain she harbored within. She was clearly on the verge of losing her composure. With a fierce cry, she shouted, "Don't you dare speak about my mother like that." The man's expression darkened further as he retorted, "What's wrong? Defending her now? She was quite forward that day. I bet she is having a grand time with those pirates right now." Chapter 36. I can hear the man's expression was vile. his tone even more so. Yet neither could compare to the repugnance of his words. What's this? Still protecting her? Can't I even speak about her? Was I wrong? She was the one who came onto me that day. Who knows where she's cavorting with those pirates now? As the man's lips twisted with malice, Randall swiftly covered Crystal's ears. Yet her small frame trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps she could still sense the venom radiating from him. Taking a deep breath, Randall lowered his hands and met Crystal's gaze solemnly. Crystal, this man is beyond redemption. Come with me. A shudder ran through her. Then, for the first time, despite all the anguish she'd endured without shedding a tear, Crystal's eyes overflowed. Brother Randall, I'll go with you. Without her mother's presence, this place was nothing but a living hell. She no longer possessed the strength to endure it. Hey, you brat. Are you ignoring me? Trying to kidnap my daughter right under my nose? The man's face contorted with humiliated rage as he lunged for Crystal's wrist, attempting to yank her back. Randall thwarted him effortlessly, sweeping Crystal into his arms and stepping beyond the man's reach. Undeterred, the drunkard staggered forward again. Patience spent. Randall clenched his fist and struck toward the man, not at him, but past him. A thunderous boom erupted as an invisible force tore through the air, grazing the man's head before obliterating the wall behind him in a shower of debris. The impact left a gaping hole where solid stone had been. The man froze, his body rigid as a statue, as if reality itself had momentarily suspended around him. Randall had deliberately missed. In his current fury, he feared losing control. One genuine strike would reduce this wretch to pulp. Regardless, he refused to stain Crystal's eyes with such a spectacle. Besides, filth like this wasn't worth dirtying his hands. Given the man's drinking habits, nature would likely claim him soon enough. Startled by the explosion of sound, Crystal squirmed in Randall's embrace to peer over his shoulder. Her eyes widened into saucers at the demolished wall. Did Brother Randall do this? Amazing. I'm taking Crystal, Randall declared, his voice a glacial blade. This isn't a request, it's a warning. Speak another word, and the next strike won't miss. The threat hung in the air like winter's first frost, paralyzing the man where he stood. Without awaiting a response, Randall turned away, cradling his precious charge toward freedom. Cradling Krista, he departed without a moment's hesitation. The man remained rooted to the spot, his eyes frozen in place. It was only when Randall's footsteps faded into silence that he seemed to thaw, collapsing in a heap, his body softer than it had been in a drunken stupor. As he sprawled out, a rush of cold sweat poured forth, as if he had been pulled from the depths of a river. Simultaneously, a wave of delayed terror surged through his mind, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably, shaking like a leaf in the wind. With the walls now absent, the chill of the outside breeze engulfed him, intensifying his shivers. He gasped, I survived. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Randall cradled Krista as they walked along the path. At that moment, Krista buried her small face in Randall's chest, remaining silent. Little Crystal, let it all go. Forget everything. From today onward, you shall begin anew. Krista offered no words, merely nodding in Randall's embrace. Little Crystal, I am a naval officer, or rather, I am about to become one. I shall take you to the naval headquarters. And perhaps you could even become a naval officer in the future. Randall painted a picture of her potential future, and Krista listened quietly. After Randall finished speaking, Krista, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, Randall, I'm sorry. Randall was taken aback and replied, Why apologize? Do you feel you have burdened me? Krista continued, I saw you were a good person, so I brought you home with me. I had already considered this possibility before you arrived. I just wanted to try. I'm a bit scared without my mother. Her words tumbled out, somewhat incoherently. Yet Randall understood the essence of her sentiments. He gently ruffled Krista's hair and said, Are you suggesting you manipulated me? Krista bit her lip and nodded, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently on him, her expression grave. Randall, dismissing her concern, replied, No, everything that transpired was genuine and not a fabrication of your imagination. Therefore, you merely accepted my goodwill, and it was a splendid act of self-preservation. There is no manipulation involved. I believe that anyone with a conscience would extend a helping hand in such circumstances, especially to a darling girl like you. As he spoke, Randall couldn't help but pinch Krista's cheek playfully. To divert her from spiraling into self-reproach, he changed the subject. By the way, I wanted to ask you earlier. You mentioned you could see I was a good person. And you also said you perceived the fear within that man's heart. Could you share your thoughts on that with me now? Randall fixed his piercing gaze upon Krista. Upon hearing his words, Krista fell silent for a moment, her small face awash with hesitation. Observing this, Randall felt he had formed a conjecture. He gently reassured her, "Fear not, little Crystal. Some individuals are inherently different from others. But this is not a detriment. On the contrary, it is due to their extraordinary gifts that they find themselves ahead of the crowd. This is something many yearn for yet can scarcely attain. Therefore, little Crystal, there is no need for concern." Perhaps it was Krista's reliance on Randall that rendered his words particularly compelling to her. The turmoil on her face dissipated as she lifted her small countenance, resolutely declaring, "Brother Randall, I have been able to hear certain things since childhood. I can truly perceive the genuine emotions within others. Well, it's not merely hearing. No, it is indeed hearing. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it." Chapter 37. Bricks and Flesh in Flight on the desolate island of Merime. A place still reeling from its recent pains, a shroud of ominous clouds descended once more, enveloping the entire town in a pall of despair. At the horizon, the flag of a pirate ship emerged, its sinister emblem not a mere sword upon a skull, but rather two menacing chainsaws. The vessel advanced slowly yet resolutely towards Merime Island, ultimately dropping anchor. Upon the deck, a figure of seemingly ordinary stature rose from his seat. His face bore no remarkable features, an expressionless visage that concealed a glimmer of frenzied anticipation in his eyes. This was the chainsaw maniac, Texas. He cast a glance towards the blurred outline of the distant village before disembarking in silence. A throng of his raucous subordinates followed closely behind, their excitement palpable as they reveled in the prospect of mayhem and plunder. As the band of pirates approached the outskirts of the town, a local became aware of their presence. Initially taken aback by the sheer number of intruders, a sense of familiarity crept in. "Wait, those eyes. The very same that haunt my nightmares." Panic surged as the realization dawned that the demon had returned. A wave of terror swept through the townsfolk, who scattered like startled wild horses, desperately seeking refuge. Soon, word spread that the harbingers of chaos had arrived, casting the town into a state of desolation, as if the apocalypse were imminent. For them, indeed, this was their doomsday. Witnessing the ensuing turmoil, Texas felt a twinge of irritation. He surveyed the panicked crowd and raised his right hand, his fingers transforming into whirring chainsaws. With a swift motion, he slashed downwards from the upper right to the lower left. Instantly, 5 serrated waves of destruction surged toward the throng. Buzz crack! The cutting waves struck the buildings, reducing them to splinters and debris that rained down upon the terrified populace. A cacophony of despair erupted as unfortunate souls were crushed by falling bricks, their lives extinguished in an instant. Bricks and flesh were sent flying, staining the ground a deep crimson. The scent of blood incited further madness among the crowd. "Silence! Whoever dares to make a sound shall meet their end," Texas bellowed, his annoyance palpable. The throng fell into an uneasy hush, hands clasped over mouths, faces etched with terror. They ceased their flight. Standing frozen in place, Licky paced back and forth before the crowd, his indifferent gaze sweeping across each face, though his look was not menacing. Every individual who met his eyes instinctively shuddered. Suddenly, Texas spoke up. "By the way, shortly after I left that day, I was pursued by the Navy. Does anyone know what happened?" His unperturbed voice resonated above the quiet clearing, clear to all ears, and everyone understood the implication of Texas's words. Someone had betrayed them to the Navy. Who could it be? People began to exchange glances, suspicion brewing among them. "Was it you who snitched? You look like trouble. Could it be you?" Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard turned pale. He was the one who had led the Navy here. In a fit of anger and sorrow, spurred on by a few others, he had summoned the Navy, thinking that pirates would be unable to stir up much trouble under such pursuit. He believed this would serve as a form of vengeance. But now it seemed, since the enemy had managed to arrive, it indicated that the Navy had met its match. The realization struck him. Was this group of pirates truly so formidable that the Navy could do nothing? At that moment, the dread and sorrow that had clouded his mind dissipated, leaving only fear. "Please don't let them find me. If I don't speak, no one will know it was me, right?" No, there were those who had urged him on. Yet, surely they wouldn't betray him after all. They shared a decent rapport and often drank together. Moreover, if he were exposed, they too would face repercussions. With that thought, His expression appeared somewhat more favorable. Brother Randall, I have actually been able to hear certain voices since childhood. I can sense the true emotions within others. Oh, not just hear them. No, I can hear them. I don't know how to explain it. In any case, I can tell that you harbor goodwill towards me. Krista explained to Randall, her small face earnest, as she reached the end of her explanation. A look of distress and embarrassment crossed her features. Am I not very useful, though? No. Krista, you are a genius. Randall replied earnestly. A genius? Really? Absolutely. You possess a talent that is 1 in 100,000, even 1,000,000. Randall exclaimed excitedly. In this world, there exists a force known as Haki. Haki is a power that anyone can cultivate, inherent to humanity as potential. There are 3 types of Haki, one of which is observation Haki, a form of listening power. With observation Haki, one can hear many incredible sounds, such as the emotions dwelling within another's heart. Little Crystal. Haki is a power that requires dedicated training to awaken. Yet you have naturally awakened observation Haki. Krista, somewhat bewildered, replied with a naive charm. So, does that mean I'm quite impressive? Randall was amused, gently patting her head, and remarked, Indeed, little Crystal is quite remarkable, and she will only grow more formidable in the future. Krista inquired, Brother, can you sense observation Haki? Randall chuckled, replying, Ha. I possess the same prowess as little Crystal. I can do it too. As he spoke, he unleashed his observation Haki, allowing Krista to perceive this power. However, in the next moment, Randall's expression shifted dramatically, for his observation Haki revealed that the situation in the town was anything but ordinary. A person, distinctly different from the others, had arrived. He immediately thought of someone. Unexpectedly, he had come here by chance, and indeed, a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse. Brother Randall, what's wrong? Krista noticed Randall's unusual demeanor and asked. Randall smiled and said, It's nothing, merely a prey that has appeared. Chapter 38, It is him. I saw it with my own eyes. Randall, what has happened? Nothing much, merely the appearance of a prey. Prey? Krista furrowed her small brow, unable to comprehend. After a moment's hesitation, Randall continued, Little Crystal, the person who has arrived may very well be that pirate from before. Upon hearing this, Krista's previously rosy complexion drained of color. Mother. Randall tenderly stroked her head, and after a brief silence, asserted, I have come for him. He shall receive the punishment he deserves, I swear. Give you 10 seconds to hand over that individual. Otherwise, I shall not care. After all, he is among you. So I might as well eliminate all of you. Texas spoke in a calm tone, which only served to amplify the sense that he was not issuing a threat, but rather stating a fact. Suddenly, the crowd became as agitated as water splashing into boiling oil. Within mere seconds, it is him. Indeed, it is he. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A figure was thrust from the crowd, pushed and pulled by the frenzied mob. The middle-aged man, who had previously lured the Navy, now wore a bewildered expression, for the individual ejected from the throng was not him. What was happening? He had prepared himself, resolute not to emerge. Even if his friends had forced him out, he would never admit it. If he were to perish, dragging a crowd down with him would still be worth it. Yet, unexpectedly, the one thrust forward was not him. He was befuddled, and the one pushed out was even more so. It was a boy of merely a dozen years. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to call him a child. He lay on the ground in confusion, unaware of the events that had transpired. How had he been so carelessly tossed out, spinning in a whirlwind, to find himself outside the crowd? What was he doing lying there? What were these people shouting about? What had he done? Texas observed the farcical scene before him, narrowing his eyes. He addressed the still-dazed young boy. So, it was you who exposed my whereabouts? You summoned the Navy? Before the boy could respond, those who had pushed him out eagerly spoke up. Indeed, it was him. I saw it with my own eyes. I intended to stop him, but he was too clever and vanished in an instant. Exactly. Do not feign ignorance. Admit it quickly. Do you wish to bring ruin upon us all? The crowd spoke in a cacophony, each voice adding fervor to their claims. The individuals most eager for the boy's demise were, in fact, these very ones. They wished for Texas to act decisively. Enough of your prattle, Texas bellowed. And the clamor ceased abruptly. He then turned to the boy, stating, So, is what they say true? At this moment, The boy finally began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He rose from the ground, his pale visage betraying disbelief as he gazed at the crowd. They were, after all, the people of a small town. Upon sensing his gaze, everyone instinctively averted their eyes. Yet, in the next moment, they turned back, staring directly at the young boy as if to assert their righteousness. A grim smile flickered across the boy's face, and he lowered his head in resignation. He understood that no words could prevail against a multitude. Texas was no fool. He perceived the expressions of those around him with clarity. Yet the truth held little significance. The spectacle before him was so captivating that it brought him joy. Addressing the boy, Texas remarked, "I owe you my gratitude for summoning the Navy. They have provided me with immense amusement. Oh, how I long to slay that Navy once more." At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. So, he wished to express gratitude towards the one who had summoned the Navy? In that instant, those who had pushed the boy forward felt a pang of regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had you done so, I would have stepped forward. Instantly, accusatory gazes began to be cast among the crowd. It's your fault for being so swift. Some cast envious looks upon the boy, pondering whether this pirate might offer him a reward. After all, if the child were to be rewarded, they too had played a part in it. It seemed only reasonable that they should receive a share of the bounty. However, Texas's tone shifted as he declared, as a token of gratitude, "I will grant you a swift death. Fear not, for I possess ample experience and know precisely how to minimize your suffering." Texas uttered these chilling words with an unervingly gentle tone, sending a shiver through the crowd. In an instant, the atmosphere turned frigid, as if they had plunged into the depths of an ice cavern. The resentment towards others and the envy directed at the boy receded like a tide, leaving only relief in its wake. They felt fortunate to have pushed the boy forward. If death was to be meted out, let it be upon him. Sacrificing one for the survival of many seemed a fitting end. Upon hearing Texas's devilish whisper, the boy's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he were ensnared in cold, suffocating mud. At that moment, Texas stepped forward. Seeing his elder brother prepare to act, a newcomer among the gang boldly volunteered. "Leave it to me, big brother. This little brat isn't worth your effort." He advanced towards the boy, secretly mocking the rest, thinking how fortunate he was to seize such an opportunity to ingratiate himself. Truly, he believed himself to be the most favored underling of the formidable Texas. Yet, he failed to notice the seasoned members of Texas's crew bowing their heads deeply in silence. What a Na'vi newcomer! Before the newcomer could finish his thought, he suddenly found himself unable to utter a sound. The world around him began to tilt and spin, leaving him disoriented and dizzy. Perhaps a mere second, or perhaps a protracted duration, he felt a jolt in his mind, followed by a flash of crimson before he succumbed to an abyss of endless darkness. Excitement still lingered upon his visage. The elder regarded the situation with an air of inevitable understanding, while the newcomer was gripped by terror. "How audacious to dare contend with me for lives, such ignorance of mortality," Texas remarked with a dispassionate tone. All present, including the elder, gazed upon him as though he were a demon. Nay, the very back of a demon ought to bear the likeness of this man. Having dispatched one of his subordinates, Texas maintained his impassive demeanor. He raised his right hand, transforming his index finger into a miniature chainsaw. The sound, sharp and grating, echoed in their hearts like a death knell. "Fear not. It will be swift. Observe him. He shall not know pain before he meets his end." Texas advanced deliberately towards the young boy, whose fear intensified. He beheld the whirring chainsaw, the very instrument poised to claim his life. In the next instant, Texas's hand descended from above the delicate neck of the child. When confronted by the frenzied spinning of the chainsaw, would prove no sturdier than paper. Chapter 39. Yet I still came. At the edge of the small town, Randall and Krista stood. "I have come for him, and I shall deliver the punishment he rightfully deserves. I swear," Randall declared resolutely. However, Krista stretched out her small hand and grasped Randall's neck. "No, don't go. He is powerful, powerful like a monster. I don't want my brother to go. He will die. I no longer have a mother, and I have just gained a brother." Krista trembled all over. Randall sighed inwardly and reassured her. "Rest assured, he is indeed strong, but I am stronger. I will undoubtedly prevail." He gently patted Krista's head and continued, "I will leave a trace of energy on you to ensure your safety. I will return after I deal with him. But what if you don't come back?" Krista's small face buried in Randall's neck, she murmured. Randall paused for a moment before replying, "My ship is at the easternmost point. If I do not return, you must take the ship and seek the Navy. Tell them that it was Randall, Zephyr's disciple, who sent you. The energy I leave behind will be sufficient to protect you at sea." Krista shivered slightly but remained silent. Silence. In the open space, under the watchful eyes of many, Texas displayed no compassion towards the timid young boy before him. He raised his chainsaw as if confronting a lifeless tree and brought it down forcefully. The boy's slender neck, facing the wildly spinning chainsaw, was hardly sturdier than paper. Raging wind. Amidst the bewildered gazes, a blue slash of energy surged rapidly from afar, aimed directly at Texas. Upon seeing this familiar strike, Texas's previously calm eyes lit up with excitement. This is the Navy's raging wind. He swiftly withdrew his hand, which was poised to take a life, and blocked it before him. The next moment, the whirring chainsaw collided violently with the flying slash. An excruciatingly sharp sound reverberated through the air, causing all present to cover their ears in agony. Subsequently, a wave of force erupted from the collision. The nearest young boy was the first to be impacted, sent flying away by the force. After a few seconds of stalemate, the flying slash, lacking any further energy, was ultimately severed by the rotating saw blade. Vanishing into thin air, Texas gazed towards the direction from which the slash had come, his excitement palpable. He could sense that this newcomer was stronger than the previous Navy officer. The sound of slicing wind emerged. A figure appeared in the distance like an arrow, swiftly arriving above the open space before landing 10 meters away from Texas. Texas looked at the suddenly appeared Randall, intrigued, and remarked, "A young major general, how fascinating." Randall replied nonchalantly, "I am merely an ordinary recruit from the training camp. And you are the assignment I must submit upon my graduation." As he spoke, he was also observing Texas intently. The chainsaw exudes an air of intimidation, wielded by a right-handed individual with remarkable physical coordination, likely a master of close combat. Furthermore, upon truly facing this person, the sense of madness becomes even more palpable. Meanwhile, Texas is also observing Randall. However, when he hears Randall describe himself as merely an ordinary recruit, he is momentarily taken aback. An ordinary recruit? You. How can that be ordinary? Your prowess is at least comparable to that of the previous Major General. Yet, he quickly comes to a realization. He remarks, "I see. You are a secret talent nurtured by the Navy? At such a young age, possessing such strength is indeed rare. The Navy is quite confident, daring to send you here. Or perhaps, you are overly arrogant, coming here on your own accord? You should not be here." Randall, noncommittal to Texas's conjecture, retorts, "But I am here." The instant he lays eyes on this individual, his keen battle instincts inform him that he is no match. In mere seconds, he unleashes a torrent of expletives towards the Navy's intelligence department. This creature's strength is barely worth over 100 million. Is this not a deliberate trap? However, since fate has brought them together, he will not flee. True, the opponent is formidable, but so what? Engaging in battle with a powerful adversary is precisely what he has always sought. I have arrived. Thus, your days of ease are numbered. Despite the strength of his opponent, Randall does not shy away from boasting. Ha 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 ha. His laughter resonates like that of a classic villain. This encounter promises to be an intriguing experience. No sooner has he thought this than Texas disappears from sight. Randall's pupils constrict as he swiftly dodges. Just as he moves away, a harsh crackling sound erupts, and the ground where he once stood fractures. As Randall steadies himself, his expression shifts once more. The piercing noise erupts behind him again. Sizzle, snip. Texas offers Randall no respite. The moment Randall reappears, Texas is already upon him. In a matter of seconds, the two have exchanged blows a dozen times. When they next materialize, they stand 10 meters apart. The Randall is no longer composed as before. His clothing bears a few more rips, yet he remains uninjured. It appears your strength does not match your bravado. Texas wipes his face with a hand. A small cut from Randall's thrust has marred his skin. He licks the blood from his finger and declares, with such strength, "Your fate will mirror that of the previous Navy personnel." "Oh, I forgot you are unaware of his fate. Before you perish, I shall ensure you witness it. After all, he is a rare masterpiece, and I have kept him in my room." Listening to these taunts filled with contempt, Randall's hands clenched tightly, a fiery rage igniting within him. A pair of eyes, radiant as the blazing sun, were fixed intently upon Texas. Ah, precisely. That very gaze. Texas clapped his hands with nervous excitement. When I revealed my artistic masterpiece to him, his eyes bore the same expression as now. Armed iron fist impact steel. Randall could endure no more. His right hand sheathed in armament hockey, he unleashed a devastating strike. With a thunderous roar akin to celestial drums rolling across the heavens, a surging column of pale black compressed air hurtled toward Texas. The sheer might of this technique startled Texas, who dared not intercept it directly and dodged with uncharacteristic clumsiness. While he evaded, his subordinates lacked such capability. Like pencil marks erased by rubber, the dozens of minions engulfed by the air column vanished without even registering the sensation. Subsequently, the surrounding structures, fragile as paper constructs, were effortlessly pierced through. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 40. The terrifying wave of Chi. Randall unleashed a punch that transformed the atmosphere into a realm of boundless clarity. The spectators felt as though the world had suddenly expanded beyond measure. Previously, they were ensconced within a square encircled by towering edifices. Now, an entire side had opened up, revealing a passage. Those with keen eyesight could even glimpse the distant sea. This singular strike left the onlookers in stunned silence. Texas's minions stood frozen, momentarily forgetting their mobility. The unfortunate pirates adjacent to the blast were in a state of utter distress, their feet already stained with a yellow puddle beneath them. Texas, witnessing the might of Randall's strike, was taken aback. Even he would not emerge unscathed from such a blow. He chuckled and remarked, "I didn't expect you possessed such prowess. Is this your ultimate technique? It must be quite taxing. Can you still employ it?" A barrage of inquiries seemed aimed at breaking Randall's composure. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Randall remained unfazed, even harboring a hint of amusement. With the foundation of Chi and the aid of life restoration, he could continue this assault for an entire day. Ignoring Texas's verbal onslaught, Randall had lost all patience with this lunatic and was solely focused on delivering a blow to his face. Armed with the iron fist, he propelled another shockwave towards Texas. Just as Texas prepared to evade, he witnessed Randall launching yet another punch in a different direction, followed by a third. These three strikes effectively sealed off his avenues of escape. Texas quickly deduced that no matter where he sought refuge, he would inevitably face a punch. With a sullen expression, he resolved to remain stationary. In the next moment, his arms transformed into colossal chainsaws, their blades whirling furiously, stirring the very air around them, which seemed to morph into a razor-sharp instrument of destruction. The subspace chainsaw roared as the iron fist struck forcefully against Texas's defenses. An enormous sound reverberated, akin to thunder rolling across the horizon, startling all present. The air before Texas appeared to boil like a cauldron. Following this, his form became indistinct. Texas's countenance was grim as he exerted his fruit's power to the fullest. Every minuscule particle of air before him resembled a tiny chainsaw, voraciously consuming the force of the iron fist. He had merely grazed the threshold of awakening his abilities, yet had not truly entered that new realm. On one side, Texas wielded his chainsaw, a symbol of sharpness and severance, while on the other, Randall's iron fist embodied the essence of a mighty hammer. It was as if Texas's defenses were akin to a drum, with the iron fist relentlessly striking its surface, determined to shatter it. This was raw power, a force of destruction. Waves upon waves of energy surged towards Texas like a relentless tide. His feet began to slide backward, yet he remained composed. For although the might of the assault was formidable, it had yet to breach his defenses. As long as it didn't strike directly upon him, it was merely a consumption of energy. After retreating for a considerable distance of over 10 meters, Texas finally came to a halt. The residents of the small town stood in stunned silence. Could this individual be so formidable? He was actually managing to subdue that demon. Texas's followers were equally bewildered. Surely, their leader could not be in peril, could he? They exchanged glances and in unison, decided to flee. At that moment, the force of the shock wave began to wane. Texas's eyes flickered as he intensified his output. In the next instant, the air before him surged violently, akin to a colossal whirlpool in the depths of the ocean, spinning, tearing, and slicing. The already weakening shockwave was instantly scattered. From Texas's perspective, it felt as though the sky had suddenly cleared. However, his expression did not improve. Rather, it grew more dire. For Randall was now directly across from him. A mere 5 meters away. He clasped his hands at his waist, palms meeting, fingers unfurling like blossoms. Between his hands, a small white sun began to rise. The air surrounding it trembled wildly, the heat palpable even from 5 meters away, and the blinding radiance spoke volumes of the terror contained within that energy sphere. At this moment, Randall revealed a fierce smile, his pearly white teeth glinting with a chilling brightness. Texas felt a surge of dread, his instincts screaming in alarm. Yet he found himself immobilized, acutely aware that he had been locked onto. No matter where he fled, he would ultimately be struck. In the next heartbeat, Randall thrust his hands forward. To Texas, the motion appeared painfully slow, but it was merely an illusion born from the overwhelming energy. The wave of energy surged forth. A brilliant white beam of light cascaded toward Texas in an instant. For the white beam, the distance of 5 meters was no different than being right up against it. In the blink of an eye, it descended like a river of stars from the heavens, engulfing Texas entirely. In that moment, a blinding white light erupted. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, as the entire world was enveloped in radiance, rendering everything invisible. It truly felt as though a sun had fallen in that very place. After several seconds, the white light gradually dissipated. The spectators stood in a daze. Where Texas had once stood, there now lay a massive crater. Over 10 meters in radius and nearly 5 meters deep. At the center of this pit stood Texas, in a state of utter despair. His once long hair was now disheveled, and his shirt had been reduced to tatters, ready to fall apart at a mere shake. Yet his trousers remained miraculously intact, shielded by some mysterious force. Most crucially, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The townsfolk were left astounded. Could it be that this demon had actually been defeated? Amidst their astonishment, a wave of trepidation washed over them. They gazed at Randall, who stood before them. Their eyes filled with terror. Had it not been for Randall shielding the townsfolk during the explosive confrontation, they too would be languishing in the pit alongside Texas. It was precisely Randall's formidable display of power that deterred them from voicing their grievances, for their concern lay not with his protective instincts, but rather with the near brush they had with death at his hands. In that moment, Texas shifted within the pit, lifting his gaze to meet Randall. Now standing at the edge, he coughed, expelling a plume of dark smoke, and remarked, quite impressive, indeed. As a reward for the injury you've inflicted upon me, I shall craft several more artistic pieces from your efforts. Randall responded with a thumbs up, gradually reversing the gesture until it pointed downward, asserting, "The only one who will perish here is you." Yet Texas merely smirked, retorting, "Is that so?" Chapter 41. Don't Move. Texas stood in the pit, gazing at Randall, with the sun illuminating Randall's figure from behind. Yet, he did not flinch. "Indeed, quite impressive. As a reward for injuring me, I shall have you craft a few more artworks, specifically to adorn my chamber." Randall, perched at the edge of the pit, cast a downward glance at Texas, his eyes narrowing in disdain. He raised his thumb, only to invert it, pointing downward. "You shall be the one to meet your demise." Texas, far from angered, chuckled and remarked, "Is that so? That move is quite formidable, but I imagine it demands considerable energy. Otherwise, why wouldn't you have pursued me while I was vulnerable, rather than standing here wasting time with me?" Randall ceased his retorts, merely squinting at Texas. His body still bore some residual soreness. Yet the true reason for his restraint lay in the invisible air blades surrounding Texas. Had he truly pressed the attack, he would have been the one to suffer injury. That old trickster. Noticing Randall's silence, Texas continued, a smile dancing on his lips. "Moreover, I believe I have discerned your weakness." Randall maintained an outward composure while his mind raced with caution. A weakness? Does he truly possess one? Teacher Zephyr never mentioned it. Well, never mind. I have recovered. It is time to act. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing 5 meters in front of Texas as if teleporting. And then unleashed his attack. Armed iron fist, impact steel. Boom, zzz, the air resonated with explosive sounds and piercing friction. Randall's form flickered once more, appearing consecutively to the left, right, and behind Texas. In a heartbeat, for shockwaves converged upon Texas, resembling a cross, with Texas positioned at its center. Texas was at a loss for words. How does this individual possess such boundless stamina? Can such techniques truly be wielded without restraint? No, this is excessive. Texas's armament and fruit abilities surged to an overload. breaking free from the four shockwaves' grip. As the core detached, the shockwaves lost their equilibrium. A deafening explosion erupted, sending debris flying. Seeing Texas escape, Randall was relentless, preparing to charge once more. However, upon witnessing Texas's next move, Randall's expression shifted dramatically. Texas had already emerged from the pit, his right hand transformed into a crackling chainsaw. He shot Randall a taunting smile and swung his right hand fiercely toward the townsfolk. No sooner had Randall dissipated those 5 jagged slashes than a piercing sound erupted behind him. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as excruciating pain shot through his lower back. He swiftly leaned forward, pivoting with a sweeping kick, only for his trousers to shred instantly, his calf splitting open in a bloody mess. That damn Texas had not only evaded but left behind whirling blades of compressed air in his wake. The veteran fighter reappeared on the opposite side, repeating the same ruthless tactic. With no alternative, Randall endured the assault, his body accumulating wounds with each exchange. Yet amidst the crimson streaks painting his skin, one solace remained. The townsfolk remained unharmed. TCH. Even in this state, he persists. As expected of the Navy's secretly groomed prodigy, Texas clicked his tongue, observing Randall's unwavering stance. Seizing the momentary lull, Randall exhaled sharply. White vapor seeping from his injuries as they stitched themselves shut, all but the grievous gash across his abdomen, beyond the reach of his regenerative prowess. Recover all you want, Texas taunted, lips curling. You're only exhausting yourself. With these pigs as leverage, victory is mine. Randall's expression darkened. Each time he urged the civilians to flee, Texas herded them back like cattle. The cycle repeated, his body growing heavier with fatigue, his wounds deepening. Then a shift in tactics. In a blur, Texas vanished, reappearing amidst the crowd before returning to his original position. Randall whirled around, only to see a terrified woman clutched by the throat in Texas's grasp. Let's try something new, Texas purred, fingers tightening just enough to draw a choked sob from his hostage. From now on, you will stand still. No dodging, no blocking, and certainly no attacking. His smile was glacial. Or else. The woman's pleas dissolved into desperate weeping, her terror only fueling Texas's amusement. Randall froze, every muscle locked in conflict. As Texas advanced, dragging his hostage forward, he tooted mockingly. Ah, one sudden move, and I might squeeze too hard. Jaw clenched, Randall remained rooted. He couldn't abandon her, but neither would he surrender to fate. He waited for Texas to approach him, so he could seize the opportunity to rescue the woman. But halfway there, Texas suddenly halted. Randall cursed under his breath. This bastard was infuriatingly cautious. Texas, thoroughly enjoying Randall's vexed expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Then, with a forceful stomp of his right foot, 5 blood-red chainsaws erupted from the ground before him, their jagged teeth spinning wildly, emitting a deafening, grating roar. But that wasn't all. Randall watched in horror as a layer of darkness, armament hockey, coated the whirring blades. This bastard even infused them with hockey. Behold, chainsaw massacre, Texas taunted. Savor it. No sooner had the words left his lips than the chainsaws roared to life, hurtling toward Randall with terrifying speed. The screech of metal filled his ears, the menacing advance like a shark gaping maw, its razor teeth poised to rend flesh to shreds. Chapter 42. The firewood gatherer for the masses. The chainsaw, imbued with armament hockey, roared furiously as it surged toward Randall. The world seemed to shrink into nothing but that deafening, grating noise. At that moment, Texas once again offered his kind reminder, don't you dare defend yourself. No armament hockey, and none of that marine technique. What was it called? Iron body? Simultaneously, Texas tightened his grip. The woman let out an agonized scream. Randall's movements froze instantly, his instincts to defend forcibly suppressed. The chainsaw reached him. In that moment, Randall was like prey caught in the jaws of a shark. Razor-sharp teeth tore into him, flesh splitting open in an instant. Blood and shredded meat sprayed wildly, a grotesque feast of carnage. The chainsaw carved relentlessly through Randall's body. Amid the storm of whirling metal, he clenched his teeth, enduring in absolute silence. The torture lasted a full 5 seconds. 5 excruciating, brutal seconds. When the chainsaw finally vanished, Randall was drenched in blood. The ground around him was painted crimson, the sheer volume of spilled blood nearing the total capacity of a human body. Even with his mastery of life return, desperately regenerating blood, he was pushed to his limits. Worse still, Scarcely an inch of his body remained unmarred, save for his face and private areas. His blood-masked face was deathly pale. This was true, grievous injury. Were it not for the lingering energy within him, he would have collapsed already. He raised a trembling hand to wipe the sticky blood from his eyelids. Even that slight motion made his body sway. Perhaps sensing that Randall no longer posed any threat, Texas carelessly tossed the woman aside. His excitement was palpable as he took in Randall's wretched state. "Ha, this is the mighty Marine for you," he crowed, nearly dancing with glee. Then, glancing at the terrified onlookers, he stroked his chin. "Tell me you all want to live, don't you?" The townsfolk, frozen in horror, hesitated. Wasn't he that obvious? In an instant, nearly everyone dropped to their knees. Those who didn't were yanked down by their neighbors. "Spare us, please. We didn't call the Marines here." Texas smirked. "Since you're so eager to live, I'll give you a chance." From his coat, he produced a small knife and tossed it onto the ground before them. Then he pointed at Randall, standing weakly in a pool of his own blood. "See that man? Each of you will take a turn cutting him. 1 slash per person, and you get to walk away alive." Silence. The square was so quiet. A pin drop would have echoed. They looked at Texas, then at Randall. Indecision flickered across every face. Yet as their gazes fell upon the ghastly visage of Texas once more, their hesitation gradually dissipated. The man was already beyond salvation. Even without their intervention, his fate was sealed. A collective thought began to take root in their minds. Then, one among them stepped forward, staggering, unsteady, a woman who had earlier been throttled by Texas. She seized the knife before anyone else could react. The crowd groaned in frustration, realizing she had stolen their chance. Clutching the blade, she advanced toward Randall. The others following in eerie unison. Randall stared at her, then at the mob behind her, disbelief twisting his features. He had fought so desperately to save them. Was this their gratitude? Why? The woman lowered her head, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry. I was afraid." Randall roared. "Afraid of him, but not of me?" "You're a good man," she whispered. The words struck him dumb. Then, as if convincing herself, she jerked her head up. Her expression wild. "I just want to live. And wasn't it your fault I was nearly strangled? You owe me this." Randall froze. His gaze swept over her. Then the faceless mass behind her. Their features blurred, their expressions identical, twisted with hatred. He had saved them, yet now they looked upon him as if he were the monster. A strange calm settled over him. A memory surfaced, a phrase he had once read before crossing into this world. He who gathers firewood for the multitude should not perish in the blizzard. He who clears the path for the many should not be ensnared by thorns. At the time, he had found it puzzling. Not because it was wrong, but because it seemed unnecessary. Like reminding someone to eat in order to survive. Wasn't it obvious? Now he understood. The saying existed because it had to. Because too often, those who bore the burdens for others were the very ones the crowd wished dead. They did not remember the hands that gathered their warmth or carved their path, only the delays, the imperfections. Why is he so slow? What kind of wretched road is this? Just like now. As the woman's shriek hung in the air, the others erupted in agreement. "Yes, it's your fault. If not for you, none of this would have happened. You're the reason we're in danger. We almost died because of you." Their faces contorted with fury. Spittle flying as they hurled accusations, as if Randall had been the one hunting them all along. As if Texas atrocities had never occurred. A profound sorrow filled Randall's heart. Whether these individuals genuinely harbor such sentiments or merely utter them for the sake of Texas has become inconsequential. As they directed their blades towards him, all significance faded away. Texas stood nearby, his demeanor one of delight. Although these individuals did not ignite within him a desire to kill, they unexpectedly orchestrated a spectacle that brought him joy. Yet, he soon realized that Randall's expression was not the catastrophic visage he had anticipated. Instead, it was one of tranquility. How is it that he does not perceive his beliefs as being grievously undermined? Texas pondered with intrigue. At that moment, the woman wielding the knife had approached Randall. Drawing a deep breath, she resolutely raised her weapon, poised to strike. However, at that instant, Randall, whom they presumed to be devoid of strength, suddenly stirred and locked eyes with her. Startled, the woman dropped her knife onto the ground. Randall gazed at her, yet spoke to Texas. "You are mistaken about one thing. I am not among those benevolent doves." Chapter 43. What cannot kill me makes me stronger. The woman approached Randall. hesitating briefly before thrusting her hand toward him. At that moment, Randall abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with her. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, losing her grip on the knife, which clattered to the ground. Randall, fixated on the woman's gaze, addressed Texas, stating, "You have misunderstood something. I am not one of those benevolent doves." Texas, taken aback, pondered the implication of his words, only to witness Randall take a sudden step forward. The woman, alarmed, stammered, What do you intend to do?" Randall disregarded her quivering voice, raising his hand towards her neck. Realizing the imminent danger, the woman attempted to flee. However, despite Randall's weakened state, escaping from him was beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. She felt as if the world were spinning around her. When clarity returned, she found her neck ensnared in Randall's grip. Randall's eyes were now frosty, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent that enveloped everyone in a frigid silence. The woman trembled uncontrollably, desperate to plead for mercy. Yet before she could utter a word, Randall's fingers tightened with ruthless resolve. With a sickening crack, her neck was severed. Blood gushed from her mouth as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, but the thick crimson fluid obstructed her throat. As if discarding refuse, Randall callously cast her lifeless body aside. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Texas, speaking in a measured tone, "You should not have acted thus." In that moment, Randall appeared transformed in the eyes of the onlookers. He had become a blood-soaked demon. Those who had once dared to insult him now stood paralyzed, their fear palpable. Texas expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated Randall's decisiveness. A naval officer, yet capable of slaying civilians. He chuckled softly, remarking, "You have indeed exceeded my expectations. In light of this, I find myself unable to threaten you any longer. But tell me, do you still possess strength?" Randall returned the smile, replying, "I wonder if you have ever heard the saying, 'What cannot kill me makes me stronger.' Thank you for granting me this ample time." As his words fell, a white mist began to emanate from all his wounds. In the blink of an eye, they had healed completely. The gaping wound on his abdomen, previously revealing his innards, no longer hindered his mobility. Simultaneously, a transparent energy surged forth from him, akin to liquid flames, enveloping his form and elevating his presence. At that moment, Randall resembled a fallen sun, with his aura radiating like the coronal mass ejections of a star. As he unleashed his power, the surrounding pebbles began to levitate, trembling in the air, while the ground quaked beneath him. The townspeople trembled violently under the overwhelming pressure that felt like a mountain descending from the heavens. Even Texas's expression grew solemn. In his perception, Randall's aura now surged far more intensely than before the battle. Was this man even human? Randall no longer paid attention to the civilians, not out of mercy. He was not a forgiving man. To return good for evil, what then for good? Retribution must be met with justice. Since these people had sought his death, he would repay them in kind. But for now, his priority was Texas. The moment Randall's gaze locked onto him, Texas felt the crushing weight of a mountain. In the next instant, Randall vanished from his sight. Alarm blared in Texas's mind as he hastily transformed the surrounding air into a swarm of spinning sauce. A grating screech followed. Randall's pitch-black hand tore through the whirling blades with brute force, seizing Texas by the throat, fingers tightening. Randall yanked him forward and slammed him into the ground. The world spun violently for Texas, his skull rattling from the impact. Before he could recover, his body was lifted again, only to be smashed down once more. "You call this art? You dare threaten me? You find this amusing? You think you're untouchable? Let us see you laugh now." Randall pounded Texas into the earth, leaving craters in his wake. With one final, devastating strike, the ground within a 10-meter radius sank several centimeters. But he was done. Armed iron fist, impact steel. His fist hammered into Texas's stomach like a thunderclap. The man arched violently, blood spewing from his mouth, eyes rolling back, severely wounded. Yet Texas, a survivor through and through, refused to fall. Beaten to the brink, he understood: perish in silence or erupt in defiance. He chose the latter. In an instant, razor-sharp saw blades erupted from his entire body, spinning into a frenzied storm of steel. The violent tempest shredded everything in its path, forcing even Randall to retreat momentarily. He tested the storm with a few tempest kick, gale slashes, but the steel-cutting strikes disintegrated before reaching their target. Seconds later, the storm subsided. Texas, pale and grim, glared at Randall. This was the most humiliating battle since he had set sail, all because of this young Marine. I miscalculated, he thought bitterly. I should have killed you outright instead of helping you erase your weakness. Randall offered no response. Previously, although he was powerless to continue the fight, fleeing was still within his capabilities. As for the populace, he would save them when it was within his means. However, in this critical moment of life and death, he believed he lacked the conviction to sacrifice himself for the people. Alas, the one facing death now is you. With that, Randall clasped his hands together at his waist, executing a motion that sent tremors through Texas's heart. Startled, Texas felt that familiar sense of being targeted once more. Gritting his teeth, he reached behind his neck, grasping his spine. With a fierce tug, he astonishingly extracted his entire spinal column. No, it was not merely a spine. It was an exquisitely sharp saw blade. At that moment, Randall's energy had also culminated. A brilliantly radiant energy sphere reemerged. The wave of energy, confronted with the energy beam directed at him. Texas's skin twitched as he positioned the saw blade defensively before him. Chapter 44. I have intelligence. The surge of energy. A magnificent pillar of energy spanned the heavens and the earth, connecting Randall and Texas at both ends. Texas, whose fruit of power was not particularly adept at defense, chose to adopt an offensive strategy. The chainsaw, resembling a spine, was his most potent weapon. With a mere thought, a spectral blue chainsaw enveloped the spine, and with resolute determination it descended upon the energy pillar. With a sharp sound, the two forces briefly clashed, and Randall's surge of energy was cleaved in two. Texas stood firm like a rock, splitting the tumultuous current as it surged forth. Behind him, a multitude of structures was instantly engulfed by the wave of energy. Randall smirked, retracting his hands. This technique had yet to be fully developed. The energy was insufficiently concentrated. Otherwise, upon contact, it would have detonated rather than being severed by the opponent. At this moment, Texas regained some of his earlier composure. He chuckled and declared, "Then, let us commence the second round." Observing Texas reclaiming the advantage, the onlookers found themselves unexpectedly filled with relief and joy. Yet, this sentiment did little to assuage their anxiety. They yearned for a more definitive victory. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, an individual from the crowd finally resolved to step forward. "Sir, please wait a moment. I possess crucial intelligence. It pertains to the weaknesses of that navy." A figure reeking of alcohol shouted from within the throng. Upon hearing this, Texas displayed an intrigued smile. He first cast a teasing glance at Randall and then inquired, "Oh, what weaknesses?" Randall's expression shifted at the sound of the voice. It was one he had heard not long ago. It was the very moment he had first felt the desire to kill since arriving in this world. Habitually. Upon hearing that voice, a wave of murderous intent surged forth from him, soaring into the heavens. Texas had initially dismissed the claim, but Randall's reaction made him realize that perhaps this person truly possessed critical information. Several thoughts raced through his mind as he made a decisive choice. He stomped his feet upon the ground, propelling himself toward Randall like a penetrative projectile. The perilous aura emanating from the chainsaw sent chills down Randall's spine. Aware that Texas was merely attempting to distract him, he had no choice but to refocus his attention and prepare for defense. As Texas launched his assault, he urged, quickly, "Speak. I may spare your life." The individual was eager to hear this promise. A surge of joy filled his heart as he quickly replied, "Sir, that navy is accompanied by a young girl. She must be of great significance to him." Upon hearing this, Texas's eyes gleamed, and he promptly asked, "Where is the girl now?" Meanwhile, Randall's eyes darkened with fury. "You seek death." His voice emerged, cold as ice, between clenched teeth. The man was instantly struck with terror. Trembling as if caught in a tempest, Randall immediately contemplated abandoning Texas to reduce that man to a mere pulp. However, Texas had already anticipated his intentions and entangled him once more. "Speak quickly," Texas shouted, as the man was on the verge of tears. He too yearned to know the whereabouts of his daughter. I do not know," he exclaimed, "but she must be on this island." Texas fell silent, aware that she indeed resided on this island. Nevertheless, this revelation was of utmost importance. Truly, life is filled with unexpected surprises, Texas mused. "Alas, I now possess your weakness." Randall gritted his teeth, focusing solely on the assault. His heart was filled with loathing for that scoundrel, who would betray even his own daughter. Yet it was Texas who sought to make his escape. Metal storm. Countless saw blades shot forth, resembling a dense swarm of bees, surrounding Randall. Seizing the moment, Texas swiftly darted away in a chosen direction. Simultaneously, two small chainsaws emerged from his forehead, spinning like antennas, effectively doubling the range of his observation. The island was not particularly vast, and now his perception could encompass a third of its area. Behind him, the metal storm only detained Randall for a brief second before he forcefully broke free. Upon escaping, he noticed Texas's figure already 100 meters away and, disregarding the opportunity to confront that scoundrel, he hastily pursued him. He was genuinely anxious. The pressure he had exerted on Krista was manageable against ordinary individuals. But facing a formidable adversary like Texas was another matter entirely. He could not allow this pervert to approach Krista. With this thought, Randall quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the townsfolk remained, despite the absence of their guards, showing no intention of leaving. Their fates would hinge on the outcome of the ensuing conflict. Randall and Texas engaged in a breathtaking chase, their speeds astonishing. Armed iron fist, impact steel. Randall attacked while pursuing, yet Texas's agility was exceptional. Instead, the airsaw blade traps left in Texas's wake hindered Randall's pursuit. Before long, a smirk appeared on Texas's lips, for within the realm of his perception, he spotted a little girl exuding Randall's aura. He immediately altered his course, accelerating further. Upon realizing the direction Texas was heading, Randall's expression shifted dramatically. That was where he had moored his vessel. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his full strength, employing moonwalk to surge forward at an incredible speed. On a stretch of the island's coastline lay a small boat, next to which a little girl sat obediently on a nearby rock. Her youthful face was etched with worry as she frequently glanced around. Several times, she attempted to rise, but ultimately settled back down. At that moment, she suddenly heard a sound emanating from afar. She immediately turned her gaze, only to witness two dark figures approaching from a distance, one chasing the other. Upon catching sight of the figure in front, the little girl trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she did not weep. Instead, she shivered as she climbed into the small boat, hoping to conceal herself. In the distance, Texas had spotted the diminutive figure, his heart leaping with joy. "You there, halt." But before he could dash forward, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted from behind him. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended upon him from above, crashing onto his back. It was an irresistible surge of strength. He could not withstand it for even half a second before being sent plummeting down. Boom, accompanied by a deafening roar. The ground was instantly transformed, as if bombarded, erupting clouds of dust into the air. Chapter 45, the conclusion. Upon catching sight of Krista, Randall's eyes instantly turned crimson. In the clutches of a ferocious lion, what fate could a small white rabbit expect? Amidst the turmoil of his emotions, Randall's power surged dramatically. "Stop right there," he bellowed, forcefully propelling himself through the air. With explosive strength, he traversed the distance between them in an instant, appearing above Texas. He then clasped his hands into a hammer and unleashed all his might, striking fiercely at Texas's back. A profound, thunderous sound resonated, and Texas plummeted like a meteor. Another earth-shattering boom followed, causing the ground to fracture and dust to soar into the sky. Yet, this was far from over. Randall inverted his body, head down, feet up. With a powerful stomp, he descended from the heavens, crashing down once more. This elicited yet another deafening roar, shaking the entire island. Within the cloud of dust, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Suddenly, a violent gale swept through, dispersing the dust in an instant. Texas was nearly left dazed by the blows. But Randall had no intention of relenting. Once again, he summoned a wave of energy. This time, it was not a distant assault. He raised his hand and pressed a radiant sphere of energy, akin to a miniature sun, directly onto Texas's face. Boom. The energy erupted instantly, engulfing both of them. This surge of power was fueled by Randall's fury, utterly unrestrained. A brilliant white point emerged in the cosmos, rapidly expanding into a hemisphere of light. It continued to swell, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Everything within its vicinity was incinerated by the ferocious energy. Ultimately, the white hemisphere reached a diameter of 200 meters, resembling a white sun descending upon the earth, radiating astonishing light and heat. Outside this sphere, A terrifying tempest swept through, carrying everything far away. Even trees as thick as a barrel were severed in half, whisked away to the unknown. Residents of a nearby town, witnessing this grand spectacle, were momentarily convinced they were witnessing a divine miracle. In their panic, they knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, Krista, concealed within a boat, was experiencing great discomfort. The violent storm churned the sea furiously, causing the small vessel to rock perilously. She clutched a beam tightly, desperately trying to keep herself from being thrown overboard. The eruption of energy persisted for nearly 30 seconds before reluctantly dissipating. In its wake lay a crater reminiscent of a meteorite impact, within a radius of 500 meters. Only Earth remained. In the very center of this pit stood Randall and Texas, both in a dire state. Texas's hair and eyebrows had been completely scorched away, leaving his face a charred red, whereas his entire body was a scorched crimson hue, the color of seared flesh. Yet due to formidable vitality, the man still drew ragged breaths. Randall's condition was far from ideal either. Though he had been the aggressor and had preemptively fortified himself with armament hockey defense, his skin now resembled boiled lobster, flushed an angry red. The hand that had pressed the energy sphere against Texas's face was now a mangled ruin, pale bone visible amidst the carnage. Various other minor injuries scarcely warranted mention. Nevertheless, his overall state remained markedly superior to Texas's. After 3 seconds of recovery, Randall regained mobility. Exhaling a turbid breath, he delivered a sharp kick that toppled the still-standing Texas. With several brutal stomps, he shattered all 4 limbs, literally. Having endured the baptism of energy fluctuations, Texas's body had become brittle as glass. The man exhibited no reaction, not even a whimper of pain. TCH, Randall clicked his tongue. You got off easy. Seizing Texas by the neck, he dragged him toward the shoreline. The sea had calmed, the small boat bobbing gently on the tranquil surface. After dunking Texas into the seawater, Randall vaulted aboard. Inside the cabin, a small figure initially startled before recognition dawned, her face lighting up. Brother Randall. As Randall stepped inside, the tiny form of Crystal hurled herself at him. Brother Randall. Catching her effortlessly, Randall ruffled her hair with a grin. See, little Crystal? I told you I'd win. Yet Crystal's joy faltered as her gaze landed on his injuries. Noticing her concern, warmth flooded Randall's chest. Don't worry, he reassured. Watch this. I'll show you a magic trick. Activating life return, his body began emitting wisps of white vapor. Within seconds, his wounds had mostly healed. Though his severely injured hand remained partially unhealed, it had scabbed over. The cost, however, was the complete depletion of his stored energy reserves, utterly drained. Crystal stared in awe at his revitalized form. That's amazing. But are you sure that's a magic trick and not actual magic? Chuckling, Randall tousled her hair again. Impressed, huh? You'll learn it too when you're older. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Then, hesitantly, she asked, Brother Randall, what about that man? Don't worry, Randall reassured. I've got him secured. After a brief pause, he added, Crystal, I just need to tie up some loose ends, and then we can go home. It won't take long. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Crystal's eyes, likely thoughts of her mother surfacing, but she mustered a bright smile and nodded. Randall gently patted Krista's head before turning to depart. Texas, submerged in the sea, had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Randall decided to lift him up. He then gracefully glided away, as if walking on the moon. Moments later, in the square where the townsfolk had gathered, Randall descended from the heavens amidst a cacophony of terror and despair. The wretched old man, hidden among the crowd, appeared on the brink of fainting. What did Randall bear in his grasp? A charred mass, devoid of limbs and even eyes. It seemed he could foresee his own fate. Randall cast Texas to the ground, the dull thud further agitating the already fragile nerves of the spectators. In an instant, everyone knelt down. Then arose a tumultuous outcry, a cacophony of lamentations and wails. Forgive us. We were in the wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes. Chapter 46. Return. How would you feel when a person you have just offended approaches you, brandishing a bloodied knife? The townsfolk were utterly paralyzed with fear. Even before Randall made a move, they fell to their knees. Then came the cacophony of their anguished cries. Forgive us. We were wrong. We acknowledge our faults. Oh, Mighty One, please show us mercy. We were compelled by that pirate. Randall listened, his ears inundated with their repetitive pleas. They all conveyed a singular message. They were not at fault. He found himself devoid of any interest in conversing with these individuals. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed the flying finger gun. Myriad stars. Countless luminous points shot forth, resembling a sky filled with stars. And in an instant, the commoners were decimated, their numbers greatly reduced. Blood flowed, staining the cobblestones beneath them. The few who survived, upon witnessing the carnage, turned ashen. Trembling like leaves in a storm, Randall executed another round of the flying finger gun, ensuring that none remained alive save for one. The father of Krista stood there, paralyzed by fear. Just moments ago, he had witnessed hundreds of his kin perish within seconds. Randall had intentionally spared him, not out of mercy, but because he deemed it too lenient to let him die so easily. 10 minutes later, Randall wiped the blood from his face and hoisted Texas before departing. He made his way to Texas's pirate ship. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still hoped against hope that Krista's mother might still be alive after all. She was a woman. With swift precision, he eliminated all visible pirates aboard. Upon entering the cabin, the sight within rendered him speechless. Although he had suspected something sinister when Texas had mentioned artworks, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter altogether. He could scarcely believe that such depravity could exist in this world. Even celestial dragons bore tattoos of this nature. No, the celestial dragons often provided unexpected surprises. It was difficult to ascertain who was more twisted. Silently, Randall approached one of the artworks. An inscription beside it read, "A standard Navy officer, sacrificing himself for his subordinates. Excellent, I find this delightful." Adjacent to it was another piece. To protect his daughter, he willingly became a toy. Excellent, I find this delightful. With a deep breath, Randall closed his eyes and grasped Texas's hand tightly. The sound of a neck snapping echoed in the air. He twisted Texas's head off and wrapped it in cloth. Then, Randall ascended into the sky. With a surge of energy, the infernal realm was reduced to dust, swallowed by the depths of the ocean. He returned to his ship with utmost haste, for he wished to linger in this wretched place not a moment longer. Brother Randall. Originally lost in thought, Krista revealed a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Randall could not help but chuckle in response. The weather was splendid today. Zephyr was leisurely basking in the sun and sipping tea in his small courtyard. However, during this moment of mental stillness, Zephyr inevitably found himself pondering the fates of those who had ventured out to complete their graduation assessments, particularly Randall. A week had elapsed, and he was left wondering about their circumstances. Just as Zephyr gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky, his communicator suddenly chimed. Beep, 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 click. Zephyr answered the call, casually saying, Moshi Moshi, this is Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I have a matter to discuss. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering his gaze to the communicator. The projected visage on the screen, even through the device, exuded a certain handsomeness. It was Randall. Randall, where are you right now? On the other end, Randall, taken aback by Zephyr's urgency, paused for a second before responding, Zephyr-sensei, I just arrived at headquarters. Is something wrong? Zephyr released a sigh of relief and replied, No, nothing's wrong. I'm at home. Just come over. All right. After hanging up, Zephyr let out a chuckle, surprised by Randall's swift return. Could it be that he had heard news of the pirate at sea and realized he was no match? Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, you little rascal. Sure thing. The door swung open, and Randall's head peeked in. Just as Zephyr was about to speak, he noticed another figure accompanying Randall, a delicate little girl, beautifully sculpted like porcelain. The girl tugged at Randall's sleeve and obediently stood beside him in a slightly reserved manner. What was going on? Randall had gone out and returned with a child? Fortunately, Randall remained oblivious to the old man's serious demeanor, or else he might have been embarrassed. After all, he was only 16. Zephyr recognized that his thoughts were rather inappropriate. Clearing his throat discreetly, he inquired, Randall, did you realize there was an issue with the target you selected? Randall smacked his thigh in realization, exclaiming, How did you know, Zephyr-sensei? The opponent I chose is a significant problem. With a bounty just over 100 million, that's downright ridiculous. I thought it would be an easy match, but it nearly turned into a life-and-death battle. I truly exerted myself to deal with that scoundrel. With each of Randall's statements, Zephyr nodded in agreement. Indeed. The bounty was suspiciously low. Yes, 300 million is indeed more reasonable. So you really went to great lengths to handle. Wait a moment. What did you say? Who did you deal with? That Texas fellow? Randall nodded and said, exactly. What's the matter? Oh, right, his head is here. I brought it back on purpose. What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? I should be the one asking you. When you set out, weren't you only at the level of a rear admiral? How did you turn around and take down a pirate comparable to a vice admiral? And all this in such a short time. Zephyr took a moment to steady himself, then fixed his gaze intently on Randall, as if trying to see right through him. Impressive, truly impressive. Randall waved his hand dismissively. Ah, Teacher Zephyr, that's not important right now. I came mainly to discuss this little one's situation with you. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Krista's head, indicating that she was the subject of their conversation. Zephyr looked at Krista for the second time. Before he could even ask, Randall proactively began explaining the circumstances, this and that, so on and so forth. Chapter 47. I have you all figured out. Upon comprehending Krista's plight, Zephyr let out a profound sigh. So, what are your thoughts? He inquired of Randall. Well, I certainly wish to have her join the Navy, Randall replied. Zephyr narrowed his eyes and remarked, You approached me with the intention of entering the elite camp, did you? Let me be clear, there are no shortcuts here. With a smile, Randall responded, Teacher Zephyr, you've misunderstood me. I am not here seeking any favors. Rather, I present to you an exceptional student. Little Crystal is a natural-born genius with the ability to awaken observation hockey. This decision had been made after discussions between Randall and Krista. Although Krista yearned to remain by Randall's side, her desire to assist him outweighed any inclination to be a burden. Zephyr, taken aback, gazed at the timid Krista. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. How could I possibly deceive you regarding such matters? Zephyr pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. If that is so, even if her combat prowess is lacking, she can still be admitted through exceptional circumstances. You certainly have a point. To be naturally endowed with the awakening of observation hockey is indeed an extraordinary talent. It is essential to recognize that while Randall and his companions may seem to awaken their abilities effortlessly, many individuals go through their entire lives without ever achieving such a feat. With Zephyr's approval, Randall felt a wave of relief. The decision regarding the elite camp rested solely with Zephyr. His consent rendered any opposition from Kong or Sengoku futile. Thus, the matter was settled. Now that we have discussed Krista's situation, it is time to address yours. How did you resolve it? Are you aware that shortly after your departure, that old rascal Sengoku called to inform me that a rear admiral had just perished due to that pirate? Scratching his head, Randall replied, Well, that was resolved quite straightforwardly. He then recounted the events to Zephyr, deliberately omitting the troublesome townsfolk. Upon hearing the account, Zephyr sighed with a complex expression. As a teacher, he felt immense pride in having such an outstanding disciple. However, Randall's brilliance also made him feel somewhat aged, as if their roles might soon reverse, and he would find himself in genuine combat against his own pupil. What? You say he has returned? And completed the mission? Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief, nearly spitting in Zephyr's direction. Zephyr nodded wistfully. Indeed, you heard correctly. I did not misspeak. That lad has indeed vanquished the pirate. Sengoku gasped in astonishment. How did he manage that? Isn't he just a rear admiral? Seeing Sengoku's shock, Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, but according to the lad, his determination to uphold the Navy's honor was so resolute that he experienced a breakthrough during the battle, enhancing his strength. Consequently, he swiftly concluded the confrontation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nearly choked on his own saliva. Was this a jest? In the Navy, who among them lacked resolve? It was rare to witness anyone's strength suddenly surge in the heat of battle. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of comfort. Once again, a pillar of strength had emerged within the Navy. Excellent. By the way, what of that pirate? Just in time. A group of pirates was to be sent to impel down. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he remarked, that lad. He only brought back a head, so there is no need to send him to impel down, right? Killing a pirate is hardly remarkable. Yet, the head he returned with was utterly gruesome. It was beyond recognition. I can't help but wonder if Randall harbored some deep-seated vendetta against this pirate. Sengoku paused, nodded, and refrained from further comment. He then rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Speaking of which, since the evaluation had concluded, it was time to discuss ranks. Zephyr, do you have any insights? Zephyr nonchalantly replied, it is what it is. There's nothing more to ponder. But his strength is already comparable to that of a captain. Should we grant him the rank of captain directly? There's no precedent for that. That's a matter for you to contemplate. Zephyr chuckled, appearing rather mischievous as he shrugged. Go on, you old rascal. Don't linger here and be a nuisance. A moment later, in the training ground, Randall and Zephyr stood at the center, flanked by Krista and a group of new recruits. Is that General Zephyr? And the one opposite. Wow, that lad is quite handsome. That must be the one who, just a month into the elite camp, defeated the original top contender. Randall, I heard he applied for early graduation, so why is he still here? Could it be that these two are about to engage in battle? Has this monster truly reached a level where he can contend with General Zephyr? How outrageous. And who is that little girl? She's so adorable. I know. I arrived early. That's Randall's sister. Wow, my brother-in-law's sister is so cute. Goodness. How young is she? Those with a penchant for such things should take heed. Look. Randall is glancing over. Brother, you're in trouble. Pay your respects. Pay your respects. At one. Within the arena, Randall helplessly withdrew his gaze. What a peculiar bunch. Are you ready, kid? On the opposite side, Zephyr cracked his knuckles, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Given your current strength, I can't afford to go easy on you. Randall, brimming with combat spirit, declared, I couldn't ask for more. Come on, Teacher Zephyr. No sooner had the words left his lips than Randall's armament hockey enveloped his entire being, instantly elevating his presence to one of understated opulence. Observing this, the surrounding new recruits gasped in astonishment. Is this the true strength of the elite training camp? Full-body armament hockey. For most, armament hockey remains a formidable technique only existing in their wildest imaginations. Yet Randall has already mastered this advanced application of full-body hardening. We're all recruits of the same batch. How are you so exceptional? Is this the caliber of the elite camp? Other trainees from the regular division. No. Spare us. We're not even in the same league. Zephyr observed the seemingly impregnable Randall and praised, your armament hockey refinement is commendable. But then his tone shifted. Full-body hardening may appear secure, but in truth, it disperses your defenses. Like this. Before his words fully faded, Zephyr's figure blurred as he teleported behind Randall. His fist, large as a casserole, came crashing toward Randall's back. Yet Randall seemed to foresee this, evading with preternatural timing. Instructor Zephyr, you always favor this approach. I've already deciphered your patterns. Chapter 48. Zephyr strikes back. Randall and Zephyr had clashed numerous times, and almost every instance. Zephyr favored sneaking up behind him for a surprise attack. Clever as Randall was, he had long deciphered Zephyr's tactics. With agile grace, he dodged Zephyr's fist, even finding the leisure to taunt him. Instructor Zephyr, you're so predictable. I've got your number now. The onlookers gasped in awe. Incredible. He's actually figured out Admiral Zephyr's moves. Zephyr responded with a cold smirk. Figured me out? Your century's too early, brat. With a twist of his waist. His already extended fist recoiled like a steel whip, brutally striking Randall's ribs. Thud. Randall was sent flying. The crowd murmured, well, Admiral Zephyr remains Admiral Zephyr. After flipping midair, Randall landed, clutching his side with a pained grimace. That strike, he suspected Zephyr had employed the pinnacle of armament hockey, internal destruction. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt this much. You've still got a long way to go. Zephyr grinned like a seasoned bandit. Randall's eyes gleamed with mischief. Then, Instructor Zephyr, dare to stand there and take one of my attacks? Zephyr's eyes narrowed. TCH, trying to provoke me, brat? But fine, I'll humor you. You're planning to use that technique, aren't you? If I could handle it before, I can handle it now. Go on. Crossing his arms, Zephyr stood firm, outwardly composed. But inwardly, his armament hockey coiled like a spring. Delighted, Randall grinned. You said it. No takebacks. Quit stalling and get on with it. Chuckling. Randall assumed his stance, palms pressed together at his waist, fingers splayed. Energy surged through his body, converging between his hands. Soon, a radiant white orb, the size of a human head, materialized. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Is he a devil fruit user? What ability is this? You're mistaken. This might be the advanced application of armament hockey, external projection. Ah, I see. You're quite knowledgeable. Merely a passing familiarity. My father's a rear admiral. So I've seen a thing or two. The energy had now reached the intensity Randall had once unleashed on Tex's face, yet he didn't T-stop. The orb remained the same size but grew blindingly brighter. The air around him trembled violently. Within a 10-meter radius, pebbles levitated, suspended midair. A fierce gale erupted from Randall, buffeting the crowd, who silently acknowledged, this kid is terrifying. Zephyr's brow furrowed. This was merely exceeding the energy he'd witnessed before. It was still escalating. 3 seconds passed. 5, 7, 10. Only after a full 10 seconds of charging did Randall finally cease. It was not that he did not wish to continue, but rather that he could no longer contain the surging energy within him. Should he persist, the outcome would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Teacher Zephyr, brace yourself. Randall managed a strained smile before thrusting his hands forward with immense effort, as though pushing against an insurmountable weight. With his motion, the luminous sphere, already teetering on the edge of restraint, erupted violently. A torrent of blinding energy surged forth, cascading toward Zephyr like an unstoppable tide. Wave of chi. Confronted by this onslaught, Zephyr found his vision overwhelmed by sheer radiance, the world dissolving into pure white. Sensing the sheer destructive force behind the attack, he abandoned any notion of enduring it head-on. His right fist darkened instantly, hardening like tempered steel, before he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The onlookers were deafened by the thunderous collision, their senses obliterated in the aftermath. All they could perceive was the tempest raging before them. Those standing closest felt their faces tighten under the sheer force of the shockwave. As for Krista, ever the shrewd observer, she had recognized the extraordinary nature of the technique from its mere visual spectacle, long before the explosion. She had already covered her ears and retreated behind the crowd. The storm raged for over 10 seconds before reluctantly dissipating, eager to witness the aftermath. The spectators turned their gaze toward the center of the field, only to freeze in stunned disbelief. The once pristine training grounds had been scoured clean. Not a single stone tile remained intact. Training equipment had been hurled to the periphery, some even embedded into the walls. In between Zephyr and Randall yawned a gaping chasm, its depth shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The crowd alternated their stares between the crater and Randall, struggling to reconcile the devastation with its source. This level of power is absurd. Is this guy even human? The son of a rear admiral was particularly shaken. He knew with absolute certainty that his own father could never achieve such destruction. He hasn't even graduated yet. Are all the elite cadets monsters like this? Elite cadets in the crowd. We are not the same. On the field. Zephyr flexed his slightly scorched fist before addressing Randall. Kid, not bad at all. He praised. That technique of yours actually forced me to counterattack. Now I understand how you took down that Texas bastard. Zephyr was certain that among vice admirals, few could withstand such an attack unscathed. Even veterans like Mamanga or Enigmo would suffer grievous injuries attempting to block it. Randall responded with a weary but satisfied grin. However, Zephyr continued, his tone shifting to one of caution, this move has glaring weaknesses. The charging time is excessive, and the recoil leaves you completely vulnerable. In real combat, no enemy would grant you such an opening. If this attack misses, or if your opponent survives it, you'll be left defenseless. And that, my boy, is a death sentence. Then, softening his voice, he concluded, but still flaws and all, this is an impressive feat. Receiving praise from Zephyr, Randall was filled with joy. Upon seeing Randall smile, Zephyr also broke into a grin. However, he soon gazed regretfully at the arena and lamented, what a pity, this match cannot proceed. We haven't even begun to spar yet. As he spoke, Zephyr clenched his fists, displaying a clear eagerness to engage. Randall rolled his eyes, thinking, those who practice combat arts truly relish a good fight, don't they? In that moment, he conveniently forgot the exhilaration he felt while sparring with Aqueous and Millers. Just then, noticing that the duel had ceased, Krista hurriedly approached Randall, tugging at his sleeve. Randall, are you all right? Gazing at Krista's adorable face, Randall felt his heart melt. Don't worry, I'm quite formidable. Meanwhile, Zephyr appeared to have just bitten into a lemon. Hey, little Crystal, it was I who got hit. Why are you asking that, brat? Chapter 49, The Dragon King pirate crew, upon observing Krista's concern for Randall, Zephyr felt a pang of jealousy. "Little Crystal," he exclaimed, "it was I who was struck. Why inquire about that wretched boy?" Krista, timidly responding, said, "But Grandfather Zephyr appears quite strong. He shouldn't be injured." At this, Zephyr rolled his eyes dramatically, while Randall erupted in laughter. "By the way, Krista, if you no longer wish to stay in the dormitory, you could always reside with me," Zephyr suddenly suggested. Randall's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Krista. "What do you think, little Crystal? Grandfather Zephyr is quite wealthy, and he has an abundance of delicious food. Plus, he is incredibly formidable. Many in the Navy aspire to learn from him." Randall elaborated on the advantages of living with Zephyr, leaving no room for doubt. Zephyr merely smirked, silently anticipating Krista's response. While Krista was somewhat oblivious to the nuances, she discerned that Randall wished for her agreement. Thus, she nodded. "All right, Grandfather Zephyr. I look forward to your guidance in the future," she declared, resembling a miniature adult. Her adorably earnest demeanor prompted hearty laughter from Zephyr. "Excellent, excellent." At that moment, the onlookers, previously captivated, seemed to awaken from their stupor. They began to chatter excitedly, as if a pot had boiled over. "Goodness, did I just witness that? Was that truly a human being struck?" one exclaimed. "My word, did you see Admiral Zephyr throw a punch? The might of the strongest in the elite camp is truly terrifying. I imagine even a rear admiral would pale in comparison. My brother-in-law's sister is so adorable. Ah, I am utterly smitten. Goodness, why hasn't this creepy fellow left yet?" Amidst the astonished crowd, Randall and his companions strolled away leisurely. "Oh, by the way, Randall," Zephyr interjected, "you should venture out more often and capture some pirates." Randall nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiry. "Brother Randall, please be cautious," Krista urged, tugging at his shirt. "Understood. I'm incredibly strong," Randall replied with a grin, flexing his muscles for Krista. Zephyr clicked his tongue, feeling his disdain for pirates intensify further. What a delightful young girl. Initially, Randall intended to wait for Aquas and Millers to return. However, with Zephyr's suggestion to pursue pirates, he resolved to be obedient. After a night's rest, the following day, he departed from the Navy headquarters, all the while under Krista's reluctant gaze. Rather than heading to the pirate-infested Sabaody archipelago, he set his course towards the first half of the Grand Line. In just a few days, Randall dismantled several pirate crews. It can only be said that during the early days of the Great Pirate Era, the density of pirates was indeed alarmingly high. On this particular day, Randall was soundly asleep in the ship's cabin when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind pierced through the air. A cannonball plunged directly into the waters near Randall's vessel, causing the small boat to lurch violently. Randall's eyes flew open, bloodshot and wide. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged from the cabin and glanced at the sky. Ah! The sun shone brightly, a splendid day for hunting pirates. How dare they disturb his slumber? Less than a nautical mile away, a pirate ship flaunted its presence. "Hey, you incompetent fool! You can't even hit a target from this distance. Step aside and watch how it's done." A raucous pirate shoved aside the man stationed at the cannon, preparing to take aim. He then lit the fuse. Boom! A cannonball soared in a perfect arc, hurtling toward Randall's ship. The pirates, excitement gleaming in their eyes, anticipated the destruction of the vessel. However, in the next moment, a young man appeared on deck. The youth merely kicked his leg toward the sky, unleashing a blue wave of energy that cleaved the cannonball in two. After neutralizing the threat, Randall glided forward, his feet barely touching the ground, arriving above the pirate ship. In the pirate's stunned gaze, he wasted no time in unleashing his wrath. With rapid finger movements, luminous points cascaded like a starry sky, raining down upon the pirates. Flying finger gun. Myriad stars. The pirates cried out in despair, suffering grave casualties. Yet, a few formidable pirates managed to withstand Randall's casual assault. "Who are you to dare attack our Dragon King pirate crew?" one of the surviving pirates bellowed. This piqued Randall's curiosity. "With a single strike, I nearly obliterated you all. What audacity do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Are these pirates truly so valiant? Do they not fear death? You're finished. You're doomed. If you have the guts, call your captain here. You wouldn't dare. When my captain arrives, you will kneel and beg for mercy." The pirate continued to shout defiantly. "Oh, so your captain is absent from the ship?" How intriguing. Do tell. Quickly, summon your captain. Hurry up. Move it, Randall urged. Capturing the thief requires capturing the king. Without the captain, the crew would falter. Conversely, if the captain remained unharmed, the crew would soon rise again. The pirate fell silent but began to run, secretly mocking Randall, thinking, just as I expected, the youth is easily provoked by such base taunts. Once the captain arrives, you shall meet your end. In no time, the pirate vanished from sight. Randall, unperturbed by the possibility of escape, was keenly aware of his surroundings. As for the remaining pirates on deck, he showed no mercy, dispatching each with a precise strike. All perished with remarkable tranquility. One messenger was sufficient. Before long, the pirate returned, his spirit markedly transformed. The sensation was as if someone formidable stood behind me. My strides carried an air of invincibility, and my head swelled with arrogance. Even the terrifying Randall seemed insignificant now. Listen here, boy, you'd better show me some respect. Otherwise, when my boss arrives, death will be the least of your worries. The pirate glared down his nose at Randall, his voice dripping with contempt. Randall, unimpressed, responded with a sharp backhand across the pirate's face. A crisp crack echoed, leaving the man momentarily stunned. Hey, you little slap. Another strike silenced him mid-sentence. Wait. You slap. Slap. Not satisfied with just one, Randall followed up with a swift reverse strike. If you don't know how to speak properly, then shut your mouth. Randall sneered. I'd hate to accidentally kill you before you can report my location to your so-called boss. The pirate fell silent instantly, shrinking like a quail, though inwardly seething. Enjoy your moment of triumph now, he thought. Once my boss arrives, I'll make sure you suffer a beating so brutal, you'll beg for death. Chapter 50. Misunderstandings, merely misunderstandings. On the Great Maritime Route, Grig Island hosts a small town and a naval base. Within the confines of the base, a soldier rushed urgently to the commander's office. Bursting through the door, he exclaimed, Commander, the Dragon King pirate crew has arrived. The commander, initially displaying a scowl of discontent, swiftly altered his expression upon hearing the soldier's report. What? Are you certain you did not misidentify them? The soldier promptly affirmed, I am certain. Only the Dragon King pirate crew would fly their pirate flag with a crooked skull. Upon hearing this, the commander exhaled deeply. In that case, it is indeed that pirate crew. He cursed under his breath. Did that scoundrel not visit just once? Is he intent on drawing attention to himself with such frequency? After venting his frustration, he set down his teacup and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, Randall stretched languidly and inquired, Do you know the name of the island ahead? Hurry and inform your captain to come. The pirate, displeased with Randall's command, nevertheless sought to comply. Hastily retreating to make a call from an undisclosed location, Randall stood at the bow, squinting towards the distant outline of the naval base, murmuring to himself, This seems amiss. At this distance, we should have been detected. Why has there been no response from the Navy? Moments later, as the ship neared the port, rather than confronting the pirates, the Navy appeared to be facilitating their entry. This development stirred uneasy suspicions within Randall. Shortly, the pirate vessel docked, and Randall jumped ashore. At that moment, a Navy officer clad in a justice cloak approached, flanked by several soldiers. Without waiting for Randall to speak, the officer bluntly stated, Why have you returned? Did we not just supply you? If you come so frequently, we will all be in trouble if discovered. Randall fell silent. The officer, upon finishing his statement, sensed something was amiss. Who is this pirate? When did they become so pristine? Even he, a man, found the pirate remarkably handsome. Moreover, the atmosphere aboard the ship was unusually quiet. Frowning, he realized the situation was more complex than it appeared. At this juncture, Randall spoke up. Are you the commander of this base? What do you mean by that? Are you concerned about being discovered? Furthermore, how can you, a Navy officer, remain so composed in the presence of pirates? A sense of foreboding surged within the commander's mind. He coldly retorted, Who are you? Seize him. He has just killed our men. At that moment, the sole remaining pirate shouted from the ship's railing, You must capture him. The commander rolled his eyes internally, thinking, You can't simply demand I capture him. The death of your men has nothing to do with us. Yet, in the next instant, he heard Randall softly declare, I am from the headquarters. Upon hearing this, the base commander's countenance darkened abruptly. Quick! Seize him immediately! Show no mercy! Hurry! He bellowed. A swarm of Marines suddenly surged forth, encircling Randall. Randall's expression turned icy. You could still converse when you thought I was a pirate, yet upon learning I'm from headquarters. Your actions became remarkably decisive. The soldiers who had rushed forward initially knew not the situation, but upon hearing Randall declare his affiliation with headquarters, they hesitated instantly. Attack now. So what if he's from headquarters? This brat barely has fuzz on his chin. How strong could he be? Capture him at once. Move. The base commander paid Randall no heed. Seeing the soldiers waver, he roared. At their superior's command, the soldiers sprang into action. Randall snorted coldly, unleashing an overwhelming aura mingled with bloodlust. In these few short days, Randall had slain hundreds. His killing intent, now steeped in genuine sanguine hues, had undergone a qualitative transformation. An inexplicable sensation gripped them, as if thunder rumbled through the void. Their minds buzzed momentarily, and then the scene before them shifted. Crimson. Everywhere, a sea of crimson. Blood-red waves surged on the horizon, threatening to engulf the earth. And standing amidst this boundless scarlet tide, like a monarch of the blood sea, was Randall. This vision seemed to last an eternity, yet also but an instant. When the soldiers regained their senses, the scene had normalized once more. They still surrounded Randall, a lone figure. Yet when their gazes fell upon him, that horrific imagery resurfaced incessantly in their minds. Their advance halted abruptly. They could only feebly aim their weapons at Randall, fingers trembling too violently to even properly grip their triggers. The base commander, too, seemed to awaken from a trance. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He realized instantly this newcomer was no pushover. Such ferocious bloodlust and presence, even as a rear admiral, he held no certainty of subduing him. The base commander's expression shifted repeatedly before finally contorting into a strained smile. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Young brother, this is all a mistake. He turned and barked at his men. What are you fools standing around for? Clear the path for our young brother at once. The soldiers, already barely holding themselves together, scattered instantly at the command. Steeling himself, the base commander approached Randall. Truly a misunderstanding, young brother. Earlier, seeing you disembark from a pirate vessel, I assumed you were impersonating headquarters personnel. But that display just now, only someone from headquarters could possess such prowess. Our deepest apologies. To make amends, you simply must allow us to host you properly. He grinned obsequiously at Randall before whirling around and shouting, Attendants, prepare a banquet at once. We shall welcome our young brother in style. Swiveling back to Randall, his smile now twitching unnaturally, he simpered, young brother, how does that sound? Randall fixed his gaze upon the base commander, inwardly pondering whether this individual truly considered him a fool. Did he presume that such an evident issue would escape his notice? Nevertheless, as he awaited the arrival of the captain of the Dragon King's pirate crew, he deemed this moment opportune to discern the commander's true intentions. Thus, as the base commander began to perspire under Randall's scrutiny, he spoke. So it was a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should clarify this over a meal. The base commander exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor noticeably lightening. Absolutely. I shall ensure everything is explained thoroughly. He added, the preparations for the banquet require some time. Would you care to rest for a moment? Randall regarded him with a piercing glance, which made the commander break into a cold sweat. No, I shall venture to the island. The commander's expression shifted once more. The island, you say? Is that permissible? Certainly. Of course it is. The base commander gritted his teeth as he called out, Cross. Come quickly and escort the headquarters officer to the town. Chapter 51. Once you return, do not expect to come out again. Randall spoke languidly. No. I wish to first visit the island. The expression of the base commander shifted dramatically. The island, you say? Before he could conjure an excuse. Randall's tone turned frigid. What? Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Absolutely. The base commander gritted his teeth. Cross. Come quickly and escort this esteemed officer to the town for a tour. A middle-aged man with one eye larger than the other promptly rushed over. Cross. You will take this officer on an enjoyable tour. The base commander instructed, casting a discreet glance at Randall. Cross instantly understood. Officer, please follow me. I am well acquainted with the town. Randall glanced at him briefly, remaining silent as he departed. Cross hastily followed suit. Once the two had left, everyone present exhaled in relief. Such an imposing presence. It was almost suffocating. The base commander observed the direction in which Randall had vanished, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then, with a forceful stomp, he boarded the pirate ship, startling the pirate on board. "What are you doing?" The base commander replied darkly, "What am I doing? I wish to inquire what you intend to do. What is the meaning of this?" The pirate, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "I would like to know what is happening as well. We were merely sailing along when this individual suddenly appeared and began a massacre. Had I not been quick-witted, I would have met my demise too." He conveniently overlooked the fact that had they not foolishly fired upon Randall's ship, he might have remained asleep. The base commander initially contemplated asking whether Randall had indeed come from the headquarters. However, he reconsidered. The pirate was of no value in that regard. Thus, he shifted his inquiry. "Why did you bring him here? Do you not understand that this matter is highly sensitive? If discovered, neither you nor your boss will emerge unscathed." The pirate waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, fret not. Our boss will arrive shortly. While that man may appear formidable, he surely cannot contend with our leader. Besides, we have you." He thought to himself, what if they had not brought Randall here, and the man became enraged and devoured him? How naive to speak so boldly without concern. At that moment, the base commander genuinely contemplated slaying the pirate. Yet, recalling that the pirate had already communicated with his superior, he suppressed his murderous intent. He then disembarked from the ship, addressing his soldiers, "You all, prepare a feast post-haste. Ensure it is sumptuous and rich in flavor. Use ample seasoning." Everyone promptly understood and hurried to make the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, Randall arrived at the quaint town. Cross led the way, saying, "Officer, if you proceed this way, you will find the most picturesque spot in the town." Randall casually remarked, "Oh, I have no interest in beautiful vistas. I merely wish to observe the filthy gutters." Having spoken, he disregarded the direction pointed out by Cross and instead ventured off in another direction. Cross, upon witnessing this, instantly froze, his expression stiffening. He opened his mouth, only to close it again, obediently trailing behind Randall. Along the way, residents caught sight of Randall and couldn't help but steal a few glances. This lad is quite handsome. However, upon noticing Cross, clad in his naval uniform, trailing behind Randall, their expressions shifted dramatically. The admiration and astonishment previously directed at Randall morphed into fear and a barely perceptible aversion. It was as if Randall had transformed into a fearsome beast, and they were eager to distance themselves from him. Randall, with a blank expression, turned across and inquired, "You claim to be well acquainted with the circumstances of this town? Then enlighten me, what is the situation?" Cross wore a bewildered expression and replied, "Sir, what situation are you referring to? Everything seems perfectly normal, doesn't it? Just look at how splendid life is in this town." Randall remained silent, merely gazing at him. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Cross could no longer maintain his composure. "I don't know. We can honestly say that we have fulfilled our duty to protect, as the Navy. Perhaps they were frightened by the gruesome scenes when we defended against the pirates?" He forced out an explanation. Randall simply responded with a faint "Is that so?" and continued walking ahead. Behind him, Cross's expression fluctuated. He was uncertain whether Randall believed him or not. Raising his head, his expression suddenly shifted as he noticed Randall had intercepted someone. He hurried over. At that moment, Randall was conversing with the individual. "Hey, you seem quite fearful of that person behind me. What is going on? Tell me," Randall prompted. The man, caught off guard by Randall's abrupt stop, was nearly petrified. Yet, he plastered a false smile on his face and submissively replied, No, you're too kind. There's nothing amiss. You must have misjudged." Just then, Cross arrived at the side. "Oh, what is this? What are you telling the officer?" "I'd like to hear as well," he interjected. The man hastily shook his head. "Nothing at all. We're living splendidly." He then sidestepped Randall and departed without looking back. Cross declared, "You see, there's nothing wrong." Randall ignored him, turning to intercept another person. Yet, like before, Cross managed to brush it aside. With a smug look, Cross remarked, "Sir, as I told you, there's absolutely nothing to be concerned about. You're being overly dramatic." Randall replied coolly, "I've come to understand that as long as you're by my side, I'll never glean any information." Cross pretended not to hear, merely offering a forced smile. Do you not comprehend? You, leave, Randall stated calmly. The artificial smile on Cross's face froze for a fleeting second before he responded. Sir, the base commander assigned me the duty of hosting you properly. If I return now, I'll be held accountable for failing my task. If you cannot leave on your own, I shall assist you, Randall retorted, his voice laced with a chilling undercurrent of menace. Cross stiffened instantly, the very air around them thickening with tension, as though the next breath might unleash a storm of bloodshed. At that critical moment, the shrill ring of a din-din mushy shattered the silence. Puru never before had Cross found the sound of a transponder snail so melodious. He hastily retrieved the device and answered. Cross, where are you and our guest? The banquet is nearly ready. Hurry back. Ah, yes. Understood, sir. Cross replied with frantic relief before casting a wary glance at Randall. Randall clicked his tongue in irritation but said nothing, turning instead to retrace his steps. Witnessing this, Cross exhaled deeply in relief. Good, return now, and once you do, you shall never leave again. Chapter 52. What a distasteful habit. When Randall arrived at the reception hall, a long table was already set, laden with a variety of steaming dishes. Upon seeing Randall's return, the base commander hurried over. Ah, young brother, your timing is impeccable. The chef has just completed the final dish. Randall cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he strode past and took his seat at the head of the table. With his back turned to Randall, the base commander's expression twisted into a grimace. So what if you came from headquarters? How arrogant. Yet, as he turned to face Randall, his visage instantly morphed into a forced smile. Let's see how long you can maintain that arrogance. As the base commander settled into the seat beside Randall, ready to initiate conversation, he found that Randall had already begun to eat. Randall casually picked up a piece of seafood and placed it in his mouth. After a barely perceptible pause, he chewed and swallowed. Observing Randall consume the meat, the base commander's smile became somewhat more genuine. Young brother, how does it taste? Randall nodded, replying, the flavor is delightful. The spices are quite unique. After he spoke, he cast a significant glance at the base commander. A cold sweat broke out on the commander's brow. Could it be that he had been discovered? But even if he had, what could be done now? The food had already been consumed, suppressing his unease. He was about to say something when Randall suddenly inquired, when will the captain arrive? Very soon, just a small. The base commander instinctively began to answer. But midway through, he sensed something amiss and abruptly stopped, forcing a polite smile. Randall, unfazed, merely nodded and resumed his meal. The food on the table vanished at an astonishing rate, leaving the base commander utterly astonished. He rushed to the side and summoned a soldier. Are you certain you added the ingredients? Absolutely. I personally oversaw their addition. Even the seafood would yield. Then what is happening? The base commander pointed expressionlessly at Randall, who was voraciously devouring the food. He has eaten half, yet shows no reaction whatsoever. The soldier's expression fell into a daze. The two remained silent for a moment before the soldier finally stammered, perhaps a delayed reaction? Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when Randall, who was in the throes of eating, suddenly collapsed onto the table. At this sight, the base commander beamed with delight. I knew the effects of the drug could not possibly fail. Here it is. With Randall slumped over the table, food still clutched in his hand, the commander mused, surely he cannot have simply fallen asleep. Such a peculiar individual cannot possibly exist. It was undoubtedly the drug taking effect. He then waved his hand. Bring him here. A throng of people immediately surrounded Randall. However, just as the base commander was about to order them to bind Randall, he suddenly stirred. His head moved slightly before he lifted it from the table. He gazed around with a somewhat hazy expression and inquired, What are you all planning to do? The actions of the base commander and his companions suddenly froze. Well, young brother, what you just did was... The base commander forced a smile as he asked. Randall appeared momentarily taken aback, then feigned a moment of enlightenment and replied, Oh, did I just slump over the table while eating? It's just an old habit. I was merely tired from eating and wanted to take a short nap. You need not worry. Who on earth is worrying about you? We are concerned about your well-being. Someone retorted. What kind of bizarre habit is this? Who sleeps at the table in the midst of a meal? The group was immediately thrown into disarray. their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief, certainly not pleasant ones. The base commander, feeling utterly bewildered, returned to his seat, pondering a nagging question in his mind. Why had Randall consumed so much without any apparent reaction? Was it due to his formidable strength that the effects of the drug were delayed? Yes, that must be it. Perfect timing. The captain of the Dragon King pirates would soon arrive. The moment they were engaged in battle, the drug's effects would undoubtedly manifest, proving fatal. Ideally, the pirates would eliminate him outright. Lost in his thoughts, Randall had already concluded his cleanup of the table. The base commander stared in shock. Where had all the food gone? It had been enough to satisfy a dozen hungry individuals. What manner of being was he? His mouth twitched as he observed Randall, who seemed somewhat unsatisfied, and asked, "So, young brother, how did you find the meal? Was it to your liking?" With his spirits lifted by the delectable fare, Randall replied, "It was decent. I am about half full now. Let us leave it at that for the time being. We have a fight to attend to shortly, and eating too much would not be prudent." The base commander nearly collapsed in disbelief. After consuming so much, he was merely half full? Randall shifted into a more comfortable position and said, "Now, while we still have some time, let us discuss your matters." The base commander, forcing a smile, replied, "My matters? What issues do I possess?" Randall continued unabated. "I previously visited a town called Fields. The commander of the naval base there is named Monka. This individual has taken on the role of a local tyrant in his domain, routinely oppressing the citizens and engaging in corrupt practices. The townsfolk lead miserable lives yet dare not voice their grievances. After all, it is the navy that oppresses them. Who could they turn to? Pirates, perhaps? Aha." With each word Randall spoke, the smile on the base commander's face grew increasingly strained. "You are aware, I took a stroll through the town. Guess what? I nearly thought I had returned to Fields. The townspeople here bear a striking resemblance to those from there. Therefore, base commander, you are General Leo, correct? Could you elucidate the reasoning behind this? Oh, and if you could, please also clarify any matters related to pirates." Randall's gaze was intensely fixed on the base commander, anticipating a response. The commander remained silent. How could he explain? He was oblivious to the fact that Randall had been traversing the Grand Line since his arrival in this world. How could he have ever visited the distant town of Fields in the East Blue? The more Randall spoke, the more the commander felt that he must have uncovered some significant truth. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This encounter was no mere coincidence. The other party had come specifically for him. Thus, the question of explanation lingered in the air, the silence stretching on. They say that one either perishes in silence or erupts from it. The commander chose the latter. The smile that had once graced his face vanished entirely, replaced by a sinister expression. Explanation? What do you take me for? Chapter 53. The ordinary fruit in silence. One may either perish or erupt. The base commander chose the latter. Explanation? Do you truly wish for me to explain? He bellowed, suddenly rising in a fit of rage. Upon encountering Randall, all his pent-up emotions coalesced into a singular force within his right fist. Randall did not evade. He accepted the blow head-on. In an explosive rush of air, the table was overturned, and various utensils clattered to the ground. Randall was sent flying. "You little brat. When I was slaying pirates, you were still suckling at your mother's breast. And now you dare demand an explanation from me. I can no longer tolerate this. I have never treated you kindly. Do you truly think you hold any significance? Let me make this abundantly clear. Today, you are as good as dead. You were enjoying your meal just a moment ago, weren't you? That dish contained enough poison to kill a sea king. Just wait for your demise." Amidst the swirling dust, Randall emerged slowly, speaking in a deliberate manner. "Well then, do elucidate this matter. Why did you inexplicably attempt to poison me?" The commander sneered. "What explanation is necessary? You are about to die. So spare me your insufferable curiosity. Just let me die in peace. What dealings do you have with that pirate?" The base commander pondered for a moment. The fact that his adversary was willing to converse was fortuitous, allowing him to buy some time. "Since you have so earnestly inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. It's nothing substantial, merely a means to earn some hard currency. They provide me with funds, and in return, I supply them with weapons. It appears our operations remain quite clandestine. You have only uncovered instances of embezzlement and oppression, yet you remain blissfully unaware of this aspect." As he concluded, The commander wore a smug expression. Is that all there is to the arms dealing? Randall inquired. The commander's eyes flickered with unease before he asserted, of course. What I said is the truth, albeit with some details omitted. Initially, I had no desire to sell weapons to pirates. However, under the duress of death, I chose to capitulate. Such matters that tarnish my reputation need not be disclosed to outsiders, even if this person is on the brink of death. Randall sighed and remarked, You truly are a vile criminal. Perhaps you should seek repentance in prison. No sooner had he spoken than Randall's form vanished from sight. The commander's pupils dilated in shock. But before he could react, he felt an immense force gripping his neck. With a resounding crash, he was pinned to the ground, utterly powerless. What is this? How is it possible for you to be so strong? The commander struggled violently, incredulous at the situation. He could hardly believe that as a major general, he was unable to last even a single round against his opponent. How can you be so powerful? You are clearly younger than I am. Randall frowned and delivered a punch to the base commander's coccyx. The base commander was suddenly struck by a piercing pain, rendering him somewhat powerless. Subsequently, Randall's subordinate swiftly and deftly disarmed the commander, rendering him entirely incapable of resistance. It was only at this moment that the surrounding soldiers realized what had transpired. Their superior had been subdued by the enemy, and in a mere instant. Thus, the question arose, should they advance or retreat? This dilemma lingered. Soon, however, Randall made their decision for them. Fetch some sea stone handcuffs, he commanded coldly, accompanied by an aura of chilling menace. Instantly, they succumbed to their instincts, scrambling out of the room in a frenzy. As for the commander, who cared about him? Who was the commander? What did it matter? When the room was left with only the two of them, Randall kicked the base commander, forcing him to face upward. The commander looked up at Randall and stammered, Wait, what are you going to do? You can't kill me. I am a Navy officer. Even if I have erred, you must follow protocol. You cannot kill me. Randall scoffed and replied, Fear not, I am not like you. I adhere to the rules. At this, the commander felt a slight sense of relief, but soon he realized something was amiss. Wait, this isn't right. Why haven't you succumbed to the poison yet? How long has it been? You should be affected by now. By all accounts, the effect should manifest within a minute of ingestion. It has been over half an hour since you took your first bite, and you consumed so much. How is it that you are unaffected? Could it be that your poison has expired? Randall smiled and replied, Isn't it curious? Watch closely. I shall demonstrate a special skill. He had sensed something was amiss with the commander from the outset, and thus had prepared accordingly. His energy would not render him immune to all toxins, but it allowed him to face poison without fear. Before dining, he had enveloped his mouth, esophagus, and stomach lining with his energy. Consequently, when he ingested the toxic food, he absorbed the nutrients normally, but the poison was effectively blocked by his energy. In essence, he had never truly consumed the toxins. Thus, as the base commander looked on in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend, Randall opened his mouth and expelled a pool of pale green liquid. Upon contact with the ground, the liquid immediately corroded the surface, releasing wisps of ghastly green smoke. At that moment, it seemed the commander grasped the situation. With a grim smile, he remarked, I never anticipated you were an ability user. Had I known, I should have simply added sea stone powder. At that instant, a commotion erupted at the door as a soldier stumbled in. Trembling uncontrollably, he dropped a pair of handcuffs and fled the scene. Randall shook his head. Indeed, when the upper beam is askew, the lower beam cannot be straight. If the commander was in such disarray, it was no wonder his soldiers were equally lacking. He walked over to pick up the handcuffs and calmly restrained the base commander. Upon seeing Randall's unfazed demeanor, the commander was taken aback. Aren't you a power user? How can you touch sea prism stone? Randall chuckled lightly and casually fabricated a response. Because I am an ordinary person who has consumed an ordinary fruit. Its sole ability is to render me immune to sea prism stone. The commander was momentarily stunned. Is there truly such a nonsensical fruit? What difference does it make from not consuming one at all? However, upon witnessing Randall's mocking expression, he realized he had been deceived. His complexion darkened instantly. Damn it. I actually believed such a baseless lie for a second. I must be utterly dazed by this guy's presence. Don't get too cocky, Brett. When the captain of the Dragon King pirates arrives, your doom will be upon you. You may be strong, but he is even stronger. You are bound to lose. Chapter 54. The color of conquerors. The leader of the base, filled with fury and humiliation, began to issue dire threats. Do not get too cocky, you little brat. When the captain of the Dragon King pirates arrives, your doom shall be upon you. You may be strong, but he is even stronger. You are as good as dead. Having never encountered that man, one could not fathom the sheer magnitude of his unmatched strength. The mere aura he exuded was enough to instill fear, rendering him incapable of making a move. Such formidable power was beyond the comprehension of a mere child. Oh, if that is the case, I eagerly anticipated. Randall replied with a hint of excitement. The base leader momentarily faltered at Randall's reaction, then retorted with indignation, You can keep talking tough for now, but just wait. Don't come crying for mercy later. At that moment, Randall raised an eyebrow. Through his observation, he discerned a large group approaching. They are here. I hope they do not disappoint, he mused, then disregarded the base leader and strode confidently outside. Near the base, 5 pirate ships were making their way towards it, adorned with an unusual flag featuring a crooked skull. At the helm of the foremost ship sat a man with golden hair, lounging nonchalantly in a chair. Moments later, the pirate ships docked. Boss, they have arrived, exclaimed a one-eyed man next to the golden-haired figure. I'm not blind. The golden-haired man snapped in irritation. The one-eyed man chuckled awkwardly and stepped aside. The golden-haired captain stretched and rose to his feet. Let us see who has the audacity to lay hands on my crew. Subsequently, a throng disembarked from the pirate ship. The pirate Randall had left behind was already awaiting them at the dock. Upon seeing the newcomers, he hurried to greet them. Boss, you made it at last. As the pirate rushed towards him, the golden-haired captain shot him a fierce glare. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. Causing the pirate to freeze in place, his actions halted. Once the pirate ceased his movement, the captain reined in his aura and commanded, Where is that person? Lead the way. Lead the way, lead the way. To dare touch a member of the Dragon King pirates is truly courting death. A cacophony of wails and threats erupted from the group of pirates, detailing the various fates that awaited Randall. The pirate nodded in agreement, about to guide them. When Randall emerged from the base, JPG turned back. Gil gazed directly at Randall, offering no response to his words, merely uttering 2 commands. Kneel. As these words escaped Gil's lips, Randall felt an immediate heaviness in his body. A surge of pressure enveloped him instantaneously. Almost at once, he perceived a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The once clear sky suddenly turned ominous, as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. In the distance, he heard the ominous rumble of thunder, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether it was reality or merely the echoes of his own trepidation. Concurrently, Randall sensed Gil's presence magnifying in his vision, transforming into a towering giant. As he gazed at Gil, he saw him as a deity. In that single moment, an unavoidable thought burgeoned within him. The individual before him was insurmountable. The 2 words Gil had previously uttered reverberated wildly in his mind. Kneel, kneel, kneel. This relentless cycle played on repeat. Randall felt as though the very universe was compelling him to heed Gil's command. He was utterly astounded. What was this? A formidable aura? Was it possible for someone to instill such an overwhelming sense of invincibility merely through their presence? How could this be? While his own strength was not of the pinnacle, he certainly held his own upon these seas. The only individuals capable of evoking such feelings were those of the caliber of admirals or the 4 emperors. Could this person truly possess the might of an admiral or an emperor? He understood that these seas were vast, and while few could contend with the likes of the 4 emperors or admirals, there indeed existed some. Was it truly his misfortune to encounter a top-tier powerhouse merely days after setting out? This seemed implausible. Unbeknownst to him, Gil was even more astonished. Until now, his technique had proven infallible. After issuing the command to kneel, scarcely anyone had withstood it for more than 3 seconds, be they billion-berry bountied pirates or the commander of this naval base. All had succumbed to his will. Yet this individual, though visibly straining, exhibited no inclination to yield. 5 seconds had elapsed. A flicker of anxiety washed over him. Could he have encountered one of those who fear not death? With gritted teeth, Gil intensified his aura, unleashing a tempestuous force that surged towards Randall. Randall immediately felt the pressure magnify. Simultaneously, his mind momentarily blanked, as if an invisible colossal hammer had struck him. His head buzzed, nearly dislodging his thoughts. He laboriously shook his head, blinking until his vision sharpened. In that instant, a flash of realization struck him. This person's power bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. 3 words manifested in his mind: Conqueror's Haki. This overwhelming aura capable of rendering one unconscious was akin to the depictions of Conqueror's Haki in anime. Randall felt he was nearing the truth. No, it couldn't be. This individual could withstand the second stage of the captain's explosive might. When the captain had unleashed his second stage of power, all opponents had succumbed to unconsciousness. Behind Gil, his subordinates struggled desperately against the overwhelming, oppressive force, utterly astounded. Even as mere bystanders caught in the periphery of this terrifying pressure, they were on the verge of collapsing. Yet Randall, standing directly in Gil's path, somehow managed to hold his ground. Witnessing this, Gil clenched his teeth and unleashed his aura beyond its limits. Pushing it to such extremes would leave him with a throbbing headache for days afterward. Across from him, Randall shuddered as if struck by lightning. His vision darkened, his hearing faded, everything dissolved into nothingness, just as unconsciousness threatened to claim him. The energy within his body erupted in violent rebellion. That liquid fire-like aura surged once more, blazing across his form. His slipping consciousness was abruptly yanked back into sharp clarity. Empowered by this resurgence, Randall's gaze sharpened like a bolt of lightning. How is this possible? Gil roared inwardly. How can anyone withstand this? Why won't you just fall? Chapter 55. Wait until I become the king of the world. The momentum of Gil surged once again, leaving Randall in a precarious state, like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, at that critical moment, an eruption of energy surged within Randall. A torrent of power enveloped him like liquid fire, ascending with fervor, transforming his presence from that of a fragile candle to a steadfast pillar. This bewildered Gil. He roared within his heart. How is this possible? How can anyone withstand this? Just moments ago, you were on the brink of fainting. How are you still standing? Randall was not merely unaffected. He found himself in a wondrous state. It was as if, under the previous pressure, he had approached the threshold of a new power, separated only by a thin veil. All he needed was a gentle push to break through that barrier. And so, he gave that push. In an instant, he felt as though a barrier shattered in his mind, clarity flooding in. In that moment, the wind ceased, the clouds paused, and the world seemed to fall silent for a heartbeat. Then, in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An overwhelming aura erupted from Randall. Soaring into the sky, a manifestation of the indomitable spirit of the world's strongest. Immediately after, Randall's energy clashed with Gil's, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the void. As crimson-black arcs of lightning crackled wildly, the collision of their wills. Randall, exhilarated, laughed as he unleashed his newfound aura without reservation, though still in its infancy. His power paled in comparison to Gil's. If Gil's aura radiated golden brilliance, Randall's was a vibrant red. In this moment, the golden aura overshadowed the red. Yet, the red did not falter. Instead, it grew bolder. It relentlessly pressed upward, gradually finding its footing against the onslaught of gold, even expanding its territory. Words could scarcely convey Gil's tumultuous emotions. This power, was it not meant to be his inherent gift? Why could Randall possess it as well? What right did he have? Unbeknownst to Randall, Gil wrestled with his frustrations. He was currently immersed in the novelty of his newfound strength. Having just awakened his aura, it was still relatively weak. But here lay an ideal opportunity, a ready-made sharpening stone. The clash of Gil's aura served as a hammer, continuously tempering Randall's burgeoning power. As he observed the tide of battle shift, with Randall not only resisting but pushing back, Gil's anxiety deepened. Yet, his momentum had reached its zenith. There was no further advancement possible. His mind raced with thoughts, but he maintained a facade of composure as he declared, "Excellent. I acknowledge you as my opponent. State your name." Randall, lost in the fervor of honing his aura, paid no heed. A pirate daring to speak in such a manner to the Navy? Did he believe himself to be Whitebeard? Receiving no response, Gil felt a weight settle in his heart. He shifted his gaze and continued. "Though you have earned my acknowledgement, you are not yet worthy of my personal intervention. So, strive to grow stronger. Wait until you have grown sufficiently strong before challenging me." With that declaration, his conqueror's haki suddenly receded. In that moment, the suppressed Randall unleashed an overwhelming wave of haki, surging violently through the surrounding realm. The first to bear the brunt were Gil and his crew of pirates. While Gil remained unfazed, his subordinates could not withstand the onslaught. They collapsed one by one, as if cut down like wheat in a field. Contrary to Gil's expectations, Randall did not cease his haki's emission. It was only after every pirate had succumbed to unconsciousness that Randall leisurely withdrew his haki. One must admit, the exhilarating sensation of wielding Conqueror's haki like a scythe was indeed addictive. Observing the grim expression on Gil's face, Randall pondered a question. Why had he found it so arduous to resist Gil's haki earlier? Yet Gil had not seized the opportunity to attack him? He did not believe Gil to be the honorable type of pirate. Thus, if it was not reluctance, it could only be an inability on Gil's part. This led Randall to form a hypothesis. His eyes glimmered with intrigue as he decided to test the waters. In a flash, as Randall's figure vanished, Gil's complexion shifted dramatically. He inwardly cursed the audacity of this individual who had initiated an assault without warning. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain in his ribs, swiftly followed by a numbing sensation that enveloped half of his body. The sheer force propelled him backwards, crashing into the wall of the distant base. After a few seconds, he managed to extricate himself from the wall, only to find a pair of feet appearing before him. His face paled as he exerted every ounce of strength to evade. Yet, Randall was quicker, lifting his foot and bringing it down upon Gil's back. The impact was anything but light. With a resounding thud, the ground sank nearly 10 centimeters beneath the force. Staggered by the blow, Gil felt pain radiate throughout his body, with the sole exception being the area beneath Randall's foot, which had gone numb. With a cough, Gil spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay there, resembling a defeated dog, stripped of his previous arrogance and grandeur. Randall, stroking his chin, remarked with interest, "Indeed, as I surmised, your strength and Conqueror's haki are utterly mismatched. This is why you refrained from attacking me earlier. You lacked the confidence to crush me and merely sought to intimidate me. Generally, the potency of Conqueror's haki correlates directly with one's strength, yet you, it seems, are an exception. What do you mean by Conqueror's haki? I know not of what you speak. This is my innate gift. I am a born ruler, destined to rise above all. You, a mere mongrel, still have time to release me. With your strength, when I ascend to become the sovereign of the world, I could grant you a position as my personal guard," Gil proclaimed, straining to lift his head defiantly. "Wait a moment. Speaking of which, how is it that you, a mere scoundrel, possess powers akin to my own? How have you managed to achieve this? Ah, I see. You are nothing but a thief. You have pilfered the strength of the king." He perceives himself as a fallen prince, yet little does he know that in Randall's eyes, he is merely a pitiful and ignorant failure. However, his words have provided Randall with a glimpse into his circumstances. It turns out that in this world, there exist not only those who have innately awakened the observation haki, but also those who possess the Conqueror's haki from birth. Such talent is indeed remarkable, yet it is tragically overshadowed by ignorance. He has only navigated the first half of the Grand Line. Had he ventured into the latter half, a treacherous realm known as the New World, he would soon realize that the Conqueror's haki is, in fact, of little worth. Chapter 56. The disheartened base commander. It is evident that Gil has never ventured into the New World. Otherwise, he would have discovered that many renowned figures possess the Conqueror's haki. The depths of this realm are unfathomable, teeming with sovereigns. Nonetheless, Gil's mastery of the Conqueror's haki is formidable indeed. Randall, a genuine rear admiral, found himself nearly overwhelmed in the presence of Gil's formidable aura. The innate power of the Conqueror's haki is truly terrifying. "Hey, release me at once. Can you hear me? You miscreant. I am a born ruler destined to become the king of the world. How dare you treat me thus? Moreover, did you not hear my question? How did you steal my power? Speak, you scoundrel." Randall merely shook his head, responding with a calm demeanor. "You believe this power to be unique to you. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that there are at least dozens of individuals upon these seas who possess similar abilities." Gil was momentarily struck dumb for 3 full seconds before regaining his haughty composure. "Ha! You, a mere miscreant, attempt to deceive the king. Impossible. This is my talent, a gift that belongs solely to me. You are not only a thief, but also a damned liar." Randall chose silence, casting a pitying glance at him. Yet, that gaze bore more weight than any words could convey. "Impossible. You must be lying. It's all false. He incessantly repeated, striving to persuade Randall or perhaps to convince himself. Irritated by the incessant noise, Randall lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick to the back of Gil's head. Duan's silence enveloped the world. Subsequently, Randall hoisted the unconscious Gil and made his way back to the base. Although the clash of their conquerors' hockey had been intense, its impact was limited in scope, sparing the soldiers within the base from losing consciousness. Upon witnessing Randall enter while carrying Gil, the soldiers' expressions morphed into a fear that defied description. This was the formidable pirate who had previously instilled terror throughout their entire base. Yet now, that figure, once a source of dread, was being handled like a lifeless dog. It was difficult for them to reconcile that the same person could embody both fear and defeat, but the unmistakable golden locks confirmed it was indeed Gil, the terrifying pirate who resembled a demon. As they beheld their former nightmare subdued, the shadow of fear did not dissipate but instead transferred entirely to Randall. In that moment, Randall's stature in their minds magnified infinitely, resembling a deity or a mighty being. Even though Randall paid them no heed, they were each paralyzed with fear. Soon, Randall arrived at the previous chamber. With a casual toss, he flung Gil beside the base commander. The commander, initially astonished at Randall's return, soon felt something land near him. Turning his head, he beheld a visage he would never forget for the rest of his life. The owner of this face once made him kneel in public with sheer presence alone. The owner of this face, merely by standing still, completely stripped him of the will to fight. And now, the owner of this face lay beside him like a lifeless dog, discarded without ceremony. The base commander was stunned. Was he hallucinating? Had his mind snapped? How else could he witness something so utterly absurd? This. The captain of the Dragon King pirates? Yeah, this kid-S got some skills. You didn't lose for nothing, Randall remarked casually. Some skills? Just some skills? Do you have any idea how I kneeled before him back then? The commander's expression twisted violently. Yet, no matter how turbulent his emotions, he dared not raise his voice. Gil alone had robbed him of the courage to fight. So how terrifying must the one who defeated Gil be? It dawned on him then, he had gravely underestimated this man, younger than himself yet monstrously powerful. Meanwhile, Randall paid them no further mind. He took a seat, retrieving a din mushy from his coat, a rare item, one that Zephyr had practically forced upon him to prevent past mishaps. Dialing a number, he waited briefly before the line connected. The snail's shell turned violet. Oi, what is the call for? Don't tell me you're in over your head and begging for backup. Zephyr's gruff voice boomed through. Teacher Zephyr, you hit the nail on the head. I am calling for help, Randall admitted with a shrug. The words were casual, but their impact was anything but. The base commander's heart skipped a beat at the name. Zephyr? Admiral Zephyr. This kid calls the Admiral his teacher. A sharp inhale. So that is how it is. No wonder he was so unnaturally strong for his age. On the other end, Zephyr had meant it as a jest. But Randall's confirmation wiped the humor from his tone. If Randall was asking for aid, the situation was dire. What happened? Randall recounted everything. With each word, the commander's face visibly grayed, as if hardening into concrete. It's over. Completely over. Now, his crimes had reached the highest echelons. Even his connections and headquarters were useless. To oppose Admiral Zephyr? Unless his backer was the fleet admiral himself. No, more likely. His so-called allies would silence him to avoid the fallout. The thought plunged him deeper into despair. Zephyr exhaled in relief upon hearing Randall's explanation. At least it wasn't a life-threatening crisis. But the corruption laid bare soured his mood instantly. He knew the Navy had rot within. As long as the corrupt still protected their people, he begrudgingly tolerated some greed. But this was beyond the pale. After all, this was an issue deeply rooted in the system and human nature. A single individual could hardly alter anything. Yet he never anticipated that the Navy would engage in dealings with pirates, supplying them with weaponry. Randall noticed the silence on the other end but did not press further. He understood that Zephyr must be grappling with anguish and fury. The enmity between him and the pirates ran as deep as blood itself. To suddenly discover that his own comrades were arming those very pirates must have struck him like a thunderbolt. After a moment to steady his emotions, Zephyr finally spoke again. Randall, have you apprehended all of them? Randall responded promptly. Yes, even the pirate captain has been captured. I called to seek your guidance on how to proceed with this situation. Fighting was within his expertise, but navigating such delicate matters left him utterly bewildered. Chapter 57. The astonished flying squirrel. I have captured them. The pirate captain and the base leader are right beside me. I call to inquire about the next steps. Surely, we cannot resort to outright execution. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that unrecognizable, severed head from before. He quickly replied, "It suffices that you have captured them. Do not take their lives. Bring them back, and the rest will be taken care of. Rest assured. The credit for this will not be diminished." Randall was pleased to hear this and immediately responded with a smile, "Understood." After hanging up, Zephyr shook his head and muttered to himself, "He has been gone only a few days, yet he has already stirred up such a commotion." Truly, he then promptly dialed Sengoku. Before long, the call connected. "Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku," came the voice on the other end. "This is Zephyr. What is the matter? You sound overwhelmed lately?" Zephyr perceptibly detected the fatigue laced within his old friend's voice and expressed concern. "Oh, don't even get me started. There are countless troublesome matters." Sengoku, feeling the weight of his burdens, seized the opportunity to vent. But the main issue is that Barrett. Upon hearing that name, Zephyr instantly shook off his lethargy and inquired, "Oh, the crew member of Roger? The Devil's descendant? Barrett? That is no trivial character. What has he done?" "Indeed. That scoundrel has been causing chaos all over the New World lately. Several allied nations have been affected. Sigh. The havoc wrought by a top-tier powerhouse gone rogue is simply immense." Sengoku sighed heavily. "Life is challenging," Sengoku lamented. "Capturing such a person entails numerous considerations, not to mention that the captors must possess comparable strength. Most critically, this individual is unpredictable and constantly on the move." Sengoku felt an acute headache brewing. Zephyr chuckled heartily, displaying a carefree demeanor. "Well, this is your headache to bear, since Fleet Admiral chose you. However, if you require my assistance, I am more than willing to lend a hand. By the way, I called you for a reason. Let me tell you, Randall a few days ago." Not long after, Randall returned to the Navy headquarters with the base leader and the captured pirate captain. As for the other pirates, upon glancing at them, Randall discerned their nefarious nature and promptly sent them to the depths of the sea. Upon returning to the base and handing over the two captives, this matter was deemed concluded in his eyes. The rest was left to Sengoku, Crane, and those strategists to handle. With no further business to attend to, Randall made his way directly toward Zephyr's courtyard. However, along the way, a figure clad in prison garb suddenly emerged from nowhere and charged toward him with an unmistakable aura of hostility. Randall was taken aback. What was going on? Was he truly so despised? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, for the approaching individual exuded formidable strength. Moreover, the manner in which the approaching figure closed the distance was none other than Moonstep. In an instant, the assailant was upon him. "Die, you wretched brat." His fist darkened ominously as it hurtled toward Randall's skull. With a swift sidestep, Randall evaded the blow and retaliated with a punch of his own. The attacker staggered, utterly unprepared for Randall's counterattack, and the strike landed squarely between his shoulder blades. Thud! A tremendous force sent the man crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Who the hell are you?" Randall spat, utterly bewildered. Despite the brutal punch, the man seemed relatively unscathed. He scrambled to his feet and hastily retreated, snarling, "Who am I? I'm like this because of you." Without another word, he lunged again. Randall's patience snapped. To be ambushed without explanation, did this fool think he had no temper? He caught the incoming fist in an iron grip, fingers clamping like a vice. And under the man's horrified gaze, rained blow after merciless blow upon his face. "Can you speak properly? Can you fucking explain yourself?" A dozen punches later, the man's face was unrecognizable. Only then did Randall's fury subside slightly. He flung the battered figure to the ground and released him. "You'd better start talking. Now," Randall commanded, his voice glacial. "How are you this strong? You're still in the elite training camp. You haven't even graduated." The man slurred, though the shock in his voice was unmistakable. Randall's glare sharpened. "Are you deaf?" I said, "Explain." Each word dripped with menace as a murderous aura erupted from him, chilling the air around them. The man paled. "Kill me." Survival instincts kicked in, and he hastily stammered. I am a rear admiral. And it's all because of you that I've fallen this low. Randall listened, then shook his head in disdain. So, this was the puppet master behind the base commander. He suspected the man had powerful backers. How else would he have obtained those weapons? But to think this fool would dare confront him directly, was this a desperate last stand? Pity he underestimated Randall's strength. Just then, alarms blared. They noticed his escape, Randall mused. He decided to wait. Soon, a squad of soldiers arrived, led by an officer. Randall smirked. It was a familiar face. Well, Rear Admiral Momonga. Randall? I heard you aced your early graduation trial. Impressive work. Congratulations in advance. Momonga offered cordially, aware of Randall's boundless potential and keen to foster goodwill. Randall grinned. Much obliged, Rear Admiral. Oh, and this one tried to ambush me. I handled it. Momonga's gaze hardened. He calmly accepted the situation regarding the general. Yet within his heart, turbulent waves of astonishment surged. This was indeed a general. Although his martial prowess did not stand out among his peers, he still held the title of general. How could Randall so nonchalantly subdue him? What did this imply about his own strength? The weasel felt as if he had traversed eons. Just a few months prior, he had deemed Randall's capabilities as negligible. Yet now, they stood on the same plane of power. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that in a few more months, he would no longer be able to contend with this young man? The very thought left even the weasel feeling somewhat disheartened. Such talent was indeed hard to ignore. Nevertheless, he concealed his inner turmoil and simply stated, "Thank you for subduing him. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." Chapter 58. A warm welcome ceremony. After bidding farewell to the flying squirrel, Randall arrived at Zephyr's courtyard. "Master Zephyr," Randall exclaimed with a smile, "I've returned." Zephyr lifted his eyelids slightly and took a sip of tea. Nearby, Krista, who was diligently training in observation hockey under Zephyr's guidance, rushed over, momentarily abandoning her practice. "Brother Randall." Upon seeing her, a gentle smile spread across Randall's face. "Hey, the moment you return, it seems I no longer exist in her eyes," Zephyr remarked with a hint of jealousy. Clutching Randall's clothing, Krista declared, "I like Grandpa Zephyr too." Then she added in a whisper, "But I like Brother Randall even more." She believed no one could hear her. Yet both individuals present were far from ordinary and caught her words clearly. Zephyr nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. After some playful banter with Krista, Randall asked, "Master Zephyr, when will the graduation procedures be completed?" "Not anytime soon." Zephyr shook his head. "Don't rush. That old coot from the Warring States still needs to ponder over your military rank." Randall contemplated for a moment and replied, "In that case, I shall rest for a few days before venturing out again." Remaining at the base, aside from sparring with Zephyr, offered no benefits to his strength. Furthermore, Zephyr couldn't possibly engage in combat with him every day. It was better to explore the world outside. During his last outing, he had learned the Conqueror's hockey. What new insights might he gain this time? Zephyr naturally supported Randall's thoughts. Capturing more pirates would also facilitate Randall's graduation process. The next day, Millers and Aquas returned one after the other. "Well, how did it go? Did you complete everything?" Randall greeted them warmly. With a smug smile, Aquas replied, "Heh. What do you expect? I was involved. How could I possibly fail?" Millers wore a cool expression that seemed to say, "Who do you think you're looking down on? Enough about us. What about you? How did it turn out?" Aquas inquired, casting a glance at Randall. With a sigh, Randall lamented, "Alas, if it weren't for my good fortune and a breakthrough in strength at the last moment, I would have been in danger." Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to mock him, they suddenly realized that Randall's strength appeared to surpass theirs. How could someone of such power still face life-threatening situations? Shouldn't their chosen targets be on the same level? They knew that while their own missions were not entirely effortless, they certainly did not come close to being dangerous. What, then, was Randall's predicament? Wait a moment. The two exchanged a glance and instinctively inhaled sharply. Did he just say he had a breakthrough in the heat of battle? How strong must Randall be now? Aquas tentatively asked, "So, what kind of opponent did you select that posed such a threat?" Randall waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked, "Oh, it's not that formidable. Perhaps merely the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. Nothing to mention, Nothing to mention. The two were momentarily choked by their own words. What an absurd claim about the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. Do you comprehend what a vice admiral signifies? They are the backbone of the Navy. What is with your nonchalant demeanor? And to say it's nothing to mention? You are being rather excessive with your bravado. Wait a moment. Randall has completed his mission. Randall has eliminated that pirate of vice admiral strength. Randall himself possesses the strength of a vice admiral. Goodness, can this lad truly shatter a vice admiral? What on earth is happening in this world? They merely ventured out on a mission, and it hasn't even been half a month, not several years. You must be cheating. This is utterly outrageous. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Randall left contentedly to enjoy a meal, his good spirits allowing him to devour several bowls. The next morning, Randall set forth once more. Gazing at the vast ocean, he mused aloud, considering my current prowess. I suppose I want to encounter many challenges in the first half. Perhaps I should venture to the latter half? Speaking of the new world. This thought became irresistible. It felt as if ants were crawling over his body, prickling and irksome. Randall stroked his chin. While his strength might not stir up much commotion in the new world, self-preservation should still be manageable. If that is the case, then off I go. Having captured so many pirates, Randall was no longer the impoverished wretch he once was. At the very least, he could afford to purchase a ship and coat it with a layer of film. Days later, in the new world, a ship with a protective film sliced through the surface of the water. With a pop, that layer burst like a soap bubble. This was, of course, Randall's vessel. He glanced at the compass, adjusted the sails, and commenced his journey in the new world. Randall had often heard that the new world was fraught with dangers beyond just pirates. The weather could be perilous as well. Now, he truly comprehended this. Mere seconds ago, the sky was clear, but suddenly, fierce winds arose. Before him appeared several waterspouts connecting the sky and the sea. Randall was rendered speechless. Was this the New World's welcoming ceremony? After considerable effort, he managed to dispel those towering whirlwinds with his energy waves. However, before he could catch his breath, even larger tornadoes manifested before him. Randall gaped in disbelief. He never anticipated that the first wave of peril upon entering the new world would be a natural disaster rather than a man-made one. After shattering the ninth whirlwind, Randall was already panting heavily. Confronting a natural calamity with mere human strength was no simple feat. Each whirlwind demanded his utmost effort to obliterate. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his energy once more, forcing a wry smile as he thought, if this doesn't conclude soon, it will be disastrous. Ah, curse you, wretched new world. He screamed wildly, thrusting his hands forward. A radiant white beam spanned between heaven and earth, cleaving the towering waterspout in half. The seawater that had been lifted now lost its support, cascading downward in a deluge. It was no longer rain. It was a veritable curtain of water descending from the skies. Randall felt profoundly grateful that he wasn't a wielder of supernatural abilities, for such an ignominious demise would have been utterly humiliating. To his relief, no new whirlwinds emerged after this onslaught. He exhaled deeply, believing the ordeal had finally passed. Yet before his breath could fully escape, he inhaled sharply once more. From the heavens above came the piercing shrieks of wind, converging into a thunderous roar. Randall's neck stiffened as he lifted his gaze. Countless hailstones of varying sizes shattered the dark clouds, hurtling toward the sea in a merciless bombardment. Chapter 59. The Iron Fist Elite from Overseas. Randall thought to himself. The heart of a baby is heavy, yet they do not allow me to speak. After having just vanquished 10 waves of tidal whirlpools, he was nearly depleted of energy. Before he could catch his breath, a hailstorm descended upon him once more. The new world proclaimed, "Die for me." The hailstones varied in size. Some as large as a human head, others as immense as millstones. As they plummeted from the sky, it felt akin to a meteor shower crashing upon the sea. At that moment, Randall was nearly drained by the whirlpools, leaving him ill-equipped to confront this new barrage of hail. His attention divided. He could scarcely manage the chaos around him. The unfortunate ship quickly transformed into mere driftwood upon the ocean's surface. Just before a hailstone exceeding a meter in diameter struck his head and rendered him unconscious, Randall's final thought was, in this new world, a grudge has been forged. Time passed, though its measure was unknown to him, until Randall abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay a space that was not particularly spacious and somewhat dim. Many individuals surrounded him. Some appeared ashen, others filled with despair, while some were gripped by sheer terror. Among them were humans, merfolk, and fishmen alike. Yet, without exception, all bore handcuffs on their wrists and a uniform metallic collar around their necks. Furrowing his brow, Randall instinctively attempted to move, only to discover that his own hands were also shackled. He shook his somewhat dazed head, feeling the cold metal against his neck. Had he not been struck unconscious by hail? What was this predicament? Rescued, yet not entirely free? That collar, it must be a slave collar. The kind that could explode at any moment, a collar said to bind its wearer to a lifetime of servitude. In other words, he had been rescued by slavers, and those around him were their captives. Randall shook his head, a wry acknowledgement of the unfortunate luck of these slavers. Rising from the ground, he exerted a slight force on the handcuffs, shattering them into several fragments. The clatter of the cuffs hitting the floor resonated sharply in the previously silent space. Almost everyone turned to look at Randall. Expressions of astonishment, confusion, helplessness, mockery, indifference, and a myriad of other emotions flickered across their faces. Yet, they remained silent, lacking the desire to speak. Beside Randall, fear not, a mere explosive collar cannot claim my life, declared Randall with an air of defiance, disregarding the bewildered mermaid maiden as he strode out of the cabin. On the deck, the slave traders had been idling about until one turned his head and spotted a collared slave emerging unshackled. The sight stunned them. "Hey, get back inside and stay put, or I'll blow your head off," bellowed a coarse voice. Randall paid no heed. Instead, he raised his hands, gripped the collar, and with lightning speed, tore it free before hurling it overboard. Boom! The explosion illuminated the faces of the slave traders, their stunned expressions stark in the fiery glow. "Damn it! The slave's escaping. He's a tough one," one shrieked. "Call for Master Tears." "Annoying," Randall murmured. In an instant, he materialized behind the shouting man, withdrawing his finger with deliberate calm. The slave trader collapsed face first, a finger-sized hole in his skull oozing crimson and pale matter. Chaos erupted on the deck, shouts, gunfire, the whistle of blades, the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, until a thunderous voice cut through the din. "Who dares wreak havoc in my domain?" Randall paused mid-motion, turning toward the source. A lanky man with a long sword at his waist emerged, undoubtedly the infamous Tears. "So it's you," Tears sneered, sizing up Randall. A brat barely out of diapers, yet quite capable. "If this ship were manned only by these fools, you might be escaped. But alas, you've crossed paths with me." With a flourish, he unsheathed his blade, a sanguine aura clinging to him. "Behold, Bloodlight, a weapon of legend. Its blade spans 3 feet 7 inches, its hilt 1 foot 2, weighing precisely 8 pounds 6 ounces. It has tasted the blood of 100 men." Randall blinked, then after a moment of contemplation, raised his fist with equal gravitas. "Behold, the iron fist of the distant seas, a touch shatters skin, a graze severs sinew. 5 fingers, 1 palm, weight immeasurable." Silence. Tears gaped. "What kind of nonsense is this? If you lack a weapon, just say so. You've ruined the mood. You're finished, brat." A previously cowering underling now jeered, emboldened by Tears' presence. "Once Master Tears defeats you, I'll sever your tendons. Don't worry. Even crippled, that pretty face of yours will fetch a fine price." "Boy," Tears growled, "I do hope you resist. In this manner, I shall bestow upon you greater suffering, while I derive immense pleasure from it." Tears advanced towards Randall, brandishing his knife, a sanguinary smile adorning his face. Randall did not retreat. Instead, he beckoned him with a casual gesture. "Come here, little imp, if you dare." Tears raised his hand, unleashing a crimson slash aimed at Randall's ankle. Randall assessed the situation, recognizing that this individual surpassed Miller in strength. Indeed, in this new world, one encounters such formidable prowess with ease. Yet, regrettably for Tears, it was still insufficient to challenge Randall. As the slash approached, Randall executed a graceful leap, effortlessly evading the attack. Tears' grin widened. Such obedience. Quite an adept evasion. But how will you escape this? He swung his knife repeatedly, sending forth a flurry of slashes that confined Randall's movement entirely. "Master Tears, do be cautious not to mar his visage." A minion interjected. "I am aware. It is already over." Tears replied impatiently, then turned away, disinterested in the outcome. To him, the result was already predetermined. Chapter 60. Your blade is quite impressive. Tears raised his blade and executed a series of swift slashes, sending forth several arcs of cutting energy. The angles of these strikes were cunningly devised, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Randall. The only outcome for Randall was to be struck by the cutting waves, rendering him incapacitated. My Lord Tears, please be cautious not to mar his visage. This lad could fetch a handsome price, a henchman anxiously warned, his eyes wide as he beheld the dense barrage of slashes. Rest assured, it is over, Tears replied impatiently. He sheathed his long knife and turned away, showing no interest in Randall's fate. In his eyes, Randall was merely a brash youth. How formidable could he possibly be? The conclusion had been sealed the moment he drew his blade. However, after taking a few steps, instead of hearing Randall's anguished cries, he was met with the frantic voice of the henchman. My Lord Tears, that brat isn't scathed. Tears furrowed his brow and turned back. Indeed, as the henchman had claimed, Randall stood there completely unharmed. The cutting waves he had unleashed had vanished, as though they had never existed. Upon noticing Tears' gaze, Randall nonchalantly beckoned him with a hand gesture. Come here quickly. Fury ignited within Tears. How dare this insolent wretch insult me? With a clang, his long knife was drawn once more. This time, he would not hold back. He chose to unleash a full-power assault. With a thunderous shout, he swung his blade diagonally. A crimson crescent of slashing energy erupted and surged toward Randall. This was Tears' signature move, and he was evidently brimming with confidence. He sheathed his long knife again, turning to the henchman and remarked, This brat is rather peculiar. I can no longer afford to hold back. Whether he survives or not is a matter of fate. Yet, in the next moment, the calm and composure on his face vanished. He watched in disbelief as Randall raised his right hand. That hand was shrouded in a deep ebony hue. Tears recognized it as the color of armed hockey, which he could comprehend. However, what transpired next was beyond his understanding. He watched, wide-eyed, as Randall lifted his hand and grasped his slashing wave. Then, with a firm squeeze of his fingers, Tears' ultimate technique was reduced to mere motes of light. Tears blinked in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, had someone just shattered his ultimate move with their bare hands? How could this be possible? Tears was struck with disbelief. Yet, Randall remained silent, beckoning him once more with his finger. Come on over. Now I understand. You are a user of abilities. That dark aura is not armed hockey, it is your power, Tears exclaimed, feigning enlightenment. As long as I avoid contact with your hand, I shall be fine. Watch as I cleave you down. With a powerful leap, Tears charged toward Randall like a cannonball, opting not for a frontal assault, but rather maneuvering behind him. He raised his long knife high, aiming for Randall's neck. In his flurry of action, he forgot to hold back, directly targeting a vital area. As the blade approached his neck, Randall remained utterly motionless. Tears inwardly acknowledged the truth. This young imp was merely relying on the powers granted by the devil fruit to disperse his attacks. Once he became earnest, his opponent would be nothing. Yet, the sensation of the blade striking flesh never came. Randall's form seemed as ethereal as air. The blade swept through without encountering the slightest resistance. Instead, Tears found himself stumbling forward, nearly losing his balance due to the force of his own strike. However, this lunge inadvertently scattered Randall's form. At that moment, Tears felt a jolt of alarm, cold sweat breaking out across his body. He realized that Randall was no longer in the distance. It was merely an afterimage. So where was Randall now? He rushed forward a step, then swiftly turned around, his momentum almost twisting his waist. Upon turning, he beheld Randall standing there, showing no inclination to launch a surprise attack. What did this signify? He was too astonished to register his feelings, instead feeling a surge of indignation. Was he being looked down upon? Randall suddenly inquired, So, have you exhausted your techniques? At this, Tears grew wary, positioning his blade defensively before him. Observing this, Randall nodded. In that case, it is my turn. I hope you will resist. It would bring me greater enjoyment. Tears was momentarily taken aback. Why did that statement sound so familiar? But before he could ponder further, Randall's figure vanished from his sight. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he attempted to turn around. Yet, before he could even move, Randall appeared right before him, leaving him both astonished and humiliated. Had he deemed it beneath him to even attack from behind? Furious, he swung his blade at Randall. However, in an instant, Randall's hand had firmly grasped the blade's edge. Tears struggled with all his might, yet he remained immovable. Suddenly, Randall's grip jolted, causing Tears to relinquish his hold on the hilt. Seizing the opportunity, Randall kicked Tears away and then disregarded him, lowering his gaze to examine the sword. The blade, aptly named Bloodlight, was entirely crimson, emanating an eerie glow. It was a demonic blade. Tears struggled to rise from the ground, a sharp pain racking his abdomen. He was astounded. This young man was incredibly formidable. In his hands, Tears found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, he realized that his opponent was not merely an ability user, but possessed strength of his own. When had such a figure emerged upon the seas? However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of Randall brandishing his sword, and his face turned a deep shade of green. "You, return my sword." Randall smirked and replied, "Your sword is quite exquisite." "Oh, I misspoke. It is no longer yours. It belongs to me now." Tears' complexion flushed crimson. "You, wretched scoundrel." However, the smile on Randall's face vanished, and he coldly remarked, "Are you still concerned about your knife? Perhaps you should contemplate how to escape with your life from my grasp." Upon hearing this, Tears felt a chill run through him. Damn it. He could no longer afford to think about his knife and turned to flee. Even with a weapon in hand, he was no match for Randall. Now, unarmed, would he simply await his demise? Yet, after only a few steps, a voice filled with dread echoed in his ears. "You've struck me with so many blades. Surely I deserve to land a punch." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Randall had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow to Tears' back. This punch left Tears battered, his skin torn and sinews injured. It was a perfect manifestation of Randall's earlier words. His iron fist had indeed met flesh, causing grievous harm. With this forceful strike, Tears let out a wretched cry and collapsed to the ground, feeling as though all his strength had been consumed by the excruciating pain, leaving him utterly powerless to rise and escape. Chapter 61. Don Quixote da Flamingo. At this moment, Tears was overwhelmed by pain coursing through his entire body, the force of the punch reverberating from his back to every extremity. He could no longer afford to think about his blade. "You two? I've only thrown one punch. And you're already out of the fight?" Randall remarked, somewhat disheartened. He raised his longsword, poised to finish Tears off. But then he hesitated. Wasn't wielding a weapon to slay a master rather ominous? Contemplating this, Randall sheathed his sword, opting instead to deliver Tears to his demise with his bare fists. Yet, this action was abruptly interrupted. Wait. Spare him. Spare him. My young master wishes to speak with you." A small henchman, clutching a communication device, dashed forward. This was the same lackey who had previously urged Tears not to mar Randall's visage. Observing Tears in a precarious position, he hastily contacted his superior. Randall, taken aback by the mention of young master, found the term oddly familiar. As he pondered, the henchman had already reached him, trembling as he extended the communication device. Upon glancing down, Randall noticed the orange-tinted sunglasses perched on the device, lending an amusing air to the situation. Realizing the significance of this quirky accessory, he had no doubt that the young master referred to was none other than the notorious warlord of the sea, the flamboyant flamingo with pink feathers. Instead of answering the device, Randall boldly inquired, "Don Quixote da Flamingo?" Faced with Randall's directness, the henchman had little choice but to serve as a human phone stand. On the other end of the line, Da Flamingo paused at the mention of his name, followed by a peculiar chuckle. It's me. May I ask which friend is aboard my ship?" Randall replied, "I wouldn't dare to presume. I'm hardly worthy of friendship with the Joker of the underworld. Who knows, I might meet my end without even realizing it." At this, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed from the other end, followed by an urgent voice inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Doflamingo had already carved out a reputation as the Joker within the underworld, his status beneath only a few emperors. Yet, even they should not have known his true identity. Wait, if anyone could possibly know. "Are you, by chance, with the world government?" Doflamingo asked directly. "Certainly not." "Now, let us not dwell on who I am. Let us discuss what you want from me. If you're here to plead for your subordinates, I'd rather you didn't. I've been humiliated by being forced to wear a slave collar. This grudge is one for the ages. Upon hearing this, the henchman supporting the communication device immediately buckled at the knees, kneeling before Randall, who looked on with a mix of sympathy and exasperation. "My lord." "It's not quite like that, my lord. You were clinging to a mere wooden plank back then. Had we not fished you out, that very wave would have claimed your life. We saved you, my lord." Randall scratched his head upon hearing this. He had to admit, the man made a fair point. Wait, a flaw. His sharp mind detected a loophole. Humph, pretty words, he thought. But in truth, you coveted my beauty, didn't you? You intended to sell me into slavery for profit. Your motives were never pure. Saving me was mere coincidence. Yet none of that mattered now. What mattered was the slave collar around his neck. His dignity as a warrior had been violated. He nearly blurted, "I've been defiled," but reconsidered. The phrasing carried unintended implications. The lackey whimpered, "How were we to know you were this strong?" Randall's eyes flashed. "Oh, so if I'd been weaker, you'd have sold me without hesitation? Do the weak not deserve rights?" The lackey bit his tongue. In truth, the weak had no rights, an unspoken truth even among so-called righteous men. But voicing it would be suicide. He knelt in trembling silence. Amid the tension, Doflamingo seized the moment to interject. "Fufufu, you're absolutely right. A strong man's honor is paramount." His grin widened. "Name your price, within reason, and I'll compensate you." Randall stroked his chin, skeptical. "This isn't like you, Doflamingo. Where are the threats? Why yield so easily?" A pause. Then, "Fufufu, as I said, strength commands respect, no?" Through the lackey's account, Doflamingo had learned of Randall's effortless domination over Tears. While he could replicate such a feat, none in his ranks could crush Tears so decisively. But what truly unsettled him was Randall instantly recognizing his identity, a calculated power play, perhaps, and undeniably effective. After a beat, Randall spoke. "You wish to ally with me? Very well." "Oh, do enlighten me," Doflamingo purred, though his true intent was recruitment, pending terms. Randall's voice turned grave. "Abandon the slave trade. Your other dark enterprises? I'll turn a blind eye. But slavery, I cannot condone it. Renounce that, and we negotiate." Silence. This time, Doflamingo's stillness was shock. It was fury. Veins bulged at his temples as he hissed through clenched teeth. "Are you mocking me?" Since they were aware he was the Joker, how could they not know his primary trades were arms dealing and slavery? And now, this bold demand to sever one of his lifelines? How could such words even escape their lips? Did they truly believe themselves indispensable? Randall responded gravely. "Absolutely not. I am entirely serious." And serious he was. The trafficking of slaves was an abomination to him, a repulsion rooted in his moral compass and compassion for the vulnerable. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. Though not malevolent, he was no altruistic savior of the masses. His heart was not so vast. What rendered the slave trade intolerable was far simpler. He was human. To trade in his own kind was a degradation of his very beings. An instinctive revulsion etched into his bones. Chapter 62. The Fracture as a Man. Randall perceived the slave trade as a direct affront to his very essence. Thus, if Doflamingo's subordinates were entangled in the slave industry, they could only be deemed his adversaries. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo fell into silence once more. For he could discern that Randall's disdain for the slave trade was profoundly sincere. "Well then, it seems we cannot be friends," Doflamingo remarked, unable to acquiesce to such preposterous terms. In his estimation, Randall's strength was inferior to his own. Should he manage to recruit him, it would indeed be a fortuitous gain of a capable subordinate. Yet if not, he would not press the matter further. Randall, too, exhaled a slight sigh of regret. He had anticipated the unlikelihood of the other party's agreement when proposing that condition. He was merely gambling on a chance. What if, in a moment of folly, the other party acquiesced? The future monarch of the underworld could undoubtedly provide Randall with substantial assistance. Alas, the other party's intellect was intact. With the negotiation at a standstill, Doflamingo lost his desire to converse. He merely left a harsh remark, "I look forward to our meeting," and promptly terminated the call. As for the slaves and subordinates aboard the ship, he felt no obligation to intervene, nor did he wish to. If it were his trusted allies like Pico in danger, he might feel anxious. However, he was indifferent to the fates of these unnamed subordinates, including Tears. If they perished, so be it. At that moment, the forsaken lackey, acutely aware of his impending doom, turned pale as death. His body was so weak that he could scarcely maintain his grip on the phone book. "Spare me. For the sake of having rescued you from the sea, grant me my life." His head pressed against the ground. He appeared utterly abject, his will to survive burning fiercely. This sight was pitiful beyond measure. Yet Randall felt not a shred of compassion. While these individuals might indeed be pitiable in their demise, it was likely that many before had similarly pleaded for mercy, only to be captured and sold into slavery for the nobles and celestial dragons. Had this man not been seduced by desire, rescuing Randall from the depths, he too would have continued this heinous trade, transforming more innocent lives into slaves, for whom death would be a mere luxury. Thus, as Randall observed the man's desperate pleas for mercy, he felt no empathy. On the contrary, he then strode towards the cabin from which he had previously emerged. Upon his entrance, the occupants of the cabin simultaneously lifted their gazes, for the commotion on the deck had been quite substantial. Had it not been for their overwhelming fear, they would have been unable to resist the urge to investigate. As they looked up, they were astonished to find that the newcomer was none other than the young lad who had left earlier. What left them even more astounded was the fact that the collar around the boy's neck had vanished. What had transpired on the deck? Could it be that this youth had joined the ranks of the slave traders? They could scarcely fathom the possibility of Randall defeating such a nefarious group. After all, those present had witnessed the formidable swordsman whose presence inspired despair. The boy appeared to be merely in his teens. How could he possibly be a match for that swordsman? Randall paid no heed to the multitude of curious gazes and proceeded directly to the mermaid maiden who had previously alerted him. "What do you intend to do?" questioned a merman, positioning himself protectively in front of the mermaid, his eyes warily assessing Randall. In response, Randall merely cast a fleeting glance at him. The merman felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What sort of gaze was that? Under such scrutiny, he felt as if he had transformed into an ant revealing its fangs before a colossal dragon. Instantaneously, he lost all courage, rendered frozen in place. Randall, however, simply glanced at him before shifting his attention away, circumventing him to stand before the mermaid maiden. At that moment, she regarded him with a blend of curiosity and bashfulness. For reasons unknown, she did not sense any malice from Randall. Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance. Nevertheless, she chose to trust her instincts and felt no fear. As it turned out, her intuition was indeed accurate. Upon reaching her side, Randall gently squeezed the handcuffs binding her wrists. To her astonishment, the steel restraints shattered as if they were made of mere paper. While she had previously been intrigued by how he had escaped, she now comprehended the simplicity and brutality of it all. In her moment of bewilderment, Randall's hand had already grasped the collar around her neck. Wait, this is different. This one could explode," the mermaid maiden exclaimed, her face paling at the thought of Randall's intent to resolve the matter with such reckless abandon. She was still young, with her life ahead of her. "Trust me. Have faith in my skills," Randall replied calmly. The mermaid maiden was taken aback. What did skill have to do with this? However, in the next instant, she felt a flash before her eyes, followed by a thunderous explosion ringing in her ears. A searing gust of air swept through her hair, and a brilliant flash of fire flared momentarily. She blinked and instinctively touched her neck, only to find smooth skin where the cold, life-threatening collar had once confined her freedom. Overwhelmed with elation, she threw her arms around Randall, exclaiming, "Ah, it's gone! It's gone! That thing is gone! How did you manage that?" After a long while, the mermaid maiden finally calmed down. Yet upon regaining her composure, she realized she was cradling something warm in her embrace. A human. The moment she comprehended what she had just done, her already flushed cheeks from excitement deepened into a crimson hue. But instead of releasing her hold, she instinctively tightened her arms around him. Instantly, Randall was enveloped in a delicate fragrance mingled with the scent of the sea, followed by an overwhelming softness pressing against his chest. It must be said, the proportions of humans in this pirate world were truly exaggerated. What an utter disgrace! The sheer size, the astonishing elasticity, it was enough to steal a man's breath away. He couldn't help but cough lightly. Startled, the mermaid maiden hastily loosened her grip and distanced herself from Randall. Yet in that sudden separation, both of them were left with an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 63. Why doesn't tea taste like a salted fish? After creating some distance, the mermaid maiden's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly gazed at Randall. She shyly remarked, I didn't expect you to be so quick. It caught me off guard for a moment. Randall's expression darkened. Do you even know how to communicate? What do you mean by so quick? This statement, in itself, is innocuous, yet combined with the mermaid's embarrassed demeanor, it suddenly seems quite inappropriate. How could it leave you at a loss for words? Nevertheless, the mermaid maiden proved to be reliable. She composed herself, resting her fishtail against the ground, and bowed deeply to Randall. Thank you so much, or else I would have been in quite a predicament. Oh, by the way, my name is Khalees. Randall graciously accepted her gratitude and replied, I am Randall. Oh, Randall, what a lovely name, she exclaimed. By the way, I am 16 years old. I reside at 178 Coral Worm Street in the Coral District of Mermaid Island. I work as a waitress in a CAF. My hobbies are... Stop. Randall interrupted, feeling a headache coming on. If she continued, he feared she would divulge her measurements and peculiarities. Oh. The mermaid maiden Khalees shyly stuck out her tongue. Randall couldn't help but shake his head. She was quite the scatterbrained girl. He then realized that he was nearly the same age as her. All right. You're free now. You can head home. Khalees sighed wistfully. But remember, if you come to Mermaid Island, you must visit me. Mermaid Island is so beautiful. You absolutely have to come. You'll regret it if you don't. Her face was etched with sincerity. Randall chuckled helplessly. I know. He was well aware of the island's beauty, having recently traversed it. He couldn't deny that the sky there was exceptionally bright and vast. He then pulled a set of keys from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the ground, stating nonchalantly, Here are the keys. You all can let yourselves in. Afterward, he glanced at the mermaid maiden's tail, pondered for a moment, and then lifted her into his arms. What is happening? Khalees exclaimed in acute surprise. Reflexively, she wrapped her delicate, pale arms around Randall's neck. In that instant, two phrases began to echo in Randall's mind. Utmost humiliation and a great uproar. He held her in a princess carry, albeit sideways, yet he could still distinctly feel her form. Silently, he carried the mermaid maiden out of the cabin. At that moment, a fisherman turned around, casting a complex gaze at Randall's retreating figure. Little did he expect that a human would ultimately be his savior. As Randall departed, everyone around him let out a collective sigh of relief. His presence was overwhelmingly formidable. With him around, everyone instinctively softened their breaths, softened, and softened again. Thus, though all eyes converged on the key the moment it was tossed out, not a single soul dared to move. 3 seconds after Randall departed, nearly everyone surged forward in a frenzied rush toward the key. Yet, something peculiar occurred. Logically, the key wasn't a consumable item. If they had simply queued up one by one, freedom would have swiftly been granted to all. But the nearest person seized the key first. In the next instant, a burly arm shot out from the side, snatching it away while roughly shoving the initial claimant aside. That single act taught the crowd a lesson. Restraint had lingered before, but now that the first act of aggression had surfaced, why hold back? Chaos erupted instantly. A towering brute, standing 3 meters tall, began assaulting anyone who held the key. The fisherman watched the scene with undisguised disgust, lingering on the periphery. Not out of reluctance, but awareness. If he joined the fray, he'd likely become the sole target of the mob's collective fury. As they brawled, time bled away. Had they proceeded orderly, a significant portion might already be free. Instead, not a single shackle had been unlocked. Amid the turmoil, the key was flung haphazardly, landing right before the fisherman. Hey, stinking fish fillet, toss the key over here. The 3-meter-tall brute barked impatiently. The fisherman studied him, then the others, their faces blurred in his vision, merging into one indistinguishable mass. After a pause, he bent down, picked up the key, and instead of obeying, began unlocking his own restraints. While the hold descended into mayhem, the deck remained eerily tranquil, a portrait of serenity. Randall carried Khalees all the way to the ship's edge, poised to cast her into the sea. Her arms, looped around his neck, tightened slightly. Then, with a sudden motion, she leaned forward, her rosy lips brushing his cheek in a fleeting, tender kiss. To Randall, it felt like the briefest touch of something moist, soft, and gelatinous, cool and soothing against his skin. Objectively, Khalees' speed shouldn't have allowed a surprise like that. But who could bring themselves to reject a maiden's kiss? Certainly not Randall. Having stolen her kiss, Chris released him with a satisfied smile, leaping gracefully into the ocean. "Randall, goodbye," she murmured, her voice tinged with unspoken words, before blushing furiously and vanishing beneath the waves. Gazing at the now calm sea, Randall inhaled deeply, the lingering trace of her fragrance mingling with the salt air. For a moment, he stood lost in thought. One might wonder, how do mermaids maintain their delicate fragrance while perpetually submerged in the ocean? Shouldn't they carry the briny scent of salted fish instead? This enigmatic question had long perplexed Randall, who eventually attributed it to the peculiarities of their world. Standing by the ship's railing for a moment, a faint smirk curled at Randall's lips. Though physically absent, his observation hockey had been keenly attuned to the happenings within the cabin from the very moment he departed. The scenes relayed back to him were nothing short of astonishing. It was time for his grand entrance. With that thought, Randall strode toward the cabin. Inside, chaos reigned, bodies strewn about, some motionless as if lifeless, others groaning in pain. The towering 3-meter brute bore bruises in shades of blue and purple, while the fishman stood opposite him, poised. His shackles had been undone, though the collar remained fastened. He alone had managed to free his hands. Chapter 64. All taken for granted within the confines of the cabin, the floor was stained with blood. Numerous individuals lay scattered, some unconscious, while others groaned in pain. Among the few who remained standing was a towering figure, a 3-meter-tall muscular man, his body marred with bruises. Opposite him stood the fishman, covered in blood. Notably, his handcuffs had been removed, though his collar remained intact. Despite the numerical advantage of his adversaries in the formidable presence of the giant, the fishman found himself at a disadvantage after having his hands freed, suffering a barrage of assaults. Upon Randall's return to the cabin, he was met with this dismal scene. "What on earth are you doing? Did I not provide you with the key?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. The sight of Randall prompted a grimace from the fishman, while the giant beamed with joy. "My lord, you are our savior," the giant exclaimed fervently. "Words cannot express my gratitude. Yet, this ungrateful fishman attacked us as soon as you departed, even seizing the key you entrusted to us. It is as if he has trampled upon your honor. I am utterly incensed." The giant's impassioned words were accompanied by dramatic gestures, as if he were performing. Randall, taken aback by the unexpected theatricality of the brawny man, turned to the fishman and inquired, "Is this true?" The fishman's expression darkened. In truth, upon Randall's entrance, despair had already enveloped him. What did it matter if it were true? To perish at your hands would surely be preferable to dying as a slave. With a sense of resignation, he replied, "So be it." In that moment, the once contemptuous gaze that looked down upon mere insects resurfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he assumed a combat stance, surprising even himself with his defiance toward Randall. The giant, witnessing this unexpected cooperation, felt a surge of triumph. Surely, this wretched fish would find it impossible to escape death now. Randall's gaze sharpened, instantly amplifying the fishman's pressure. His scales bristled, and his entire body tensed. Yet, he stubbornly maintained his defensive posture. "If that is your wish, I shall grant it." With those words, Randall vanished from sight. The fishman's pupils dilated in shock. He had presumed that Randall, while stronger than the formidable swordsman, was still within limits. Yet, he found himself unable to discern Randall's movements. The chasm of disparity in their powers rendered resistance futile. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable pain of death. However, the anticipated agony and chill did not arrive. Instead, a tremendous crash echoed nearby, the sound of something heavy striking the ground. This was swiftly followed by the giant's anguished scream. The fishman opened his eyes in alarm, only to find the giant now prostrate on the floor. Randall stood beside him, one foot planted firmly on the man's back while twisting his thick arm at an unnatural angle behind him. The brute's bones had undoubtedly snapped, reducing his once imposing figure to a writhing, pain-twisted worm. "Lord, why?" the man gasped through gritted teeth. Randall's voice was glacial. "I despise liars." A shiver of primal terror seized the brute, as though he had been plunged into the abyssal depths of the underworld, his very soul freezing under an icy gale. Trembling, he forced out his plea. My lord, you wrong me. Every word I spoke was true." His voice cracked with the theatrical anguish of a man suppressing unbearable injustice, tears welling in his eyes. To an uninformed observer, Randall would have appeared the villain, the brute a martyr suffering under cruel tyranny. Yet beneath the specter of death, the man's desperate performance shattered with Randall's next words. My observation haki envelopes this ship effortlessly. Surely, at your level, you understand its implications? Randall smiled, a sight that now struck the brute as the most horrifying thing he had ever witnessed. It was the grin of a predator baring fangs at cornered prey. Of course, he knew what observation haki meant. Despair gripped him, yet survival instinct flared. And my lord, I admit I lied. It was my fault. But that's a fishman. In sobriety, he'd fetch at least 100 million berries. A fishman, my lord. The fishman, previously stunned by Randall's actions, tensed warily. But Randall did not speak. Instead, he twisted the brute's arm further. A sickening crunch of bone followed. This time, the man made no sound. True agony, it seemed, rendered one voiceless. Randall sighed inwardly, not for the brute, but at the realization of how deep the chasm of prejudice between humans and fishmen truly ran. The man had offered no justification. To him, the fishman's very existence was reason enough, as natural as thirst demanding water, hunger demanding food, pirates fleeing marines, marines hunting pirates. The weight of such ingrained bias settled heavily upon Randall, leaving him with a hollow sense of futility. And in that moment, he understood. Queen Odoheim of Fishman Island was far greater than he had ever imagined. Though he disagreed with her methods, he could not deny her nobility. At the very least, he himself is incapable of such feats. In times of poverty, he maintains his integrity. When prosperous, he is likely to do the same. Contemplating this, Randall suddenly felt a surge of unease and lost interest in engaging with the burly man. Where are the keys? Randall abruptly turned to the fishman and inquired. Oh. The fishman was taken aback for a moment, then retrieved the keys from his bosom and awkwardly handed them to Randall. Randall waved his hand and said, Just throw them on the ground. After a brief pause, the fishman complied and tossed the keys onto the floor. Randall continued, You can deal with these individuals. They intended to harm you, so whatever you choose to do to them is justified. An eye for an eye is only fair. With that, Randall ceased to concern himself with them and exited the cabin. Chapter 65. Could it be? Again, Randall leaned against the ship's railing, basking in the sea breeze and relishing the tranquility. Before long, the merman emerged from the hold, his hands stained a dark crimson, a testament to his recent deeds. The blood not yet fully wiped away. Without turning around, Randall gazed out at the ocean and remarked, Is it just one life you intend to take? I observed that all had participated in the fray. Despite being drenched in blood, the merman remained remarkably calm. It was that individual who led the charge. The fate of the others matters little. Moreover, should I slay them all, you would likely harbor resentment towards me. Randall merely shook his head in silence. The merman hesitated, then bowed slightly towards Randall's back, saying, Thank you for your assistance. I never anticipated encountering someone like you among humans. Every intelligent race possesses both malevolent and benevolent inclinations. To judge a life's virtue solely by its race is utterly foolish. Upon hearing this, the merman paused, then chuckled ruefully. Thus, I assert that individuals like you are exceedingly rare. The majority are entrenched in their prejudices and biases. If all could adopt a more rational perspective, the conflicts in this world would diminish significantly. The merman's words took Randall by surprise. He turned to face the creature, to think you possess such thoughts. Amidst these vast waters, you are indeed a contemplative being. The merman replied, Perhaps so. Well then, let us part ways. Once again, I am grateful for your life-saving aid. Should you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out on Merman Island at Merman Street. Oh, by the way, my name is Haku. Upon hearing the name Haku, Randall was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the merman anew. With his yellow skin, light blue long waves, and mustache, Randall thought to himself that the actual appearance of a merman was quite similar to the fish, lacking the distinctiveness often portrayed in animations. Yet, as soon as Haku mentioned his name, a spark of recognition ignited within Randall. Gradually, the image began to align with that of the legendary red snapper merman in his mind. After a brief pause, Randall inquired, You are called Haku? Do you know Drac? Have you heard of the Revolutionary Army? Haku appeared equally bewildered by Randall's questions. Who is Drac? What is this Revolutionary Army? Though unfamiliar with these terms, he sensed an ominous aura surrounding them. Randall soon realized his oversight. At this moment, Drac was still an admiral in the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army existed solely in his imagination. Nevertheless, Randall felt no embarrassment. Maintaining an air of mystique, he replied, "Drac is a current admiral in the Navy, but this is merely temporary. In the near future, an organization known as the Revolutionary Army will emerge. It is a force that will shake the very heavens and earth. It should suit you perfectly." The bewildering discourse left Haku utterly confounded. What was this talk of the future? What was deemed suitable for him? Why did it seem as if this individual had suddenly transformed into a mystic? How could he possess knowledge of events yet to transpire? Noticing Haku's perplexity, Randall waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Do not fret. In due time, the answers will reveal themselves. I can only say that as long as one shares the same aspirations, they are friends. There are no distinctions of race, nor hierarchies of status." At these words, Haku's eyes widened in astonishment. Randall's brief utterances had already ignited a sense of wonder within him. Yet, did such an ethereal organization truly exist? If such an entity were to be real, he would undoubtedly be the first to join. Observing Haku's expression of eager desire to join, Randall chuckled inwardly. He mused on whether Haku would still wish to be part of this organization upon learning that its objective was to topple the world government. Soon after, Haku bid farewell to Randall. Stretching lazily, Randall gazed out at the boundless sea and murmured, "It has been a long while since I encountered a formidable opponent. One cannot help but grow rusty. Grant me a worthy adversary." He scoffed at the likes of Tears, whom he could effortlessly defeat even with his eyes closed. Such encounters failed to invigorate him. Just as his words faded, a sudden thunderclap erupted from the distance. The unexpected roar startled Randall from his reverie. He jested to himself, "Could it be that some divine being has heard my wish?" However, another thunderous sound echoed from afar. Randall turned his gaze towards the source only to find the sky clear and blue stretching to the horizon. This realization heightened his vigilance. Surely, he could not be so unfortunate as to encounter a logical weather phenomena again. He felt as though the bizarre climate of this new world was driving him to the brink of trauma. "Not again. I have only just awoken from my slumber. Would you truly render me senseless again?" Moments later, a third thunderous boom resonated. This time, accompanied by the sound, something tangible materialized. A transparent shockwave emerged from the horizon where the sea met the sky, advancing directly towards Randall. The shockwave itself was inconsequential. What mattered was its impressive girth of several meters. The surrounding seawater was forcefully displaced, forming a channel nearly 10 meters wide atop the ocean's surface. Randall had no doubt that should a vessel be struck by this force, not even sizable fragments would remain. With a shout of astonishment, he swiftly turned to face the oncoming shockwave. The pulse of energy surged. A radiant sphere of light coalesced between his hands, and a brilliant beam erupted forth, racing towards the shockwave. In the next instant, approximately a nautical mile from the ship's hull, the two forces collided with tremendous impact. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. At the very moment of contact, the space surrounding the point of energy exchange expanded as if inflated like a balloon. A luminous speck emerged from the epicenter, rapidly swelling into a radiant sphere of energy that violently discharged its power outward. The ensuing disturbance agitated the atmosphere, unleashing tempestuous gales that scoured the surrounding void. The surrounding seawater churned as if brought to a furious boil, heaving with tumultuous intensity. Randall's vessel, caught in this maelstrom, fared no better than an ant struggling for survival upon a violently shaking tablecloth, teetering perpetually on the brink of being flung into oblivion. Those within the cabin were tossed mercilessly, their very souls seeming to flee their bodies in the upheaval. Already wounded, they now suffered further injury, their agony compounded by the relentless turbulence. The clash of energies persisted for a full 5 seconds before finally waning, the shockwaves losing their momentum and dissipating. The sphere of energy faded reluctantly, its fury spent. At the collision's core, entire tons of seawater were instantaneously vaporized, leaving behind a vast, gaping void upon the ocean's surface, a chasm that lingered for several seconds before collapsing inward with a thunderous roar. Chapter 66. The True Monster. The tumult subsided, and the surface of the sea regained its tranquility. Randall withdrew his outstretched hands, breathing heavily. At that moment, a profound weight settled in his heart. He realized that what he had mistaken for thunder was, in truth, the resounding roar of a shockwave. Moreover, the intensity of this shockwave was rather excessive. His observation ability could encompass a radius of nearly 10 kilometers, yet this shockwave originated from beyond that range. Nevertheless, it still imparted considerable pressure upon him, leading Randall to feel that the new world was rife with malice towards him. He imagined that if he were at the source of that shockwave, his own fluctuations of energy would likely prove inadequate against such an overwhelming force. He couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging the undeniable truth that the powers of nature far surpass human capabilities, save for the exceptions of the great generals and the four emperors. However, Randall's current strength remained fundamentally distant from those formidable beings. Although he was curious about the peculiar weather that could generate such absurd shockwaves, he concluded that perhaps it was best to heed his instincts. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Randall resolutely chose to steer the ship in the opposite direction. Yet, from afar, the unknown weather suddenly grew violent. A series of thunderous roars erupted, and several shockwaves barreled toward him. Randall's composure began to fray. Gritting his teeth, he calculated the angles of the incoming shockwaves and hurried to the stern of the ship. There, he assumed a low stance and unleashed a series of powerful punches. Iron fist, impact steel, continuous strike. In an instant, a massive volume of air was forcefully displaced, generating immense thrust. The vessel surged forward, slicing through the waves and leaving a white trail upon the ocean's surface. Just as the ship had not been away for long, the shockwaves swept across that expanse of sea. Lacking a target, they shot off into the distance until they vanished beyond the horizon. However, before Randall could relax, another series of roars echoed in the distance. Once more, the familiar shockwaves reappeared, this time unerringly directed at his position. Now Randall had no doubt. He was being specifically targeted. These shockwaves were clearly pursuing him. Reluctantly, he resorted to the same tactic to evade the onslaught. Yet a shadow of unease enveloped Randall's mind. Such blatant targeting could not possibly be the result of natural weather patterns. If these shockwaves were indeed artificially induced, then the strength of the perpetrator left Randall's scalp tingling. This scenario was even more unsettling than encountering aberrant weather. Flee. He urged himself to run. Randall unleashed a flurry of iron fist, impact steel strikes toward the ship's stern, and the vessel's speed surged dramatically. As he fought, Randall muttered in frustration, "Oh, heavens, this is simply outrageous. I wished for a formidable adversary, but this is beyond excessive. How can I even fight under such circumstances? If you're dissatisfied, you could simply ignore me. Who sends a force to eliminate a wishmaker like this? I must say, the Great Waterway is truly remarkable. Just moments after making a wish, it has astonishingly come to fruition. The intensity of this occurrence is somewhat overwhelming. Moreover, the efficiency is exceedingly high, to the point that Randall feels overwhelmed with ecstasy. However, as Randall attempts to flee, an enigmatic powerful being seems intent on preventing his escape. Once again, the familiar sound of thunderous roars reverberates, accompanied by a barrage of shock waves. Randall finds himself frantically evading yet another onslaught. After narrowly escaping this latest attack, he begins to brace himself for the next wave of shockwaves. Yet, to his bewilderment, no new assault follows. Though he remains uncertain of the circumstances, it is imperative that he continues his flight. Time rewinds a few moments prior. Approximately 5 to 6 nautical miles from Randall's vessel lies an island. This island, once a sanctuary amidst the perils of this treacherous new world, is home to a formidable warrior. Thanks to his presence, the marauding pirates have been vanquished. However, none anticipated that life and death would hinge upon this very individual. A monstrous entity, drawn by whispers of this warrior's prowess, has come seeking him. This being is unlike any pirate that has come before. He is the descendant of a devil Barrett. This name, this title, is well known within elite circles. Yet his reputation remains obscure upon the vast oceans. After all, only those possessing significant strength are deemed worthy of knowing him. Nevertheless, if one were to unveil his alternate identity, even the feeble would recognize him, for he was once a crew member of the Pirate King. Barrett revels in battle and relishes the thrill of conflict. He has long sought to surpass Roger, yet before he could achieve this ambition, Roger met his untimely demise. This left Barrett adrift, as if he had suddenly lost the meaning of his existence. To dispel this confusion, he engages in relentless combat, seeking out formidable opponents. Thus, upon hearing of a strong presence on this island, he made his way here. The island's protector is a master swordsman who has comprehended the breadth of all things. Once, a pirate captain with a bounty of 500 million sought to plunder this isle. However, after a simple exchange of blows, that powerful captain lost an arm. A testament to the swordsman's might. Yet, it is abundantly clear that while the swordsman is formidable, he does not possess the strength of an admiral or one of the four emperors. In contrast, Barrett is firmly within the ranks of these elite powers. The outcome of their confrontation is all too evident. Within a mere 5 minutes of Barrett encountering the swordsman, the latter is already battered and bruised, while Barrett, cloaked in an impenetrable layer of haki, remains unscathed. At this juncture, the swordsman has expended a significant amount of stamina, whereas Barrett appears to have merely completed his warm-up, poised to unleash his true prowess. The disparity in their strength is utterly disheartening. Swordsman, you are but a mere shadow of Kazuki Oden. Barrett stands resolutely, intentionally allowing the swordsman a moment's respite. The swordsman tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, although he had never heard of the person mentioned. The swordsman could clearly sense the disdain emanating from him. Do not underestimate others. The swordsman bellowed as he charged towards Barrett. Ha ha, just like that. Barrett laughed heartily and unleashed a powerful punch at the swordsman. Instantly, the air crackled with energy. The thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder, and a massive shockwave surged toward the swordsman. Upon witnessing this, the swordsman was struck with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he halted his charge and rolled to the side to evade the impending force. The shockwave surged forward, plunging into the sea like a train racing down the tracks, moving into the distance. As he beheld the terrifying might and the enduring scar it left upon the ocean, the swordsman was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly paralyzed. This was no mere human. It was a monster. Why had such a creature chosen to confront him? Chapter 67. To live or to perish. Barrett unleashed a punch that reverberated through the ocean, creating a vast chasm on the surface of the water that took several seconds to converge with a thunderous roar. The sight sent beads of cold sweat down the swordsman's brow, his mind in turmoil. He could not fathom how a mere mortal could achieve such feats. Seeing his initial assault fail, Barrett prepared to advance once more. However, his gaze shifted suddenly toward the sea, in the direction where the shockwave had traveled. Within his haki-infused perception, he spotted the previously receding shockwave colliding with a surge of energy, resulting in a violent explosion. While the energy appeared relatively feeble to Barrett, it piqued his interest. He tentatively threw out several more punches, yet this time, no clash of energies ensued. The opponent had surprisingly evaded him instead of engaging directly. Furrowing his brow, Barrett aimed at the foe's location and unleashed a series of heavy punches. Yet again, the anticipated collision failed to materialize. Hey, don't go too far. The swordsman seethed, witnessing Barrett's inexplicable antics in the midst of their duel, nearly driven to the brink of fury. How dare this insolent wretch insult me so? Barrett did not turn his head. He merely shifted his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the swordsman. He uttered no words, yet his demeanor spoke volumes. Ignoring the swordsman, he redirected his focus, preparing to continue his barrage. However, his fist remained poised and unlaunched. A fierce and sharp aura suddenly erupted beside him. Barrett finally turned to face the swordsman, who now emanated a powerful, faintly crimson steam. His presence significantly intensified. The sharp aura compelled Barrett to adopt a more serious stance. The two stood in a tense standoff. The swordsman was gathering his strength, while Barrett awaited the moment to strike. Without warning, the swordsman exploded into action, his long blade cleaving downward, unleashing a slashing wave that stretched over 100 meters. Confronted with such a razor-sharp assault, Barrett neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he delivered a magnificent punch that shattered the slashing wave into fragments. Yet, in that instant of distraction, the swordsman surged forward, closing the distance between them. Prepare yourself. This shall be the mightiest strike of my life, he bellowed, channeling all his energy into this singular blow. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed his younger self, the child who first heard of the sword path, the determined youth who vowed to master the blade, and the man who, having relinquished his desire for victory, chose to retreat to his homeland. At that moment, the myriad versions of himself from different times fused into one. He reignited the ambition he had long abandoned, resolved to unleash the most resplendent strike of his existence, even if it meant exhausting his very essence as fuel. With the speed of thunder, he unleashed the Ming Wang slash. The blade radiated an unparalleled brilliance, akin to the first light of dawn. The trajectory of the descending blade was distinctly visible, suspended in the air. Barrett could not help but squint in response. Time seemed to slow, the howling wind, the racing thoughts. The descent of the blade, everything decelerated. Then, in an instant, it all accelerated abruptly. A blinding radiance erupted, fierce as the midday sun. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing two figures. Barrett remained silent, his fingers tracing the wound that stretched from his left chest down to his lower abdomen. At last, his defenses had been breached. But the cost of this fleeting victory was. The swordsman stood motionless before Barrett, his life extinguished. Even before delivering that final strike, his flame had already flickered out. Tragically, the wound he had sacrificed everything to inflict meant little to Barrett. Yes, the defense had been pierced, but only just. With a mere flex of his muscles, the bleeding ceased, the wound scabbed over. Barrett reached out, took the longsword from the swordsman's grip, and strode aside. With a single punch, he shattered the earth, then cast the blade into the crater, burying it. Without a backward glance, he walked toward the submarine waiting in the distance. Meanwhile, Randall was drowning in despair. Once again, the New World had welcomed him with its signature hospitality. At the bow of his ship, he stared ahead at the ominous spectacle, dark clouds looming like an impending siege, so thick they seemed capable of draining the sea itself. But the menacing clouds were not his only concern. Beneath them, an unfathomably vast whirlpool churned violently, a monstrous meat grinder devouring everything in its path. In the past, witnessing nature's raw fury might have filled Randall with awe, a humbling reminder of his insignificance, a loneliness as if the world had abandoned him. But now, he did not feel alone, because beside him stood another, an exact replica of himself. Oh, so he had split apart. Despair gnawed at Randall as he surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him. What now? Turn back? Chart a detour? Charge forward recklessly? No choice seemed promising. In the end, he resolved to steer clear. But his decision came too late. With his observation hockey perpetually active to sense danger, Randall suddenly detected a formidable presence invading his awareness, approaching rapidly. The moment he registered that aura, his scalp prickled with dread. What was that? It felt like a vengeful specter clawing its way from the depths of hell, exuding nothing but malice and icy malevolence. Could that even be human? Merely sensing its presence was enough to send tremors through Randall's entire body. Such an overwhelming sensation, he had only witnessed it in the formidable figures of Zephyr, albeit in a more restrained manner. Yet this individual was different. His aura was exceedingly flamboyant, perpetually proclaiming his might. Consequently, Randall felt this intensity more acutely. Gritting his teeth, Randall realized that the situation was utterly dire. Before him loomed an apocalyptic calamity, and behind him, an unknown yet supremely powerful adversary. It seemed that regardless of the choice he made, death was inevitable. Contemplating this, he concluded that it would be wiser to turn back. After all, if demise was inescapable, it would be preferable to perish at the hands of a strong man. For Randall, that would be a death worthy of his aspirations. Indeed, from the moment he chose the path of a warrior, he had embraced this understanding. Having made his decision, Randall resolved to remain where he was, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic powerhouse. Moments later, bubbles erupted from the ocean's surface, heralding the emergence of a uniquely designed submarine. Chapter 68, The Devil's Heir. Barrett before long, a uniquely designed submarine surfaced from the depths of the ocean. Once the submarine stabilized, a robust man pushed open the hatch, revealing his upper body. He possessed an imposing stature, clad in military attire, with long yellow hair and earphone-like ear covers, his gaze ferocious and merciless. Randall immediately recognized this renowned powerhouse from the original tale, The Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett. My goodness, Randall exclaimed, realizing his ill fortune in encountering such a formidable opponent. At that moment, Barrett and he exchanged glances across the sea, a menacing aura emanating from Barrett, intensifying with each passing moment. Randall instinctively began to calculate how long he could withstand the onslaught of this adversary, concluding that if Barrett approached him earnestly, he would last no more than a minute. The disparity was indeed staggering. Barrett scrutinized Randall with a critical eye and remarked, "You possess quite the skill to shatter my punch's essence. Come forth." He beckoned Randall with a gesture, stepping fully out of the submarine. Concurrently, his aura erupted, an overwhelming force of Conqueror's haki surging forth, inundating the surroundings and assaulting Randall's psyche. Stimulated by Barrett's presence, Randall's own Conqueror's haki burst forth. In an instant, the air crackled like thunder. Between them, black and crimson arcs of energy flickered wildly, casting shadows that darkened the space around them. Noticing this, Barrett displayed a look of surprise, and his Conqueror's haki intensified further. Initially, Randall had been at a disadvantage in their clash, but now he found himself entirely overpowered. Visually, Barrett's blue aura completely overshadowed Randall's red. Randall struggled to maintain his ground, akin to a ship caught in a violent whirlpool, poised to capsize at any moment. Yet, just as he teetered on the brink of defeat, he managed to regain his composure at the last possible moment. All of Randall's focus was devoted to persevering. Oblivious to the fact that under Barrett's provocation, his spirit began to merge with his aura. The indomitable resilience, the courage to challenge, and the ambition to become the world's strongest gradually manifested through his Conqueror's haki. Randall's haki was steadily growing stronger. Although the progress was gradual, it was indeed occurring. As such, the red aura began to gain a foothold against the relentless onslaught of blue. When Barrett pondered why Randall was still holding on, Randall's haki steadily expanded its territory. By the time Barrett realized the shift, the red and blue energies were nearly equal in strength. The Conqueror's haki of both combatants was now almost on par, intensifying the clash between them. The winds began to howl. Denser crimson-black lightning arcs crackled violently around the two figures as the surrounding seawater churned and boiled like a tempestuous cauldron. Ominous storm clouds gathered overhead, casting an oppressive pall over several kilometers, thickening the air with palpable tension. Barrett's expression betrayed unmistakable shock. Mere minutes ago, Randall's Conqueror's haki had been utterly outmatched, barely enough to keep him conscious. Yet now, it had surged to a level where it could rival his own. Never before had he witnessed someone's Conqueror's haki evolve so drastically in such a short span. Even he, a veteran of countless battles, was stunned by this terrifying rate of growth. For Randall, his mind was a paradox, simultaneously cool and scorching. The overwhelming sense of insignificance he once felt when facing Barrett, as if gazing upon a demonic deity, had vanished. Now, he met the man's gaze as an equal. Of course, this did not mean his strength had reached Barrett's realm. Only his spirit, his Conqueror's haki, now stood on equal footing. Randall understood this all too well, and so, rather than exulting in his newfound power, his heart remained heavy. The sole transformation brought by his haki was this. He acknowledged the fear that had once gripped him in Barrett's presence. He had been afraid, intimidated, an inevitable reaction when facing the devil's heir. Few upon these seas could remain unshaken before him. Yet now, Randall felt something else, a rising battle lust. Barrett, locked in their haki clash, sensed this shift keenly. His lips twisted into a grin as he taunted, "Has your sudden surge of Conqueror's haki robbed you of judgment? No matter, this is even better." With that, his crossed arms fell to his sides. Randall, watching closely, tensed. Barrett was about to strike. True to his instincts, Barrett crouched low before launching himself forward with a thunderous stomp. The submarine beneath him plunged downward violently, the sea itself lagging behind the force of his movement, like a blue trampoline abruptly caving in. Barrett shot toward Randall like a cannonball. Despite his readiness, Randall couldn't suppress a shudder. He barely managed to dodge sideways as Barrett crashed into the deck with a deafening impact. Screams erupted. Randall had momentarily forgotten the civilians he'd rescued earlier, still trapped below. Many would not survive this. A pang of remorse flickered in his chest, but survival took precedence. He was no saint. Self-preservation came first. Then, with another explosive burst, a 5-meter-tall figure erupted from the wreckage, fixing Randall with a predatory glare. Drawing a deep breath, Randall steadied himself. The most grueling battle of his life was about to begin. If he couldn't evade it, then he would strike first. Against such an adversary, there is no need for caution. One can launch an attack with the energy wave directly. However, what left Randall feeling somewhat powerless was that, in the face of the terrifying beam of energy, Barrett merely extended a hand imbued with the armor of haki. The two forces collided without resulting in an explosion. Barrett clenched his fingers, astonishingly capturing the energy wave in his grasp. With a swift motion of his arm, he cast the luminous sphere into the adjacent sea. A thunderous roar erupted as the energy wave finally detonated. On the swaying vessel, the expression on Barrett's face flickered ominously, sending a chill down Randall's spine. Was there anything more despairing than witnessing his prize technique being so effortlessly disregarded? This move is quite intriguing. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Barrett remarked with keen interest, only to swiftly alter his tone. However, it lacks sufficient strength. Chapter 69. The sky has split open. Barrett sneered and remarked, "Yet, it is still insufficient." He then advanced towards Randall. With each step he took, Randall felt his heart sink deeper, overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from Barrett's raw power. Although Barrett's pace appeared languid, in the blink of an eye, he was before Randall. Without mercy, his fist, nearly half the size of Randall, struck him with undeniable force. In a moment of disorientation, Randall felt as though he had been hit by a speeding train on the sea. An immense, unstoppable strength surged through him, rendering him utterly helpless. In a daze, he was sent flying, bouncing a few times above the ocean before plunging into the water. After delivering the blow, Barrett made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he stood on the deck, waiting. Moments later, bubbles broke the surface of the sea as Randall leapt out. He felt a sharp, twisting pain in his abdomen, as if his insides were tangled. Without needing to look, he knew his stomach must be bruised and discolored. He gazed at Barrett in shock, having finally grasped the stark reality of their disparity in strength. Yet, he had no time for reflection, for Barrett charged at him once more. Heavy fists rained down upon Randall like a storm. In mere seconds, he sustained significant injuries despite his earnest efforts to defend himself. Alas, Barrett's mastery of haki was overwhelmingly superior. The sheer volume of his haki was exceptional, resulting in a qualitative transformation that rendered Randall's defenses futile. As soon as their haki made contact, Randall's defenses crumbled, proving that defending was nearly as exhausting as not defending at all. Randall fought through excruciating pain, gritting his teeth. He unleashed his own haki, Iron Fist, Impact Steel, and clashed with Barrett's fist. However, the cost was a slight fracture in his arm, yet he managed to create some distance. As he regained his footing, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Observing Barrett, who appeared unfazed as if merely warming up, Randall could only muster a bitter smile. He had finally comprehended the essence of top-tier combat prowess. Strength, speed, physique, and haki, he was utterly suppressed in every aspect. If these attributes were quantified on a scale of 10, Barrett's scores would be 9, 8, 9, and 10. His haki was so formidable that it could be likened to that of sea kings, were they capable of wielding haki. Thus, Barrett's haki was perfect. Such elite power required at least one attribute to reach its maximum potential. In contrast, Randall's scores were far from impressive, resting around 7, 7, 8, and 7. The greater the numbers, the more pronounced the disparity. Randall had previously felt a sense of elation, having experienced rapid growth in strength and, since arriving in the pirate world, had yet to face defeat. Yet, as he floated in this newfound confidence, he had unwittingly drifted into a realm teeming with monsters. Barrett's sudden appearance served as a sobering wake-up call, instantly bringing clarity to his perception. He realized how far he still had to go, perhaps a realization that came too late. Yet, surrender wasn't an option. Though the odds were slim, relinquishing now would extinguish any remaining chance. Randall's gaze sharpened, his aura erupting in an instant, enveloping him like liquid flame. But this energy was no longer purely white. It now transitioned from white near his body to a deep crimson black at its outer edges. Randall observed the transformation with surprise, though the familiar shade of dark red sparked contemplation. Now, fully unleashed, Randall was unrecognizable from before. His energy had merged with Conqueror's haki, producing an extraordinary reaction, an amplified aura of intimidation. While pure Conqueror's haki effortlessly overwhelmed lesser foes, its effect in battles against formidable opponents was negligible. This new aura, however, could unsettle even the mightiest, as evidenced by Barrett's uncharacteristically serious expression. "You've conjured something remarkable," Barrett remarked, "but still insignificant." In an instant, Barrett surged forward, his explosive movement shattering the already fragile ship beneath him. Amidst the debris and spray of seawater, Randall watched as Barrett closed the distance frame by frame. In response, Randall channeled all the crimson-black energy into his right hand. The space around his fist fractured like shattered glass, veined with dark red fissures. Visually, his hand appeared to swell in size. With effort, he raised his fist to meet Barrett's incoming strike. Their fists collided. Boom, a thunderous impact. For that fleeting moment, the world seemed to freeze. Sound, wind, clouds, sea, even space itself, all vanished. Only their clashing fists remained, locked in a struggle of sheer force. The point of impact warped like a black hole, drawing the surrounding space inward until crack. The compression reached its limit and detonated. The world roared back to life as a cataclysmic shockwave tore outward. The ocean beneath them heaved violently, as if the sea itself sought to overturn. But the most staggering sight loomed above. The dark clouds, previously split by their conqueror's haki, now bore a jagged fissure, a yawning abyss stretching across the sky between them, a testament to the sheer devastation of their clash. In the original tale, when two of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, clashed, the heavens themselves had split asunder. Now Randall and Barrett exchanged a single devastating punch, creating an equally cataclysmic scene. Though the disparity between them remained vast, Randall could still take pride in this moment. After what seemed an eternity, the tempest finally began to subside. A figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the sea. The moment it struck the water, the surrounding waves were stained crimson. That figure, of course, was Randall. His condition was as wretched as one could imagine. That final strike had been his ultimate attack, channeling every last ounce of his strength. In combat, the wise principle is to reserve 3 parts of one's power for defense while dedicating 7 to offense. But Randall had abandoned all caution, throwing everything into that desperate assault. Having endured the sky-rending force of Barrett's attack without any defense, the extent of Randall's injuries was beyond doubt. That he remained conscious at all was nothing short of miraculous. Yet now, he clung to life by the barest thread, a fleeting, pitiable existence. Chapter 70. The burning life paper at the Navy base. In Zephyr's courtyard, he was sipping tea while instructing Krista. Given Krista's tender age, she was not suited for rigorous training. Thus, Zephyr primarily focused on honing her observation haki and imparting fundamental knowledge. For instance, at that moment, he was imparting some nautical wisdom. "Grandpa Zephyr, is this log pointer beautiful?" Krista inquired, blinking her eyes. "It is not a matter of beauty, it is rather commonplace. While one can navigate using a navigator's knowledge across the seas, only the log pointer can guide you to your destination in the Grand Line," Zephyr explained earnestly. He was stern with the elite camp trainees, yet his patience and smiles were boundless when it came to Krista, even refraining from a slightly harsher tone. "Oh." Krista elongated the sound, then curiously asked, "So, if I want to find someone precisely, can the log pointer help?" Zephyr chuckled heartily. "Haha, that won't work. The log pointer can only record the magnetic fields of islands. However, there is a specialized tool for locating individuals, known as the life paper." "Life paper?" "Indeed. By mixing someone's nail with the material, one can create a life paper. This paper will continuously indicate the direction of its owner, allowing you to follow its guidance to find the person you seek." "Ah, speaking of life paper, I recently asked Randall to create his life paper. That lad truly is a handful." To prevent a repeat of the previous incident where he could not locate Randall, Zephyr had specially requested a nail from him. As he spoke, Zephyr rummaged through the inner pocket of his clothing and produced a sheet of paper to show to Krista. She curiously took it, cradling it in her hands as if it were a precious treasure. "Is this the life paper? Why does it seem no different from ordinary paper?" She pondered aloud. However, as soon as she spoke, the life paper demonstrated its extraordinary nature. Krista watched in astonishment as the seemingly innocuous paper suddenly ignited. In the blink of an eye, it burned halfway, its edges flickering with embers. "Zephyr, Grandpa, what is happening?" she gasped, initially believing it to be her fault, as the paper had remained intact in Zephyr's possession. Upon witnessing the anomaly of the life paper, Zephyr's expression shifted. The reason it was called life paper was that it could reveal the owner's life state. Such spontaneous combustion indicated that the owner was injured, and judging by the severity, it appeared to be quite serious. Zephyr's countenance darkened momentarily as he took back the life paper, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, just a normal occurrence." "Krista." Grandpa has suddenly become a bit anxious. "Stay obediently in the yard," Krista nodded, watching Zephyr hastily exit the premises. She murmured to herself, "Brother Randall." Her delicate face etched with concern. Zephyr swiftly made his way to Sengoku's office, bursting through the door with urgency, exclaiming to the still-dazed Sengoku, "I must step out for a while." Without waiting for a response, he whirled around and departed like a gust of wind. Sengoku remained in a state of bewilderment for a considerable time before muttering, "If you need to go, then go." Shaking his head, he returned to his paperwork. Recently, a new directive had arrived from above concerning the so-called Seven Warlords plan. Sengoku perceived this as a blatant provocation from the world government against the Navy. After all, the Navy's fundamental purpose is to combat pirates and uphold justice. Why then did the world government suddenly demand an alliance between two sworn enemies? Was it a lack of sustenance on their part or his? Sengoku promptly penned a letter of opposition. However, he was taken aback by the world government's unexpectedly staunch stance on the matter. Alas, Sengoku found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, after leaving Sengoku's office, Zephyr retrieved Randall's life paper once more. In a short span, it had diminished slightly in size. Zephyr's expression darkened as he fervently prayed, "Randall, you must not come to harm." He held the piece of paper in his palm, watching as it began to flutter and point in a specific direction. Upon looking up, his countenance shifted drastically. That rascal, how has he ended up in the New World? He had assumed that no adversary capable of ensnaring Randall could exist in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet this impudent boy had silently ventured into the New World. Zephyr's heart sank at the realization. Remembering Sengoku's earlier words, his anxiety intensified. "You little brat, once you return, you shall learn the true depths of the heavens and the earth." Zephyr scolded vehemently, though his feet carried him swiftly away. Meanwhile, Randall, gravely injured, could no longer maintain his footing and plummeted into the sea. As he entered the water, it was instantly stained crimson. The cold, invigorating seawater jolted his dazed mind back to clarity. He shook his head, expelling a stream of red bubbles. The shock of the frigid water alleviated some of his numbness. Yet the pain that had been suppressed now surged forth with vengeance. Randall gasped as he inhaled cold water, and through sheer will, he began to paddle his limbs, striving to keep his body afloat. At that moment, Barrett stood upon his submarine, quietly observing Randall as he surfaced. Randall assessed Barrett and was suddenly enveloped by a sense of helplessness. That last punch had been his most dazzling strike, deploying all his spirit, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Yet, the only consequence for Barrett was the destruction of his gloves. He suddenly felt the seawater grow even more frigid. If not for Randall's indomitable spirit as a man, he might have broken down in tears by now. Barrett gazed at Randall with an impassive expression before suddenly breaking into a chilling smile. "Lad, you're quite remarkable. That punch you landed earlier, it actually hurt me. Your potential is truly formidable. Given a few more years, you might even stand a chance to exchange blows with me. Perhaps then, I'll have gained an intriguing opponent." Upon hearing this, Randall's heart swelled with hope. This scenario was familiar to him, the powerful warrior yearning for battle, craving worthy adversaries. Recognizing the potential in a weaker opponent, they might spare their life in anticipation of future clashes. Was this his chance to survive? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Randall heard Barrett's next words. "Pity, boy. If I recall correctly, you just used the Navy's Rokushiki techniques, didn't you?" Chapter 71, A Deadlock. "Alas, my young friend, I recall that you recently employed the Navy's sixth technique, did you not?" Barrett remarked. Upon hearing this, Randall felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. "You must be a key target for the Navy's training, am I correct? Killing you would surely cause them considerable anguish." With these words, a murderous intent surged forth. The chilling aura of death, coupled with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's hockey, crashed towards Randall like a tempest. He felt his body stiffen in response. Already gravely injured, he found himself confronted by an opponent in pristine condition. He had never stood a chance, and now he was utterly powerless to resist. Was he simply to lie down and await his demise? However, the frigid seawater brought a semblance of calm to his mind. Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled that his adversary was a devil fruit user, correct? And here he was, submerged in the ocean. That meant, was he not invincible? The other party would hardly dare to strike him, though he felt a twinge of despondency at the thought that his opponent had reduced him to this state without even employing their abilities. Randall soon found himself filled with elation, a roguish grin spreading across his face. This left Barrett somewhat baffled. What was happening? He intended to kill him. Yet the man seemed utterly delighted? Surely, he must be a fool. Unbeknownst to Randall, Barrett had already classified him among those with questionable sanity. With an upbeat tone, Randall exclaimed, "Barrett, you are a devil fruit user, aren't you?" Barrett replied, "What of it?" Unable to contain his laughter, Randall boasted, "Just look at where I am now." Barrett fell silent upon hearing this. Seeing his opponent's lack of response only fueled Randall's exuberance. "Ha ha ha, a devil fruit user is utterly helpless in the water. The place where I currently reside is an absolute forbidden zone for you. So how do you intend to kill me? Ha ha ha, do you dare to come? Do you dare? You do not dare. The moment you attempt to approach, I shall have you at my mercy." Observing Randall's performance, Barrett grew increasingly reticent. Yet, the more silent Barrett became, the more brazen Randall grew. "Hey, why are you not speaking? Come on, let us have some fun. After all, we have all the time in the world. The water is delightful. Why don't you join me? Come and kill me. I am right here. Do you dare? You do not dare." Your resolve. Randall silently contemplated his thoughts. However, in the next moment, he felt the entire ocean quiver abruptly. This sudden tremor rendered Randall momentarily incapacitated. Confounded, he expanded his observation haki, only to perceive a sight that sent shivers down his spine. A muscular giant was charging towards him through the water, akin to a torpedo with an unstoppable force. Upon realizing who was pursuing him, Randall's heart raced uncontrollably. Wasn't Barrett supposed to be a devil fruit user? How could he still maneuver effortlessly after plunging into the sea? Randall had considered the possibility of his adversary pursuing him in a submarine, yet he felt no fear. After all, he possessed the ability to breathe underwater and could remain submerged for an extended period. But a submarine? How could he contend with both Barrett and a submarine? If the submarine took on water, wouldn't he still have the upper hand? Yet, he had not anticipated that Barrett would charge at him directly, appearing unfazed and brimming with energy. Wasn't he a devil fruit user? Was his power even legitimate? Was this not an affront to those who played by the rules? Barrett's speed was astonishing. The moment Randall sensed his approach, Barrett was already within striking distance. At that instant, Randall discerned Barrett's condition. He was enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki which radiated outward, forming a waterproof barrier that kept the ocean at bay. In such depths, this strategy would deplete his haki reserves by the second. Yet, apart from his grim expression, Barrett showed no visible signs of exhaustion. Randall's heart sank. Was Barrett's haki limitless? He knew Barrett possessed an impressive amount of haki, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Who among them was truly endowed with an unfair advantage? Time was of the essence. Leaving Randall no room for further contemplation, Barrett was upon him in an instant. Randall dared not face him head-on. The mere thought of the ocean's earlier tremors, caused by Barrett's downward plunge, made his heart quail. However, in his attempt to evade, he underestimated the resistance of the water. He was now over 100 meters beneath the surface, where the pressure was immense, and as he tried to move, the surrounding water felt like solid mass. Barrett's speed was already superior to Randall's, and now he was effortlessly parting the water. It became nearly impossible for Randall to avoid the impending with an unrelenting determination to see Randall dead. Barrett pursued him mercilessly. Randall could only offer a bitter smile. Had he not mocked Barrett so viciously earlier, perhaps the man wouldn't have bothered chasing him down. After all, his strength wasn't even worth Barrett's attention. But now, boom, another devastating punch landed. This time, Randall raised his right arm in defense, but the moment it made contact, his limb twisted grotesquely. His armament haki proved utterly useless. More bones shattered throughout his body with each subsequent strike, until nearly every one of them was broken. Severe blood loss, excruciating pain, and his grievous injuries left his consciousness flickering. The most critical damage, however, lay within the core of Randall's life force, his energy center, once anchored firmly in his dantian. Under the crushing force of Barrett's fists, it was now riddled with fractures. Yet even then, Barrett refused to relent. One more strike, just one more, and he would rid the world of this detestable wretch who had ignited his boundless fury. But at that very moment, the sea itself convulsed violently, as if a colossal pillar had plunged into its depths and churned the waters with relentless force. Chapter 72. Between Life and Death. Just as Barrett was about to deliver the final blow to Randall, ensuring his total demise, the sea suddenly roiled with fury. It felt as though a colossal pillar was thrust deep into the ocean, stirring it relentlessly. The waters erupted violently, turbulent currents engulfing everything in their path. Randall, utterly drained of strength, could offer no resistance as he was swept away. Barrett, poised to charge forward, abruptly halted and retreated with great haste. While his haki could withstand the tranquil depths of the ocean, even the immense pressure thousands of meters below could not faze him. However, the chaotic torrents that twisted and pulled in every direction were beyond his capacity to resist. Thus, he chose to withdraw. The scenes conveyed by his observation haki confirmed his prudent decision. Not far ahead, a gargantuan whirlpool spun wildly, drawing everything into its vortex. It seemed that in his fervor to pummel Randall, Barrett had become oblivious to the encroaching natural disaster, the super whirlpool. Casting a glance at Randall, who was now caught at the periphery of the whirlpool, Barrett smirked slightly before turning away. In his estimation, if Randall did not receive immediate medical attention, his survival was improbable. Now, ensnared by such a formidable whirlpool, who could possibly survive? He hastened his retreat, realizing that if he lingered until the whirlpool reached him, he too might find himself in peril. Meanwhile, Randall's predicament was dire. Already teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, he was further disoriented by the whirlpool's relentless churn. The currents relentlessly tugged at his form, blood seeping from his wounds. At this rate, even if he were not drowned or torn apart, he would quickly succumb to blood loss. Yet, in this critical moment between life and death, a surge of energy erupted within him. A torrent of life force, emanating from his fractured core, surged forth, coursing through his limbs and enveloping him in a protective embrace. With this rejuvenating essence, Randall's wounds began to staunch and scab over. However, this was insufficient to salvage his life. The external tumult battered Randall's body, dispersing the protective aura that surrounded him with each violent wave. Yet, undeterred, his life force surged forth once more, only to be shattered again. This cycle of dispersion and reformation, though fraught with difficulty, allowed him to maintain a semblance of stability. Nevertheless, this was the extent of his vitality. His injuries were grievous, and the life force could only do so much. While it prevented new wounds from manifesting, it failed to improve his overall condition. His injuries were far too severe. To put it bluntly, without the life force he had brought from this world, he would have already succumbed. Even with this boon, he was merely clinging to existence. This situation is merely transient. Should external conditions worsen, even by the slightest degree, it could serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. At that juncture, the delicate equilibrium of energy and turbulence will shatter, and Randall will once again be subjected to the relentless onslaught of the tempest. Yet, there exists a silver lining. In this moment, although energy and vortex are in opposition, they paradoxically create an effect akin to wrought iron under such precarious circumstances. The vortex turbulence acts as a hammer, while Randall's energy is the iron ingot. The process of turbulence, dispersing the energy, parallels the forging of iron. Thus, with every dispersal, the energy grows incrementally stronger. While this enhancement may not be overtly discernible in the current context, it is indeed taking place. If this state of affairs persists, Randall may truly manage to preserve his life. However, it appears that fortune does not favor Randall. As time progresses, the vortex shows no signs of abating. Rather, it intensifies. Soon, its strength surpasses the critical threshold. The already tenuous balance between energy and turbulence collapses. A deafening roar fills the surroundings, and Randall finds himself once more ensnared in perilous turbulence. The relentless pull of the current tears open wounds that had previously scabbed over, causing blood to be expelled as if from a pump. The surging seawater relentlessly invades Randall's mouth and nostrils. Perhaps, before succumbing to blood loss, Randall may first perish from asphyxiation. In this desperate moment, the core of energy within Randall amplifies its output. The rate of output increases by at least double compared to before. Once again, an energy shield envelopes Randall's body, continuously shattering and reconstituting, warding off the torrents. This enables Randall to avoid suffocation, and the bleeding from his wounds ceases, allowing them to scab once more. However, the price for this respite is that the cracks in the core of energy become increasingly dense and continue to multiply. Minutes later, the core reaches its breaking point and shatters. With the core's destruction, Randall's energy spirals into chaos, careening wildly within his body. Thus, while the energy externally protects Randall from the turbulence, internally it wreaks havoc upon his form. Should this continue, Randall is still destined for death. Yet, the nature of this demise would not be murder, but rather a form of self-destruction. In this critical moment, another energy within Randall finally emerges. This force, poised to turn the tide, is the Haki of armament. It is said that one is entrusted with their fate in the midst of a defeated army and commanded in times of peril. At the brink of Randall's bodily collapse, the Haki of armament finally awakens. A rich surge of armament Haki begins to flow through his limbs and bones, suppressing the rebellious energy. The collision of these two energies ignites a fierce confrontation. Initially, this clash inflicts greater harm upon Randall. However, as the duration of their contact extends, a subtle reaction unfolds between the two energies. The white energy and the black armament Haki gradually begin to intertwine. The rebellious energy slowly calms, bit by bit, returning to its previously gentle demeanor. This is not particularly difficult to comprehend, for both Chi and armament Haki are fundamentally manifestations of life energy. Originating from the essence of life itself, they naturally do not repel each other. However, even with shared origins, their fusion is no simple matter, being products of different worlds. Neither is particularly benign. Yet Randall's injuries were so severe that his body teetered on the brink of collapse. By sheer serendipity, this dire circumstance provided the catalyst for the two energies to merge. One might say it was a matter of fate as much as timing. Thus united, the energies worked in harmony to mend Randall's broken form. His dissipating chi barrier coalesced once more, his wounds ceased their bleeding, and his shattered organs began their slow restoration. His life, at last, was preserved. Chapter 73. An unfamiliar feeling. Upon learning that Randall had ventured into the new world, Zephyr's heart burned with anxiety. If the first half of the Grand Line could still be considered under the Navy's jurisdiction, the latter half, the New World, was nothing short of a lawless paradise for the wicked. Who knew what kind of adversaries Randall might have encountered? The thought only intensified Zephyr's urgency. Without hesitation, he scaled the red line, following the guidance of the Vivre card in a relentless sprint. As he moved, the image of a certain lecherous face flickered through his mind. If it were him, he'd probably cover this distance in no time. The moment Zephyr descended into the New World, his expression darkened further. Randall's Vivre card suddenly erupted in flames, dwindling to a mere fragment within seconds. He.S. on the brink of death. What kind of monstrous opponent had the boy faced, leaving him no chance to escape? Gritting his teeth, Zephyr pushed himself even harder. A day later, suspended midair with Moonstep, Zephyr gazed silently at the turbulent sea below. According to the Vivre card, Randall was here. Had he been sunk into the depths? Despite the grim circumstances, an absurd thought crossed his mind. How is he even alive? Had Randall succumbed to his injuries and drowned? Or had he been struck down into the ocean from the start? Either way, the fact that he still clung to life was nothing short of miraculous. But for Zephyr, it was the best news he could have hoped for. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed a devastating punch toward the sea. The sheer force tore a gaping void in the water, seizing the moment before the ocean could reclaim itself. Zephyr plunged into the abyss. The depths were a realm of impenetrable darkness, where sight was rendered useless. Yet, Zephyr spotted Randall instantly, because the boy was glowing. A radiant white luminescence enveloped him, repelling the seawater and carving out a fragile sanctuary. So this is how he survived. Now that he had found him, Zephyr allowed himself a moment of calm. Drawing closer, he assessed Randall's condition. His clothes were in tatters, barely clinging to his battered frame. Though no blood stained his skin, the severity of his injuries was evident, his arms bent at unnatural angles. Most striking, however, was the ethereal white energy swirling across his body. Curious, Zephyr reached out to touch the translucent barrier surrounding Randall. It yielded slightly under his fingers, soft yet resilient, rebounding his hand with gentle resistance. This must be that mysterious power we detected within him, the reason he was singled out. What surprised Zephyr was that the energy continued to protect Randall even in unconsciousness. Testing it further, he pressed harder. This time, as if sensing no hostility, the white glow permitted his touch without resistance, like piercing through a soap bubble. Zephyr's hands penetrated the energy field and lifted Randall's body. Moments later, ripples disturbed the tranquil sea as a dark shadow breached the surface. Hunger. Gnawing, insatiable, soul-devouring hunger. No, mere hunger could not encapsulate the sensation-consuming Randall. A ravenous, primal craving for sustenance overwhelmed him. Compelled by this voracious desire, Randall's eyes fluttered open. An unfamiliar feeling greeted his gaze. He sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples as fragmented memories surged forth: the maelstrom, Barrett, the crushing defeat, the agony. So, he had been rescued. Randall examined his hands, now swathed in bandages that wrapped around his arms and torso. He remembered shattered bones, limbs mangled beyond recognition. Pain so excruciating it had drowned all other senses. Yet now, he clenched his fist experimentally, then tore away the bandages. His arms were whole, his strength intact. Though faint aches lingered, his wounds had nearly vanished. How long had he been unconscious? Rising unsteadily, he wandered to the window, gazing upon the scenery beyond. A strange sense of detachment washed over him. Outside, familiar structures stood, and the occasional Marine patrolled the grounds. The sight of these known faces and places steadied his wavering heart. Then, the door creaked open softly. Randall turned to see a cherubic little girl frozen in the doorway, clutching a basin of water with a towel draped over its rim. Krista's eyes widened, her rosy lips parting in shock, then delight. The basin tumbled from her grasp as she dashed toward him, only to skid to an awkward halt, torn between throwing herself into his arms and fearing his injuries. Warmth bloomed in Randall's chest. It felt like coming home. "My wounds are healed," he murmured, extending his arms. "Come here." With a sob, the little girl barreled into his embrace. Randall stroked her hair, then felt dampness seep into his shirt. "Shuh, I'm all right now," he soothed. But Krista hiccuped. "But when Grandpa Zephyr brought you back, you looked so terrible. He said you were dying, that there was no point." Her tiny frame trembled with grief. Randall chuckled softly. "Hush now. I'm strong, remember? See? Already good as new. Do not cry, do not cry," Randall hastily consoled Krista, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. Listening to Teacher Zephyr's tone, it was evident that the elder harbored considerable ire. It seemed inevitable that he would face an impending reprimand, perhaps even multiple ones. After a while, Krista sniffled and lifted her petite face. "Brother Randall, are you truly all right?" she inquired, her anxious gaze scanning him intently, her eyes fixed on his countenance. Randall, caught between laughter and exasperation, reassured her, "Fear not. I am not one to endure in silence. I am genuinely fine." Seeing the sincerity in Randall's expression, the little one finally relaxed. Then she exclaimed, Grandpa Zephyr said that if you wake up, I must inform him immediately." With that, Krista scampered off to fetch the communication device. Randall gently pressed his hand on her head, offering a wry smile as he said, "Allow me to handle this." Chapter 74. Shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist. Just reach it as the little one dashed to grab the communicator. Randall swiftly pressed down on her head. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Allow me to handle this." It seems that Teacher Zephyr harbors a strong desire to deliver a thrashing. However, as an injured party myself, surely Teacher Zephyr would not be so ruthless. Randall swallowed hard and picked up the communicator. Although he was not socially anxious, at that moment, he could profoundly empathize with those who were. It was astonishing how daunting a simple phone call could be. Before long, someone answered on the other end. The communicator was instantly adorned with a purple hue. "Hey, you awake? I'm on my way," came Zephyr's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Without waiting for Randall to respond, Zephyr abruptly hung up. Randall couldn't help but swallow again, pondering whether he was about to meet his demise. "Brother Randall, what's wrong? Why are you trembling?" I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a bit cold," Randall replied, quietly retreating to his bed and pulling up a small blanket. Moments later, Zephyr's imposing figure appeared at the door. Upon witnessing Zephyr's fierce entrance, Randall instinctively shut his eyes, then peeked through a small opening to observe him. Zephyr approached the bedside silently and, with an unhurried tone, inquired, "So, you're already healed?" In response, Randall immediately began to moan. "Ouch, ouch," he feigned, exuding a sense of feeble helplessness. He attempted to rise and reach for Zephyr's hand, but he fell just short, unable to lift himself. He stretched from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist, but could not touch him. Switching hands, he continued to reach out, yet still fell short. Zephyr silently watched Randall's clumsy display, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What is the matter? Is your injury so severe that you haven't recovered yet?" Randall, as if impervious to Zephyr's words, continued his futile attempts to reach him. "Have you forgotten? Your arms were the most injured of all." Zephyr's voice was laced with a hint of reproach. At this, Randall froze momentarily. Yet, having experienced much, he adeptly retracted his hands and lay back down as if nothing had transpired. With an air of nonchalance, he said, "Teacher Zephyr, I fear my injury will take no less than 3 to 5 years to heal. How I loathe this." Every emotion, every tremor in his voice, and the hint of bitterness in his gaze could only be encapsulated in 2 words: utterly perfect. Once again, Zephyr fell silent. However, at that moment, Krista suddenly interjected softly. "Brother Randall, didn't you just say you were completely fine and that your injuries had healed?" Upon hearing this, Randall was taken aback. His neck stiffening as he turned to Krista, disbelief etched across his face. Did this little cotton-padded jacket just let slip some air? However, Krista deliberately turned her head away, pointedly avoiding his gaze. Randall could not help but smile wryly. This little expression, it seemed that, like Zephyr, the young girl held some grievances against him as well. At that moment, Zephyr's eyes shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Randall without uttering a word. His silence spoke volumes. Randall, unable to maintain his composure any longer, rose from the bed and looked at Zephyr with an ingratiating demeanor. "Hiki, Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr paused for a moment before extending his hand toward Randall. Upon seeing this, Randall felt a jolt of apprehension. Was a confrontation about to unfold in the infirmary? Such impatience. To engage in a scuffle before the child's eyes? Randall shut his eyes tightly. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated fist of iron did not come. Instead, he felt a broad palm patting his shoulder, followed by the words, "It's good that you're unharmed." At this, Randall's heart fluttered. Ever since he had departed from the world he had always known and ventured into this unfamiliar realm, he had maintained a facade of nonchalance, but deep down, he had constantly grappled with a sense of dislocation, akin to a dandelion drifting in the wind. Perhaps he himself was unaware of it. Yet, in that very moment, Zephyr's gesture imparted a profound sense of grounding to Randall. Sometimes, human emotions are imperceptible. It is only through specific moments or unintentional actions that one can truly feel the weight of those feelings. Krista's tears and Zephyr's comforting pat on his shoulder were both such moments. After a brief silence, Randall revealed a radiant smile and declared, "Teacher Zephyr, I have returned." Zephyr smiled in return, but Randall observed, with widening eyes, that the originally warm smile morphed into something increasingly sinister. The kind neighborly uncle transformed in an instant into a blood-soaked general. Randall shuddered, instinctively attempting to retreat, but the hand on his shoulder tightened abruptly. He felt as if a vice had seized his shoulder. "What are you doing, Teacher Zephyr?" Randall managed to utter with a forced grin. Zephyr, with a sardonic smile, replied, "You've grown bold, haven't you? Off gallivanting in the new world without so much as a word. Come, let me see just how capable you've become." "Teacher Zephyr, it's all a misunderstanding. I never intended to go to the new world. Yet, alas, my legs seem to harbor their own ambitions. Fine. I admit I share some blame for not managing my own legs." Randall continued to babble in futile defense, but Zephyr was no longer inclined to listen. With a firm tug, he began to pull Randall along. "Wait, Teacher Zephyr, I recognize my mistakes. I truly do." Randall cried out desperately. "Krista, say something." At this point, Zephyr had already dragged him to the threshold. Quick-witted, Randall grasped the doorframe tightly. However, he was no match for Zephyr's strength. Krista could only watch helplessly as Randall's fingers gradually released their grip, one by one, until they ultimately vanished from the doorway. The little girl hurriedly followed suit. Zephyr dragged Randall along, who wailed and cried out, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Some, feeling sympathetic, contemplated approaching to ascertain the situation. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was General Zephyr, nothing to worry about. Who would dare interfere with matters concerning a general? Ultimately, Zephyr brought Randall to an empty training ground and casually tossed him into the center. At that moment, Krista came running, her footsteps echoing. She watched as Zephyr cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he approached Randall. Despite harboring some frustration towards Randall, the kind-hearted girl couldn't help but speak up. "Grandpa Zephyr, please be gentle. Randall's brother needs to heal." Upon hearing her words, Randall's eyes filled with tears. Indeed, Krista was his little angel. Chapter 75. This person should only exist in the heavens. How rarely do they meet in the mortal realm. Grandfather Zephyr. Brother Randall has just recovered from his injuries. Please be gentle. Despite her lingering grievances, the young girl genuinely cared for Randall. Upon hearing her words, Randall's eyes glistened with tears. "Krista, for that remark, your brother will take care of all your candies from now on." Zephyr, hearing this, curled his lips and replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits." Before Randall could breathe a sigh of relief, Zephyr ominously added, "There will absolutely be no life-threatening danger." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Randall's forehead. If he understood correctly, did Zephyr mean that as long as he wasn't killed, he could be beaten to a pulp? Well then, let us not waste time. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can recover. Once you're healed, we can continue," Zephyr said with a sinister tone. Randall could not help but swallow hard. "So, are you ready?" Zephyr inquired. Although he still bore resentment towards Randall, there was a genuine concern in his voice. At this moment, Randall ceased his playful banter. Taking a deep breath, he replied earnestly, "Not yet. It seems my body has undergone some changes, and I need to adapt." Previously, he had been distracted by Krista and Zephyr. Now, for the first time, he focused on his own condition and realized that his body was different from before. Noticing that Randall was serious, Zephyr's expression shifted to one of concern as he quickly asked, "What is the matter?" Although Randall appeared fine, who could say if there were hidden issues within? Randall smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for concern, Teacher Zephyr. My intuition tells me this is a positive change." Hearing this, Zephyr relaxed but quickly retorted, "Who is worried? If everything's fine, adapt quickly. I'm still waiting to give you a good beating." Randall chuckled and shook his head, amused by the old man's prideful demeanor. He then delved deeper into his own being and soon discovered that the core of his chi in the Dantian was gone. Initially startled by this revelation, he felt reassured upon realizing he could still sense the chi. This was the most significant difference from before. Previously, the chi had been concentrated in a core, but now, following his injury and the near collapse of his physical form, his chi had perfectly merged with his body, intertwining with every bone and muscle. Now, the armed color seamlessly integrates with the aura, embodying a profound unity. You exist within me, and I exist within you. Wherever the aura manifests, the armed color follows. This intensity is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1. Randall, unable to perceive the full extent of his newfound strength, is consumed by a singular thought: "I am invincible." Following the customary rise in power, Randall feels as though he could soar to the very atmosphere. Moreover, he senses that he can achieve even more. Resolute in following his instincts, he channels his thoughts, causing the aura within him to burst forth, enveloping him in a radiant display. At that moment, the aura takes on a transparent black hue. As it circles his body, under his command, it begins to coalesce. In an instant, to Zephyr's astonishment, Randall is adorned in a magnificent suit of armor. Helm, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, skirt armor, leg armor, and boots, all are present in their entirety. The intricate patterns and details are vividly apparent. The armor, a deep black infused with the armed color, is embellished with swirling white patterns meticulously carved into its surface. The entire ensemble is nothing short of divine. Randall, already strikingly handsome, now appears breathtakingly magnificent in this armor. Akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Such a figure might only exist in the realms above. How rare is it to behold one like him on earth? Even the worldly Zephyr finds himself momentarily entranced by Randall's transformation. The small girl beside him is utterly spellbound, her spirit seemingly lifted away. "Randall, you look amazing." Randall raises his hand, tapping on his chest plate, his eyes sparkling with delight. Even without a mirror, he is acutely aware of his own allure. He is nearly overwhelmed by his own handsomeness. He is utterly captivated by his own genius. How could he be so brilliant, so striking? This is truly invincible. Strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness endures a lifetime. His armor is not only strikingly beautiful but also remarkably powerful. Yet, he must concede that this armor is not entirely original. It draws inspiration from Saga's Gemini sacred armor. It is truly just a subtle homage. After all, Saga's armor is golden, while his is black with white patterns. Such a stark contrast surely shields him from accusations of imitation. Personally, he prefers his own color scheme. With his new attire, Randall is in high spirits. Zephyr, I am ready. You lad, always enamored with flashy things. This armor is indeed beautiful. But I wonder if it is merely for show, Zephyr chided with a chuckle. Hey, then prepare to feel the impact of my fists. Randall laughed heartily, taking the initiative to strike. Zephyr was taken aback, secretly acknowledging Randall's audacity, yet he remained steadfast in his position. He was curious to see whether this armor was merely ornamental. However, before Randall could throw a punch, the sheer speed of his charge left Zephyr astonished. The explosive power displayed has significantly intensified compared to before. Just recently, he had engaged in a match with Randall. It appears that this near-fatal injury has inadvertently bestowed a fortuitous benefit upon this young man. In the blink of an eye, Randall charged towards Zephyr. With his gauntlet fist, he launched a powerful strike forward. Observing this, Zephyr swiftly coated his right hand with haki to defend. A thunderous boom erupted as the two forces collided, generating a shockwave that radiated outward. Zephyr firmly absorbed this punch. In comparison to earlier encounters, Randall's strike undeniably exhibited a marked increase in strength. The impact on Zephyr's palm was so pronounced that he felt a twinge of pain, although he had not exerted his full strength. The fact that it could inflict any discomfort was no trivial feat, however. A smirk played upon Zephyr's lips as he remarked, "Not bad. Yet, it remains insufficient." With that, he withdrew one hand and delivered a powerful jab aimed at Randall's chest. Chapter 76. Zephyr, there are absolutely no issues on the battlefield. After a considerable time, the cacophony of roars and explosions within the arena gradually subsided. The once grand battleground now lay in utter disarray, a scene of desolation. Apart from the sanctuary that Zephyr and Randall had designated for Krista, the landscape was strewn with ruins. Randall, sprawled amidst the wreckage, found his armor completely shattered. His upper garments dissolved into nothingness. His exposed skin bore the marks of Zephyr's profound affection, bruised in shades of violet and azure. The outcome of the battle was clear. Zephyr emerged triumphant and scathed, his attire miraculously intact. Yet, he stood there, momentarily lost in thought, his gaze lingering on Randall, still imbued with a hint of astonishment. "Get up, you rascal. Enough of this charade." Zephyr chided with a hint of exasperation. No sooner had he spoken, Randall sprang up as if resurrected. Master Zephyr's punches are truly formidable," he exclaimed with an ingratiating grin, though his features were still quite battered. With a shift in tone, he feigned vulnerability. "This injury of mine may require 3 to 5 years of recovery. Oh dear. 3 to 5 years, is it? If you continue to speak so carelessly, I shall ensure you truly lie there for that long," Zephyr retorted ominously. Instantaneously, Randall leapt to his feet, a radiant glow enveloping him, restoring his complexion to its former clarity. As Zephyr observed Randall's complete recovery, a thought struck him. Previously, doctors had marveled at Randall's miraculous survival from his injuries. Yet, in a mere week, he had almost fully healed. This was simply astonishing in the heat of the moment. Zephyr had been too irked by Randall to register the gravity of his resilience. Now, realizing the extraordinary nature of this recovery, he could not help but feel a renewed sense of wonder. He shook his head and patted Randall on the shoulder, a tinge of melancholy in his voice. "Alas, I am indeed growing old. The future rests in the hands of your generation." Randall merely chuckled in response, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, Krista scampered over, initially intending to rush towards Randall, but she pivoted and approached Zephyr instead. "Grandpa Zephyr's hair is still purple. How can you be old?" The little one's earnest expression was delightful. "Ha ha. Little Crystal speaks the truth. Ha ha." Zephyr's earlier melancholic demeanor evaporated at her words. Randall couldn't help but join in the laughter. Of course, such remarks were contextually dependent. Had Randall uttered them, he would likely have received a sound thrashing. Yet, even after such a reprimand, Zephyr's spirits would lift. Does this count as different paths leading to the same destination? Zephyr pondered aloud. By the way, young man, whom did you encounter this time? Randall shrugged nonchalantly. Douglas Barrett. I suppose I was just unlucky. Randall recounted his harrowing experiences in the New World to Zephyr, who fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing the tale. His disciples seemed to be plagued by extraordinarily ill fortune, though the New World's weather was notoriously unpredictable. Encountering such catastrophic disasters twice in succession was beyond mere misfortune. Ironically, it was one such calamity that ultimately spared Randall's life, leaving one to ponder whether he was truly unlucky or bizarrely fortunate. Devil's heir, Bartolomeo. Zephyr muttered under his breath, his expression grave. The mere mention of that name evoked unease, though only among those who knew of his infamy. Even as a fleet admiral, Zephyr could not claim absolute certainty in subduing such a man. At this thought, Zephyr shot Randall a stern glare. Humph. Consider yourself lucky this time. Randall merely grinned sheepishly in response. Don't you hat me? Had you consulted me before venturing into the New World, I would have stopped you outright. Not long ago, Sengoku himself warned me of Bartolomeo's rampage there. I know I was wrong, Randall admitted earnestly. Grandpa Zephyr, Brother Randall has already learned his lesson. Can we forgive him? Krista interjected with her adorable plea. The moment she spoke, Zephyr's stern demeanor melted away. Very well, if little Crystal says so, then he is forgiven. Overcome with gratitude, Randall swept Krista into an embrace, his eyes glistening. You truly are my savior. Little Crystal, after affectionately ruffling her hair, Randall turned serious. Instructor Zephyr. Will the Navy launch an operation against Bartolomeo? Zephyr nodded. Naturally. His threat level is extreme, and his destruction across the New World has drawn protests from numerous affiliated nations. The moment his location is confirmed, a capture mission will commence. Then, eyeing Randall shrewdly, Zephyr added, You're asking because you intend to. Randall nodded silently, his gaze resolute. To put it generously, he was a man who repaid every slight. Less charitably, he was vindictive. Though his encounter with Bartolomeo had inadvertently catalyzed a qualitative leap in his strength, the fact remained, Bartolomeo had nearly killed him. Worse, he had been bedridden for an entire week. If denied the chance to personally mete out justice, the resentment might well consume him. Zephyr weighed the matter and concluded that allowing Randall to participate posed no issue. Whether he would prove useful was uncertain, but his combat prowess, verified firsthand, ensured he wouldn't be a liability. Very well, if you insist, Zephyr relented. Rest assured. Though this is a critical operation, my word carries weight with Sengoku. Consider it done. He thumped his chest in assurance. What? Absolutely not. Have you lost your mind, Zephyr? Within the confines of the office, Zhangwa slammed his palm upon the table, directing a fierce admonition towards ZFA. With remarkable agility, ZFA evaded the spittle of Zhangwa, retorting with dissatisfaction. It is you who has become muddled. I am utterly serious. Zhangwa continued to bellow. It has only been 7 days. 7 days. That lad has likely not even regained consciousness. By the time we ascertain his location, it may be a struggle for him to even rise from his bed. Do you believe Barrett is the kind of individual who refrains from assaulting the injured? Do you truly think such a level of combat is akin to a mere game? Are you wishing for him to march to his demise? He was genuinely perplexed as to why ZFA had suddenly lost his composure. Why was everyone so exasperatingly reckless? ZFA glared, asserting, I require no instruction from you. I am fully aware. I am indeed serious. Zhangwa replied, You are aware of nothing. Chapter 77. What on earth is happening? In an instant, the two seemed to be competing for who could raise their voice louder in the office. However, for Sengoku, this was a rather effective means of venting and relaxation. Sengoku bellowed, What do you even know? Zephyr retorted defiantly, Of course, I know. It is precisely because I know that I want him to go. Furthermore, who said he has not awakened? He just woke up and even fought with me. Sengoku, instinctively about to yell back, suddenly paused upon realizing the gravity of the situation. He then inquired, Randall has awakened? Are you certain? And not only has he awakened, but he can also move? Zephyr looked at Sengoku as if he were a simpleton and replied, I am absolutely certain. Randall is now full of life. Look at you. Completely out of touch. Isn't it just that his injuries have healed? What is there to be surprised about? Sengoku responded, What is there to be surprised about? You tell me, have you forgotten what you told me before? You said the doctor's assessment was that his injuries would take at least a year and a half to heal properly. It has only been 7 days. In fact, Sengoku had also taken the time to check on Randall's condition, considering he was a potential core member of the future. After observing, he fell silent. The external appearance was indeed quite dire, and a glance with his observation haki revealed even more alarming signs. He was genuinely concerned whether this injury would affect Randall's future or leave any irreversible damage. Yet, after merely 7 days, you come to tell me he is healed? Sengoku took a few seconds to accept this somewhat surreal fact. He continued, even if he is healed, so what? He cannot go. Absolutely not. Randall is a reserve talent for the Navy. He cannot be casually lost. Zephyr began to yell again. I know that. And I also know he is still my disciple. Sengoku shouted back. You know you still want him to go. Do you realize what level of battle that is? With Randall's strength, even the aftershocks could take his life. Are we supposed to assign someone just to protect him on that battlefield? Upon hearing this, Zephyr, instead of getting angry, suddenly smiled slightly. What if he doesn't need anyone to protect him? Sengoku was taken aback. What do you mean? Zephyr, with a calm demeanor, explained, I mean it literally. Without waiting for Sengoku to ask further, he elaborated, did I not say that I just gave that kid a good thrashing? The result was, after I finished, he merely had a surge of life return, and he was completely unscathed. Sengoku questioned in confusion, and what of it? Do you really think you were fighting seriously with him? After speaking, Sengoku felt somewhat parched. After all, he had been shouting at Zephyr for quite some time. He picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip. Zephyr replied earnestly, what of it? Are you aware that in this battle, aside from a few ultimate techniques I had reserved, I nearly exerted all my strength? Although during the fight, that young man was utterly powerless. His body on the verge of collapse several times, he managed to endure. Moreover, after the battle concluded, he experienced a wave of rejuvenation. Though he bears some injuries that will require time to heal, he is fundamentally unscathed. What did you say? Sengoku, upon hearing this, was choked by his tea. Spraying it forth. Zephyr, noticing Sengoku drinking, promptly dodged aside. Sengoku coughed several times, his face flushed and neck thickening as he stood up. Remarking, are you certain you exerted your full strength? Zephyr, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively. Observing this, Sengoku sat back down, enveloped in a prolonged silence. One phrase echoed in his mind. Zephyr exerted his full strength. If one were to inquire who in the world comprehends Zephyr's prowess the best, aside from the pirates he personally captured, it would be he, Garp, Kong, and Tsuru. In the past, Zephyr's mastery of haki had instilled despair in countless souls. The moniker Black Arm Zephyr was not a mere title. How terrifying must Zephyr's strength be when he truly goes all out? In the vast seas, how many individuals are worthy of Zephyr's full exertion? Currently, it seems only those 3 formidable pirates qualify. Barrett is one, and the imprisoned Shiki counts as another. Furthermore, within the Navy, there are those 3 who are poised to succeed the admirals, along with a few aged veterans. Must we now include Randall among these individuals? Sengoku felt an unsettling dissonance. It was as though he was tasked with identifying the one that differed from the rest. Was that not glaringly evident? After a prolonged silence, Sengoku finally inquired, Randall, how long has it been since he joined the Navy? Zephyr, upon hearing this question, also experienced a sense of disconnection from reality. He sighed, not even half a year, perhaps 5 months or so. It has only been a little over 5 months. He had thought he had served as a marshal for a lifetime, on the brink of retirement. Sengoku's countenance was complex. He recalled the last time he heard about Randall's strength. It was during the graduation from the elite camp. At that time, Randall had only just attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Such power was insignificant to someone of their caliber. Yet now, how much time has passed? Nearly a month? This young man must surely be under some extraordinary influence. What is happening in this world? Such outrageous news, he truly wished to doubt it. But Zephyr's expression was far too earnest. Rationality informed him that Zephyr was not one to jest. However, emotionally, he was unwilling to accept it. I almost forgot to ask, why must he be involved in the encirclement of Barrett? Sengoku suddenly queried. Zephyr replied, because that young man is destined to fall into Barrett's hands this time. Are you saying he previously ventured into the New World? Encountered Barrett? and somehow survived under Barrett's subordinates. Zephyr nodded. I suspect that young man seeks to take advantage of the Navy's impending action against him to exact his revenge. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, his understanding evident. After a moment of silence, he remarked, if that is indeed the case, then his involvement is not out of the question. However, I cannot find peace of mind without witnessing it firsthand. Zephyr shook his head in response. Having taken charge of the Admiral's duties for some time, Sengoku had grown increasingly cautious and suspicious. What, are you itching to get involved? Sengoku hesitated. After all, he was a vice admiral, while Randall was merely a newly graduated recruit yet to receive his commission. Was this not somewhat inappropriate? Just then, the door to his office was abruptly swung open. A brash individual swaggered in. Ha ha ha. Zephyr, you're here too. Long time no see. It was a fellow who had recently returned to the naval base after taking a leave of absence. Chapter 78. A Trio of Sea Kings. At the moment when Sengoku hesitated, the door to his office was abruptly pushed open. An old rascal swaggered in, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Zephyr, you're here too. It's been ages. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, this old rascal was quite fitting. Once Carp entered, he showed no regard for formalities. After greeting the two, he promptly bypassed Sengoku and made his way to the stash of senbei. As Sengoku's temples throbbed in frustration, Carp gleefully collected all the senbei from their hiding place. Hey, you old rascal, don't push your luck. Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. Damn it. It's because you took leave that I carelessly left the senbei in its original spot. Carp scratched his head and chuckled, ha ha ha. Do you want some too? Here. Have one. He picked a piece from the pile and placed it on Sengoku's desk, then turned to Zephyr, offering him another. The entire exchange unfolded with an effortless grace, as if the senbei were his own. Zephyr, seeing this, happily accepted the senbei and tore it open, taking a hearty bite. The sound of his munching caused Sengoku's heart to skip a beat. With fiery eyes, Sengoku glared at the instigator. One could not conceal the intent to strike in such a gaze. However, Carp expertly ignored Sengoku's death glare and continued to enjoy the senbei. The delightful crunch echoing throughout the office. Each sound seemed to resonate painfully against Sengoku's nerves. His heart ached. Yet, he understood that once the senbei reached Carp's hands, it was akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog gone without a trace. Sengoku took several deep breaths to suppress his emotions before finally speaking, old rascal. If you're truly bored, I can find you something to do. Carp momentarily paused in his munching and replied, who says I'm not busy? I have a mountain of tasks. Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged skeptical glances, both thinking that even Carp didn't believe his own words. Sengoku continued, it's nothing significant. Just a matter of having you beat someone up. Carp was momentarily taken aback. You serious? You want me to beat someone up? Is there really such a delightful task? Sengoku nodded. Of course I'm serious. However, it seems you have a lot on your plate and little time. So just wait a moment. Carp interrupted, hastily swallowing the senbei in his mouth, exclaiming, who says I don't have time? Although I do have many matters to attend to. Your affairs, Sengoku, are of utmost importance. Just tell me who to punch. My iron fists are itching for action. Sengoku and Zephyr couldn't help but shake their heads inwardly. This old rascal was only enthusiastic about beating people and snatching senbei while indulging in his whims. If only he could be a bit more competent, the Warring States period would be easier to bear. Randall, Sengoku slowly uttered the name. Garp, momentarily confused, scratched his nose and asked, Randall? Who's that? Feels like I've heard the name somewhere before. Sengoku's temple throbbed at Garp's gesture, barely restraining the urge to strike him. Senbei? Damn it. You're still holding the senbei. How dare you defile it like this? Seeing Sengoku's murderous expression, Zephyr cleared his throat. Ahem, don't you remember? The one I recruited into the elite training camp a few months ago. Randall, the exceptionally handsome one. Garp's memory sparked at Zephyr's reminder, and his enthusiasm visibly deflated. Oh, that kid? Isn't still in the elite camp? I wouldn't dare hit him too hard. Though, someone has got to do it, I suppose. His tone was listless. Garp's perception of Randall's strength was even more outdated than Sengoku's. He had already decided to hold back, half his strength would suffice. Otherwise, It'd be over in one punch, and that wouldn't be any fun. Maybe he wouldn't even use armament hockey. Zephyr chuckled at Garp's reaction. Don't be too shocked later. Randall's strength now is nothing like what you remember. Garp dismissed the notion. When he left, Randall had only just entered the training camp. Even if he generously estimated the boy's strength at captain level, it had only been a few months. How much stronger could he possibly be? Could he have leapt 2 ranks straight to vice admiral? TCH, as if that's possible. Zephyr shook his head. You'll see just how monstrous he is when you face him. With Garp's agreement secured, Zephyr pulled out a din mushy to call Randall. Moments later, the line connected. Zifa-sensei, what's up? Came a muffled, garbled response. Swallow whatever S in your mouth before speaking. Zephyr's eye twitched at the sight of the din mushy's bulging cheeks. Gulp, all right. What's up, Zephyr-sensei? Did it work? Zephyr cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, well, half of it did. Randall paused on the other end. Half? What does that mean? Without giving him a chance to question further, Zephyr cut in. Meet me at the training grounds in an hour. Then, before Randall could respond, he hung up. An hour should be enough for him to finish eating. On the other end, Randall stared blankly at the disconnected call. What the hell was that about? Whatever, food comes first. Only an hour left. Gotta hurry. Witness the spectacle of him devouring a sea king in 3 bites. An hour later, amidst the ruins of the demolished training grounds, Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and the curious Crane, who had come to witness the unfolding events, all arrived at the scene. Sengoku gazed silently at the ruins before him, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Where was the grand arena that once stood here? What had become of this war-torn wasteland? Zephyr cleared his throat and remarked, It was here that I dealt with that brat. Since it's already in shambles, what a little more damage? Garp erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ahaha. Zephyr, you're quite the character. To obliterate the training grounds while sparring with a rookie, just wait, and I shall demonstrate the proper technique. Zephyr's brow twitched in irritation. Yet, Garp was not as foolish as he appeared. While he spoke jovially, a nagging thought crept into his mind. Observing the scene, he began to suspect that Randall's strength might surpass his initial estimation. Well then, he mused, I shall reserve a portion of my strength for the occasion, no more than a fraction of my full power. Chapter 79. The gaze of a blade cannot be concealed. After a brief wait, Randall made his entrance, albeit somewhat tardily. Krista, with her short legs, scampered behind him, her little feet pattering softly. At that moment, Randall was preoccupied with several pieces of meat still clinging to their bones, munching as he ambled along. He lifted the morsels to his mouth, and by the time he pulled them away, only the bones remained, as though he had consumed something akin to rubber. Under the astonished gazes of the assembled dignitaries, that mound of meat, larger than Randall himself, vanished into his stomach in the blink of an eye. His abdomen appeared to swallow it whole, resembling a black hole, devoid of any visible movement. Notably, Randall's hands, which grasped the meat, were shrouded in a layer of hockey, preventing any greasy residue from soiling them. Upon his arrival and upon seeing the gathering of influential figures, Randall appeared somewhat bewildered. After saluting the esteemed individuals, his gaze fell upon Zephyr, silently inquiring with his eyes. Clearing his throat, Zephyr began, Well, your request has been approved by Sengoku. However, he has a stipulation. He wishes to witness your prowess firsthand. Randall nodded thoughtfully. It was evident that Zephyr had conveyed his abilities to Sengoku. Yet the cautious Sengoku preferred to rely on his own observations. Randall understood Sengoku's perspective, after all. The rapidity of his strength's evolution was astonishingly hard to believe for an ordinary person. It was akin to a man claiming to have encountered Ultraman, difficult to accept, even if it came from a close friend. Yet, while understanding the sentiment, Randall's eyes narrowed as he cast a sidelong glance at Zephyr. Didn't he once assert with utmost confidence that there would be no issues? He remarked, sarcasm evident in his gaze. Zephyr, sensing the implication, coughed awkwardly, attempting to regain composure. Before he could finish, Zephyr experienced a revelation. Why was he attempting to justify himself to this impudent youth? With a sudden glare, he declared, What are you staring at? Your opponent is him. He gestured towards an individual standing out amidst the crowd. Upon being singled out, Garp erupted into laughter, Ha ha ha. Little one, though I'm unsure how you've managed to offend those two old rascals, my iron fist will show you no mercy. He cracked his knuckles with a resounding pop, and the light in his eyes was blindingly fierce, radiating an eagerness to engage. Randall wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, how long has it been since someone has yearned for a challenge? I look forward to it, he replied. Unbeknownst to him, there was also a glimmer of determination in his own eyes. Observing Randall's composed yet slightly exhilarated demeanor, Sengoku found himself more inclined to trust Zephyr's earlier assertions. Meanwhile, on the side, Crane approached Randall and Krista, smiling as she inquired, "Little Crystal, would you like to come visit me sometime?" The arrival of a charming young girl at Zephyr's side had not gone unnoticed by the esteemed company. The young girl's talent was evidently recognized by them. He, who had a penchant for the intelligence department, found such a gift to be a divine match. Krista resolutely shook her head and declared, "No, Grandma Crane. I wish to be with Brother Randall." Her small hand clutched the hem of Randall's garment, and the earnestness on her little face was enough to melt Crane's heart. Well, since she already had a destination in mind, so be it. Crane felt a tinge of regret but smiled at Krista, much like a kind-hearted neighborly grandmother. However, if anyone genuinely believed her to be a benevolent matron, they would be utterly oblivious to the dangers that lurked. Randall was acutely aware of this. As he sensed a chilling aura locking onto him, he instinctively shuddered, only to meet Crane's smile that masked a sinister intent. The intent to harm could not be concealed behind such a facade. Randall stiffened. Why was she so amiable towards Krista yet regarded him as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses? Did her demeanor toward others fluctuate so drastically? He found himself pondering whether he might suddenly vanish one day. At that moment, Crane glanced at Carp, signaling with her eyes, "Be a bit more ruthless later." Offending Sengoku might be inconsequential, but crossing Crane would mark the onset of a nightmare. Carp caught the glint of Crane's gaze and cast a sympathetic glance at Randall. Soon, both parties had taken their positions in the arena. You go first," Carp said casually. He believed that if he struck first, Randall would be left without a chance to counterattack. After all, one must afford their opponent a modicum of combat experience. Carp was, after all, a rather gentle soul. Upon hearing this, Randall took a deep breath, and his entire aura shifted. Carp raised an eyebrow, while Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances, intrigued. This lad seemed to possess something remarkable. In the next moment, Randall's energy erupted forth. A torrent of power surged from his being, coalescing into a magnificent suit of armor before the astonished eyes of Carp and the others. The intricacies of the armor were vividly apparent, profound, and mystical. In that moment, Randall resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. Carp gazed at the armor, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What man could resist such a striking suit of armor? Not far from the arena, Sengoku observed Randall with a gaze that seemed almost entranced. Zephyr, who had previously witnessed this armor, could not help but marvel once more. Even Crane, despite her advanced years, found herself momentarily captivated by Randall's striking appearance. Goodness! This lad was already handsome, but now adorned in such armor, his allure had multiplied manifold. It seemed prudent to keep her female subordinates away from Randall. At that moment, Sengoku turned to Zephyr and remarked, "Is this his reliance? While I cannot ascertain the strength of the armor, I recognize that the black portions denote haki. If that were all, it would hardly suffice for Randall to withstand Zephyr's full might." Zephyr chuckled and remarked, "Ha ha ha, just keep watching. The defensive capabilities of that armor are truly astonishing." Sengoku redirected his gaze to the arena, eager to ascertain whether the armor was merely ornamental or genuinely formidable. If it proved to be as potent as claimed, he too wished to test its limits, perhaps even acquire one for himself. Garp wiped the drool from his mouth, unable to contain his excitement. Come on. The moment Randall lands a punch, I'll retaliate. That armor, it looks like it has a satisfying heft to it." Randall clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Drawing a deep breath, he stomped the ground with such force that the shattered fragments beneath his feet crumbled into dust. Propelled forward like a speeding sea train, he charged headlong toward Garp. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow aimed squarely at Garp's chest. Chapter 80. Garp at half-strength. Randall's speed took Garp by surprise. He realized his previous assessment of the young man's capabilities had been gravely mistaken. This was no ordinary elite trainee. Such explosive velocity could rival even some vice admirals. As Garp hesitated for a fraction of a second, Randall's fist collided with his chest. A dull thud reverberated across the training grounds, to the astonishment of onlookers. The impact forced Garp backward, 5, 6 staggering steps before he regained his footing. The imprint of a clenched fist remained starkly visible upon his crumpled shirt. "Ha! Not bad, kid," Garp boomed, entirely unharmed. The strike had merely caught him off guard, his momentary retreat born of unpreparedness. Sengoku's brow furrowed. "This strength hardly matches your description, Zephyr," he remarked dryly. To his eyes, the punch seemed pitifully weak. After all, even caught unawares, Garp had only been nudged back a few paces. Though, admittedly, making Garp retreat at all was no small feat, yet it was far from enough. Zephyr remained unperturbed. "Keep watching," he advised calmly. "Patience." Seeing Garp utterly unfazed, Randall exhaled in resignation. These legendary warriors possessed monstrous physiques. His best strike likely only tickled the vice admiral. But his amusement vanished as a predatory aura suddenly locked onto him, every hair on his body standing rigid. "I let you have your hit," Garp grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Now it's my turn." In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Randall barely had time to tense before Garp's fist connected with his chest plate. Crack! The impact rang sharper than before. Garp had expected to send the young man flying, yet Randall merely took a single step back, steady as a mountain. Earlier, Randall's punch had forced Garp 6 steps backward. Now, Garp's retaliation only yielded a single retreat. Superficially, it seemed Randall held the advantage. Garp stared at his fist, then at Randall's gleaming armor. Bewilderment melted into exhilaration. "Ha! That's some fine gear, brat." Randall smirked, rapping his knuckles against the breastplate. "Had a light breakfast, Vice Admiral Garp?" Garp hadn't used full strength, just 1/10, as planned. But 1/10 of Garp's power could obliterate a Sea King. Yet here stood Randall, completely unscathed, the armor dispersing nearly all the force. It made the young man bold. Perhaps too bold. Garp's grin didn't waver at the taunt. He wasn't one for petty pride. But what gave him pause was the unshakable confidence radiating from Randall, a conviction that went beyond mere armor. Thus, he prepared to exert a bit more force shortly. Initially intending to use merely 30% of his strength, he decided to increase it to 50%, given Randall's unwavering confidence. Garp's 50% was likely sufficient to cleave mountains and part seas. Among the generals, none could withstand his 50%. Yet Garp was equally confident, believing that if the situation turned dire, he could swiftly retract his strength at the last moment. With that in mind, he declared, "Iron Fist, Meteor." Garp raised his fist, which moved with such velocity that it shimmered with an orange glow as it sliced through the air. Facing this punch, Randall felt as if he were confronting a meteor plummeting from the heavens, descending upon him. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. Has this old fool gone mad? Does he intend to kill Randall? Tsuru's countenance also changed. She had merely asked Garp to be a tad more forceful, not to this extent. Though she harbored some resentment towards Randall for stealing Krista, she never imagined he would be in danger. However, to the astonishment of both, Zifa, who should have been even more anxious than they, remained remarkably composed. Calm down. Sengoku, you're on the verge of officially assuming the position of Fleet Admiral. Why are you still acting like your younger self, all flustered?" Zifa waved his hand, speaking calmly. Sengoku and Tsuru were taken aback. Was this a matter of calmness? This was a life-and-death situation, and the one in peril was your own disciple. Are you truly all right with being so composed? As they grappled with their confusion, Garp's punch, heavy as a meteor, struck Randall with a thunderous roar. A sound akin to muffled thunder erupted, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Randall felt an overwhelming force collide with him from the front, rendering him utterly defenseless. With a swift whoosh, he was propelled backward at a speed surpassing that which he had charged Garp. Yet his feet did not leave the ground. Instead, they gouged 2 deep trenches into the earth. At that moment, aside from Zifa, who remained untroubled, Sengoku and the others quickly directed their observation haki towards Randall. Yet they fell silent, for they sensed Randall's vibrant life force pulsating fiercely within him, far from the state of a dying man they had anticipated. However, They had witnessed Karp's fist striking Randall without reservation. As the dust settled, Randall's figure became visible. They observed the condition he was in. The armor where Karp had struck was riddled with a web of cracks, yet apart from the armor's impending shatter, no other changes were apparent. After all, Randall's complexion appeared remarkably healthy. Sengoku and the others were momentarily stunned. Could it be that Karp had retracted his strength at the last moment? Only Karp knew that he had indeed exerted 50% of his power. The force he unleashed was precisely what struck Randall, with no retraction whatsoever. At that moment, Karp's expression turned serious. Randall's displayed strength far exceeded his expectations. However, what astonished him most was not the strength itself, but the remarkable velocity at which it was attained. Previously, Randall could effortlessly incapacitate his opponents for days on end with merely a slight exertion. Yet now, he remarkably withstands a punch infused with 50% of his adversary's strength, appearing scarcely injured. This is nothing short of astonishing. However, this must be his limit. After all, his armor lies shattered. The Warring States period shares this sentiment. To withstand an assault from Karp is indeed a testament to his prowess. At his age, he has ample reason to take pride, or rather, his abilities are worthy of admiration. This level of strength is sufficient. Nonetheless, I still advise against him entering such a battlefield, where conditions shift in an instant, and the opponent will not hold back as Karp did. A talent of his caliber should continue to grow and develop. Chapter 81. Incomprehensible. The strength displayed by Randall at this moment has already gained the recognition of the Warring States. To defeat a top-tier combatant, the combined might of two Admiral-level warriors is undoubtedly sufficient. However, should the opponent insist on fleeing, the situation becomes precarious. Therefore, the strategy of the Warring States is to deploy one or two Admiral-level fighters, complemented by the Demon Slayer Order. The prowess exhibited by Randall now rivals, if not surpasses, that of a Vice Admiral, making him more than capable of participating in this encirclement. Yet, the Warring States harbored some concerns. It is not the fear of 1,000, but rather the fear of one unforeseen event. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing, and Barrett will not hold back. Zephyr scoffed, stating, "Warlord. Can one truly be called a warrior if they have never faced death? Overprotection is not a virtue." Beside him, Crane nodded in agreement. The Warring States paused, then offered a wry smile. He understood this logic well, having once traversed the same path. However, since adopting the perspective of a commander, his considerations had shifted. Hearing Zephyr's words, he realized he had indeed been overthinking the matter. After all, even in the pursuit of ordinary pirates, the risk of fatality exists. Should all naval officers remain at headquarters, refraining from pursuing pirates? If Randall wishes to engage, then let him proceed. However, just as the Warring States was about to acquiesce, Zephyr added, "Moreover, do you believe this is all that Randall is capable of? Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? Beyond my secret techniques, I was indeed utilizing my full strength at that time." Upon hearing this, the Warring States drew a sharp breath. Crane's expression changed dramatically as she turned to Zephyr, having only just learned about this. Yet, Zephyr fell silent, merely gesturing for them to continue observing. In the arena, Randall examined the cracks in his armor, maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, he had already tested the limits of his armor under Zephyr's scrutiny, which was approximately 50% of a top-tier warrior's strength. With a thought, he enveloped himself in armament haki, continuously mending the fractures until they were restored to their original state. He then turned to Karp and remarked once more, "Vice Admiral Karp, you still lack the necessary force. You may exert yourself further. If I push harder, you might truly sustain an injury." "Are you certain?" Randall chuckled. "This is far from my limit." Upon hearing this, Karp's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Far from your limit? He pondered whether Randall was merely putting on a brave front or genuinely speaking the truth. Unable to decipher the reality, Karp resolved to test the limits himself. With this punch, he would unleash 80% of his strength. Karp's right fist was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of armament haki, signifying his earnestness. Observing this, Randall also adopted a serious expression. In the next moment, Karp's figure vanished from Randall's sight. Even with his utmost focus on observation haki, he could not trace Karp's movements. Karp had never been praised for his speed, not due to a lack of proficiency, but because he possessed an even more remarkable attribute, his indomitable fists. It now appears that any single metric of top-tier combat prowess utterly eclipses those beneath its rank. Like a scene edited in post-production, Garp instantaneously materialized before Randall and unleashed a devastating punch, 80% of his full strength. Boom! This time, Randall was sent flying before the thunderous impact even registered. The sensation was akin to being struck by a sea king moving at the velocity of a sea train. His organs seemed to have abandoned their designated positions. And, whether illusion or not, Randall couldn't shake the feeling that Garp's blows hurt more than even Barrett's. Before Randall could even complete his trajectory, Garp vanished again, reappearing along his flight path to intercept him midair. Another crushing strike. Randall's body felt compressed between two indestructible walls, the pain at the point of impact unbearable. Garp had no intention of letting up. If your armor can regenerate, then I'll dismantle it all in one relentless assault. Fist after fist rained down. Admittedly, the Randall brand punching bag had an exquisite feel to it, so satisfying that Garp gradually lost himself in the rhythm, his strikes subtly surpassing 80% strength. For a moment, Randall appeared suspended in midair, ensnared within a storm of Garp's fists. Then came the final blow. Garp soared above Randall and drove his fist downward. The instant his knuckles connected, clarity returned to Garp's mind. Damn it! This strike had reached 90% of his power, far beyond what he'd intended. But retracting it was impossible now. Randall vanished from his position. A crimson streak tore vertically through the air, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the very foundations of the training grounds. The tremor was so violent that distant alarms blared, mistaken for an enemy invasion. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. A squad of soldiers led by an officer stormed into the arena, only to be met with a smokescreen so thick it obscured the entire battlefield. Through the haze, they glimpsed the ruins of what had once been the training grounds. Yet their tension dissolved the moment they recognized the figures standing amidst the devastation: Admiral Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Staff Officer Tsuru. With these legends present, even a resurrected Roger could be subdued anew. Though, for some reason, Sengoku and Tsuru seemed stunned. Zephyr cleared his throat tactfully. Ahem. No invasion here. Just a spirited sparring session. You may return to your duties. The soldiers and officer exchanged glances, jaws slack. This was a spirited session? Did they operate on entirely different definitions of the word? Dazed, the squad retreated. So this is the world of the elite. Best not to interfere. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ruins, now thoroughly obliterated, came into full view. At this moment, a meteorite crater spans the training ground. Had it not been for Zephyr intervening at the last moment to mitigate the aftermath, the size of this crater would have been far greater. In the center of this pit lies Randall. At this juncture, Garp lands on the ground, rubbing his head and displaying a foolish grin towards Zephyr and the others. Perhaps my strike was a tad too forceful. Sengoku and Crane cast him an intense glare, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts. They could sense that. Although Randall was not in the best condition, he was by no means teetering on the brink of death. This realization left them astonished. They could all feel the tremendous weight behind Garp's final punch. To their astonishment, Randall appeared to be merely unscathed, seemingly devoid of even serious injuries. Such a phenomenon left them puzzled and bewildered. Chapter 82. The courage-dispelling fist facing the disapproving glares from Sengoku and Tsuru, Garp let out a hearty laugh, attempting to brush it off. Well then, let's call it a day. Everyone, head home early for dinner. I've got some donuts waiting for me. Garp felt that the shock he'd received from Randall was more than enough for one day to withstand 90% of his power and emerge merely injured. Only one phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. Damn, this kid. Was he the only one thinking it? Sengoku and Tsuru shared the sentiment. This young man is simply inhuman. Zephyr, I've approved Randall's participation in the operation. But first, let us get this kid to the hospital, Sengoku declared. Just as Zephyr was about to respond, a voice cut through the air. Vice Admiral Garp, we're not finished yet. From within the crater, Randall rose to his feet. As he moved, the armor clinging to his body, already on the verge of collapse, shattered completely. Fragments cascaded like black snow, dissolving into nothingness before they touched the ground. Garp blinked in surprise. Kid, you still want more? Your armor's already in pieces. Randall, you've proven yourself. There's no need to continue, Sengoku added, assuming this was merely youthful stubbornness. Yet Randall shook his head resolutely. No, I haven't reached my limit yet. His gaze locked onto Garp. You weren't going all out earlier, were you? Then come at me. This was a rare opportunity to face Garp, even if it meant enduring a one-sided beating. It was an experience he couldn't afford to waste. As the words left his lips, dark mist surged from his body once more, coiling and solidifying into that striking, formidable armor. He is serious. The thought flashed simultaneously through the minds of Garp and the others. Sengoku shot Zephyr a pointed look, urging him to intervene. Zephyr understood and promptly fanned the flames. That's right, Garp. Just as the boy said, hold nothing back. Or has your fist grown soft with age? Sengoku inhaled sharply. I told you to dissuade him, not provoke him. You wretched old man. Garp's nostrils flared. Fine. You asked for this. If anything happens, don't come crying to me. With that, he stomped toward Randall, cracking his knuckles. Sengoku sputtered, pointing accusingly at Zephyr, but no coherent words emerged. Speechless, JPG Zephyr, utterly unbothered, maintained his dignified stance, gazing into the distance. Only Tsuru remained composed. Zephyr's demeanor told her one thing. The defensive prowess that had already stunned them might not yet be Randall's limit. And that realization only deepened her astonishment. This boy, could he truly withstand Garp's full power? To be honest, even for her, withstanding a full-powered punch from Garp would be an immensely arduous feat, of course. She had no obligation to endure it outright. But consider her age. How many years has she spent in battle? And what of Randall? How young is he? And how brief is time here? In a fleeting moment, Tsuru recalled her first encounter with Randall. His strength then was a far cry from what it is now. An astonishing metamorphosis, as if lifetimes had passed in mere days. Now, Garp stood before Randall. Boy, do you need time to prepare? I'm ready, Vice Admiral Garp. Without another word, Garp swung his fist toward Randall. The punch appeared unremarkable, almost casual in its delivery. Yet to Randall, it felt entirely different, as though he faced not a mere strike, but an entire world. Everything else vanished, leaving only that deceptively simple fist. But Randall felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration surged through him. This was what he craved. During his battle with Zephyr, it had seemed as though the former admiral fought with his full might. Zephyr himself believed he held nothing back. Yet, at the critical moment, an unconscious restraint had dulled the blow. Zephyr hadn't even realized it. But Randall had. That infinitesimal difference, that was the chasm between mediocrity and mastery. For Randall, it wasn't enough. He needed that final, unrelenting pressure to forge his body into its ultimate form. So when Zephyr informed him that, due to Sengoku's distrust, he would face Garp in combat, no one could fathom the sheer elation that consumed him. Zephyr had restrained himself because he saw Randall as a disciple. But Garp? Randall had barely exchanged words with the man. When Garp threw a punch at full strength, it was full strength. Like now, a world crashing down upon him. The sheer, indomitable force of it made Randall's hair stand on end. Even the razor-sharp wind from the punch alone stung his cheeks. This strike, Randall mused, could be called the fist of shattered courage. For any ordinary man, confronted by such overwhelming terror, the instinct would be to flee. But Randall was no ordinary man. Not only did he meet it head-on, he dared to retaliate. As he swung his own fist forward, he caught the flicker of surprise in Garp's eyes. Time stretched, elongating into a slow-motion tableau. Under Sengoku and Tsuru's tense scrutiny, beneath Zephyr's calm, yet stirred gaze, two fists, distinct in hue and might, collided. Like a man is trying to halt a chariot. Like an ant attempting to topple a tree. Here stood Randall, a mere mortal, striving to shatter a world. The instant of impact brought a sickening crack. Randall's arm snapped like paper. His counterattack failed to even momentarily stall Garp's advance. Then Cap's fist struck directly upon Randall's chest. The instant they made contact, Randall's breastplate shattered as if it were fragile glass. Merely breaking the armor was insufficient. The terrifying force radiated outward from the chestplate in all directions. Randall's entire suit of armor fragmented. Moreover, under this overwhelming power, Randall's body resembled a porcelain statue, riddled with dense cracks as blood continuously seeped forth. Yet, despite this, even as his teeth ground to splinters, Randall did not retreat an inch. This spectacle moved Cap deeply. Do not stop. I can still endure. Sensing Cap's intention to ease his strength, Randall urgently implored. Just a little more. Cap hesitated, thinking, your body is on the verge of collapse. How can you still endure? Yet, inexplicably, he heeded Randall's plea and did not relent. Boom! The storm was about to erupt. Chapter 83. Filling the missing piece at this moment, the full fury of that punch was finally unleashed. The space where Garp and Randall stood resembled the eye of a storm. A violent tempest raged outward in all directions, its ferocious momentum soaring into the heavens as if to pierce a hole through the very sky. The sheer magnitude of this upheaval surpassed even the impact of the meteor-like strike from before. The soldiers on guard were startled. But upon realizing the commotion once again originated from the training grounds, they quickly steadied themselves. So it's just the higher-ups sparring again. Around the arena, Zephyr and the others simultaneously released their haki to contain the storm while attempting to probe the situation at its epicenter. Yet the core, though free of turbulence, was saturated with dense energy, severely hindering their observation haki. Despite their anxiety, there was little they could do. The man-made storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the dust settled, the scene within became clear. Garp had already retracted his fist, standing in silence. Opposite him was Randall, now resembling a porcelain doll, one that had been struck by a careless child and was on the verge of shattering. Garp? Cracks covered Randall's entire body, crimson blood seeping through the fissures in a gruesomely striking display. The sight sent a jolt through the onlookers, though their observation haki confirmed that while his aura was weak, his life was not in immediate danger. Is he unconscious? Sengoku noticed Randall's closed eyes. No, I can sense he's still aware. And I have a feeling he's using my fist to accomplish something, Garp mused, scratching his head. Sengoku studied Garp's expression, uncharacteristically serious. It wasn't one of his usual nonsensical remarks. True. Garp could be utterly unreliable at times. But Sengoku had to admit, the old bastard's instincts were frighteningly accurate. He, too, could sense that despite Randall's grievous appearance, his consciousness remained intact. Perhaps Garp was right. Thus, the higher-ups refrained from rushing Randall to the infirmary, opting instead to wait for him to awaken naturally. Who would believe that a rookie who joined the Marines less than half a year ago could withstand Garp's full-powered punch? Sengoku sighed. Even if I were the one telling this story, I doubt many would take it seriously. Tsuru nodded in solemn agreement, her gaze lingering on Randall. His potential was terrifying. She couldn't help but feel relief that such a talent had joined the Marines while still weak. Yet a flicker of unease stirred within her. If it were just the Marines, Tsuru could guarantee certain things. But in the realm of the Navy, there exists a world government whose operations are so perplexing that she cannot comprehend them. Alas, it is merely a matter for the future, to be left for her future self to grapple with. Garp, on the other hand, is rather elated. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought this lad could withstand so much? Quite remarkable indeed. In a moment of prideful abandon, Garp raises his hand to pat Randall on the shoulder. Had he exerted his full force, Randall might very well have turned to porcelain. Fortunately, Zephyr, with swift reflexes, intervenes at the last moment, seizing Garp's hand. Zephyr shoots a fierce glare at Garp, who, realizing his near misstep, sheepishly scratches the back of his head and grins foolishly. Beside Zephyr, the demure Krista stands attentively, her gaze lifted, absorbing the conversation of the esteemed figures. In recent days, she has begun to discern that these individuals possess formidable identities, perhaps among the most prominent on the vast ocean. Thus, receiving such commendation from them confirms her brother Randall's exceptional prowess. Meanwhile, the focal point of the discussion, Randall, is deeply engrossed within himself. His body teeters on the brink of collapse due to external forces. Yet, as the saying goes, one must dismantle before one can rebuild. With Barrett's friendly assistance previously, his chi has merged with his body, albeit imperfectly due to his state of unconsciousness at the time. Now, he seeks to complete that final piece. Under his guidance, the chi within him begins to circulate, akin to capillaries coursing throughout his being, penetrating every cell. As his body approaches disintegration, the chi fully integrates with Randall. Moreover, with the lubrication provided by the chi, the armament haki flows effortlessly within him. Externally, Randall appears unchanged, but internally, a profound transformation is underway. For other formidable beings, Penetrating attacks with armament haki pose a significant threat. However, Randall faces none of these concerns. For the fragile tissues within him remain remarkably resilient, entirely unfazed by internal damage. If he were to endure another full-force punch from Carp, his current defensive capabilities would render the experience far less daunting than before. With his objective accomplished, Randall's spirits soar. He opens his eyes only to be startled by the intense gaze of the esteemed figures before him, regarding him as if he were a spectacle. What are you all staring at? Randall stammers, his voice trembling. In response, the dignitaries exchange glances, shake their heads, and turn away without uttering a word, leaving only Zifa behind. What on earth is happening? Randall exclaims, utterly bewildered. Zifa, with a hint of irritation, responds, What do you want me to say? You astonished them. Moments ago, the illustrious figures had witnessed Randall's fissured form miraculously restore itself, and his previously subdued aura stabilize instantaneously. Kapu's full-strength punch was not only endured by Randall, but the injuries he sustained healed almost instantaneously. How could this not astonish everyone? Kapu even began to question whether his own strength had diminished. Perhaps he could provoke Sengoku into a match afterward? However, witnessing the disheartened expressions of others brought an unexpected sense of equilibrium to Zephyr's heart. It turned out he was not alone in his difficulty to accept the situation. Others shared his sentiments. He thought to himself, it was not that his resilience was lacking, but rather that Randall was extraordinarily formidable. Speaking of which, that old rascal Kapu remarked that it felt as though Randall was leveraging his power for some purpose. Was that true? Zephyr stroked his chin, sensing that the boy's aura remained unchanged. Randall appeared momentarily taken aback. Kapu, with his seemingly foolish demeanor, possessed such keen intuition. He nodded and simply uttered 4 words. No destruction, no creation. Chapter 84. Do you wish to be a warrior or a mage? No pain, no gain. In response to Zephyr's inquiry, Randall succinctly replied with 4 words. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questioning. By the way, Teacher Zephyr, what about the encirclement of Barrett? Randall gazed eagerly at Zephyr. Zephyr rolled his eyes and remarked, Given your current state, what could the warring states possibly do to hinder you? Upon hearing this, Randall clenched his fist against his chest and silently cheered within. Observing his excitement, Zephyr couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. One might think he had received some monumental benefit. To put it bluntly, the expedition against a pirate of Barrett's caliber is something many would dread to undertake. When the mission arises, merely accepting it would already display a degree of professionalism. Few would be as eager to volunteer as Randall. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Randall had previously encountered Barrett, experiencing firsthand the overwhelming pressure of top-tier combat prowess. Despite this, he did not emerge with psychological scars. Rather, he yearned for more. This young man is truly extraordinary. Contemplating this, Zephyr found amusement in the thought. Is it common for an individual to transform from an inconspicuous novice into a formidable warrior capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a top-tier combatant in merely 6 months? Perhaps it is precisely his fearless disposition in the face of formidable foes that has brought him to this point. Teacher Zephyr, is there anything I need to prepare? Randall inquired. No, just wait for the notification. However, the process will take at least a month. We have time. Upon hearing this, Randall visibly deflated. He was eager to embark on the mission and capture Barrett immediately. Noticing his disappointment, Zephyr playfully tapped Randall on the head and said, You can't just rush into capturing a pirate of that level without proper preparations. And do you think it's easy to track their movements? Then, Zephyr's expression turned serious as he added, Furthermore, do not let the fact that you endured a punch from that old rascal lead you to believe you are now capable. You have a long way to go. Top-tier combatants possess their ultimate techniques. Your defenses are indeed robust, but they will not withstand such techniques. Upon hearing this, Randall's expression grew solemn. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. How could he not? Perhaps no one understands the essence of top-tier combat strength better than he does. After all, he had faced 3 top-tier combatants in quick succession, first Barrett, then Zephyr, and finally Carp. He is acutely aware of the terror that top-tier strength embodies. Moreover, while it may seem he endured Carp's full-force punch, it was merely a full-force strike, not an all-out assault. High emotional intelligence. He withstood a full-force strike from a top-tier combatant. Low emotional intelligence. He merely endured a basic attack from a top-tier combatant. Should a top-tier combatant unleash their skills, Randall would not hesitate to face the consequences. Furthermore, even that basic attack was not something he endured lightly. And this only addresses his defensive capabilities. In terms of offensive capabilities, the disparity between him and the top-tier fighters was beyond measure. Thus, Randall was acutely aware of how far he still had to go. However, after filling in that small gap, Randall had truly gained the means to survive against top-tier opponents. Indeed, when facing such adversaries, he could only endure their blows passively. But if he truly wished to flee, it wasn't certain they could stop him. Seeing that Randall hadn't become overconfident, Zephyr felt relieved. His concern was that Randall might lack a clear understanding of his own strength and recklessly challenge other top-tier fighters out at sea. Outsiders wouldn't hold back like allies would. All right, as long as you understand. The final arrangements will take at least a month. If you want to go out, don't worry, just go. With that, Zephyr departed, leaving only Randall and Krista behind. A deep, resonant growl emanated from Randall's stomach, like distant thunder. Scratching his head, he realized that an hour hadn't been enough to eat much. A single battle had drained him completely. The two promptly made their way to the mess hall. Randall devoured his food ravenously while Krista watched him eat. Only after an hour did his pace gradually slow to normal. "Big brother Randall, you're amazing." The little girl gazed at him with admiration so intense it seemed almost tangible. "And so handsome," she added silently in her heart. Flattered, Randall grinned. "Heh, it's nothing special, but if Big Brother Randall is this strong, you won't need me anymore." Krista murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy. She had wanted to be of help to him, but by the time she grew up, he would likely be invincible. What use would she be then? Hearing this, Randall paused mid-chew. Studying the dejected Krista, he spoke gently, "Little Crystal, why would you think that?" Her large eyes flickered uncertainly as she stole a glance at him before quickly looking away. In a whisper, she confessed, "Big Brother Randall brought me back because of my talent, right?" She waited, head bowed, but Randall remained silent, unable to resist. She peeked up, only to feel a warm weight settle reassuringly on her head. Randall ruffled her hair and said, "Don't overthink it. Let us get you some candy." For some reason, though his words were simple and far from sentimental, Krista suddenly felt the urge to cry. After polishing off over a dozen bone-in meats and plates of braised sea king meat, Randall hastily concluded his meal. Half an hour later, the two emerged from a shop. The little girl clutched a rainbow lollipop, licking it contentedly as they walked. Perhaps the sweetness truly worked its magic. Her earlier sorrow faded, replaced by a genuine smile. Randall smiled at Krista, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Little Crystal, do you desire to become powerful? I mean, not for my sake, but for your own aspirations. However, I must caution you that sometimes greater strength can lead to greater peril." Yet, without the slightest hesitation, the young girl chirped, "Of course I do. I want to capture pirates too." Her motivations were not for Randall's sake. Rather, her own desire was to assist him. Randall nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he had brought Krista back partly due to his natural insight, but after spending considerable time with her, he had changed his perspective. It seemed more prudent to have her engage in administrative duties, perhaps as his secretary. However, it appeared that Krista bore a striking resemblance to him. "So, little Crystal, do you aspire to be a warrior or perhaps a mage?" Randall inquired. Chapter 85. Who agrees? Who opposes? Randall inquired, "So, little Crystal, are you more inclined towards close-quarters combat as a warrior, or would you prefer to be a mage who casts spells from afar?" As Randall spoke, two vivid scenes immediately unfolded in Krista's mind. The first was the memory of Randall being relentlessly pummeled by Zephyr and Garp. But in her imagination, she replaced Randall's face with her own. Now it was her being battered by two hulking, muscular men. Krista shuddered involuntarily at the thought. The second scene depicted her standing gracefully in place, unleashing a torrent of long-range attacks upon her enemies, forcing them into frantic evasion, utterly overwhelmed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "A mage. I want to be a mage," Krista declared eagerly, watching the young girl recoil from the idea of becoming a warrior as if it were a venomous serpent. Randall couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that witnessing his battles had given her a rather skewed perception of the warrior class. Then again, perhaps it wasn't entirely a misconception. After all, endurance was indeed a crucial aspect of being a warrior. Well, in any case, Randall himself leaned more towards Krista choosing the path of a mage. Excellent choice. In that case, I'll have a gift for you later. Randall affectionately ruffled Krista's hair. Her hair is incredibly soft, like silk. The luxurious texture compelled him to stroke it again. What gift? Krista nuzzled against Randall's palm, her voice brimming with anticipation. Wouldn't you like to know? You'll find out when the time comes. Randall teased with a mischievous grin. Wow, how unfair. If you want to tell me, then no more head pats for you. Krista puffed out her cheeks adorably, stepping back and shielding her head with both hands. It's a surprise. Revealing it now would ruin the fun. Randall shrugged playfully. Is that so? Fine then. Krista relented with a sigh. She licked her lollipop, the sweetness spreading across her tongue, and a blissful smile returned to her face. Seeing this, Randall chuckled as well, not solely because of Krista's radiant expression, though that certainly contributed. What truly lifted his spirits was the subtle shift in Krista's demeanor. Before, she had been affectionate towards him, yet there had always been an undercurrent of distance. Now, that reservation had vanished. Their interactions flowed more naturally, and this newfound ease filled Randall with quiet satisfaction. At the same time, his mind wandered, contemplating what kind of mage Krista should become. In the world of pirates, the closest equivalent to a mage would undoubtedly be a Logia-type devil fruit user. The defining trait of Logia users was their ability to transform into and manipulate elements, unleashing devastating elemental assaults with a mere gesture. That is practically magic. Moreover, elemental transformation seemed perfectly suited to Krista's preferences. However, while Logia fruits were undeniably powerful, their rarity matched their strength, practically priceless and nearly impossible to obtain. After all, apart from those who are solely profit-driven or inherently capable individuals, anyone who discovers a natural fruit would undoubtedly consume it at the earliest opportunity. After all, it is a natural fruit, and even a modest exploration of its potential could rival that of a rear admiral. Fortunately, Randall possesses knowledge of a particular natural fruit, renowned even among its kind. Calculating the timing, it appears that this fruit has yet to be consumed. At this moment, Sengoku is presiding over a meeting, not for Barrett, as that matter requires careful deliberation. However, this meeting is indeed related to Randall. My opinions have been circulated among everyone present. Now, who is in favor? And who is opposed? Sengoku's commanding presence is fully unleashed, a stark contrast to his light-hearted demeanor when alongside Zephyr and Carp. Below him sit all the vice admirals who remain in headquarters, without any ongoing missions. As the vice admirals peruse the documents in their hands, astonishment washes over their faces. Following their surprise, expressions vary. Some are contemplative, others indifferent, some intrigued, while a few furrow their brows, and one is munching on a donut. Carp, that scoundrel, opted for the silent donut instead of the noisy rice crackers, which brings Sengoku a measure of relief. Wait a moment. This old rascal is eating during a meeting. My first reaction is one of relief. Is he unwell? I oppose. How can a mere recruit emerge directly as a vice admiral? Bellowed an old-school vice admiral. Indeed. The promotion to vice admiral is excessive. We seasoned veterans have accumulated a lifetime of military achievements to attain this rank. A man with graying hair immediately concurred. Once one person spoke up, a chorus of agreement followed. Sengoku merely cast a sweeping glance, and over half the attendees chose to oppose. He had anticipated this scenario, and it turned out better than he had initially envisioned. Maintaining his composure, he stated, "Let us first examine his credentials." Upon reviewing the documents, the dissenters ceased their scrutiny upon seeing the promotion to vice admiral. Unbeknownst to them, they had little understanding of who Randall truly was. Hearing Sengoku's words, they paused to consider granting this prospective superior a modicum of respect. The documentation, however, did not elaborate on Randall's strength. After all, such information could yield counterproductive results. Even Sengoku, who prided himself on his rationality, could hardly believe that these rough-and-tumble vice admirals would not attempt to unseat him on the spot. The notion of a mad admiral became a running joke. Thus, the description remained vague, simply stating, immensely powerful. Sengoku felt justified in his assertion, after all. Possessing the defensive capability to withstand the assault of top-tier combatants is indeed formidable. However, the nature of his strength undoubtedly differs from how these vice admirals perceive it. The vice admirals promptly disregarded the strength attribute. Immensely powerful? How could he possibly surpass us? Sengoku chuckled softly. You may find it hard to believe, but you would likely struggle to breach his defenses. As for his merits, that is a matter Zephyr would address by sending Randall out to rectify the situation. There is little to be said about these matters. After all, he is merely a rookie, certainly lacking in any notable achievements. The accomplishments of Randall are already quite considerable. Moreover, among them, one stands out prominently: the eradication of corruption within the Navy, which has restored a sense of security to the civilian populace. This incident has not gone unnoticed by the admirals. One of their own was dispatched to impel down as a consequence. It is surprising that this young man was responsible for such actions, though he typically displays a rather arrogant demeanor, earning the disfavor of a significant number of admirals. Randall's actions in bringing him down have garnered him some unexpected favor among certain admirals. While this is noteworthy, the crux of the matter lies in the documentation, which explicitly states that Randall is a disciple of Zephyr and, moreover, a direct disciple. Consequently, several admirals, whose loyalties were previously wavering, have instantaneously shifted their allegiance. Chapter 86. You rascal, I have set my eyes on you. Who is Zephyr, you may ask? To begin with, his military rank is that of a general, the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters' combat power. He stands as a figure of authority, second only to the Marshal himself. Furthermore, in terms of identity, he is the esteemed instructor of the Navy's 800,000 elite forces, not to mention countless other officers. Of those present, a third have been fortunate enough to have been taught by Zephyr. It is precisely because they have studied under him that they comprehend the rigorous standards he upholds, and they are acutely aware of the immense significance of his direct discipleship. What caliber of genius must one possess to earn Zephyr's mentorship as a protege? Perhaps at this moment, this individual may not rival their strength, but what of the future? Consequently, several mid-ranking admirals, who had been indifferent, found themselves instantly siding with Sengoku. Yet, a faction of particularly traditional admirals remained unconvinced, insisting that even a disciple of Zephyr must ascend the ranks step by step. Additionally, some mid-ranking admirals, grappling with their own sense of inequity, staunchly clung to the notion that rules are rules. Throughout the entirety of the meeting, the contention primarily revolved around Randall. While the promotions of Millis and Aquas to Rear Admiral garnered little attention, instances of direct promotions to Rear Admiral had occurred before. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino serve as prime examples. However, such promotions invariably hinge on merit and achievements, rendering them worthy of discussion. Yet, with Randall absorbing the brunt of scrutiny today, the matters concerning Millis and Aquas were smoothly expedited. Thus, the discourse surrounding Randall's situation ultimately bifurcated into three factions: opposition, support, and indifference, with numbers being relatively balanced. At this juncture, Sengoku interjected, "Your primary point of opposition is that this is unprecedented. But let us not forget that the prior promotions of those three were also without precedent. If we continuously refrain from action based on the premise of unprecedented, we shall remain forever stagnant. I believe Randall possesses sufficient qualifications to pave the way forward. Moreover, this could inspire greater enthusiasm among the young recruits." Upon hearing Sengoku's declaration, another faction of individuals wavered. It was not that they had been swayed by his words, but rather that Sengoku's position had been articulated with unmistakable clarity. He was resolute in his intent. Should they choose to confront Sengoku, the ramifications could leave a detrimental impression upon their superiors, yielding no benefits for themselves. It would be an exercise in futility. Nonetheless, a persistent faction remained unwilling to relent. Some individuals simply cannot abide by the existence of those they perceive as superior. Even if they cannot suppress them indefinitely, a temporary subjugation is still seen as a victory. Observing the unfolding dynamics, Sengoku proposed, "Let us do this. Allow Randall to undertake a significant mission. Should he execute it successfully, we shall elevate him to the rank of Vice Admiral. What are your thoughts?" The assembly turned their gaze towards Sengoku, noting his expression that conveyed, "I have already made a concession. Now it is for you to ponder." The staunch opposition wavered in their resolve. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a boisterous laugh erupted. Ha ha ha. I find this agreeable. The crowd promptly turned their gaze towards Karp, who had openly expressed his agreement. Although they were all rear admirals, the distinctions among them were stark. Their rank of rear admiral was merely a reflection of their limitations. Whereas Karp was a naval hero who had declined the promotion to admiral, his unspoken status surpassed that of an admiral by a significant margin. Could it be that he stood alongside the fleet admiral? No, it would be more accurate to say that his mere presence here indicated his alignment with the fleet admiral. Thus, if they were to oppose this matter now, they would simultaneously be opposing Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and the naval hero Karp. This was quite the predicament. Though they felt a deep reluctance, what could they do? Ahem. I too think this is acceptable. I have no objections. I second that. While they voiced their agreement, their minds were rife with doubts. What kind of task would this lad undertake that could instill such confidence in Sengoku to silence them? Such a level of undertaking must be exceedingly challenging, perhaps even life-threatening. Some harbored ill intentions as they pondered this. After exchanging a few words with Zephyr, Randall departed from the naval headquarters once more. Zephyr did not impede him, for this time, Randall was not venturing into perilous territory. If someone of Randall's caliber were to encounter danger in the first half of the Grand Line, it would hardly be deserving of the moniker paradise, but rather hell. Days later, on Gaia Island, Randall's small vessel gently anchored at the shore. On Gaia Island, there lay a quaint town known as Magic Valley Town. Here, it could be said that one could throw a brick and hit a pirate. However, Randall was not here for the pirates. He merely sought a passage. Strolling down the street, Randall casually selected a tavern. As he pushed the door open, several unkind gazes were cast upon him. Oh, has a woman come to learn to drink like a man? With Randall's handsome visage and slender build, a voice laced with malice rang out, eliciting laughter from the others. Indeed, what business does a woman have in such a place? In truth, Randall was not particularly slender. His physique was well proportioned, with solid muscles. Yet, when compared to these burly individuals, each resembling a bear, he did appear somewhat diminutive. You scoundrel, do you look down upon women? A resounding voice pierced through the din, silencing the room full of coarse remarks. At that moment, a woman rose from amidst a throng of admirers. Her presence was commanding. Even at eye level, one could sense an air of superiority. She fixed her gaze on the man who had spoken first, articulating each word with precision. What? Do you belittle women? The man visibly perspired, his lips quivering, unable to utter a sound for an extended moment. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The man could speak no more, for his skull had been penetrated. Within the tavern, the atmosphere grew markedly lighter, save for Randall and the tavern owner. Jorah, have you forgotten the rules here? The bar owner, puffing on a cigarette, gestured towards the wall beside them. The sign prominently displayed the prohibition against murder within the establishment, stating that any issues should be resolved outside. Upon hearing the bar owner's words, the previously assertive Jorah refrained from unleashing her temper, instead responding with 500,000 Baileys. Very well. Make sure to take the body away. Recognizing Jorah's concession, the bar owner chose not to press further. At that moment, Jorah disregarded everyone else. Her gaze once again fixed on Randall. Hey, you there. I've taken a liking to you. Come, stand by my side. With this proclamation, the crowd surrounding her cast complex glances at Randall. It is noteworthy that they were all men, and remarkably few of them were unscathed. Chapter 87. He actually died. Hey, you there. I have taken a liking to you. Come, attend to me. Jorah said to Randall with a calm demeanor, yet her tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Upon hearing her words, the crowd surrounding her cast complex glances toward Randall, a mix of sympathy for someone about to face misfortune and a shared sense of suffering. Notably, all of these individuals were men, and most bore visible scars of hardship. Some were missing an eye, others an ear, or perhaps a hand. Each displayed their own form of imperfection. Are you speaking to me? Randall asked, pointing at himself with a peculiar expression. Who else could it be? Hurry over here. Jorah's patience seemed to grow, influenced by Randall's striking appearance. Had he been anyone else, her lack of compliance would have resulted in immediate action. Yet it was precisely Randall's visage that had caught her attention. Randall shook his head in silent resignation. This opponent was not worth his effort. He deemed it more prudent to attend to business. Ignoring Jorah amidst the incredulous stares, he approached the bar owner directly. "Boss, I need to inquire about something. Do you know where Vimbrian Curik resides?" The bar owner, with his distinctly diamond-shaped face, looked at Randall in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could be so audacious. Did he wish for death? Clearing his throat, he spoke in hushed tones. "Blood Rose Jorah has a bounty of 215 million. She possesses an extremely volatile temperament and formidable strength. If you kneel and plead for mercy now, considering your attractive appearance, you might survive." What he did not voice was that even survival would be akin to a fate worse than death. Jorah had a peculiar hobby that required the cooperation of those she found appealing. While she reveled in the activity, her companions endured profound torment. The more pleasure Jorah derived, the greater the anguish of those who submitted to her whims. When Jorah ascended to paradise, her accomplices would experience a hell on earth. Clearly, Randall was the one Jorah had set her sights upon. Oh, a bounty exceeding 200 million? A true pirate, indeed. But surely, if you can keep her from wreaking havoc in your establishment, the bounty must be significant? The bar owner was taken aback. Is this truly the time for such a conversation? What concern is it of yours how high my bounty is? While she dares not act against me here, I cannot keep you safe indefinitely. Huh, how delightful. Jorah snapped back to attention. She had not anticipated Randall's audacity to act in such a manner. Regardless of his beauty, it would not save him. After the game was played, she intended to skin his face. With that, she fell silent and took a seat. Yet her cold, serpent-like gaze remained fixed on Randall's retreating figure. Witnessing this, the others wore expressions of schadenfreude as they regarded Randall. The captain of the man who had been beaten to death earlier wore a grotesquely twisted grin. Hadn't he noticed his subordinate was killed, yet dared not utter a word? Boy, what makes you so audacious? The bartender shook his head in resignation. Some fools are beyond persuasion. He turned, fetched a bottle, and poured a glass for Randall. On the house. Drink up before your final journey. Randall glanced at the glass, then met the bartender's gaze. I just want to know, do you have any idea where Wimbrian Kulik lives? If not, I'll ask elsewhere. The bartender studied Randall with surprise. How could this man remain so composed? Did he not grasp the magnitude of a pirate worth 200 million? But as their eyes locked, those ordinary, yet strikingly beautiful eyes, an inexplicable tremor shot through the bartender's chest. A fleeting spark, leaving behind an unsettling tingle. A seasoned pirate himself. The bartender knew better than to dismiss such instincts. They had saved his life more than once. Suddenly, realization dawned. This was no reckless fool, but a man of formidable skill and nerve. Perhaps it was the woman who deemed meet her downfall tonight. But where did this dragon from distant waters come from? Appearing so young. Shaking off his thoughts, the bartender replied, "That man? He is quite famous here. Claims he is searching for some sky island. Practically everyone on this island knows him. He lives by the southeastern shore." Though curiosity gnawed at him, he refrained from probing further. "Ha, you bastard actually believe in sky islands too? What a lunatic." Yura roared with derision, her crew echoing the mockery. "Thanks, boss." Ignoring the jeers, Randall turned to leave. Stunned by his audacity, Yura swiftly rose, her crew trailing behind. In moments, the bar was half empty. The bartender sighed silently. When titans clashed, the aftermath was never quiet. He only hoped it wouldn't ruin his business. Outside, Randall headed in the direction given when a furious shout halted him. "Stop right there, scum." A gang of burly pirates surged past, blocking his path. The street, crowded with seafarers, buzzed with anticipation. Yura was notorious in these circles. Swaggering forward, Yura sneered. "Here's your chance, trash. Kneel and lick my boots, and I might let you live." Randall's footsteps came to a halt. Heaving a sigh, he uttered, "Alas, I had no intention of bothering with you. Yet here you are, rushing headlong to your demise. Truly, is life not precious enough?" The surrounding pirates froze momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. Who exactly is courting death here? Even Yura was incensed to the point of bitter amusement. Words now seemed futile. She simply drew her pistol. Yet, in the very next instant, her movement stiffened. An overwhelming, indomitable aura erupted from Randall, surging forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the very fabric of the surrounding world. The pirates blocking his path bore the brunt of it. It was as though an invisible, colossal hammer had struck the base of their skulls. One by one, They crumpled like wheat before the scythe. Blood seeped from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. They were dead before they even hit the ground. Chapter 88. Strength exists to make others listen. Randall stood composed as his conqueror's haki erupted with terrifying force. A devastating spiritual shockwave swept through the crowd, blocking his path. The pirates felt as though their skulls had imploded, consciousness obliterated in an instant. Their eyes rolled back before collapsing, crimson rivulets seeping from every orifice. In mere moments, they ceased breathing entirely. Within the bar, the smoking proprietor shuddered violently at the surge of Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki? Of this magnitude? He hissed, the freshly lit cigarette between his lips burning to the filter in one frantic drag. The timing was too precise. Could it be that young man from earlier? If so, this was no clash of titans. This was a lion toying with lambs. Tossing the spent cigarette, the bartender's hands trembled uncontrollably. Even though the haki wasn't directed at him, his spirit quaked. Who could possess such overwhelming conqueror's will? As the fallen pirates lay lifeless, the surrounding onlookers froze. Jorah, midway through drawing her pistol, stiffened like the rest. Unlike the common rabble, this bounty-headed pirate recognized Randall's technique. See Conqueror's haki? But this intensity, since when could it kill? Ordinary Conqueror's haki merely rendered victims unconscious. Physical destruction via haki alone was a feat attributed only to legends like red-haired Shanks decades later. Yet Randall's haki, fused with his unique aura, manifested as a lethal pressure wave, capable of inflicting actual harm. For the weak, instant death was inevitable. Jorah realized she'd provoked something monstrous. This haki's magnitude placed its wielder far beyond her league. She mentally cursed her past self's arrogance. You wish to kill me? Randall turned, his gaze settling on the pistol in Jorah's shaking grip. His voice was calm. Jorah felt plunged into an abyss. Fumbling, she dropped the weapon, her forced laughter more ghastly than tears. Huh. Just polishing my gun, really. All a misunderstanding. Randall's smile didn't reach his eyes. Is that so? Weren't you demanding my kneeling surrender earlier? His controlled haki lashed against Jorah's psyche, enough to torment, not enough to grant unconsciousness. Her face went slack. Jay, just joking. Really? The once regal pirate queen now resembled a drowned rat. Ah, a joke? Randall's sudden chuckle was glacial. Then, you're spared. In a moment of bewilderment, Jola questioned whether she had misheard. However, after reflecting on it several times, she realized that Randall had indeed uttered the words "let her go." An overwhelming sense of elation surged within her. Yet, before she could restore her smile, Randall's figure abruptly vanished from her sight. A tremendous force suddenly descended upon her. And then she was enveloped in darkness. From the perspective of the onlookers, who had become momentarily frozen in shock, it appeared as though Randall had teleported behind Jola, placing a hand firmly upon her head. Then, with a resounding impact, Jola's head was forcefully driven into the ground. The earth buckled beneath the blow, fracturing like a spider's web. Naturally, Jola's head was far less resilient than the ground. As Randall rose, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his hands clean. How could he possibly spare those who sought to take his life? After all, he was a man with a notably small heart. Casually tossing the handkerchief onto the now lifeless Jola, he strolled away into the distance. It was only after he had departed for some time that the surrounding pirates began to thaw from their stupor and gradually disperse. They had gained quite an insight today. The formidable figure among them, the blood-rose Jola, had been vanquished in a single blow. How powerful must this man be? This was no place to linger. They needed to summon reinforcements and retreat. Following the directions given by the bar owner, Randall walked for half an hour until he arrived at a coastal area, where he spotted a structure resembling a castle. Upon seeing it, his eyes lit up. He had found it. He quickened his pace towards it. As he approached, the building revealed its true nature. What had appeared to be a castle was merely a painted design on a large wooden board. The actual house was considerably smaller in comparison. In the open space before the house, a man with a distinctive facial structure was tinkering with something. Randall approached him. Was it Bland Kurrick? Kurrick glanced at Randall briefly before lowering his gaze once more. What do you want? I wish to inquire about the location of the current flow towards the Shanghai, Randall stated. I believe you might have some knowledge of this. At the mention of Shanghai, Kurrick paused and then discarded the item he had been holding. Another one here to mock me, is it? You should leave quickly, as my mood is rather sour. Noticing Kurik's readiness to resort to violence, Randall felt exasperated. Good sir, do you not assess the disparity in strength before attempting to strike? I am quite serious. I have business to attend to on Skypea. Still eager to challenge, are we? Perfect. I shall vent my frustrations on you, Kurik retorted, cracking his knuckles as he lunged at Randall. Randall sighed, realizing that it was futile to reason with someone so stubborn. However, he suddenly grasped an important truth. Becoming stronger was indeed worthwhile, as it would compel others to listen to him. Lost in thought, Randall instinctively moved. Before Kurik could react, Randall had already positioned himself behind him, delivering a swift blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The pain in his face jolted Kurik back to reality. It was then that he comprehended the situation. He instinctively attempted to rise, yet the hand pressing against the back of his head acted as an unyielding seal, pinning him firmly to the ground. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, his face flushed and his neck taut, that hand remained immovable. Such a sense of helplessness cleared his gaze considerably. Oh, you've regained your senses, he noted, observing that he had ceased to struggle. Randall released his grip. I'm awake, Kurik murmured as he rose from the ground. Then let us discuss the matter of the rising currents. With your level of strength, you must be a person of significance. Do you truly believe in the existence of Sky Islands? Kurik remarked with a wry smile. It is not a matter of belief. It simply exists. Chapter 89. Rest assured, wait and see. Randall spoke with a calm demeanor. It is not a matter of belief. The floating island undeniably exists. Upon hearing this, Kulik was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? Such an unimaginable phenomenon cannot possibly exist. Randall waved his hand dismissively, his impatience apparent. Enough. I did not come here to engage in a futile debate. I merely wished to ascertain the location of the updraft and the precise time. In return, I can certainly take you along, allowing you to witness the non-existent floating island with your own eyes. Kulik felt a jolt run from his feet to the top of his head. Are you serious? I cannot speak to the veracity of my words, but I assure you, if you continue to waste my time with idle chatter, your fate will be exceedingly grim, Randall remarked with a cold smirk. A chill swept over Kulik, causing him to shudder involuntarily. I am well acquainted with the updraft. No one understands it better than I do. Moreover, your timing is quite fortuitous. The next occurrence is tomorrow. Randall felt a sigh of relief within. His luck seemed to be holding. Speaking of which, the vessel will need modifications to ride the updraft, correct? That task shall be entrusted to you, Randall asserted. Kulik was taken aback. Why did it seem like Randall was more familiar with the procedure than he was? An hour later, upon seeing the boat Randall had anchored at the shore, Kulik fell into deep contemplation. He began to suspect that Randall might be intentionally orchestrating his demise. After a moment of silence, he asked, Are you truly serious? Randall nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, I am serious. Is there an issue? Is there an issue? Indeed. There is a significant one. This rickety boat, once the updraft erupts, it shall be reduced to mere splinters. Are we to fly to the floating island when that occurs? Randall teased. Oh, were you not the one who doubted the existence of the floating island? Why, now you speak of it so readily. Kulik was exasperated. Is this truly the time to debate the existence of the floating island? Regardless of its existence, this flimsy vessel is doomed. The updraft can reach altitudes of over 10,000 meters. One can only imagine the terror of its initial eruption. If we board this small craft, we shall undoubtedly meet our end without a trace. All right. Do not fret. Simply handle the modifications and leave the rest to me. Randall confidently patted his chest. Given your unreliable demeanor, it is quite challenging for me to place my trust in you. Yet Kulik remained clear-headed. He understood that the matter was beyond his control. He was merely a tool, and he must embrace the mindset of a mere instrument. The modifications proceeded smoothly. After all, Randall's vessel was rather diminutive. Once the task was completed, Kulik gazed toward the distant horizon where the sky met the sea. The future was uncertain, but he was willing to take a gamble. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Kulik addressed Randall. The time has come. Let us set sail. An hour later, the two arrived at a tranquil stretch of sea. Well, according to my observations, this is the spot, Kulik stated, glancing around the surroundings. It was approximately noon. Randall merely responded with a non-committal hum and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate. Witnessing this, Kirik felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. He had yet to see Randall's solution. So how could he possibly ensure that this vessel would not succumb to destruction? What madness had possessed him to partner with such an unreliable individual? Was it too late to withdraw now? The answer resounded in the depths of the ocean. No, it was indeed too late. At that moment, the sea was eerily calm. The faint breeze that had once been present had vanished, transforming the area into a seemingly windless zone. A heavy, oppressive stillness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, made Kirik's muscles tense. Randall opened his eyes, sensing the ocean accumulating a terrifying amount of energy. He attuned himself to the source of this energy, pointed, and instructed. Steer the ship to that location. Kirik was taken aback but refrained from asking further questions, dutifully fulfilling his role as a subordinate. It's coming soon. In about 10 minutes, Randall announced. Kirik was baffled by how accurately Randall could predict the timing. Yet the surrounding atmosphere made it clear that the rising currents were indeed approaching rapidly. Regret gnawed at him. He had already come too far to turn back. So, as you said, we will see your method when the time comes. That time is now. Where's your plan? Kirik said, laced with a hint of despair. He glanced around, realizing that apart from the two of them, the only things aboard were provisions and fresh water. Where, he wondered, were the materials to reinforce the ship? Did Randall expect them to hold the disintegrating vessel together by sheer force of will? Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Do not panic. A solution will present itself. I have told you to leave it to me. I am not anxious. Why are you? Randall's calmness contrasted sharply with Kirik's rising panic. I'm on the verge of losing my mind, and you ask me not to be anxious? Though compelled by Randall's intimidating presence, Kirik merely sat on the deck, his brow furrowed in concern, gazing at the placid sea. If one overlooked his expression, he might have appeared quite handsome, alas. His diamond-shaped face did little to enhance the atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the previously tranquil sea erupted into chaos. The waters churned violently. In a matter of seconds, a colossal vortex emerged. A fierce wind swept through, stirring the dark clouds and awakening the slumbering ocean. The sea seemed to open an eye. The ferocity of the winds caused the small ship's mast to creak ominously, as it became apparent that the vessel could scarcely withstand even the initial storm. Kirik could no longer afford to heed Randall's intimidating demeanor. Think of something quickly. Otherwise, the ship will shatter. Even you would not survive that whirlpool. Tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. He should never have listened to Randall's fanciful words. He should never have succumbed to the temptations of the Sky Island. Yet, Randall remained remarkably composed. What is there to rush for? I told you, just watch me. Kubrick pondered what he was looking at. Was it merely the allure of your handsome visage? Your sweetness? Yet, in the next moment, all his emotions evaporated, leaving only sheer astonishment in their wake. A palpable surge of power erupted from Randall, instantly engulfing the entire vessel. The small boat transformed into a deep, obsidian hue. As this change occurred, the previously tumultuous rocking of the boat ceased abruptly, bringing an unexpected calm. The mast, which seemed on the verge of snapping, fell still. Not only did the vessel achieve stability, but the surrounding tempest was also repelled, as if an invisible dome shielded the entire ship. Within the confines of the boat, calamity loomed, while outside, it was a vernal paradise. The mere breadth of a hair separated the two, yet they felt worlds apart. Chapter 90. Arrival at the White Sea. Kirik was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the scene before him. He had never witnessed anything like it, his thoughts scattered, leaving only an abyss of darkness in his mind. The image of Randall's explosive energy enveloping the entire ship replayed incessantly in his mind. With each replay, his astonishment deepened. See? I told you. Just wait and watch, Randall remarked, shaking his head with a sense of nostalgia. You didn't believe me and worried for nothing. Kirik turned stiffly towards Randall, asking, How? How did you accomplish this? Oh, it's merely a technique of armed hockey. Nothing of great significance, Randall replied dismissively. Nothing of significance? That is divine might. You can keep such power at bay, and you call that nothing? Kirik approached the edge of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous waves and howling winds outside, all of which were held at bay. He could see, yet not hear or feel. He cast a startled glance at Randall, fully aware of his strength that rendered him powerless. However, he never anticipated the extent of that strength. In that moment, Randall's stature and Kirik's mind soared to celestial heights. Simultaneously, a surge of confidence blossomed within him. If this was the case, they might truly reach the Sky Island. As he stood in a daze, the winds and waves outside intensified. The small vessel was gradually drawn towards the vortex's center. Yet, as they arrived, the surrounding tempest abruptly ceased. After enduring the ferocity of the elements, the sea returned to its initial tranquility. Kirik's expression turned grave. This was the final build-up. And the impending eruption would be the true ascending current. No sooner had he spoken than the boat trembled. Randall approached the edge, watching as the sea receded beneath them. As their view expanded, a colossal bulge emerged on the ocean's surface. At its apex, it paused momentarily before the amassed energy erupted all at once. A towering column of water shot skyward, piercing the clouds, its summit quickly surpassing Randall's line of sight. Riding this upward force, the small boat ascended vertically into the heavens. With the enhancement of Randall's armed hockey, the vessel remained steady, showing no signs of faltering. Everything had fallen into place, and Kirik's previously anxious heart finally found peace. Reflecting on the fears he had harbored throughout their journey, he couldn't help but smile bitterly at the contrast of their current stability. You should have mentioned your strength sooner. I endured this journey with a mindset of impending doom. Now, it seemed that as long as no unforeseen incidents arose, they were destined for success. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the specter of misfortune loomed, and just as he thought this, calamity struck. As the small vessel glided along its path, the previously tranquil waters erupted in a spray, and an enormous creature surged forth from the depths. To be precise, it was flung out. This was a sea king, stretching over 100 meters in length. Its sudden emergence obscured the sky, leaving Kirik astonished. Although the small boat was shielded by the armament of sound and storm, the creature's roar resonated in Kirik's mind, evoking a primal, earth-shattering thunder. Was this truly the end? Randall furrowed his brow. While the Sea King's descent would not destroy the vessel, it would undoubtedly hinder its ascent. He approached the bow, and in the bewildered gaze of Kirik, leaped from the deck and glided gracefully towards the colossal beast. In comparison to the Sea King, Randall's stature seemed utterly insignificant, a mere speck of dust in the eyes of the Titan. How could one possibly fight such a creature? Yet, in the next instant, Randall demonstrated through action that this was indeed the way to confront it. To Kirik's disbelief, Randall's disproportionately small fist struck the Sea King's face with tremendous force. Even before contact, the creature's skin began to cave inward, and its descent altered direction. As Randall's punch fully extended, a surging shockwave, 10 meters wide, barreled towards the Leviathan. The Sea King emitted a mournful wail, reminiscent of its earlier, powerless emergence from the water. This time, however, it was propelled away by a human so diminutive that it could scarcely be perceived. The massive creature was swept away, soaring several dozen meters through the air. From the impact, the beast rolled its eyes back, its enormous maw agape, spewing forth torrents of blood. Kirik stood transfixed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Here was a colossal sea king, and there, a minuscule human. In this clash of titans, humanity emerged victorious, an overwhelming triumph. Was it truly possible for a mere human to defeat a sea king with a single punch? Yet, after dispatching the creature, Randall returned with an air of nonchalance. His expression so serene that Kirik almost questioned the reality of the events that had transpired. However, a glance downward confirmed the truth. The Sea King still floated on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Kirik. So this is the realm of the extraordinary. Subsequently, no further incidents occurred, and the small vessel continued its steady ascent. Time passed, long enough for the once mighty Sea King to appear as insignificant as a sesame seed, when a vast expanse of cloud emerged above. This cloud resembled a great, white ocean. Kirik gazed upward, awestruck by this extraordinary sight. In a moment, the small vessel pierced through the billowing white layer with a sudden, exhilarating burst. After surging upward for several meters, the ascending current could no longer support the weight of the small vessel. The boat plummeted downwards. Just as Kirik was about to shout, the boat suddenly jolted, as if it had landed upon something. He quickly extended his head outside the vessel, only to discover that the clouds resembled the ocean. Cradling the small craft, his voice trembled. This is the White Sea. We have arrived, Randall remarked, lowering his armament. Kirik was about to respond, but he suddenly felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the deck. A wave of lethargy enveloped him. He could scarcely muster any strength, and even breathing became a challenge. What is happening? Why can I muster no strength at all? He exclaimed in a panic. Oh, this is a normal reaction, so do not be alarmed. After all, the White Sea is situated 7,000 meters above the ocean. The sudden transition here can induce fatigue, dizziness, and difficulty in breathing, among other symptoms. Chapter 91. Why don't you go and rob? This is a perfectly normal reaction. There is no need for concern. After all, the White Sea is a staggering 7,000 meters away from the ocean. Sudden exposure to this environment can result in fatigue, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. You will feel better once you acclimatize. Randall's calm voice significantly alleviated the sense of insecurity within Kurik. Wait a moment. Kurik suddenly had a realization. But how come you seem completely unaffected? Randall wore a puzzled expression and replied, Isn't that quite normal? It is because I am stronger than you. Kurik fell silent. Indeed, this fellow appeared to possess a monstrous strength, capable of overpowering even sea kings, thus his lack of reaction seemed entirely reasonable. So, this is the Sky Island? After a brief silence, Kurik spoke. Upon witnessing the sea clouds that could support vessels, he was now thoroughly convinced of the existence of the Sky Island. At this moment, a torrent of emotion surged within him. Randall stated, Not quite. This is merely the White Sea, and the true Sky Island lies above. It is situated 10,000 meters high above the ocean, in the pristine White Sea. That's where the Sky Island is. Kurik inquired, By the way, how do you know so much about the Sky Island? Have you been there before? That cannot be. He added, If you had been there, you wouldn't need me. Randall rolled his eyes and said, Stop pondering such trivial matters. You should focus on your own situation. I have fulfilled our agreement by bringing you to the Sky Island, so we are even now. Upon hearing this, Kurik was momentarily taken aback. Then he felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the perils they had faced together had made him forget that his encounter with Randall was merely a fleeting one. Wait a moment. Kurik suddenly realized something. Speaking of which, what is the strength of the Sky Island inhabitants? Am I in danger there? At this moment, a tinge of regret welled up within him. How rash of him to have come here without any knowledge of the Sky Island. Randall said, Oh, do not worry. The strength of the Sky Island inhabitants is, naturally, incomparable to that of the Grand Line. As long as you do not act recklessly, you should not face any mortal danger. Well, probably. What do you mean by probably? Kurik's face turned slightly pale. However, Randall suddenly cast a peculiar glance at Kurik and added, But I believe you are likely to act recklessly. Kurik was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? How could I possibly act recklessly? He was certainly not a reckless person. The most foolish thing he had done in his life was to hastily follow Randall here. Randall explained, It is because the Sky Island has a sacred place where the rulers reside. Generally, even the native inhabitants of the Sky Island cannot enter. Those who come from the ocean are strictly forbidden from entering. Kurik, puzzled, replied, That seems quite reasonable. What does that have to do with me? Randall replied slowly, Indeed. That is quite reasonable. However, this sacred place is also widely known by another name, the City of Gold. The City of Gold? Is there anything peculiar about this name? As Kulik was speaking, a thought suddenly struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. Wait, the City of Gold? Could it possibly also be known as Shandora? Randall wore a knowing smile. Congratulations, you've learned to answer impulsively. Upon receiving the confirmation, Kulik was momentarily at a loss. He had never imagined that the golden city he had been desperately seeking, Shandora, could actually be in the sky. He contemplated various possibilities. Perhaps the island had sunk, or maybe it had drifted away, and so forth. Yet, he had never considered that Shandora could reside in the heavens. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say he had never thought of it. Perhaps, in the depths of his subconscious, he had entertained such a notion, albeit without taking it seriously. But perhaps this fanciful thought was the very reason he had rashly agreed to accompany Randall to the Sky Island. How is this even possible? Why not? You witnessed the power of that ascending water current earlier. If it were to be magnified, it could easily elevate an island to heights of thousands of meters. Kulik was taken aback. Indeed, Randall's words held truth. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, the sound growing increasingly boisterous. How absurd. His ancestors had lost their heads for such a ridiculous reason, leaving behind a legacy of infamy for centuries. Truly absurd. Suddenly, Kulik's laughter ceased, and he spoke in a somber tone. No, all I need to know is where it is. Is that so? Randall chose not to elaborate further. After half an hour, Kulik's spirits began to improve. Once Randall expanded his observation and determined the direction, they proceeded onward. Soon, a grand gate appeared, adorned with 4 prominent characters, Heaven's Gate. At the entrance stood an elderly woman. Kulik noticed the wings behind her. Randall remarked, a Sky Island inhabitant. The elderly woman, seeing the approaching ship, immediately positioned herself in its path. From the blue sea, I presume? She scrutinized the 2 men before confirming. Randall and Kulik disembarked, nodding in acknowledgement. To enter the White Sea, a fee is required, 3 billion ISQ. She raised 3 fingers to indicate, then added, each person must pay 30 billion. 30 billion. Why don't you just go and rob a bank? Kulik nearly bit his own tongue. Is this Sky Island run by pirates? Randall chuckled at Kulik's astonished expression and explained, it's 30 billion ISQ, not 30 billion berries. The exchange rate is 10,000 to 1. Kulik calculated, realizing that meant 30,000 berries per person. That is still quite expensive. Oh, if you find it costly, you can choose not to pay. The elderly woman replied. Kulik was filled with unspoken grievances, while Randall furrowed his brow. He instinctively sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint it at that moment. It mattered little. Since the other party had declared that no payment was required, why should he dwell on it? At that juncture, the elderly lady produced an object resembling a camera and snapped a picture of Randall and Kulik. Then, she whistled, and a giant shrimp with a red base and black spots emerged from the sea of clouds. This is the express shrimp. It will guide you to the White Sea. The old woman explained before retreating to a distance, paying no further attention to the 2 men. Upon seeing the creature, Randall's first thought was of its ample mate, envisioning a delightful feast ahead. After the 2 returned to the ship, the express shrimp surfaced from beneath, clasping the vessel with its pincers on either side. It then surged upward through the passage of clouds. Kulik exclaimed in surprise as his feet left the deck. Fortunately, Randall's quick reflexes prevented him from being flung off. Chapter 92. Illegal Entry? The vertical distance between the Gate of Heaven and the White Sea measures 3,000 meters. During this journey, Kulik, who had initially acclimated to the underground, once again felt dizzy and weak. Upon reaching the White Sea, the express shrimp abandoned the vessel and submerged, disappearing into the depths. Randall hoisted Kulik off the boat and unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground beside him. Well then, farewell, Kulik. You may wander about here at your leisure, or you could return directly. Of course, you may also wait for me to finish my business so we can leave together. I just cannot ascertain how long I shall be. As Randall surveyed the surroundings, Kulik gasped, wait for me to recover before you depart. Kulik, barely clinging to consciousness, felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity in this unfamiliar environment. Yet, he merely voiced his thoughts without any genuine hope that Randall would return. To his astonishment, after he spoke, Randall's departing footsteps ceased. In that moment, Kulik felt a sudden urge to weep. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. However, as he indulged in this self-reflection, Randall interjected, oh, and by the way, this ship is mine, so do not take it away, or you will find yourself in trouble. With that, he turned to leave. Kulik's expression immediately turned ashen. Is there any warmth in this world? All a deception. Yet, unexpectedly, Randall returned once more. Lying on the ground, Kulik weakly remarked, rest assured, I have no desire to encounter any trouble. Please, depart quickly. Your presence is making my heart ache. Randall rolled his eyes and replied, are you quite certain you want me to leave? Kulik, with irritation, insisted, of course I am. Go swiftly. Randall pressed again. Think carefully. Are you truly certain? No regrets? Initially, Kulik intended to stand his ground, but then he pondered Randall's unusual behavior. Had Randall discovered something he had overlooked? Tentatively, he suggested, then, will you stay? Randall, with a teasing tone, responded, I do not want a rhetorical question. I desire a definitive answer. Kulik felt darkness cloud his vision. Gritting his teeth, he declared, stay then. Randall nodded with satisfaction, saying, congratulations, you have chosen the correct answer. No sooner had Randall's words left his lips than Kulik heard the distant sound of many footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he spotted a group of individuals clad in identical uniforms, rapidly advancing toward them. What is this? Kira queried, his alarm rising. It is evident they are searching for us, and their demeanor is less than amiable, Randall stated calmly. As they spoke, the group swiftly encircled the two men. All donned white hats, one of which bore a blue band. A figure in a blue hat produced a photograph from within his coat, comparing it to Randall and Kirik. Nodding in acknowledgement. These two individuals, take them away. The white-hatted officers moved forward to restrain them. Upon witnessing this, Randall let out a cold snort. Humph. Instantly, the movements of the white-hatted officers froze. To them, the handsome man before their eyes had abruptly transformed into a ferocious beast, poised to devour its prey. The menacing aura emanating from him seemed to congeal their very blood. What do you think you're doing? Even the blue-hatted officer was shaken by this terrifying presence. His voice trembling with false bravado. It should be me asking what you're doing. Randall retorted icily. What nonsense is this? Arresting people without a word of explanation? The blue-hatted officer mustered his courage. You're suspected of illegal entry. According to regulations, you must pay a tenfold fine and serve 10 days in confinement. These are the rules set by our God. Randall narrowed his eyes. Illegal entry? He replayed the events since their arrival in his mind. Pausing at the moment they passed through the heavenly gate. So that was it. He had sensed something amiss back then. To think this was entrapment all along. Meanwhile, Kirik was still struggling to comprehend. Illegal entry? What did we even do? You didn't pay the toll at the heavenly gate. That constitutes illegal entry. Kirik? Wait a minute. Didn't that old woman say payment was optional? Indeed, it was optional. Illegal entry naturally requires no payment, the blue-hatted officer stated matter-of-factly. Kirik was dumbfounded. Therefore, you must now serve 10 days in confinement and pay a tenfold fine, 60 billion ISQ. Refusal means declaring war against our God. The blue-hatted officer delivered his threat with palpable timidity. Kirik hesitated. War against God? Come to think of it, he'd been curious. Just who was this God they kept mentioning? It sounded formidable. Would Randall be able to stand against such a being? Randall, however, merely chuckled. Quite the scheme you've devised. First, you set an exorbitant price. Then graciously offer to waive it. When people actually decline payment, you pounce with fines. Profiteering has never been easier, more efficient than outright robbery. The blue-hatted officer maintained a stubborn expression. I don't understand your meaning. We never forced you not to pay. You made that choice yourselves. This is illegal entry, and fines must be paid. Randall laughed dryly. Well, today I choose not to pay. What will you do about it? The sum meant little to Randall. But this was extortion. He'd been swindled. Not a single coin would he surrender under such circumstances. Moreover, his fury had reached boiling point. Physical confrontation seemed increasingly appealing. Hearing Randall's open defiance, the blue-hatted officer and his white-hatted subordinates recoiled in shock. Why you dare oppose our God? Kirik interjected hastily. Leave me out of this. He's the one challenging your God, not me. Randall sneered. God? What nonsense. Scram. Unless you'd prefer I demonstrate my objections more, physically. The blue-hatted individual wished to express further thoughts. However, Randall's imposing aura surged forth once more. Instantly, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Trembling, the blue-hatted figure stammered, If you have the courage, don't run away. With that bold declaration, he turned and fled. Observing this, the white-hatted one hastily followed suit. And in mere moments, they vanished without a trace. Kulik, in a daze, inquired, Is this truly acceptable? That was a deity, after all. It certainly does not sound like an ordinary being. Randall scoffed. What deity? In essence, he is merely a village chief. Though, I must admit, he is far superior to those self-proclaimed divine, celestial swine. Upon hearing such terrifying remarks, Kulik nearly succumbed to fear. I did not hear anything. I heard nothing at all. After a brief silence, Kulik suddenly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Randall waved his hand dismissively. After all, I brought you here. I must at least ensure your safe return. Chapter 93. The deity of the Sky Island. Before long, another group arrived. Leading them was a man adorned with a violet insignia upon his hat. He carried a cannon upon his shoulder, evidently a long-range combatant. Captain, it's them. The blue-capped individual from earlier pointed accusingly at Randall and Kirik. The violet-capped man's frigid gaze swept over Kirik, who lay sprawled on the ground before settling upon Randall. "So, you are the one who dares defy the divine majesty? Your deity means nothing to me," Randall replied with nonchalance. The violet-capped man's expression darkened instantly. "Ignorant fool! How dare you blaspheme our god? Seize him!" The white-capped guards hesitated briefly before charging forward. With dozens on their side against only two, one already incapacitated, victory seemed assured. Yet, a single derisive snort echoed like thunder in their ears. Their movements froze mid-stride before their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed in unison like wheat before a scythe. The blue-capped man, who had held back, recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. Even the violet-capped leader was stunned. What just happened? "Hey, get up." His gaze snapped back to Randall. This is your doing. What sorcery is this?" Randall remained unperturbed. "They merely fainted." The violet-capped man's face contorted between fury and disbelief. He swiftly detached the cannon from his back and retrieved a shell from his coat, slotting it into the weapons chamber. Assaulting the divine guard warrants 20 years of servitude to the god, but for the irredeemably wicked, execution on sight. Clearly, Randall had been branded as such. "Randall, you call me wicked? I'm a Marine, for heaven's sake. You're the ones entrapping people here." He had merely defended his property and person. Seeing Randall's defiance, the violet-capped man raised his cannon, aiming squarely at him. "You brought this upon yourself." Inferno blast. With a sharp pull of the trigger, a searing azure pillar of flames roared toward Randall. The blistering heat forced even the attacker to sweat. Yet, Randall merely extended a single palm, as if to halt the cataclysmic firestorm with bare flesh. The violet-capped man sneered, already envisioning this fool reduced to ashes. Kurik, drenched in cold sweat, cried out, "Hey, are you serious right now? Don't mess around." He knew Randall was formidable, but this was sheer recklessness. Randall chuckled. "Oh, would you prefer to handle it?" The blue inferno crashed against his outstretched hand and was halted. Yet, contrary to the purple-hatted man's expectations, Randall's hand was not incinerated into nothingness. Instead, it remained completely unscathed. Kulik inwardly cursed, utterly baffled. The purple-hatted man's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. He glanced at his cannon barrel. Nothing seemed amiss. He could still feel the searing heat radiating from it. So how could this man block the infernal blast with nothing but his bare palm? But in the next moment, his composure shattered entirely, because Randall was advancing toward him, step by relentless step, defying the torrent of flames. What kind of monster is this? He wanted to react, to move, but his body had locked up in terror. His legs might as well have been rooted to the ground. In mere moments, Randall stood before him. Gazing into those eerily calm eyes, the purple-hatted man gulped audibly, his fingers slipping from the trigger. The blue pillar of fire vanished instantly. His eyes flickered to Randall's hand, still pristine, unmarred. Who could believe it had just withstood the fury of a combustion cannon? Randall reached out, plucked the weapon from his trembling grip, and, under the horrified gaze of its former wielder, crushed it into a mangled heap of scrap. What in the name of, what kind of abomination is this? "Move. Take me to your god," Randall commanded. The purple-hatted man stammered. What do you intend to do?" Randall smiled faintly. "Hey, none of your concern. You're just a guide." The man seethed silently but dared not protest. His flesh was far more fragile than metal, after all. Yet a thought flickered in his mind. Let him face the god. Then he'll be crushed. Follow me, then." Randall retrieved Kulik and trailed behind the purple-hatted man. The ground beneath them was the pale white of island clouds. After a quarter-hour's march, the terrain shifted to earthen hues. "This is the island of the gods." Randall strode past him without waiting for the explanation. His observation hockey had already pinpointed the deity's location. The purple-hatted man's expression darkened, but he swallowed his fury. "Just a little longer. Your arrogance will be your downfall." Though Randall was a stranger, the presence of the purple-hatted escort ensured their passage when unchallenged. Soon, they arrived before the god's palace. 2 sentinels flanked the grand entrance, their caps embroidered with crimson thorns, higher in rank than the purple-hatted guide. Spotting the intruders, they moved to block the way. Randall merely exerted his oppressive aura. The red-hatted guards froze mid-step, their words dying in their throats as terror gripped them. Without sparing them another glance, Randall pushed open the doors. Inside, a long-bearded man sat at a desk, perusing documents. Beside him, a winged horse with pink fur and black spots lounged on the floor, occasionally snorting. Upon noticing the arrival of another, the individual raised his head. However, upon seeing Randall, he was momentarily taken aback. A native of Qinghai? This could not possibly be an indigenous inhabitant of the Sky Island. Otherwise, such a striking appearance would have been etched in his memory after a single glance. At that moment, upon encountering this individual, the man in the purple hat swiftly found his anchor of support. He hurried towards Randall and exclaimed, "Divine One, these two are illegal entrants. Not only have they refused to comply with the payment of fines, but they have also assaulted the Divine Guard. This person is truly heinous. Yet, his formidable strength renders my subordinates powerless against him. I beseech you to intervene and render judgment." Randall chuckled and replied, "You only accuse me of evading fines. Yet you neglect to mention your entrapment tactics. Or perhaps this method of entrapment is a notion conceived by you, this so-called Divine One?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately grasped the current situation. It was evident that the charade below had not been executed well, and he had encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 94. Why do I feel like a villain? As the ruler of the Sky Island, it was impossible for him to claim ignorance of the economic power he wielded. In principle, he disapproved of such actions. However, upon witnessing a significant increase in quarterly revenues, he hesitated. After contemplation, he reasoned that the only ones being deceived were the outsiders, while the benefits would accrue to his own people. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye. Yet, with profit came corresponding risk, and now that risk had materialized. He set down the documents in his hands and approached the desk. "I am Gonfer, the deity of Angel Island." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Let us not dwell on the matter of entrapment. I merely wish to inquire whether you paid the admission fee upon entering the gates of paradise." Randall was so enraged that he chuckled in disbelief. "You divert the central issue with such ease. If we disregard this, is there any point in continuing the discussion? You are intent on pursuing this to the bitter end." Gonfer replied, "Since you prefer to evade the question, it seems you have not paid. However, your refusal to comply with our laws leaves me no choice but to resort to force." As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his robe, revealing a suit of gleaming armor beneath. Upon grasping the knight's lance from the weapon rack, a formidable aura emanated from him. Sensing this presence, the Pegasus, which had been dozing nearby, suddenly neighed and approached Gonfer's side. "Oh, is it to be a fight at the slightest provocation? Excellent, splendid, just to my liking." Randall sneered. In an instant, the atmosphere within the palace became tense. "Divine One, spare us. Allowing such rogues to intrude is a dereliction of our duty." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. 6 individuals adorned with red thorns on their hats burst in, armed with various weapons. Upon entering, they began striking poses while uttering phrases designed to provoke ire. "Insolent scoundrels, this is the island of the gods. How dare you behave so audaciously? Kneel at once. Such behavior disregards the honor of our divine guardians." A flickering red symbol appeared on Randall's forehead, pulsating with agitation. The 6 individuals, in perfect synchrony, charged towards Randall, intent on subduing him, all the while continuing their taunts. "Scoundrel, do not resist, or you shall suffer even more. Scoundrel, surrender at once. Scoundrel, begone." Unable to endure any longer, Randall turned and bellowed. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the 6. They were instantly struck as if by lightning. Their advance halted abruptly. Their prowess qualified them as the deity's guards, undoubtedly recognized. Yet, even so, under the impact of Randall's haki, they could not withstand for even a second before collapsing into unconsciousness. Witnessing the scene, Gonfer was utterly astounded, 3 words escaping his lips involuntarily. "Conqueror's haki?" It was the same overwhelming presence as that man. After dispatching the 6 red-hatted guards, Randall turned his gaze back. Now, facing him, Gonfer was far from the composed demeanor he had displayed earlier. Darkness seemed to swallow his vision, like storm-laden clouds blotting out the sun, suffocating and oppressive. His breath grew ragged, his courage faltering to the point where he couldn't even meet Randall's eyes. The winged horse fared even worse. Conqueror's haki was far more potent against beasts, and it had already collapsed to the ground, trembling. Silence reigned in the palace, broken only by Gonfer's labored breathing. "Go on," Randall said impassively. Proceed with your so-called forceful measures. Gonfer tightened his grip on his lance, yet his legs refused to move. Merely standing before Randall now demanded immense courage, let alone raising a weapon against him. But his hesitation was solely due to the Haki's intimidation. He knew, with absolute certainty, that anyone capable of such a presence was beyond his ability to defeat. Just like that man from the Blue Sea, so monstrously powerful. It made him question if he was even human. That man, too, had wielded overwhelming Conqueror-S Haki. And now, this young man's aura crushed any will to fight within him. Swallowing hard, Gonfer forced a strained smile. "Ah, esteemed sir, I believe there may have been a misunderstanding between us." Randall remained unmoved. "No misunderstanding. You explicitly stated your intent to use force. I heard it clearly. And these men," he gestured to the fallen guards. "Their actions were equally unmistakable. There is no misunderstanding." As he spoke, his presence intensified. Gonfer's skin prickled under the pressure, his heart sinking. Must this come to blows? "Sir?" he asked weakly. "What do you think?" Randall replied, his voice icy. He was furious. This entire ordeal had begun with their underhanded entrapment. And now they dared to threaten him? The sheer injustice of it gnawed at him. Gonfer's knuckles whitened around his lance. With a gritted resolve, he finally spoke. "Then so be it, sir. But I beg of you, spare them. They're innocent. The fault lies solely with me." He knew this was a battle he couldn't win, a fight to the death. He sought no mercy for himself, only for his guards and the people of Angel Island. A desperate, solemn aura radiated from him. Sensing its master's resolve, the winged horse let out a mournful cry and, defying Randall's oppressive will, staggered to its feet. Its eyes burned with determination, ready to stand or fall beside its master. Randall's expression darkened further. "Damn it all. Why do I suddenly feel like the villain here? Why have you made the atmosphere so tragically somber? With such a mood, how can he possibly have the heart to engage in a fight? Venting is utterly futile. What a sweet misfortune. Enough, enough. This is tedious. Let us cease this quarrel." Randall waved his hand with evident impatience. Just as Gonfer was prepared to face his demise heroically, he hesitated. Stunned for a moment, he finally uttered a single word. "Huh? What nonsense is this? You have entirely ruined the ambience, and yet you still wish to fight." Randall expressed his frustration. After a considerable pause, Gonfer began to grasp the implication. Does this mean that his life is spared? Although he was still somewhat bewildered, the prospect of survival was undoubtedly a joyful revelation. After some contemplation, he remarked, "The fault indeed lies with us. I apologize. Thus, all expenses for both of you on Angel Island shall be waived, and the previous ticket fees will be entirely nullified."